The worldview continues to expand, and the further one looks, the more exhilarating it becomes. Bao Junyi arrives in 1972, having transmigrated into the body of a namesake, the younger son of the shipping magnate in Hong Kong. Faced with the family's demand to inherit the debts of global shipping, he resolutely declines. Is the Miracle Group an enterprise you established? Miracle Games has gone public in the United States, sparking a frenzy among countless capital investors, competing with European and American automobile brands, acquiring luxury car manufacturers, and reaping the rewards of the high-end market. Developing passenger aircraft, military jets, and arms that are fervently procured by Saudi Arabia. Utilizing financial development to propel his career, he accelerates the heavy industry in Hong Kong. Chasing after the Morgan, Rockefeller, and Rothschild families, he aims to infiltrate the ranks of the fourth largest consortium, the Miracle Consortium. Automobile industry, military industry, aerospace, commercial real estate, electronic technology, mechanical manufacturing. He is crafting an empire with a complete industrial chain. On April 18, 1969, inside a five-star hotel in Hong Kong, a loud banging noise reverberates through the door. Something heavy is forcefully attempting to break in. Startled awake by the commotion, Bao Junyi squints towards the door, internally grumbling, "What kind of fool is disturbing my peaceful slumber at this early hour?" Just as he attempts to rise, his hand brushes against something soft, radiating warmth. His foggy mind instantly clears as he peeks under the covers, only to find Heath Xiaoqiong beside him. A sudden realization strikes him, and memories of the previous night begin to resurface. The banging at the door interrupts his thoughts once more. Fuming, Bao Junyi curses, "Damn it! Who's banging on the door this early? Disturbing someone's dreams deserves 1,000 cuts." As he stands, preparing to open the door. Crash! The door bursts open, and a group of Hong Kong officers storm in, guns drawn, shouting, "Don't move! Hong Kong Royal Police, everyone down!" Bao Junyi is swiftly pinned to the ground as an officer announces, "We received reports alleging your room is involved in solicitation. Do you think I'm an idiot? With so many officers, you break down the door for just a solicitation case?" "Correct, but there are no prizes for right answers." Bang! Something heavy strikes the back of his head, and he immediately feels dizzy, then loses consciousness. In Boston, Massachusetts, within a dormitory at MIT, Bao Junyi is suddenly awakened, gasping for breath, his body drenched in sweat. Another nightmare has haunted him. 3 years have passed since. Indeed, he's a transmigrator. His soul has crossed over into the body of his namesake in Hong Kong. Reflecting on his journey, it has been over 3 years since he arrived in this body. In his previous life, he served as the chief engineer at Lockheed Martin, but upon being invited back to his homeland to develop new fighter jets, he relinquished his high salary and esteemed position, resolutely resigning. On his way to the airport, he was involved in a car accident, which resulted in his crossing into this parallel world. He found himself inhabiting the body of the younger son of the shipping magnate in Hong Kong. Over the past few years at MIT, his soul has nearly merged with this identity. As Bao Junyi rises to tidy his bed, he hears a knock at the door and, smiling, goes to answer it. Standing at the threshold is a blonde, blue-eyed girl in a flowing white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her large eyes sparkling as she smiles at him. This girl is Diana, his classmate and a true noble princess from Eagle Nation. "Bao, I brought you breakfast. We need to eat quickly. We have a contract to sign this morning, and time is of the essence." "Thank you, Anna. They'll freshen up right away." 10 minutes later, they drive to a CAF near the city center. Bao Junyi is in the process of acquiring an automobile manufacturing plant, a small car brand, and an engine research center, laying the groundwork for his future entrepreneurial endeavors. During his university years, he co-founded Miracle Games arcade company with his classmates, leveraging family connections to achieve explosive global sales, with profits soaring from tens of millions to hundreds of millions of dollars annually. After a 2-hour negotiation, they finalized the acquisition of the 3 companies for $93 million. On their way back, Diana cheerfully says, "Bao, congratulations on taking another significant step toward your dream." "Thank you, Anna. I've already applied for early graduation. Once I finish my thesis defense, I will return to my homeland." Indeed, it is time to go back. Days later, having packed his belongings and taking a final glance at the dormitory he had called home for several years, he turns to leave for the airport. At Boston International Airport, as Bao Junyi waits to check in, he hears a commotion behind him and turns to find Diana approaching. Aware of her intentions, he smiles and says, "Anna, I told you not to come to see me off. You're going home. How can a good friend not come to send you off?" Besides, since you applied for early graduation, there's no point in me staying at school. I'm also preparing for my thesis defense and will return to Eagle Nation afterward. While they are engrossed in conversation, they remain oblivious to the astonished onlookers. Someone recognizes Diana and exclaims, "Isn't that the belle of MIT, Diana?" But who is the young man beside her? Speculation begins to swirl. Could he be the son of some wealthy tycoon? Suddenly, a fellow MIT student exclaims, "Isn't that Bao Junyi? Bao Junyi? Who is he? Is he famous?" More than famous, he is the only student in MIT's history to earn degrees in aerospace, electronics, manufacturing, and finance. Moreover, he presented a groundbreaking thesis on Industry 3.0 during his defense. Just the other day, it was published in Science Weekly, igniting research interest among experts worldwide. Is he really that impressive? The crowd is filled with astonishment. After all, this thesis only garners attention within scientific circles. Those outside the industry rarely notice. I only learned about it during a professor's research discussion the other day, a nearby youth remarks. Bao Junyi's achievements extend beyond this. Do you know about the miracle games company that has taken the globe by storm in recent years? What does that have to do with Bao Junyi? This company was founded by Bao Junyi, Diana, and other students, and it has received significant support from the school. Given its current growth trajectory, its valuation could reach $5 billion in the future. Additionally, Bao Junyi holds nearly half of the company's shares. What? That's unbelievable. My goodness. Someone gasps. Most of the crowd stands in disbelief, their expressions a mix of awe and incredulity. Currently, Miracle Arcade Games holds over 80% market share. Moreover, the company earns astonishing profits of several $100 million annually. As the crowd marvels, the girls cast adoring glances, while the boys look at Bao Junyi with envy. Bao Junyi looks at Diana and smiles, saying, "This farewell is merely a prelude to a better reunion. Will you come to Eagle Nation to see me?" Diana gazes at him with longing. Bao Junyi understands her feelings, but wishes to avoid entanglement in the royal struggles of Eagle Nation. However, while romance is possible, other matters remain to be seen. For now, lacking power and influence, he understands the risks of involvement. There will be opportunities. Take care of yourself, and when you have time, come visit Hong Kong. I will treat you to its culinary delights, Bao Junyi reassures her. Bao, if you need any assistance upon returning to Hong Kong, you can go directly to Morgan Bank. Their young lady is my good friend, and they will be able to help you, Diana says reluctantly. All right, I will reach out if I need help. Bidding farewell to the reluctant Diana, Bao Junyi stood at the cabin door, glancing back at her as he waved his hand. Only then did he step into the aircraft. On August 10th, 1972, at 10 a.m., the Boeing passenger plane descended slowly upon Hong Kong's Kai Tak Airport. Bao Junyi emerged from the cabin. Gazing up at the overcast sky of Hong Kong, he murmured, "The wind has risen." As he followed the crowd out of the airport and approached the exit, he noticed various signs being held aloft, one of which bore his name. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was none other than the family steward, Uncle Fu. He walked directly over and said, "Uncle Fu, it's been over 3 years you've grown older. Young master, time has taken its toll. Without you here these past years, the ladies and your father have often missed you. Is that so?" "Indeed, they have expressed their desire to visit you in America several times, but your father has always prevented it." Bao Junyi paused, hoping it was not as he feared. "Uncle Fu, let's return to the old residence." "Of course, young master." They got into the car and headed back to the ancestral home. Half an hour later, they arrived at the villa in Deepwater Bay. As he looked at the villa, a series of childhood memories flickered through his mind like a slideshow. Yet, he was now a man of the 21st century. Upon entering the villa, he found a gathering of about 10 men and women, all engaged in conversation. As Bao Junyi stepped through the doorway, they all turned to look at him. A girl in her 20s rushed over, embracing him and exclaiming, I miss you terribly. It's been years since we last met. You've grown taller and more handsome." The girl was none other than his fourth sister, with whom he often played, sharing a close bond. "Sister, it's been years. You've become even more beautiful. I wonder which lucky fellow will win your heart." "Humph, here you are teasing your elder sister again. You've changed quite a bit. Even your sisters barely recognized you." At that moment, several women in their 30s approached, and through memory, he recognized them as his sisters. There were 4 sisters in total, 3 of whom were already married, one of whom stood beside her husband, 2 being foreign nationals. Bao Junyi merely nodded at them before addressing his sisters. "It's likely due to growing and exercising that I've gained some height. Indeed, you feel quite muscular. You've developed quite a six-pack." Second sister, Keep your hands to yourself, Bao Junyi said, his face flushing. What's wrong? I used to help you bathe when we were little. I've seen it all, his eldest sister remarked. Suddenly, the room erupted in laughter. Feeling embarrassed, Bao Junyi wished to clarify that it wasn't him, just as he was enjoying the lively conversation with his sisters. The sound of measured footsteps descended from the upper floor, prompting him to turn. A middle-aged man appeared. It was none other than Bao Junyi, his stepfather. Since the passing of his mother, he had not remarried, a rarity among the older generation of Hong Kong. Father, I'm back, he managed to say after a moment of hesitation. Good, it's nice to have you back. You've changed quite a bit over the years. Certainly, I've transformed so much that I hardly recognize myself, Bao Junyi thought to himself. Bao Junyi scanned the room and declared, now that everyone is here, let us begin the meal. The dining table was marked by silence as they ate, adhering to the family custom of discussing matters after the meal. Once the meal concluded, he engaged in light conversation with his sisters to learn about recent happenings in Hong Kong. His eldest sister recounted events leading up to Bao Junyi's departure. Ever since you were caught with the daughter of the gambling king, and photos of you entering the hotel with her surfaced, the tabloids and media had a field day, stirring quite the scandal. Bao Junyi's expression darkened, feeling as though he had been unjustly accused. How could he defend himself against such claims? The situation was compounded by the fact that he had yet to fully grasp the ramifications of the incident. His second sister chimed in, due to the public outcry, your father discreetly sent you abroad for your studies. Shortly after your departure, the gambling king confronted your father, leading to a fierce argument that severed their long-standing friendship. Before long, the He family conspired with others to undermine our business. The Zhang family also withdrew from their engagement, nearly sending your father to the hospital from distress. Enough. No more of this, Bao Junyi interjected. Come with me to the study. Very well, father. As Bao Junyi entered the study, he observed its simplicity, far from the opulence he had anticipated. Father, my previous recklessness harmed the company. I will find a way to make amends, he stated earnestly. Don't worry, I have weathered many storms in my time. The company is in good hands with me, Bao Junyi replied. Now tell me, how have you fared in America these past years? Well enough, I started a small company with a few friends. You've graduated. The group is due for a successor. Bao Junyi stood in surprise. Father, are you planning to hand over global shipping to me? Not entirely. You will first work within the group for a few years to familiarize yourself with operations before I feel comfortable handing over the reins. Bao Junyi pouted. Isn't that just a pie in the sky? It's visible, yet unattainable. What do you mean by a pie in the sky? The group will eventually be yours for now. Get acquainted, and in a few years, I shall pass on the authority to you. It's for your own good. Inwardly, Bao Junyi scoffed. Such benevolence, surely it's for my own good. Work diligently, and promotion will be within reach. This reminds me of someone, an expert in storytelling and painting grand visions, who was too afraid to return home before and was still making cars in America. Regardless of how history unfolds, the essence of a leader often carries this capability. Bao Junyi declared, no worries, they'll digest this. Well, you just need to pass the power to me. And within a few years, I will bring back the title of the world shipping king. Who can't paint a grand vision? Knowing the course of history makes achieving the title of world shipping king a mere trifle. His words left Bao Junyi momentarily speechless, and, after a pause, he responded, currently your sisters and brothers-in-law are assisting me in managing the group, so you will first take a position within the group before gradually transitioning power to you. What is there to discuss then? He had not even started and already felt sidelined. Moreover, Bao Junyi had passed away in his 70s in his previous life, causing a global stir. Few could believe such an age. With proper care, reaching 80 or 90 should not be a problem. By the time he takes over, it would be decades into the future. Currently, global shipping is burdened with debts amounting to billions of Hong Kong dollars, a far cry from its former grandeur, now heavily encumbered by liabilities. Thus, inheriting such debt seems rather unappealing, does it not? With a serious demeanor, Bao Junyi stated, Father, upon reflection, I have decided not to take on this responsibility. There are several esteemed individuals assisting the company. I shall refrain from involvement. Upon my return, I've already made arrangements and am preoccupied with my entrepreneurial pursuits. Bao Junyi retorted in anger. If you do not assume the mantle, who will? You are the sole male heir of the family. Father, to be frank, I do not hold the family business in high regard. My partnership in a company in the United States with friends yields annual profits in the hundreds of millions, and that is in US dollars. Moreover, I wish to avoid any familial disputes over inheritance within the Bao family. Do you not agree, father? Chapter 3. The situation in Hong Kong and the automotive industry lay out with a visage full of indignation. Bao Yugong finally sighed in resignation. Very well. I shall reserve this position for you. You may return to the company at any time. Thank you, father. What are your next plans? Which industry will you pursue? Bao Junyi Inquit. From the automotive sector, Bao Junyi stated earnestly. During my studies in the United States, I managed to accrue some capital, which I utilized to acquire an automotive manufacturing plant, a small brand automobile company, and a research and development center for automobiles. I completed these acquisitions before returning home and am now refining the layout. Furthermore, through my connections in the United States, I am negotiating with Mercedes to acquire the Audi brand, as Audi has been incurring losses under Mercedes ownership ever since it was acquired from the West German New Automotive Alliance. It wasn't until 1974 that Audi was once again acquired by Volkswagen and became a manufacturing plant for the Beetle model. It only began to rise again after developing breakthrough four-wheel drive technology in 1984. Where did you procure such funds to acquire automotive factories and research centers? You also intend to acquire the Audi brand? Bao Yugong exclaimed, astonished. I previously established a gaming company in the United States, which is valued at several $billion. I hold a 51% stake, generating annual profits in the hundreds of millions. Last year, my share of the profit amounted to 180 million. And with my expansion into several European nations this year, it may be even more, Bao Junyi explained. Is the gaming industry truly that lucrative? Bao Yugong questioned, incredulous. Indeed, we command over 80 of the arcade gaming market, with global hits such as Pac-Man, Hong Kong Blocks, and Punch King. We essentially monopolize the arcade gaming sector, with profits doubling each year, Bao Junyi replied confidently. But the automotive industry is not so easily navigated. The downstream supply chain necessitates collaboration among multiple enterprises, Bao Yugong remarked. Perplexed. That is precisely why I am acquiring entire automotive enterprises, including factories and R&D centers. Subsequently, I will connect the relevant supply chains and complete the industrial layout, gradually shifting production lines to Hong Kong. Moreover, the 1973 oil crisis, compounded by economic stagnation, severely impacted the entire automotive industry. This explains why I possess the audacity to enter an industry already monopolized by powerful nations. At this time, Hong Kong has also established a foundational development for the automotive sector. After 1970, the industrial proportion in Hong Kong was 37.3, with the manufacturing sector comprising 39, boasting 25,000 manufacturing plants and an astounding workforce of 550,000. At that time, Hong Kong's total population was just over 4 million, representing more than 10% of the population, with manufacturing products accounting for 69.6% of exports. This indicates that the industrial sector in Hong Kong flourished from 1960 to 1970, with many enterprises engaged in component production gradually expanding. If not for real estate tycoons, such as Li Ka-shing and Zheng Yutong inflating property prices to attract substantial investments into the real estate market, resulting in daily fluctuations in property prices, who would still labor in the real economy, engaging in research and development, earning little throughout the year, and facing potential losses? Thus, Hong Kong's past relied heavily on the real estate and financial sectors, with few high-tech companies existing. Bao Junyi vowed to change the economic positioning of Hong Kong, ensuring that industry would become a pillar of the future economy, facilitating a smoother path for technological research and development in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as you are aware, Bao Yugong said, feeling reassured. The two conversed extensively until midnight. Father, I shall retire to my room now. You should rest early as well, Bao Junyi stated before retreating to his room to tidy up briefly. After washing up, he lay in bed, contemplating the forthcoming developments. The real economy cannot thrive without financial support, and finance cannot be detached from the real economy. Otherwise, it lacks a foundational basis. Ultimately, Bao Junyi opted for a strategy reminiscent of Li Ka-shing's rise, with industry as the framework and finance as its lifeblood, continuously growing and gradually expanding. Most of the profits from gaming in recent years have been reinvested, leaving insufficient funds for acquiring the Audi brand. This year's dividends will not be available until the end of the year. Before returning home, he acquired automotive factories and research centers, while the remainder was invested in physical gold. Since the first dividend from the gaming company, he has cumulatively invested $120 million in gold. If sufficient funds were available, he could also purchase crude oil for storage. Bao Junyi lamented, the money at hand is still insufficient. There are too many avenues for expenditure. He pondered where to procure additional funds. Suddenly, he recalled the most renowned battle in Hong Kong, which also initiated a new method of acquisition, one that cost nothing. The acquisition battle between Hong Kong land and dairy. Meanwhile, the Hang Seng Index in the Hong Kong stock market is expected to exceed 700 points next year before plummeting, ultimately halving. The 1973 oil crisis saw oil prices surge from $1.80 per barrel to $10 per barrel. Subsequently, the United States decoupled the dollar from gold, linking it instead to oil, causing the price of gold to soar from $35 per ounce to $186 per ounce. Following a correction, it continued to rise to a short-term historical peak of $850 per ounce by 1980. Bao Junyi mused until slumber overtook him. In the following days, Bao Junyi remained at home, spending time with family and refraining from venturing out, until the afternoon of the third day, when he received a call from Hua Zhengyu, the third son of the Hua family and a friend of Bao Junyi, inviting him to a gathering of the second generation at Lan Kwai Fong that evening. Emphasizing the importance of his attendance, Bao Junyi was familiar with Lan Kwai Fong, known as a vibrant bar street in Hong Kong in later years, bustling every night. Having returned from the United States without experiencing Hong Kong's nightlife, he readily agreed. That evening, Uncle Fu drove Bao Junyi to Lan Kwai Fong. Through the car window, he admired the splendid nightscape of Hong Kong in the 1970s. The streets were aglow with neon signs, and the incessant flow of vehicles and pedestrians contributed to the city's prosperity. After 30 minutes, they arrived at Lan Kwai Fong. Ascending to the second floor, where they found around 30 attendees, all members of the second generation, familiar faces from previous gatherings. As Bao Junyi entered, everyone turned to scrutinize him. At that moment, a youth emerged from the crowd, exclaiming, "Ai, why did you arrive so late? Bao Junyi, I was delayed on the road." "Not bad. You have become quite handsome and have grown taller," Junyi replied. "I've been working out frequently during my years abroad, but I can't compare to your lavishness these past few years," Bao Junyi remarked, noting the significant transformation in himself after 3 years, standing tall at 6 feet, with a slender yet sturdy physique and a handsome face that could easily befit an actor. Hua Zhengyu, pleased to see the evident changes in his friend, responded with a smile, "Ai, you haven't been back for years. This time you won't leave again, will you?" "I won't be leaving. I have discussed plans with my father, and I intend to start a business in Hong Kong," Bao Junyi affirmed. Hua Zhengyu, surprised, queried, "Aren't you going to inherit the family business?" "No. I plan to pursue a different path. My father's route does not suit me," Bao Junyi replied. Hua Zhengyu found it difficult to comprehend. Inheriting one's family business is deeply ingrained in the minds of Hong Kong's populace. Despite the current downturn in global shipping, it remains one of the world's premier shipping companies. And Bao Junyi's decision to forego it was perplexing. Chapter 4. The second generation of Hong Kong. "Shall I just be a spectator while you continue?" Bao Junyi smiled and said, "During my studies in the United States, I realized many shortcomings in Hong Kong. We cannot be confined by the limitations of the older generation. We must find ways to venture beyond." Hua Zhengyu nodded in agreement. "Ai, it's been a few years. You've changed quite a lot." "Me? Just minor changes, but you, Hua San Gongzi, have become the leader of this group," Bao Junyi noted, curiosity piqued. "Is there a significant initiative that has brought together so many second-generation elites, essentially encompassing a substantial portion of Hong Kong's wealthy class?" Hua Zhengyu chuckled, not concealing the truth. "Indeed, this gathering is organized to explore investments in the mainland. Given the vast market and opportunities there, many second-generation individuals find themselves unable to inherit their family businesses, and this represents a viable opportunity for development." Bao Junyi nodded slightly, acknowledging the opportunity that lay ahead. The region was densely populated, with various industries still in their developmental phases. "Are you not considering investing there as well?" he inquired. "As for me, the industry I intend to pursue is still in its infancy there, and I'll need to wait a few more years." Hua Zhengyu's curiosity was piqued. "Ai, what industry are you planning to enter? It sounds rather mysterious." "It's a secret. You will know in a few months," Bao Junyi replied with a smile. After reminiscing with Hua Zhengyu for a while, he moved on to attend to the other guests, for as the initiator of the soir, He had much to manage. As Bao Junyi wandered through the gathering, he realized that having been away from this circle for several years, many faces were unfamiliar to him. He settled into a quiet corner, snacking on seeds while observing the mingling crowd, each person engaging in conversations and networking. He noticed a group of young women casting furtive glances in his direction, one of whom seemed somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as He Xiaoqiang, the daughter of the gambling king. Why would she be avoiding him, stealing glances nervously? When their eyes met, Bao Junyi began to appraise the striking beauty before him, realizing she was indeed quite stunning. With a figure reminiscent of the grace found in the water towns of Jiangnan, she stood approximately 165 centimeters tall, her slender waist and smooth skin resembling fine white jade. Her exquisite face, adorned with large eyes and a petite mouth, exuded a delicate charm, embodying both the gentleness and sweetness of Jiangnan. Truly, she was a breathtaking beauty, deserving of at least a score of 98. As he continued to snack on seeds, Bao Junyi admired He Xiaoqiang from afar. Meanwhile, she, feeling the weight of his gaze, lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet his eyes again. What could be the reason for her sudden shyness? Shouldn't she harbor resentment towards him? Was there something that transpired during their last encounter that he simply could not recall? On another side, He Xiaoqiang's friends were engaged in a hushed discussion about him. "Xiaoqiang, why is that rogue here? Should I have someone escort him out?" spoke Zheng Lixia, the daughter of a prominent family, as they often gathered in their own circles. "It's been several years. Their family has paid the price," He Xiaoqiang replied. "It can't just be forgotten. He tarnished your reputation in Hong Kong, leading to much scandal over the years. Or perhaps, have you developed feelings for him?" Zheng Lixia teased. He Xiaoqiang vehemently denied it, her face still crimson. "How could I possibly fall for him?" Zheng Lixia raised an eyebrow. "It's been years since you've attended gatherings. Now that Bao Junyi is back and participating in social events, is it merely a coincidence? I just needed some fresh air. I wasn't aware that Rogue had returned to the country recently." He Xiaoqiang insisted, her voice growing softer, losing confidence as she spoke. "Oh, so you didn't know he was back? How curious." Zheng Lixia teased further. While the conversation among the young women heated up, Bao Junyi found himself in a state of distress, struggling to remember the events of that fateful night. Ultimately, he decided to let it go. After all, he was starting anew. At his youthful age, he had yet to truly experience romance, having spent the years abroad focused on academics and earning a living. Now, he felt the need to adapt to local customs and perhaps date a few girls. In his previous life, as a science and engineering student, he had never engaged in romantic relationships. Marriage had come only as a result of reaching a certain age, followed by a relentless pursuit of career advancement, leaving little room for genuine experiences. He aimed to fill the void of his youth and ensure that his adolescence was not marked by regret. As Bao Junyi was convincing himself of this, a few young women entered the venue, each radiating beauty with scores above 94. Among them was Zhang Linger, someone he recognized. Bao Junyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, awkwardly turning away to find a less conspicuous spot to sit. Zhang Linger's entrance immediately drew the attention of the male attendees, halting their conversations. Zheng Lixia stepped forward, exclaiming, "Isn't this Ms. Zhang? What brings you out today? You rarely attend such gatherings. I've been feeling rather bored indoors lately, so I thought I'd de-mingle and catch up with familiar faces." Zhang Linger replied with a sweet tone. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Bao Junyi, who was sitting in the corner, enjoying his watermelon. Suddenly, all eyes were upon him. Realizing he was the center of attention, he smiled wryly, feeling somewhat helpless. What began as a casual snack in the corner had now drawn attention to himself. Who could he possibly blame for this? With a look that suggested indifference, he remarked, "I'm merely enjoying a snack. Why are you all looking at me? Please continue." Upon hearing his words, they collectively rolled their eyes. Bao Junyi observed that He Xiaoqiang and Zhang Linger seemed to regard each other with disdain. Had there been some prior tension between them? While he pondered this, Hu Jingyu took the stage, addressing the crowd. "Welcome, everyone, to the soiree organized by me Hu. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss investment opportunities in the mainland, where the population is vast and development has accelerated in recent years. Investing now could yield significant returns." The younger attendees began to murmur amongst themselves, exchanging thoughts quietly. Hu Jingyu continued, "Our investment focus will be on sectors where our families excel: real estate, ports, and light industry. With the current population surge, there's a pressing need to enhance living standards. And investing now might surpass the legacies our parents built. Listening attentively, Bao Junyi recognized the validity in Hu Jingyu's assertions. The mainland was indeed in a period of reform, with light industry and real estate flourishing at a rapid pace. However, these sectors did not align with Bao Junyi's aspirations for heavy industry. He would need to bide his time before entering that market. As the atmosphere at the soir shifted and became more vibrant under Hu Jingyu's leadership, the guests began to mingle more freely. Bao Junyi, lacking interest in such discussions, merely sought to experience the social gathering of the younger generation. After exchanging a brief greeting with Hu Jingyu, he excused himself, for his own career aspirations took precedence. In the following days, Bao Junyi remained indoors, dedicating his time to designing engines and vehicle aesthetics. He aimed to assist the research center in expediting the development of relevant technologies to facilitate future ventures. Chapter 5. Market Strategy and Securing Loans from HSBC. Given that established nations had made significant strides over the years, his only recourse was to emulate classic automotive designs from his past life. The rise of Audi in the 1980s, with the development of the Quattro all-wheel drive technology that reclaimed its status through rally racing, served as a prime example. Furthermore, 1988 marked a pivotal year for Audi with the introduction of the 3.5-liter V8 engine and luxury sedan, propelling the brand back into the upper echelons of the luxury market, where sales soared and popularity surged. Bao Junyi sequestered himself in his room, diligently sketching designs based on previous models, creating detailed diagrams for both the V8 engine and Quattro technology. In comparison, drafting automotive engine designs felt relatively simple, considering his background as an aerospace engine developer, where he often explored various automotive brands' engines, particularly the V8. The V8 engine structure, pioneered by Audi in the 1970s, became a common feature in many luxury car engines in later years, consisting of 8 cylinders arranged in 2 groups of 4, forming a V-shape. After a day of thorough refinement and iterations, he finalized his designs. Subsequently, he placed a call to Michael Berg, the head of the Automotive Research Center located in the United States, whom he had appointed during the acquisition of the center. Michael Berg was an experienced professional, having worked with prestigious brands such as Mercedes, Volkswagen, and Ford. "Hi, Michael Berg, this is Bao Junyi." "My goodness, boss, do you realize what time it is?" "I just got off a late shift," Michael replied, sounding groggy. "Apologies, Michael. I primarily wanted to inquire if your team has made progress on the all-wheel drive technology." Michael Berg responded earnestly. "Thanks to the direction you provided last time, we've made rapid advancements and expect to complete the development in 2 months." "That's excellent news. I eagerly await your updates," Bao Junyi expressed with optimism. Bao Junyi exclaimed with excitement, "I have here a set of vital documents concerning automotive engines and design blueprints. This information is crucial for the swift establishment of our automotive brand in the international market. I will arrange for someone to deliver these materials to you. You must ensure that trustworthy personnel are tasked with production testing and expedite the creation of a prototype. Afterward, make sure to come to Hong Kong." Bao Junyi spoke with seriousness. Michael Berg replied earnestly, "Boss, I will work diligently to develop it promptly and bring the new prototype to Hong Kong." "Thank you, Michael. Your effort is appreciated." Once the communication concluded, Bao Junyi realized it was already past midnight and prepared to rest. The following day, after enjoying breakfast at home, he took a vehicle to the HSBC building in Central. Upon arrival, he entered the building only to spot a familiar face in the securities hall. The individual was Yuan Tianfan, later renowned as one of the illustrious labor tycoons of Hong Kong, appearing to be around 27 years old. Still working as a stockbroker at HSBC, yet not yet recruited by the Leaf family to join their larger ranks. Bao Junyi refrained from initiating greeting. It was not yet the right time. He decided to allow HSBC to further cultivate Yuan's skills before considering his recruitment. Yuan Tianfan approached Bao Junyi, inquiring, "How may I assist you, sir? I am a stock manager and can provide you with recommendations." "I have a commission and would like to call over your stock brokerage manager," Bao Junyi replied. After assessing Bao Junyi's attire, Yuan guided him. "Very well, sir. Please follow me to the 6th floor." Following the broker to the VIP room on the 6th floor, Bao Junyi contemplated the market trends of Milk International and Land Company. After a brief wait, a corpulent, fair-skinned foreign gentleman entered. "Good day, sir. I am Max, the stock brokerage manager at HSBC." He introduced himself, extending his hand. "Hello, Manager Max, my name is Bao Junyi. I trust your broker has informed you of my intent to purchase 2 stocks, which I believe are currently undervalued, Bao Junyi stated. Max, intrigued, asked, may I inquire which 2 stocks you're considering? They are Milk International and Land Company, Bao Junyi responded. Much nutted, understood. Do you have any specific requirements? My requests are straightforward. I would like to engage your bank for this transaction, and I hope to sign a confidentiality agreement. Additionally, I expect the arrangement to be completed within a month, Bao Junyi insisted. Max contemplated for a moment before nodding. That is feasible. What is the amount you are looking to invest? The total investment is substantial, 700 million Hong Kong dollars, with 60 allocated to Milk International and 40 to Land Company, Bao Junyi explained. Max was taken aback by the figure. Are you certain, Mr. Bao? Such a significant sum will undoubtedly cause fluctuations in the stock price. Manager Max, it is precisely my concerns regarding volatility that lead me to entrust this transaction to your institution. I have faith in HSBC's industry expertise. Otherwise, I would have assembled my own trading team, Bao Junyi asserted, fixing his gaze on Max. Thank you for your trust, Mr. Bao. Our trading team is indeed top tier, and we will ensure that the task is completed discreetly, Max replied with confidence. Should this operation proceed smoothly, I look forward to further collaborations. As I share an alma mater with your senior, Paul Weiss, Bao Junyi remarked. Max was astonished. Mr. Bao, you graduated from MIT? You are quite young. I graduated this year. If you are unaware, you may refer to last month's Scientific Weekly, where my paper was published, Bao Junyi stated, hoping to draw Paul Weiss's attention to the significant transaction. My goodness, Mr. Bao has even published in Scientific Weekly. A true genius. Max exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. You're too kind. I wish us a fruitful collaboration, Bao Junyi responded. Max, I have a batch of physical gold for which I require a loan. Would it be possible to secure a mortgage against it? Absolutely, Mr. Bao. How much are you looking to borrow? Max replied, his mind racing with the prospect of further profits. Bao Junyi presented a Morgan Bank certificate for $120 million in physical gold, stating, this certificate was purchased at $35 per ounce, and its current value has risen to $86 per ounce, totaling $290 million. Therefore, I am seeking a loan of $200 million. Is it necessary for me to consult with Paul Weiss regarding such a large loan? Max inquired, awkwardly accepting the certificate. Not at all. I trust your judgment, Bao Junyi reassured him, settling onto a sofa to read the newspaper. After 10 minutes, Max returned with a Caucasian man, who Bao Junyi recognized as Shun Bai, the current department manager who would soon succeed Paul Weiss. Manager Shun, greetings. Bao Junyi extended his hand. Mr. Bao, you know me? Shambu responded, positive. Your name is well known in Hong Kong. I hear you will soon take over Paul Weiss's position. Congratulations on your promotion. Bao Junyi Zima? Noting the surprise on Shun Bai's face as he learned of the imminent transfer of Paul Weiss back to the United States. Mr. Bao, your loan amount is substantial, which will result in higher interest rates. However, compared to other banks in Hong Kong, our rates remain competitive, Shun Bai explained. The interest is acceptable. How soon can I expect the $200 million to be deposited? Within 3 days, due to the substantial amount. We must follow the appropriate procedures, Shun Bai replied. Excellent. Once the funds are disbursed, please transfer the remaining balance, after deducting the 700 million Hong Kong dollars for stock purchases, into my account, Bao Junyi instructed. Rest assured, we will expedite the transfer to your account, Shun Bai confirmed. Then let us anticipate a successful partnership, they both said, shaking hands. Please feel free to reach out if HSBC can assist you in any way, Shun Bai offered. Certainly, I may require your assistance, Bao Junyi acknowledged. After 20 minutes of finalizing contracts and confidentiality agreements, Bao Junyi returned home. Chapter 6. The Milk and Land Stock Market Showdown a week later. While chatting with a few sisters about the latest gossip, Bao Junyi received a call from Max, reporting that the acquisition of the 2 stocks had been completed. 200 million Hong Kong dollars for Milk International and 500 million Hong Kong dollars for Land Company. However, the transactions had not gone unnoticed, with both stocks experiencing a marked increase in value, and some financial newspapers reporting that institutions had begun buying in. Bao Junyi had invested a total of 700 million Hong Kong dollars in the fierce competition between Milk International and Land Company, seizing the opportunity to carve a significant piece from the English consortium. Standing by the window, he gazed at the unpredictable sky, sensing that a momentous event was about to unfold. The stage was set. The Hong Kong Stock Exchange, the first securities brokerage association, was established in 1891. Following mergers in 1914 and 1947, it was renamed the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. Since 1969, Hong Kong's economy has flourished, with industrial output surging to 34 and exports increasing to 75, resulting in over 30,000 enterprises. At this time, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange opened at 9 o'clock, welcoming a throng of individuals eager to purchase shares of Milk International and Land Company. The unusual trading activity of these stocks caught the attention of bank traders and institutions, leading to a surge in transaction volumes. It was evident to even the most oblivious observer that large sums of money were flooding the market, resulting in a frenzy of buying. In the top floor office of the land building, the senior executive Henry Kessick was fuming, glaring at the gathered company executives. Who is behind the acquisition of Milk International stock? He thundered, his forehead veins bulging with rage. The executives remained silent, standing rigidly, too intimidated to meet his gaze. At this moment, a stock brokerage executive softly remarked, "It's not just Milk International. Our land company also shows traces of acquiring nearly hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars in stocks." As his words echoed, the entire conference room fell silent, and Henry Kessick began to ponder whether it could be the other four prominent British consortiums at play. After contemplating for over 10 minutes, he could not arrive at a conclusion. "Whoever dares to thwart our endeavors, let me uncover your identity, and you shall face the consequences," he declared with a fierce countenance. "Proceed as per the original plan, but expedite the timeline. Simultaneously, prepare a portion of funds as a precaution." Once arrangements were made, he exited the company. A cadre of executives, akin to those granted amnesty, shuffled out of the office, drenched in sweat and visibly shaken. In the Milk International building, the atmosphere in the conference room was stifling, each individual lost in their thoughts. Zhou Xinyan grimly addressed the assembly. "Gentlemen, we've just received word that someone is amassing a significant quantity of our stocks. Current estimates indicate over 170 million Hong Kong dollars in acquisitions. What are your thoughts?" The senior executives murmured among themselves, none daring to voice their opinions. Zhou Xinyan raised his hand to silence them, stating solemnly, "It is evident that the opposition is targeting us, and currently, only a select few among the British consortium possess the capability to do so. The situation is dire. They may not merely be investing, but could be aiming at the entirety of Milk International. Therefore, we must unite our efforts. The land has already been financed through bank loans and will commence construction by year-end. I assure you, the dividends for shareholders next year will be substantial." On both sides, preparations for battle commenced, while Bao Junyi was alongside several companions engrossed in a television drama. Time sped by. On October 12th, Wednesday, Henry Kessick announced in the press that the land company was initiating a takeover of Milk International, along with a 2-for-1 exchange plan, whereby 1 share of milk could be exchanged for 2 shares of land. News of this fierce confrontation swept through the streets of Hong Kong, resulting in a surge in sales at various newsstands. Consequently, both Milk International and Land Company's stock prices experienced an explosive increase. Upon the markets opening the next day, Milk International's share price skyrocketed to 188 Hong Kong dollars, while Land Company stock reached 105 Hong Kong dollars. By the close of trading, the ongoing battle between Milk and Land propelled the Hang Seng Index up by 33 points, culminating at 688 points. The stock market was ignited by the fierce clash between the two entities, sparking discussions throughout the streets of Hong Kong, with many eager to partake in the spoils. As time progressed, on October 22nd, Monday, Milk International broke through the 200 Hong Kong dollar barrier, closing at 235 Hong Kong dollars. Since the onset of the conflict, the increase had reached 135. Meanwhile, Land Company remained steady at 129 Hong Kong dollars, closing at 104 Hong Kong dollars, reflecting a 44 increase since the beginning. Stock market enthusiasts, from company owners to janitors, fervently waved their cash and rushed into exchanges to purchase stocks. Bao Junyi felt it was nearly time and dialed Manager Max, saying, "Manager Mai, it's time to start gradually liquidating our Milk International positions without attracting market attention. Understood?" "Certainly, Mr. Bao. However, the market still has significant upward momentum. Should we not wait a bit longer to liquidate?" Max suggested. "The market is overheated. We should proceed with gradual liquidation for safety. Bao Junyi contemplated for a moment before responding. The remaining holdings should be liquidated within a week. Rest assured, Mr. Bao. On October 30th, Thursday, Zhou Xinyan convened a press conference in the Milk International Conference Room, announcing dividends per share in an attempt to woo small and medium investors. Furthermore, he declared that each share of milk would be split into 5, with an additional bonus share for every stock held, transforming 1 share into 10. Zhou Xinyan continued to announce that by year-end, Milk International would distribute 3 Hong Kong dollars per share, representing an increase of over 80 from the previous year. Investors went wild as hot money flooded the market, propelling the Hang Seng Index past the 1,000-point mark and continuing to surge. Simultaneously, Milk International's share price soared to a temporary high of 290 Hong Kong dollars. Henry Kessick bellowed at the land management team. How many shares of Milk International have we acquired? What is our remaining capital? The head of the finance department wiped his brow and reported, currently, we have acquired 32 of Milk International, consuming 800 million Hong Kong dollars, leaving us with only 40 million Hong Kong dollars on the books. Henry Kessick grimly stated, reallocate 400 million Hong Kong dollars from our other subsidiaries to expedite our acquisition. I will contact the Eagle family to expedite the completion of this deal. Due to the premature exposure of their intentions, the market had not covertly absorbed a significant amount of Milk International shares. What was meant to be a stealth operation had transformed into a costly endeavor, costing them billions of Hong Kong dollars, inciting Henry Kessick's ire. On November 5th, Friday, owing to the overheated market, the governor and the chairman of HSBC issued a warning, urging investors to exercise caution. In response to this news, the market experienced a significant decline, with the Hang Seng Index plummeting by 102 points, a drop of 12.5, marking a historical record for decline. However, this sharp drop did not persist and quickly rebounded, averting a market crash. Simultaneously, Milk International stock price fell to 206 Hong Kong dollars, as investors lost faith in Zhou Xinyan's ability to withstand Land's onslaught. Henry Kessick announced that Land would allocate 1.3 billion Hong Kong dollars in surplus to shareholders as dividends to entice investors. Additionally, he offered a substantial bonus share distribution, exchanging 1 share of milk for 12 shares of land. As Land escalated its offensive, shareholders began to align themselves, with the majority opting to exchange their stocks for land. Bao Junyi followed suit, arranging for personnel to gradually liquidate positions. As for the losses incurred by both sides, that was no longer a concern for Bao Junyi. In Chapter 7, All Means Deployed, the greatest victor turns out to be him. Meanwhile, Zhou Xinyan sought to make a final stand by inviting all major shareholders of Milk International to discuss strategies, such as developing residential and commercial properties to increase dividend distributions. However, shareholders were unresponsive and flocked to Land to exchange their stocks. At that moment, Zhou Xinyan sat helplessly in his chair. On November 15th, Wednesday, Henry Kessick held a press conference at Land Company, announcing the acquisition of 51 of Milk International shares and his intention to increase holdings to achieve complete control. The prolonged confrontation between Milk and Land had finally come to an end. Bao Junyi, seated on his sofa and watching the entire press conference, felt elated as he mused. I wonder how much profit we will make from this stock market maneuver. He began to calculate in his mind, having invested a total of 700 million Hong Kong dollars. With 200 million in Milk International and 500 million in Land Company, the profit should amount to approximately 1.6 billion Hong Kong dollars, deducting fees and taxes, bringing the total to around 2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Suddenly, the home phone rang, and Bao Junyi surmised it was Max on the line. Upon answering, he was met with Max's excited voice. Hi, Mr. Bao. My God, do you know how much we made this time? Much ecstatic. Recounting how in all his years of experience, he had never met anyone who could earn such a sum in a single stock market operation. Bao Junyi, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted. Hey, Manager Max, I understand your excitement, but could you please tell me the profits? Apologies, Mr. Bao. I was just too thrilled. My God. This time, Milk International netted a profit of 524 million Hong Kong dollars, while Land Company made over 1.022 billion Hong Kong dollars. The total profit amounts to 246 billion Hong Kong dollars. After deducting loans and interest, the principal plus profit totals to 188 billion Hong Kong dollars. Congratulations, Mr. Bao. You are the ultimate victor of this battle in Hong Kong and the individual with the most cash in hand. Thank you, my friend Mr. Max. You have made an error. This victory was achieved through our joint efforts, and I trust your commission has been substantial this time. Max chuckled, expressing hope that Mr. Bao would have good fortune in the future and remember us at HSBC. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the call concluded. Once the excitement subsided, Bao Junyi quickly regained his composure, realizing that the funds acquired were merely sufficient for initial arrangements. His aspirations were grand: high-end machine tools, precision instruments, advanced industrial equipment, and new materials, necessitating far more capital than he currently possessed. Sitting on the couch, Bao pondered the next steps for development. To ensure he did not forget, he used his IBM computer to draft a note in C language, comprehensible only to himself. In 1973 and 1974, the United States faced a financial crisis, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average plummeting by 47. Domestically, inflation was rampant, compounded by 5 consecutive months of interest rate hikes and the Fourth Middle Eastern War, leading to a significant drop in the U.S. stock market. The oil crisis, which erupted after the October 1973 war, saw oil prices soar from $1.80 to $10 per barrel as oil-producing nations collaborated to raise prices. Concurrently, international gold prices skyrocketed from $35 per ounce to a short-term historical high of $192.25 per ounce by 1974, nearly quadrupling in value. By 1975, the economy of Hong Kong began to show signs of recovery, with rapid increases in land and property prices, including entities such as Kowloon Warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa, all meticulously documented by Bao Junyi under multiple encryption layers. In the top-floor office of the central building, the data regarding a recent acquisition was presented. The finance department reported that the acquisition of a 51% stake in Milk International had achieved absolute control, but it had consumed 880 million Hong Kong dollars in cash from the group's treasury. Henry Kessick, upon hearing the figure, felt a surge of frustration as he asked about the remaining cash in the group's accounts. There was only 120 million Hong Kong dollars left, with other subsidiaries holding roughly 10 to 20 million Hong Kong dollars each. Almost fainting from anger, Kessick took a moment before addressing the management team. He declared his intention to contact headquarters and consider selling some subsidiary stocks to recover funds. Inquiry into the source of opposition against their holdings revealed that it was the HSBC Securities Department, specifically a Mr. Bao Junyi, identified as the youngest son of Bao Junyi. It was discovered that he had liquidated his holdings at a high price, and several substantial transactions suggested he was offloading stock. The senior management continued, asserting that in the conflict with the milk company, he was likely the biggest beneficiary, currently holding approximately 2 billion Hong Kong dollars in cash. Kessick, incredulous, exclaimed, "How is it possible for him to amass such wealth?" The only information available indicated that the mortgage was handled by Shun Bai, but the specific amount remained undisclosed. In a fit of rage, Kessick smashed his cup, shouting, "What does HSBC mean by this? If they do not support us, they dare to stab us in the back. That young man from the Bao family is courting disaster." Kessick roared, "Notify all subsidiaries and partners to cease collaboration with the Bao family immediately, or they will be blacklisted. Additionally, inform the other 3 major trading companies to terminate all agreements with the Bao family's global shipping, and we will cover any breach penalties." Kessick's fury was palpable. That night, the Bao family gathered in their living room, faces etched with concern as they discussed their predicament. Bao Junyi descended from the second floor and, upon seeing his father's troubled expression, asked, "Father, what troubles you?" Bao Yugong sighed, revealing that global shipping had encountered difficulties, leading many previously cooperative companies to withdraw their partnerships. "Have any reasons been uncovered?" Junyi inquired. "We have some leads. They are primarily related to British firms and hold significant stakes in the company," his father replied. Feeling awkward, Junyi scratched his nose and confessed, "I know who is behind this." "Who is it?" his third sister asked eagerly. "It's me. Allow me to explain the situation." Bao Junyi detailed his strategic maneuvers involving Milk International and the Land Group, explaining how he had secured a profit of nearly $1 Hong Kong dollar, 5 billion, without disclosing the use of gold-backed loans. His eldest sister, astonished by the reported earnings, remarked, "To think that the milk and land stock market battle has made you the biggest winner. Indeed, after deducting principal and fees, the profit is approximately $1 Hong Kong dollar, 478 billion. He confirmed, Realization dawned on Bao Junyi as he connected the dots, responding, "No wonder British firms have severed ties. You have made enemies of the land group. I did not expect them to uncover this so quickly. Junyi, with such a substantial profit, what are your plans?" "I will be making significant moves in Hong Kong." Junyi replied, "If global shipping requires funds, do not hesitate to reach out. I can offer interest-free assistance." Amused yet understanding, Bao Junyi responded, "I will certainly inform you if we find ourselves in need. Father, consider selling off some older vessels to reduce expenses. Global shipping must streamline operations as international dynamics are bound to shift. I will also delegate some arcade gaming shipping orders to alleviate current pressures. But the focus must remain on refining global shipping in preparation for the impending turmoil." Bao Junyi concluded before heading upstairs, leaving his father deep in thought. Chapter 8. The Acquisition of Huarun Bank Building. Shareholder increase signing location. Time flew by. On January 15, 1973, Bao Junyi learned through his channels that the two major shareholders of Huarun Bank were inclined to sell their stakes in the Huarun Bank Building. Given the buoyant state of the Hong Kong stock market, with the Hang Seng Index surpassing 1,300 points and investors optimistic about a potential surge beyond 2,000 points, many stocks were witnessing significant increases, drawing a frenzy of investors. The two illustrious families owning Huarun Bank were motivated to divest their shares in light of the sluggish rental income from a building, which had not risen significantly amidst the soaring Hang Seng Index. Recalling his past life, Bao remembered that Li Jiaqing had acquired the Huarun Bank Building for 130 million Hong Kong dollars, approximately $26 US, 94 million, which had subsequently elevated his reputation within the Chinese community and facilitated his connection with HSBC, paving the way for his rise to prominence. Recognizing the opportunity, Bao Junyi arranged a meeting with the major shareholders of Huarun Bank through HSBC Shunbai and enlisted a professional legal team to facilitate the acquisition. In a forthright manner, he approached the two major shareholders, stating, "I wish to acquire the Huarun Bank Building. Please present your offer." The meeting room erupted in chatter as minor shareholders began to discuss. After some deliberation, the major shareholders quoted a price of 180 million Hong Kong dollars, about $30 million US. Bao Junyi recognized this as an inflated figure, knowing that Li Jiaqing had originally paid only 130 million Hong Kong dollars. "I come with sincerity. I am willing to offer 130 million Hong Kong dollars, with payment delivered within a day, and it will be in cash." The two major shareholders exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, and, seeing no objections from the smaller shareholders, replied, "Deal." Their initial asking price had been inflated, and the current value had not yet appreciated to a significant degree. Unperturbed, Bao Junyi declared, "A pleasure to cooperate." Within half an hour, the lawyers had drafted and finalized the contract, and the two parties shook hands, exclaiming, "Young Bao, you truly are a force to be reckoned with. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the two esteemed elders for their generous sacrifice. Otherwise, my acquisition would not have come so effortlessly." Mutual admiration is merely a reflection of societal norms. After all, two venerable families, having thrived for a century, must possess exceptional qualities to endure. Upon exiting the grand building, Mr. Bao Junyi instructed his lawyer to file for the renaming of the Chinese Merchants Building to the Miracle Building. Once arrangements were made, he proceeded to the governor's residence. The news of the sale of the Chinese Merchants Building ignited swift actions among major newspapers. Concurrently, the word spread among prominent families and affluent circles in Hong Kong, accompanied by the mention of one name, Bao Junyi. This revelation also sent ripples through the Chinese community, instilling a sense of pride. Meanwhile, at the luxurious Deepwater Bay villa, Li Jiaqing received the news with astonishment, sensing a profound loss in the air. He sat in his study, melancholically reflecting as he gazed towards the direction of the Chinese Merchants Building. Mr. Bao Junyi arrived at the governor's residence and was ushered into the reception room, where he noted the exquisite European-style decor and meticulously arranged furnishings. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged Caucasian, accompanied by two secretaries, entered the conference room. Bao Junyi rose, extending a courteous greeting. "Hello, Mr. McLeod. I am Bao Junyi, and we arranged to discuss the industrial land acquisition a few days ago." "Hello, young Bao. Are you serious about what you proposed during our appointment?" McLeod inquired with a serious demeanor. Bao Junyi confidently affirmed, "Indeed." I intend to purchase 150 acres of industrial land on the eastern side of Seong Kwan O in Hong Kong to establish an automotive industrial park. Additionally, I will relocate the headquarters of the large manufacturing plant, smaller automobile brands, and the automotive research center here. We are also preparing to acquire a prominent European automobile company, with parts of the associated supply chain moving to Hong Kong. McLeod appeared taken aback, skepticism creeping into his voice. Young Bao, do you realize the financial requirements for such a project? With this extensive scale and numerous interconnected industries, can you truly integrate them? Bao Junyi decisively. I plan to execute this in 4 phases, with a total investment of 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. The first phase will involve an investment of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars for construction and procurement. Furthermore, I aim to gradually integrate the relevant supply chain into the park within about a year. Mr. McLeod, if this project comes to fruition, you must understand the implications. He continued. McLeod was well aware, recognizing the potential for substantial employment, increased industrial output, and heightened tax revenues. These were significant achievements for any administration. Seong Kong, currently a remote area with an underdeveloped economy and lacking large industries, predominantly comprise slums. If Bao Junyi were to establish an industrial park there, it would undoubtedly create job opportunities and alleviate local poverty, aligning perfectly with his governance philosophy. Moreover, the added value would be considerable, as local incomes rose. Real estate would flourish, consequently enhancing the value of surrounding plots. If what you propose is indeed feasible, I will endeavor to allocate that land for you, McLeod stated seriously. Bao Junyi, feeling a surge of excitement, continued in a composed manner. I have a few minor requests, and I wonder if Mr. McLeod could accommodate them. As long as they are reasonable and not excessive, I will support your enterprise, McLeod replied with a smile. Bao Junyi outlined his requests. First, I hope the government can assist us in acquiring the Seong Kwan O Pier to allow for future expansion. Second, the 150 acres of industrial land is only the beginning. I will require an additional 350 acres of surrounding land reserved by the government for 3 years, preventing it from being auctioned off. If we do not proceed with the acquisition within that time frame, it may then be sold on the market, and our purchase price should not exceed the average market rate for industrial land in Hong Kong. Third, I request that the government lead the demolition of the 150 acres in Seong Kwan O, with the cost borne by us, but to be completed within 2 months. If it exceeds this time frame, construction of the park must commence. Additionally, we would appreciate some supportive tax policies. McLeod fell silent for a moment, contemplating. After a lengthy pause, he replied, the first request may present some challenges. We can negotiate, but it can be resolved. However, the second request for an additional 350 acres is unfeasible, as the entire Seong Kwan O area only encompasses 860 acres, and you seek to acquire more than half. Bao Junyi pondered briefly before responding. I need the 150 acres on the eastern side, close to the pier, while I intend to acquire the northern land adjacent to Kongsheng for the remaining 350 acres, aiming to create a large, contiguous industrial park. Initially, he had wished for 1,000 acres, realizing that land scarcity in Hong Kong limited his ambitions. Reminiscent of Xiaomi's construction of a 1,000-acre automotive industrial park. McLeod considered this and replied, that can be arranged. We can reserve the northern land of Kongsheng for you. And a bit more wouldn't be an issue. But do you possess sufficient funds for such an extensive undertaking? Rest assured, Mr. McLeod, I currently have a gaming company in the United States valued at $1.8 billion, generating annual profits in the hundreds of millions, Bao Junyi assured him. McLeod, still contemplative, continued, the government can lead the demolition. However, 2 months may be too ambitious, considering that area is a slum with several piers and small factories. I can offer a 10 premium on the price, and the government can implement certain relocation policies, which would expedite the demolition process significantly. After all, once our automotive industrial park is operational, the tax revenue from automobile exports would recoup the investment in just 6 months. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. McLeod? After a moment of reflection, McLeod nodded with a smile. That sounds agreeable. Tomorrow, I will hold a press conference at the governor's residence, and the stage will be yours. Young Bao, thank you, Mr. McLeod, for your contributions to the people of Hong Kong. I am confident that the citizens of this land will forever remember your efforts. After a brief discussion, they exited the governor's residence and returned to the Bao family estate. Chapter 9. The Hong Kong Miracle Automotive Industrial Park. The following morning, major newspapers in Hong Kong featured headlines about the acquisition of the Chinese Merchants Building. Mingbao, shock. The Chinese Merchants Building acquired by the son of the shipping king, with a 20 premium at 130 million Hong Kong dollars. Does this signal a resurgence in the property market? Sing Tao Daily. A shocking event in early 1973. Bao Junyi, the son of the shipping king, forcefully acquires the Chinese Merchants Building. Does this herald the rise of the Chinese? Oriental Daily. Major development. The Chinese Merchants Building has a new owner, indicating a potential decline of British capital. The newsstands were abuzz with activity, drawing crowds and gasps of astonishment. Old Wang, what took you so long to buy the newspaper today? If you delay any longer, I'll be sold out. The vendor exclaimed. Old Wang, known as Wang Youfu, was a mid-level manager at Li Jiaqing's Chung Kong Group, and he had a daily habit of purchasing the paper. What significant event has occurred today that business is so bustling? Old Wang inquired. A monumental event. The son of the shipping king has acquired the Chinese Merchants Building. It's the first time in years that a Chinese has acquired British assets. The vendor replied joyfully. Incredible. Quick, give me a copy. Young Bao truly excels. He has brought honor to our community. Old Wang remarked. A middle-aged man nearby interjected. Our Chinese enterprises have been flourishing in recent years. This could very well mark the beginning of a resurgence for Chinese capital. You are correct. Our Chung Kong Group has also recently begun raising funds to expand outward. Old Wang added, is this for real? If they're raising funds externally, I am considering investing, given that Chung Kong's market value has been on the rise. The vendor chuckled. Old son, didn't you intend to save for your son's wedding house? A nearby middle-aged woman chimed in. Alas, the housing prices are escalating too rapidly. I'm hoping to recoup some funds through the stock market. Old son replied helplessly. The acquisition of the Chinese Merchants Building sparked widespread discussion among the populace of Hong Kong, with the newsstand being just one example. Meanwhile, at the governor's residence, a press conference was underway, filled with reporters from various media outlets. Hong Kong's prominent newspapers, including Oriental Daily, Mingbao, Evening News, and Sing Tao Daily, were well represented. As the clock struck 8 o'clock a.m., Governor MacLeod, accompanied by several key officials, made his entrance, with Bao Junyi following closely behind. Mario stood calmly before the microphone and addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, we convene this press conference to announce a significant development regarding the reform in the Tseung Kwan O area. A demolition project will commence on a 150-acre site near the Eastern District, aimed at constructing an automotive industrial park with a total investment of 5 billion Hong Kong dollars, of which the initial phase will allocate 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. This endeavor is expected to stimulate the relevant industrial chain and create numerous job opportunities. This substantial investment marks the largest industrial project in our region in the past 5 years. Allow me to introduce Mr. Bao Junyi from Xianjiang. Let us welcome him as he shares the future plans for the park. As Bao Junyi stood before the audience, gazing confidently at the multitude of cameras capturing his image, he exuded an air of self-assuredness without a hint of trepidation. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family residence in the half-mountain area of Xianjiang, the family had just finished breakfast and was engaged in casual conversation when they suddenly heard a familiar name mentioned on the news. They turned to see Bao Junyi on stage, radiating confidence and warmth as he smiled at the reporters below. Zhang Yuliang, taken aback by the transformation before him, marveled at how drastically Bao had changed since the days he was a troublemaker lingering in nightclubs. Is this really Bao Junyi? He asked his sister, Zhang Linger. Yes. I saw him a few months ago at a party hosted by Ho Jingyu's brother. He had just returned to the country, Zhang Linger replied, regaining her composure. It's remarkable how much he has changed. The pride in his eyes reflects a youthful confidence that disregards all obstacles. Zhang Yuliang pondered aloud. The news states he intends to build an automotive industrial park with an investment of 5 billion Hong Kong dollars, and the first phase alone will consume 1 billion. Where could he possibly acquire such funds? Bao Yugong certainly lacks that kind of capital, especially with the global shipping industry struggling. This young man is quite ambitious. Listening to her brother and father's analysis, Zhang Linger felt a tinge of sorrow. If only their father had supported the Bao family instead of retracting the engagement. Perhaps there would have been another person on that stage. Such a pity. In the He family residence, similar sentiments echoed. The formidable He patriarch exclaimed, "That scoundrel from the Bao family dares to return. If he hadn't fled so quickly, I would have ensured he left with broken legs. He had been close friends with Bao Yugong for many years and had watched Bao Junyi grow up. If not for the incident that had driven them apart, their relationship would not have deteriorated to this extent. Yet, after years of absence, he noted the significant changes in Bao Junyi. With such ambition, does he truly believe he can carve out a slice of the automotive industry in developed nations like those in Europe and America? It won't be an easy feat without a robust industrial foundation. If he aims to act as a contractor, I wonder how long it will take to recoup that $5 billion investment. He might as well invest in real estate, the patriarch analyzed. His daughter, He Xiaoqiong, interjected, "Father, that young man has already achieved considerable success, amassing over $1 billion at such a young age. You didn't have that much wealth back then. How dare you belittle your father? I was learning under your grandfather's guidance then, delaying my ventures. Otherwise, I would have amassed not just billions, but tens of billions. I expanded our family fortune exponentially over the years," the patriarch replied, refusing to back down. "Is that so? I heard from grandfather that you were quite the rogue in your youth, often gallivanting about." He Xiaoqiong responded, puzzled. "Ah, your grandfather was only trying to guide you away from associating with boys?" He coughed, attempting to redirect the conversation. "Why do you seem to defend that scoundrel from the Bao family? You shouldn't be associating with him. Had it not been for him, you wouldn't have faced such criticisms." Bao Junyi confidently addressed the crowd, expressing gratitude for the Hong Kong government as support. The Miracle Automotive Industrial Park will span 150 acres and is projected to require 5 billion Hong Kong dollars for its first phase. An additional 350 acres has already been discussed with the government to establish an automotive manufacturing hub in the Asia-Pacific region. We anticipate that over 30 sectors will be incorporated into the industrial chain, including vehicle manufacturing and research and development. We expect to create over 3,000 job opportunities within a year, while also recruiting automotive engineers globally with competitive salaries. The audience erupted in applause and cheers. Bao Junyi continued, "The Huaranxing building will be renamed Miracle Group Building. Currently, our group encompasses Miracle Automotive, Miracle Games, Miracle Research Institute, and Miracle Automotive Factory. Miracle Games boasts a portfolio that includes classics like Pac-Man, Contra, and Mario, of which I hold a controlling stake, with annual sales increasing by 20. Through this press conference, Bao Junyi aimed to elevate the company's profile and attract talent for future expansions and acquisitions. Mario and the officials from Xiangjiang were taken aback by his formidable capabilities. The reporters, quick to respond, began to inquire, "Mr. Bao, I'm from the Ming Daily. Has the global phenomenon of arcade games originated from Miracle Games?" "Indeed," Bao Junyi smiled. "This venture was established during my university years alongside Morgan Robert, Diana, and John, where I led the development and hold 51 of the shares." Before the reporters could fully absorb this information, an ABC reporter interjected, "Mr. Bao, Miracle Games has been valued at $2.5 billion on Wall Street. Have you considered selling a portion of your shares?" "Currently, I have no plans to sell any shares. Miracle Games generates several $100 million annually. If you were in my position, would you consider selling?" Bao Junyi replied, casting a dubious glance at her. The ABC reporter, undeterred, pressed on, "Given that Miracle Games has gained global popularity, are there plans to list in the United States?" After a brief pause, Bao Junyi responded, "We are considering it and plan to submit a listing application within the next year or two." He was acutely aware of the historical trends. The arcade craze would not last indefinitely, soon to be overtaken by home gaming systems, making it prudent to capitalize on the U.S. market while it was still lucrative. Before the ABC reporter could continue, a BBC reporter interjected, "Mr. Bao, with numerous automotive industries in the U.S., have you considered investing there?" "Yes, I am contemplating it. The U.S. has a strong industrial foundation and many automotive brands. I wonder if foreign investors will be welcomed," Bao Junyi mused, casting a bait to gauge the European response to potential investments. As Bao Junyi continued to engage with reporters, he showcased his calm demeanor and unique entrepreneurial charisma. Meanwhile, wealthy elites in Xiangjiang fell silent, while the young ladies from affluent families became enamored with Bao Junyi's distinct charm. And Dong Haoyun felt a sense of satisfaction after witnessing his success. After addressing several reporter inquiries, the press conference concluded. Upon returning to the Bao family residence, the family gazed at him in disbelief, astonished by how the recent events were interconnected with their brother. At that moment, his elder sister said, i.e., Father wishes to see you in the study. Understood, he replied, ascending to the second floor and entering the study, where he found his father waiting with tea prepared for him. Your recent outburst has stirred quite a commotion. Do share your intentions. Bao Junyi remarked. Bao Junyi casually took a seat opposite and replied, for the sake of my reputation. I'm still quite young and need to adopt such measures to ensure that I am recognized by more people, which will prove beneficial in recruiting talent and facilitating corporate acquisitions. You are too hasty. Sometimes, haste is not a virtue. Father, there is no other choice. The global economy is on the brink of turmoil, and we must seize this opportunity. Bao Junyi inquired, does your previous suggestion regarding the reduction of vessels relate to this? Indeed. The unrest in the Arab region will have repercussions that extend to the United States, Europe, and beyond. Bao Junyi continued. Father, I need you to procure a shipment of crude oil to be temporarily stored in various global port warehouses for a few months at most. How much capital are we looking at for this endeavor, considering this is based on your estimates and analyses? Bao Junyi pondered. A minimum investment of $100 million for the crude oil. I will transfer the funds to you within a week, and this acquisition must be completed within 2 months. Bao Junyi added, you may also consider making a purchase yourself. After all, even if our analysis proves incorrect, the fleet can still utilize the oil without incurring losses. I need to think it over. The father and son spent the afternoon in the study, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation until dinner. A month later, Bao Junyi reclined on a sofa in his office atop the miraculous tower, listening to a report from Jia Yuezheng. By swiftly borrowing personnel from global shipping, they had rapidly established a framework. This was originally meant to cultivate a team for Bao Junyi, intended for a later takeover of global. However, it was now expedited. Jia Yuezheng was among the most exceptional talents, having studied at Harvard with both master's and doctoral degrees. He possessed experience working with major corporations in Europe and America, having risen through the ranks at global shipping, and was rich in management experience. Jia Yuezheng reported, the Chinese merchants building has been completely vacated. The last company moved out today. The entire building has been leased out, and we have compensated them for their relocation. Excellent. How is the demolition of the miraculous automotive park progressing? Jia Yuezheng paused before responding. The demolition at Seongkwon-o has reached the halfway point. The demolition supervisor has reported that there are groups resisting the move and demanding increased relocation fees. The number of dissenters is growing, and it appears that someone is orchestrating this. Has the governor's office intervened? Have they identified the instigator? The governor's office has mediated several times, but the populace insists on higher compensation. While some cases are manageable, the key issue is that there is a guiding trend of escalation. Otherwise, they refuse to budge, and the governor's office is hesitant to enforce a forced eviction. Jia Yuezheng continued, somewhat embarrassed. The specifics of the mastermind remain under investigation. Bao Junyi's expression darkened. Old Jia, I have faith in your abilities. Expedite your efforts. Whatever funds are necessary, approach the finance department directly, and I will ensure they are informed. There is but one objective, to unearth the mastermind. Jia Yuezheng responded earnestly. Rest assured, Bao, I will uncover the truth post-haste. After concluding his business affairs, Bao Junyi headed home. As the vehicle traversed the road to the Deepwater Bay Villa, a voice from the front seat broke the silence. Boss, we are being followed. Brace yourself. We will accelerate to shake them off. The bodyguard, Wang Gang, had left his impoverished family behind to seek a better life. He had heard of Hong Kong's prosperity and had come with a few brothers from the military, some of whom were rumored to be retired special forces. Thus, Bao Junyi had chosen to keep Wang Gang by his side for his protection. Bao Junyi expressed concern. Can you ascertain who is following us? Wang Gang furrowed his brow. The darkness obscures visibility, but based on my years of military experience, they appear to be assassins. Bao Junyi fell silent, having returned to Hong Kong merely months prior. He could not fathom having made any enemies significant enough to warrant a hired assassin. Suddenly, a car appeared, blocking the road ahead. Wang Gang turned to Bao Junyi, his tone grave. Boss, hold on tight. We are trapped between two attackers. We must force our way through. Understood. For the first time, Bao Junyi felt his life was no longer in his hands, gripping the armrest tightly as beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. His heart raced violently, threatening to burst from his chest. Chapter 11. An assassination on the road, covertly engaging the KGB for investigation. Wang Gang, equally burdened with pressure, gripped the steering wheel firmly, and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The two assassins blocking the road quickly drew their firearms, aiming at the vehicle and unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang! 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 The echoes of gunfire reverberated in Bao Junyi's ears as he clutched the armrest, leaning away from the front seat. A loud crash jolted through the vehicle, causing Bao Junyi to collide with the front seat. Wang Ging tightened his grip on the steering wheel, straining to maintain control while ducking to evade bullets. He accelerated, forcing the vehicle through the blockade. After several tense seconds, Wang Gang's voice broke through. "Boss, we made it through. Should we head home now?" Bao Junyi cautiously peeked from the back seat, contemplating. "We cannot return home. There may be an ambush waiting for us en route. The gunfire here will likely attract the attention of law enforcement, and we are quite close to the police station. Our safest option is to head directly to the precinct." He understood that his status had shifted dramatically. This attack represented a severe blow to Hong Kong's public safety. As soon as they arrived at the police station, he was certain they would ensure his protection. Any incident occurring within the precinct would escalate into a significant international news story. At the ambush scene, the assassins were in disarray. "What now? How go? They've broken through. We still don't know if they've survived, and our payment is certainly off the table," one assassin exclaimed anxiously. How Gu, whose real name was Zhang Shaho, had recently arrived in Hong Kong from the mainland. He was now entrenched in the Tsing-E territory. Not long ago, the Kaisek family and the Tsing-E overlord had approached him, offering a substantial reward and status in exchange for assassinating Bao Junyi, which led to the ambush today. Zhang Shaho's expression darkened as he contemplated. "It is clear that I can no longer remain in Hong Kong. Brothers, we must lay low for a while until the heat dies down, and then we can return. Achong, I will gather more information before I leave. I have a few thousand Hong Kong dollars left. Arrange for the brothers to escape for a while. Damn it, I have suffered a significant loss this time." Zhang Shaho fumed. At that moment, sirens echoed from behind. "Brothers, we need to scram. Grab the money and disperse. Await my signal before returning," he instructed. "Understood, Hao Yi," the assassins replied. Meanwhile, Bao Junyi's vehicle arrived at the police station, drawing attention due to the numerous bullet holes and the severely damaged front end. Nearly unrecognizable as a Rolls-Royce, Wang Gang exited slowly to ensure safety before Bao Junyi stepped out, announcing his identity and requesting the officer in charge. As Bao Junyi gradually regained his composure, he noticed that Wang Gang's upper body was soaked in blood. Doctor, come quickly. Someone has been shot," Bao Junyi shouted into the police station. "Boss, it's just a shoulder and waist wound. There is no need for alarm," Wang Gang reassured him. At that moment, the officer in charge and a doctor rushed out, promptly transporting Wang Gang to the hospital. The police station, upon assessing the situation, wore grim expressions. Fully aware of the gravity of the incident, Bao Junyi spoke darkly. "Chief, an incident of this magnitude occurred under your jurisdiction. I expect an explanation and swift action to apprehend the culprits. Rest assured, young Bao, I have deployed all available police resources and reported to headquarters. Results should arrive shortly." "Good. Please arrange 2 police vehicles to escort me home. I expect to see results by tomorrow. We cannot allow the citizens of Hong Kong to doubt the station's capabilities." The police chief replied sternly, "Young Bao, I will arrange that immediately. You can expect results by tomorrow." Under the escort of 2 police vehicles, Bao Junyi returned to the ancestral home of the Bao family. Upon reaching the entrance, Uncle Fu opened the door and exclaimed, "Young master, you have finally returned." Master and the young ladies have been terribly worried. As he ushered Bao Junyi inside, he called out, "Master, young ladies, the young master is back." As Bao Junyi stepped into the inner room, several sisters rushed towards him, conducting a thorough examination. "Ai, are you all right? Is there any discomfort?" they inquired. "Ie mifine." "Sisters, it's just that Wang Gang was shot. He has been taken to the hospital, but the doctors say it's not life-threatening," Bao Junyi replied with a smile. He approached Bao Yugong, whose expression revealed his concern. With a reassuring smile, he said, "Father, I assure you I'm all right. Please don't worry, you all should rest. Come with me to the study. The rest can disperse and listen to IE," Bao Yugong instructed. Bao Junyi followed him into the study. "Now, tell me what exactly happened," Bao Yugong said sternly. Bao Junyi recounted the sequence of events, his face clouded with gravity. "Currently, I have several suspects but lack evidence. Further investigation is necessary." Bao Yugong frowned and replied, I have just contacted Governor Ma Lihao and a few old friends to exert pressure on the authorities. Results should emerge shortly. For the next few days, stay home and avoid going out. All right, Father, Bao Junyi responded. The governor's office and the authorities issued a stern order to identify the assailant within 24 hours or face personnel changes among the department heads. That night, Hong Kong was destined for unrest. The police cordoned off all major routes, ports, and docks for thorough inspections. The affluent class soon learned of Bao Junyi's shooting on his way home. Among them, He Xiaoqiong and Zhang Ling expressed deep concern and insisted on visiting the scene, only to be restrained by their father, who urged them to await updates. It was only after Bao Yugong contacted the wealthy families to briefly explain the situation and collectively pressurize the governor's office that their anxiety escalated, as empathy kicked in. The following day, major media outlets reported on Bao Junyi's shooting, igniting widespread panic regarding public safety in Hong Kong. Citizens began fervently discussing the incident. Within the governor's office, Ma Lihao, wearing a scowl, listened to the report from the authorities. After a moment, he asked, "Are you saying you've apprehended 3 individuals while the main perpetrator has escaped?" Enraged, Ma Lihao hurled a cup at the head of the department, exclaiming, "Incompetence! With so many personnel, you've only captured 3 insignificant figures. How do you expect to maintain credibility with the affluent and the public?" The department head, visibly sweating and with a downcast expression, replied, "We have some leads on the main suspect, Zhang Shiho, but we are still investigating." Damn it! A bunch of useless fools. At the Bao family estate, news of the situation spread, and inquiries were still ongoing. Bao Junyi remarked darkly, "Father, there is certainly someone behind this. Relying on the police will yield little. We must investigate ourselves. Do you have the means to uncover the truth?" Bao Zhugang in Guit. "I'm uncertain, but I can attempt it in a few days." "Very well. I will exert pressure to ensure they continue their investigation." "I do not wish for such an incident to recur," he replied solemnly. In the subsequent days, various gangs in Hong Kong faced a crackdown from the police, security agencies, and the elite task force, resulting in numerous arrests. This operation notably improved public safety, diminishing the once rampant thuggery. 3 days later, in the afternoon, Bao Junyi donned a trench coat and mask for disguise, accompanied by bodyguards as he headed to Lan Kwai Fong. This location is notorious for housing the world-famous KGB division, a fact later revealed in declassified reports, and the FBI's proximity only heightened its notoriety. The KGB is recognized as a premier espionage organization, with agents categorized as swallows, female, and ravens, male, known for their insidious infiltration capabilities. One infamous instance involved the placement of a listening device in the White House's presidential office, which operated undetected for over a decade. Such revelations instilled fear, showcasing the vulnerability to espionage. Bao Junyi parked nearby and navigated through the bar's winding alleyways, entering a pub that appeared rather desolate, with only a few patrons engaged in quiet conversation. Approaching the bar, he inquired, "Do you have a private room available? And another glass of the Firetail cocktail, please." He rhythmically tapped his fingers on the counter. The attractive receptionist, momentarily surprised, smiled and said, "Yes, please follow me to the 2nd floor. The drink you requested will be ready shortly. Please wait a moment," she added as she exited and closed the door behind her. The receptionist led him to a tranquil room, minimalist in design, devoid of decoration. After a 10-minute wait, a heavily veiled woman entered and asked directly, "Are you here to issue a task or accept one?" "I wish to issue a task." "There are 2 matters to investigate," Bao Junyi stated. "The compensation will be determined by the complexity of the tasks, and payment will be made upon completion." "Is there a problem with that?" The masked woman replied flatly. "No issues. The sooner, the better," he affirmed. The woman smiled. "Expedited service is possible, but it will incur additional costs." Chapter 12. 13K Gang. Can you escape? Bao Junyi chuckled. "That's acceptable. But are you certain you can deliver results?" At this, the woman frowned. "The KGB's reputation is unparalleled. There is nothing we cannot resolve. It merely hinges on whether you can meet the price." Bao Junyi nodded, smiling. "Very well. The first task is to trace the escape route of those involved in last night's shooting of Bao Junyi, along with their backers. The second task is to investigate the instigator behind the unrest at the Miracle Automotive Industry Park." "What is the total for these 2 tasks?" The woman paused before responding. The total for both tasks is 130,000. If expedited, it will cost an additional 30,000 for a total of 160,000. Agreed. Bao Junyi zeti haitam 000 in cash from his bag and handed it over. As for the extra 40,000, I hope this remains confidential. The corner of the woman's mouth curled upward as she replied evenly. Understood. You may return in 3 days for the results. Bao Junyi turned to leave, glancing back at the bar as he exited. Upon returning to his car, he instructed his bodyguards to the hospital, arriving at the hospital with 4 or 5 bodyguards. Bao Junyi felt relieved to see Wang Gang moving about normally. Old Wang, I owe you my life. If it weren't for you, I might not be here today. Bao Junyi expressed gratefully. Boss, you're my employer, and your family has treated me well. Without your father's help, I might not have survived. Wang Gang replied with a smile. Now, focus on recovering. I have important tasks for you upon your return. Wang Gang beamed at the prospect of being reinstated. Boss, I'm fine. I could be discharged now. Listen to the doctor. Only leave once you've fully recovered. Bao Junyi insisted earnestly. Consider whether any retired comrades would be interested in working in Hong Kong. The salary ranges from 8,000 to 20,000 HKD per month, depending on position and capability. That is fantastic. Thank you, boss. I previously mentioned to my comrades that some are interested in moving to Hong Kong. They're inquiring about potential channels, Wang Gang exclaimed, filled with excitement. The more retirees, the better. Once you're well, I'll arrange for you to go to the mainland, Bao Junyi assured. Wang Gang felt immense gratitude, recognizing the economic hardships faced by many families, as only individuals like him could break away to seek a better life. Now, having established himself in Hong Kong, he regularly sent money home, improving his family's circumstances. As news spread among his former comrades, they too began to seek opportunities for a better livelihood. Given that Hong Kong in the 1970s had already evolved into a thriving metropolis, Bao Junyi understood that the current situation in Longwa was dire. However, he felt his own strength was insufficient, and a mere cup of water could not stir a lake nor provide assistance. He resolved to work hard to earn money and strengthen himself, believing that with enough power, he could fundamentally aid Longwa. After spending 3 days at home, he received numerous calls from the older generation. Among them was a particularly surprising call from Yi Hong, which left him momentarily stunned as she expressed her concern. Reflecting on the last gathering, he found Yi Hong rather endearing. In the afternoon, Bao Junyi returned to the bar in Lan Kwai Fong, where he had previously met. Not long after waiting in the private room, the woman entered again, tossing a file bag onto the table. The information you requested has been thoroughly investigated and is contained within this bag. Bao Junyi immediately took the file bag and extracted 3 sheets of paper, examining the contents one by one. With each glance, his expression darkened, and in a fit of anger, he slammed his fist onto the table, producing a loud bang. The mastermind behind the recent shooting turned out to be the Kaithik family, with Zhang Sherwei having completed the assassination and fleeing back to the mainland without delay. As for the Miracle Automotive Industry Park incident, it was orchestrated by several leaders of the 13K organization, inciting the public during the demolition. What infuriated Bao Junyi was the audacity of the Henry family. Though he could understand their motives, it was reckless for the 13K organization to intervene. With a stern expression, he inquired, "Do you accept assassination contracts?" "Yes, but the price is quite steep, charged based on the position of the target," she replied with a grin. "Very well. I demand the lives of the primary leaders of the 13K in Xianjiang, as well as everyone involved in this matter. What about those who have fled?" Bao Junyi's fury was palpable. "We could take that on. However, the price will increase, a total of around 500,000 USD, she stated. Bao Junyi nodded. "Resolute, I agree. I did not bring that amount today, but I will have someone deliver the funds to this location by noon tomorrow. You can send someone to collect it." A pleasant collaboration. The woman extended her hand for a handshake with a playful smile, introducing herself as Ava. "Should you require similar services in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I guarantee satisfaction." After saying this, Ava turned and left, leaving behind an alluring silhouette. Bao Junyi was momentarily taken aback by her name. Was she not the infamous Black Widow of later generations? One of the super spy operatives? What could possibly bring her to Xianjiang? Suddenly, he called out, "Wait." Ava paused at the door, turning to ask, "Sir, is there anything else?" Removing his pretense, Bao Junyi smiled. "Miss Ava, would you consider being my bodyguard? I can offer a generous salary." Ava was momentarily taken aback, a smile blossoming on her face as she flirted. So, it is Mr. Bao. However, I must inform you that this humble abode cannot accommodate a deity such as myself. Bao Junyi's smile faltered, but he remained unfazed. Miss Ava, you might want to think it over. My offer stands, should you choose to accept. Ava, intrigued, replied, Mr. Bao, perhaps you have forgotten. Our organization is easy to enter, but difficult to exit. Can you assist me with that? Bao Junyi paused, nearly forgetting the formidable nation behind her. He chuckled, Miss Ava, while I may not be able to assist you now, I foresee a time in the future when I might. And who knows? This humble abode could very well transform into the temple of the Dragon King. Ava nodded, is that so? I shall await the day. With that, she turned and left. Bao Junyi realized that there was still hope. Having such a bodyguard in the future would ensure his safety. That night in Xiangjiang was destined to be tumultuous. Returning to 3 days prior, at the 13K stronghold, the leader responsible for the assassination of Bao Junyi awaited news. Suddenly, a younger member burst in, Boss. The entire Xiangjiang Police Department is mobilizing, sealing off areas for investigation. We don't know what has happened. Do you want to die? How dare you be so unruly? Get out and face the consequences. One of the 13K leaders scolded angrily. The younger member exited quietly to accept his punishment. The leaders reconvened to discuss the situation. Old Wang, such a large-scale police operation indicates that they must have acted. I wonder if they succeeded, one voiced with concern. Damn it, do you still doubt their capabilities? Has there been a time in recent years when they failed? Another retorted. Jiqiang, what if the Kaithik family, who promised to support us in Xiangjiang, has changed their mind? Another leader worried. Uncle Li, rest assured, they have already provided us with the first batch of weapons. They will secretly support us further once we achieve success. Jiqiang replied confidently. Still, I worry. If we fail, facing the Bao family's retaliation would be catastrophic. Uncle Li expressed unease. Old Wang pondered for a moment. If we haven't heard anything by midnight, let's old fellows lay low for a while, just in case. Agreed, the others concurred. The leaders of 13K waited until midnight, but when no news arrived, their expressions changed to one of dread. The leaders prepared to gather their belongings and flee. Where do you think you're going? A voice suddenly called from the doorway, drawing their attention. Chapter 13. The Downfall of 13K. Shockwaves in the Xiangjiang underworld at this moment. A dozen individuals clad in black entered the room. Who are you? The leading man in black chuckled. We are simply the ones here to end your lives. What do you mean? We seem to have no enmity with you. Why would you come to kill us? If it is for money, we 13K are willing to offer double the price. Wang, one of the leaders, declared. The leading man in black scoffed. Apologies. Under ordinary circumstances that might suffice, but this time it is a direct order from above. And the commission is quite substantial, in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. The leaders were taken aback. What? Someone is willing to pay hundreds of thousands to kill us? That converts to millions in Hong Kong dollars. They realize they have offended someone they should not. A member nearby interjected, there is no need to stall for time. No one will come to your aid. You might as well give up. Li, another leader, clenched his fists, trembling. What do you mean? 13K is one of the top gangs in Xiangjiang. Should something happen at the headquarters, our subordinates would rush back with resources. Otherwise, the local leaders would face punishment. The black-clad man observed their desperate expressions with interest. What if all the regional leaders were to perish? Impossible. The influence of 13K spans the entirety of Xiangjiang. While we may not be the largest, we have thousands of subordinates, a younger member argued. The leading man coldly replied, let me be frank. Aside from this main hall, all other branches and subordinates of 13K have been eliminated by our personnel. Now do you comprehend the gravity of the individuals you have offended? At that moment, everyone in the hall gasped in horror. See, can you tell us whom we have offended? Haven't you already figured it out? Wang's legs turned to jelly, and he collapsed onto the ground, terror-stricken. How could this be? That boy Bao Junyi, he cannot possibly possess such power here. If you let us go, we are willing to offer all our wealth in exchange for our lives, a leader pleaded. The black-clad man shook his head. Regrettably, there is no room for negotiation this time. This is an order directly from the organization's leader, and I do not wish to return to face punishment in the Siberian wilderness. At this moment, the leaders and deputy leaders of the 13K organization all knelt down. Their desire to fight was extinguished by the sight of their adversaries wielding AK-47s. Brother, please spare us. I have a wife and children at home. A man in black, unable to bear their pleas, remarked, well, Since you have delivered your last words, let us send you on your way. No, brother, we. The sound of gunfire echoed. Some deputy leaders and minor officials, realizing their fate was sealed, grasped their weapons and declared, brothers, let's fight our way out. However, the chasm between cold weapons and firearms proved insurmountable. Before they could take more than a few steps, they were riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground. The only sounds remaining in the 13K headquarters were the echoes of gunfire, as those who charged forward or attempted to flee fell victim to the onslaught. 15 minutes later, a man reported, Boss, I have checked. They are all dead. The leader nodded. Excellent. Let us set the place ablaze. We will clean up and return for a celebratory drink. This mission will earn us thousands of dollars. As they departed, flames erupted from the 13K headquarters, illuminating the night sky, with no one daring to intervene. The following day, the various factions of Hong Kong's underworld were taken aback by the sudden obliteration of the 13K organization overnight. Prominent figures, including several leaders and regional heads, have been gunned down. The 13K was now leaderless and in chaos, with many underlings vying for power and territory. Other factions were poised to seize the opportunity, eager to claim the 13K's domain, as real estate in Hong Kong was limited and essential for sustaining their ranks. Established families and wealthy individuals in Hong Kong, through their connections, had grasped the situation's gravity. They acknowledged that Bao Junyi was a formidable force, having effectively uprooted the 13K. It was anticipated that the organization's territory would soon be devoured by rival factions. Other gangs had received information from 13K subordinates, issuing strict orders to avoid provoking Bao Junyi, a ruthless figure. His intent was clear, to set an example, warning that if they disregarded the rules, he would respond in kind, and they would be unable to bear the consequences. Although the Keswick family in the Eagle Country could not currently intervene, they sought other opportunities. Meanwhile, Bao Junyi remained at home, focusing on designing interior spaces and seeking luxurious vehicles that embodied Chinese cultural aesthetics. During this period, Wang Gang recovered and, after being discharged, was tasked with recruiting veterans from the mainland to establish a security company in Hong Kong for protection services. The soldiers from the mainland were deemed trustworthy, as they were not of the same ethnicity. Occasionally, Bao Junyi visited the company to oversee construction progress and review reports from Jia Yuezheng. As time passed, a month and a half later, on March 28, 1973, Jia Yuezheng reported, the other floors of the Miracle Tower have been renovated and are ready for occupancy. The demolition of the Miracle Automotive Industrial Park was completed yesterday, and 3 construction firms have been approved to commence work. Moreover, manager Wang Gang had recruited over 340 individuals from the mainland, currently undergoing a month-long training program, after which they would be deployed. Among them were 32 male and 14 female elite special forces personnel, receiving a monthly salary of 30,000 HKD, assigned as bodyguards for the Bao family. Well done, Jia. Your efforts are commendable, Bao Junyi said, patting Jia Yuezheng on the shoulder. Please arrange for the construction team to begin work. I require the engineering quality to withstand earthquakes of magnitude 8 and above, as Hong Kong is frequently struck by typhoons. A slight increase in costs is acceptable. Do you understand? Jia Yuezheng replied earnestly, Boss, rest assured, I will personally oversee it. Excellent. Let's tidy up and head to Morgan Bank. Upon arriving at Morgan Bank, Bao Junyi found himself in a tense exchange with Lucy, who was visibly upset. Miss Lucy, I was merely joking. Please do not take it to heart, he implored. However, Lucy's irritation only deepened, leaving her feeling somewhat let down. Humph, I will remember this, she retorted, turning away. Is Miss Lucy truly angry? Bao Junyi asked, slightly embarrassed. Don't worry, she is the apple of the Morgan family's eye, and no one dares to cross her. You should be cautious in the future, Damon advised, harboring his own thoughts. Let us proceed to sign the contract. Then, Bao Junyi suggested. After signing, we will procure the gold you require from our global branches, Damon confirmed. That sounds splendid. However, I lack sufficient cash for this gold purchase and would like to mortgage shares in Miracle Games. What valuation can Morgan provide? Damon pondered briefly, stating, we can value Miracle Games at $2 billion. That is far too low. You should be aware of its profitability. In 1971, the company's net profit exceeded $200 million. In 1972, it surpassed $500 million. Given our expansion into the Asia-Pacific, Africa, and South America, profits could potentially double this year, Bao Junyi reasoned. After some consideration, Damon replied. The valuation will be set at $5 billion US, and that is final. $30 billion US. I will mortgage 25 of my shares for a loan of $750 million US. The interest can be higher. Or I will take my business to Standard Chartered next door, Bao Junyi countered nonchalantly. Damon contemplated this before agreeing. Very well. But the gold you purchase cannot be withdrawn during the loan period and will serve as collateral. If it falls below expectations and no additional margin is provided, we'll be forced to liquidate. Agreed. This loan amounts to $450 million US, available for immediate withdrawal. I require $300 million US for the acquisition of gold, utilizing a 20-fold leverage. Currently, gold is experiencing a correction above $72 US per ounce, and I aim to execute the purchase within a week. Will that be acceptable to Morgan? Bao Junyi inquit stili. That is acceptable. The terms can be included in the contract. Trust in our financial standing, Damon replied confidently. Excellent. Let us celebrate our partnership. The two men shook hands warmly, concluding the preliminary arrangements. 30 minutes later, the legal teams finalized all necessary procedures, and Bao Junyi and his party exited Morgan Tower. Meanwhile, in a room on the top floor of Morgan Tower, Lucy observed Bao Junyi and his companions leaving. This visit to Hong Kong was inspired by her curiosity about her friend Diana's admiration for Bao Junyi's talents, prompting her to learn more about his character and the family business. Upon their first encounter, Lucy discovered that he was rather a rogue, although undeniably handsome. His remark about her being petite was infuriating, as she was clearly more endowed than Diana. With a huff, Lucy pounded her small fist against the glass, expressing her indignation. Do not let me catch you next time. You shall witness the prowess of this queen, she declared, waving her arms at Bao Junyi's departing figure. Unbeknownst to him, he had already caught the attention of the Morgan family's young heiress. As Bao Junyi exited the Morgan building, an unusual chill crept down his spine, prompting him to quicken his pace. After attending to his affairs, he headed directly to the ancestral home of the Bao family. During his time at home, he instructed his father to transfer $150 million in crude oil futures to the global shipping account, mandating the completion of the transaction and storage at various international ports within a month. The remainder of his time was spent diligently sketching designs and engaging in research and development, embodying the image of a pure engineer. His sisters, concerned about his single status and advancing age, began to fret over his lack of a romantic partner following the annulment of his engagement. As the sole male heir of the Bao family, they frequently endeavored to arrange potential matches for him. Bao Junyi endured this familial pressure for half a month. The following day, at precisely 10:20 a.m., a Boeing aircraft from the United States landed at Kai Tak International Airport in Hong Kong. Established in 1925, this airport served as a crucial gateway for Hong Kong, remaining operational until 1998 and witnessing the city's rise to prominence. A middle-aged Caucasian man, dressed in a bespoke suit and donning sunglasses, emerged from the cabin, exuding an air of vitality. This individual was Michael, the head of the American Automotive Research Center. Upon disembarking, he noticed someone holding a sign bearing his name. "Hello, may I inquire who sent you?" he asked. "Greetings, Mr. Michael. E.O.M. Vong Gong, the driver and bodyguard for your employer, who has sent me to collect you," Wang Gang replied courteously. "Very well, let us proceed," Michael agreed. Wang Gang escorted Michael directly from the airport to the Peninsula Hotel. "Mr. Michael, my employer wishes for you to acclimatize to the time difference and rest well. I will retrieve you tomorrow morning for a meeting at headquarters," Wang Gang informed him. "Understood," Michael acknowledged. The next day, in the grand conference room on the top floor of the Miracle Tower, executives of Miracle Group gathered. Bao Junyi, seated at the head of the table, surveyed the room and began, "This marks our first high-level meeting at Miracle Group. Jia Yuezheng, please commence with a report on the status of our projects for the first half of the year." "Certainly, Bao Sheng," Jia Yuezheng responded, proceeding with his report. "Currently, Miracle Games is valued at $2.5 billion, projected to reach $3 billion by mid-year. We anticipate that the profits from overseas will soon reflect last year's net profit, estimated to exceed $750 million. Furthermore, the Miracle American factory, following equipment upgrades and restructuring, is now valued at $42 million, employing approximately 800 individuals. Most orders originate from well-known American and European brands, yielding a net profit of $9 million last year. Miracle Automotive previously developed several models, but faced low sales. leading to their discontinuation in favor of new designs from the Automotive Research Center, which is presently in the testing phase. The current valuation of Miracle Automotive stands at $3 million, with a negative profit margin of 25%, relying on annual subsidies from the parent company. The Automotive Research Center has procured a substantial amount of new equipment, now valued at $78 million, bolstered by the recent development of Quattro all-wheel drive technology. Although it currently generates no revenue and is also supported by the parent company, our primary sources of income remain Miracle Games and the Automotive Factory, while the remainder is funded by the parent company for investment and operational purposes. Last year, Miracle Group's total profit is estimated at approximately $409 million, with Miracle Games accounting for about $400 million in dividends. Bao Junyi stated with gravity, "Our company is still in its nascent stages, and I urge everyone to exert their utmost efforts. There are numerous vacancies, and I prefer to promote from within rather than recruit externally." The executives of Miracle Group buzzed with excitement at the prospect of greater opportunities for advancement. Bao Junyi continued, "However, the group will implement a meritocratic system, whereby the underperforming will be eliminated. Additionally, the company has decided to raise salaries for all employees, including management, by 20 starting this month. And we are considering an equity incentive plan." With a smile, Bao Junyi painted an optimistic picture for the future. He took note of the reactions of the executives, who were visibly affected by the announcement, yet he refrained from further commentary. "I hereby appoint Jia Yuezheng as the Deputy General Manager, temporarily overseeing coordination and arrangements. Michael will serve as the overall head of Miracle Automotive and the Research Center. The American Automotive Factory status will be determined later. Simultaneously, we will establish a new entity under the group, the Miracle Security Company, with Wang Gang as the provisional head. I have also decided that all orders pertaining to Miracle Games, Miracle Automotive, and shipping will be entrusted to Global Shipping." Chapter 15. The Ambitions of Miracle Group. Journey to East Germany. The meeting extended into the evening. Auf der Wort, Bao Junyi Mikol, Yeo Yusheng, Wang Gong, and the head of the legal department. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "In the next few days, I would like everyone to prepare. In 3 days, we shall depart for East Germany, where we may remain for an extended period. Be mentally prepared." "Understood, boss," they all exclaimed with enthusiasm. This acquisition deal represented a significant endeavor, akin to a snake swallowing an elephant. If successful, it would mark a historic precedent of a small company merging with a major automotive corporation. Bao Junyi shared in their excitement, eagerly anticipating the company's future. The day before their departure, he visited the keg bar, and 20 minutes later, the core management team of Mercedes, along with Chairman Tom, entered the conference room. Bao Junyi stood up with a smile and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Tom. I am Bao Junyi, the head of the Hong Kong Miracle Group. It is a pleasure to meet you." Tom, smiling, shook his hand and replied, "Hello, my friend. I didn't expect someone so young to be in such a position. Please, take a seat." Tom continued, "Mr. Bao, we have discussed your proposal in our board meeting, and, unfortunately, it does not align with our interests. However, we have an alternative proposal that, if you agree, we could sign a contract immediately." Bao Junyi calmly responded, "Please go ahead. The Audi brand is a century-old legacy, and its value of $180 million is far too low. We require it to be raised to $400 million and assume Audi's $1 billion mark debt. Furthermore, after acquiring the Audi brand, we cannot relocate the factory, nor can we lay off workers. We must ensure their current welfare is maintained. Additionally, we need to retain over 300 senior technical workers aged 50 and above, ensuring their retirement benefits are covered by Audi." Hearing this, Bao Junyi's face darkened with anger, but he forced himself to remain calm. It was essential to maintain composure at the negotiating table to avoid being at a disadvantage. Bao Junyi stated seriously, "The Audi brand is no longer what it was decades ago. According to our investigations, the Audi factory is facing severe aging issues with outdated machinery, and many workers are reaching retirement age, which will become a burden for the company. Moreover, Audi has incurred continuous losses over the past 5 years since being acquired by Mercedes, now becoming a liability for you, and is even subcontracting to other automotive brands. Besides, we will inevitably need to reduce the workforce to inject new talent for survival." The core management team of Mercedes responded, "Audi is, after all, a historic brand with enduring economic value and a loyal customer base. The losses are temporary. Once you acquire and restructure it, it will soon revive. If it were that simple to revive it, Mercedes would not be considering selling the Audi brand. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in its current state, nor would it be struggling to secure subcontracting opportunities. Jia Yuezhing interjected with skepticism. The Mercedes executives continued. The requirement not to lay off workers is a directive from higher management to ensure employment rates. Otherwise, we would have sold it long ago. Michael added in the U.S. Acquisitions come with an understanding of employee protection. Layoffs can be limited but not entirely avoided, and the acquisition price is too high. We can only offer $200 million while assuming Audi's debts. Otherwise, it does not align with our company's interests. The sale price of Audi is determined by the board and cannot be lowered. Otherwise, how could it be offered to smaller companies like yours? The Mercedes management scoffed. If your acquisition is successful, it would mean something entirely different for you. With a complete restructuring of Audi, backed by significant patent barriers, it could quickly resume production and generate economic benefits. The negotiations continued for a day, with only the primary negotiators present, while their subordinates handled the rest. Both management teams understood each other's intentions. One aimed to sell, while the other sought to acquire. They continually tested each other's limits, striving to secure the greatest benefit for their respective companies. This negotiation persisted for a month. On May 2, 1973, both Bao Junyi and Tom felt it was time to reconvene for further discussions. In the Mercedes headquarters conference room, all management personnel were present. Bao Junyi got straight to the point, stating, "Mr. Tom, we cannot agree to your previous demands, as they do not align with our company's current interests. Our final acquisition proposal is a valuation of $230 million for the Audi brand, and we will assume Audi's $1 billion mark debt. We will strive to minimize layoffs, extend the retirement age for current employees, and provide appropriate salaries. However, we must retain the factory, and the Audi headquarters and research personnel will relocate to Hong Kong. Additionally, Mercedes must provide several state-of-the-art automobile production lines, as we will establish a new factory in Hong Kong. Furthermore, we will not accept more than 300 soon-retired technical workers, as this is entirely against our interests." Tension filled the room as both sides remained unwilling to yield. After a few minutes of stalemate, Bao Junyi sighed and said, "This is our final proposal. We come with sincerity to make this acquisition. If it does not work, we will have to walk away." Tom understood Bao Junyi's ultimate limit. After all, the board had mandated the sale of Audi due to its annual losses severely impacting Mercedes stock prices, making it a financial burden. "Mr. Bao, please don't be hasty. Negotiations require patience. Let me consult with the board before we reach a decision," Tom said apologetically. 30 minutes later, Tom returned to the conference room. Bao Junyi observed that Tom's expression had lightened, indicating a positive development. Tom smiled and said, "Mr. Bao, we are largely in agreement with your recent proposal, but we need to make a few minor adjustments. The Audi brand, being a century-old legacy, is valued at $250 million, while we will assume the $1 billion mark debt. The loan term will be extended by 3 years, with the interest rate set to the minimum. The relocation of the headquarters and technical personnel to Hong Kong must be voluntary. Additionally, we will retain the original factory, with layoffs capped at 2, ensuring that Audi's soon-to-retire employees are accounted for. The 300 soon-retired technical workers must be managed by Audi, and we will persuade them to relocate to Hong Kong. Meanwhile, we will provide only 2 state-of-the-art automobile production lines, each priced at $80 million, payable in cash without the option for collateral or installments." Bao Junyi recognized that this was Mercedes' final offer. However, he did not oppose the retention of the elderly technical workers, as he sought to leverage this for greater bargaining power. These seasoned craftsmen could emulate the craftsmanship of Rolls-Royce, merging ancient Chinese mechanical skills with modern techniques to create a premier Chinese version of the Rolls-Royce luxury sedan. Acquiring this group of skilled workers would be immensely profitable for him. Mercedes would undoubtedly be shocked if they knew. Feigning deep thought, Bao Junyi finally replied, "I accept your conditions, but we will select the 300 retiring workers ourselves, and you must persuade them to relocate to Hong Kong. Otherwise, Audi will not bear the responsibility. Furthermore, Mercedes must hold a press conference at headquarters announcing the acquisition of Audi by Miracle Automotive." Tom considered the situation during the current economic downturn in Europe. Positive news was necessary. Announcing the sale of an annually loss-making brand would undoubtedly provide a boost to stock prices. Consequently, he agreed, "Very well, let us celebrate our collaboration." Cheers to our partnership. Bao Junyi replied with a smile as they shook hands. The remaining details would be handled by their teams to draft the contract and verify asset accounts. After more than a month of intense negotiations, Bao Junyi's group finally relaxed. He expressed gratitude towards Diana and Robert, whose extensive connections in Europe, particularly Diana's noble lineage in the Eagle Nation, had facilitated many official relationships. Without their influence, the likelihood of an external acquisition of such a large-scale enterprise would have been exceedingly low. Without their connections, Audi would not have been attainable. Business is indeed a battlefield. This favor would loom large. Future collaborations would require significant concessions. Back at the hotel, Bao Junyi smiled and said, "Thank you all for your hard work. I am granting everyone a 2-day break with a spending allowance of 5,000 marks each to enjoy. To submit your expenses for reimbursement. Boss, long life." Everyone was filled with excitement, animatedly discussing their plans for entertainment. Michael chuckled and asked old Jia, "Shall we visit the nearby red light district bars? I've heard there are quite a few German beauties there. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Jia Yuezhing replied, blushing. Michael laughed heartily. "It's just for drinks and to admire European beauties. Who knows, we might even encounter some romantic adventures, given that the local girls are rather open-minded." Upon hearing Michael's words, they all agreed to go. "Boss, will you join us?" Michael inquired cheerfully. "No, you all go have fun, but remember to stay safe," was the response. Bao Junyi was reviewing the recent acquisitions in Europe, preparing a fund of 530 million, which included a 300 million loan reserve and 230 million from Miracle Games dividends from the previous year. They planned to acquire Audi for 250 million, with approximately 200 million in company liabilities at a low interest rate, so there was no rush to repay. 2 first-class production lines would cost 160 million, leaving 50 million for upgrading Audi's equipment. The total expenditure for the European acquisition amounted to 460 million, securing Audi and 2 top-tier production lines. 2 days swiftly passed as everyone enjoyed a delightful atmosphere. During this time, Michael took Jia Yuezhing and several executives to experience the local culture, frequently mentioning exotic customs upon their return. Afterward, Jia Yuezhing boasted about riding a magnificent steed. Now, compared to his previous self, he seemed transformed, as if a certain seal had been completely lifted. Alas, the cheerful times came to an end on the 3rd day. A press conference was held at the Mercedes headquarters, attended by core executives from Mercedes as well as Bao Junyi's team. Journalists from various nations crowded the venue, setting up their filming equipment. Media representatives from ABC, BBC, NCC, Fox, Hong Kong Wireless, and even reporters from Dragon Country were present, with hundreds of individuals jostling for space below. At 10 o'clock a.m., the Mercedes president arrived alongside several high-ranking officials, including Bao Junyi's team. Once everyone was seated, Tom stood up and approached the center of the stage. With a professional smile, Tom addressed the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and welcome to the Mercedes press conference. I believe you may already have some information, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Today, Mercedes is selling its Audi brand and has reached a collaboration with Miracle Motors, having completed the asset review and acquisition just yesterday." The international journalists were left bewildered. This was not the usual preamble. "I haven't even had time to switch on my recording equipment," one exclaimed, astonished at the unexpected directness. Ignoring the murmurs from the crowd, Tom continued. "This collaboration involves a 250 million acquisition of Audi, alongside assuming 1 billion in liabilities." He then welcomed Mr. Bao Junyi, chairman of Miracle Motors, to speak. Bao Junyi stood up with a smile. "Thank you to all the journalists for attending the Miracle Motors acquisition press conference. Miracle Group is an automotive enterprise with capabilities in research and development, production, and manufacturing. Following the acquisition of Audi, we will promptly invest in restructuring to resume production as soon as possible. Furthermore, at the Miracle Motors R&D Center in the United States, we have developed the Quattro all-wheel drive technology, departing from solely rear-wheel drive, ushering in a new era of four-wheel drive." He added, "Miracle Motors is headquartered in Hong Kong, and we welcome talents from all fields to join us. If you possess the capability, we will provide you with a car and a house. A salary of 1 million is not merely a dream." The employees at the Audi factory were taken aback by the directness of his statements. Everyone was momentarily stunned. As Bao Junyi finished speaking, the journalists erupted with questions. "Mr. Bao, will the Quattro technology be shared with other automotive brands?" An ABC reporter asked. Mr. Bao, with such a substantial acquisition, do you intend to establish a factory in the Eagle Country? Inquired a BBC journalist. A Gallic reporter chimed in. Mr. Bao, are there plans to relocate the headquarters to Gallia, given the favorable policies? The atmosphere grew chaotic as Bao Junyi firmly addressed the reporters. This is a press conference regarding the acquisition, and we will solely discuss that matter. As for other inquiries, the prototype of our all-wheel drive vehicle is already in the testing phase, and we expect to unveil it by the end of the year. Any questions can be addressed at that time. Thank you. The press conference continued until midday. That evening, the automotive industry in Europe and America was in shock. News of Bao Junyi's acquisition of Audi spread like wildfire. ABC report. A monumental shift. Mercedes sells Audi. Bao Junyi, son of the shipping tycoon from Hong Kong, acquires Audi, initiating a spending spree. Will high salaries attract talent and reverse the decline? BBC report. A seismic upheaval in the automotive sector, with Mercedes relinquishing Audi. Does Bao Junyi's Quattro technology herald the rise of miracle motors from Hong Kong? CNN report. A significant event in the automotive world. Mercedes parts ways with Audi, as Bao Junyi leads miracle motors into the fray, challenging the dominance of Europe and America in the industry. Ming Bao, explosive moments. Mercedes divet Audi. Bao Junyi, the son of the shipping magnate from Hong Kong, makes a bold acquisition, achieving a remarkable feat. That night, crowds gathered around newsstands in Europe and America, fervently discussing the events. They held the newspapers, and those who read the news were utterly astonished. Oh my goodness, this is simply unbelievable. A man nearby remarked. Is it true that there's a brand automobile company in the East? Isn't that region quite backward? Another girl interjected. Well, I do know that the Qipao from the East is quite beautiful. At that moment, such discussions proliferated in the streets and newsstands across various countries. Due to the time difference between the East and West, the citizens of Hong Kong and some affluent individuals were still unaware of the news. By the time the information reached Hong Kong, it was already the following day. After the press conference concluded, Bao Junyi and his party returned to the hotel to rest. The next day, at Audi's headquarters located in Ingolstadt, Bavaria, a city nestled along the banks of the Danube River, much of Germany's heavy industry thrived there in the 1970s, with Audi being one of the prominent players. Prior to his arrival, Bao Junyi had instructed Jia Yuezheng to notify the current Audi executives in advance and gather everyone for an important announcement. At that moment, all the executives and workers were assembled in the square, exchanging whispers, fully aware that Mercedes had abandoned them and sold Audi to the Miracle Group from Hong Kong. Jason said, "Hi, Kevin, after this acquisition, I might lose my job." Kevin responded, "Why do you say that? I've heard from the higher-ups that the chances of layoffs are slim." Jason replied, "I'm older. My risk of being laid off is much higher, especially during this period of poor factory performance after the acquisition." Kevin reassured him, "You possess numerous skills and have earned many certificates. I believe the company won't let you go." Such conversations echoed among many, as numerous individuals were anxious about job security, having dedicated decades to their work. The expressions on the faces of the upper management fluctuated, mirroring their concerns about retaining their positions. The secrecy surrounding this acquisition from the Mercedes side was stringent, with news only emerging during the press conference. Bao Junyi's party was ushered to their seats, greeting the Audi management with handshakes. Bao Junyi stood up, microphone in hand, and addressed the employees. "Good morning, Audi employees. I apologize for taking up your time, but I have several important announcements to make. First, the Audi brand will now belong to the Miracle Group, and we will be establishing a combined research and development center with Miracle Automotive." The executives felt a sense of relief. At least their positions would remain for the time being, although the future of the merger was uncertain. Secondly, I appoint Jia Yuezheng as the interim vice president of Audi, responsible for managing personnel restructuring and merging certain projects. Adams, you will assist him wholeheartedly. Adams affirmed, "Boss, you can count on me to support Vice President Jia." Bao Junyi continued, "Now, the third matter concerns the interests of everyone present." The murmurs ceased, and all eyes turned toward Bao Junyi, anxiously awaiting his words. Especially Jason, who was nearing retirement age and the pillar of his family. Losing his job would be a tremendous blow. Bao Junyi smiled at the workers below and stated, "Thirdly, just like the management, the principle of meritocracy will apply here. The excellent will receive salary increases, while those who do not measure up may face layoffs." Hearing this, the older workers felt a chill, knowing that their physical capabilities could not match those of the younger workforce, thus increasing their likelihood of being let go. Bao Junyi continued. Simultaneously, all Audi employees, including both management and workers, will receive a 15 salary increase starting this month. Additionally, we will establish a training department. Those older or possessing specialized skills will be designated as skilled craftsmen, with their salaries doubled, along with monthly evaluations and bonuses, although this will require travel abroad. The crowd of workers was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the announcement. Once they regained their composure, Jason was the first to shout, "Boss, is this policy genuinely true? Can those with specialized skills really become craftsmen and receive double salaries?" Bao Junyi raised a hand to calm them, affirming, "Yes. The policies I announced today will be implemented within 2 weeks. Any management who fail to do so may pack their bags and leave." Furthermore, experienced craftsmen traveling for work will receive allowances, with round-trip airfare and accommodation covered, and those who travel frequently will receive additional bonuses. Bao Junyi aimed to guide these skilled talents to work in Hong Kong, assisting in the establishment of new factories, training newcomers, and facilitating a swift transition into production. Moreover, supplementary measures would soon be introduced, including housing and transportation allowances, as well as incentives for relocating families to attract European talent to develop in Hong Kong. Suddenly, Kevin shouted, "Boss, is there an age restriction for those with specialized skills?" Bao Junyi replied, "No. Craftsmen will only be responsible for training new employees and providing professional guidance." His words served as a morale boost for some of the older workers, igniting their enthusiasm. The atmosphere in the venue became lively. Bao Junyi patiently addressed each query, and after 2 hours, the outdoor meeting concluded. Before departing, Bao Junyi called over Adams and Jia Yuezhong, instructing them, once the factory adjustments are complete, filter out those who do not meet our standards and recruit fresh talent. Understood, Bao. Additionally, conduct a thorough review of the Audi executives. Adams, as the president, ensure that those who have engaged in corruption leave with dignity. If they resist, let them depart with dignity as well. Do you understand? Bao Junyi glanced at Adams, who was sweating profusely, and replied, "Understood." Old Jia, assist Adams in making the necessary adjustments swiftly, replacing production equipment to meet the requirements for manufacturing the Audi V8 engine. It must be operational by the end of the year for assembly into automobiles in Hong Kong. Moreover, produce several rally cars that meet competition standards. We must participate in the International Rally Championship later this year. Boss, rest assured, I will expedite this process. Excellent. The policies I announced today during the workers' assembly must be strictly enforced, especially the training department. Understood. As Bao Junyi departed, he privately told Jia Yuezhong, "I will set off for Hong Kong tomorrow. You handle matters here and keep an eye on Adams. Report any developments to me." After all, the new Audi V8 engine is crucial for our group to seize this pivotal opportunity for growth. Boss, you can count on me to monitor them and achieve the goals you set. In Germany, at dawn, Bao Junyi boarded a Boeing aircraft at Munich International Airport bound for Hong Kong, unaware of the sensation he had caused in the city. Headlines blared, shock. Bao Junyi's grand acquisition of Audi cars in Europe sparks a new commercial legend. Is he the next tycoon of Hong Kong? Breaking news. Bao Junyi's forceful acquisition of Audi in Europe shakes the automotive industry. Hong Kong is set to have its own luxury car brand. Explosive. Bao Junyi launches an automotive acquisition battle in Europe. Audi joins his ranks as Miracle Automotive completes a major takeover, stepping onto the international stage. Media outlets flooded the market with coverage. Numerous newspapers, including Ming Pao, Hong Kong Economic Journal, Evening News, Sing Tao Daily, and Oriental Daily, filled the streets with sensational headlines. Even entertainment media resurrected Bao Junyi's past scandals, linking him to a certain female celebrity in salacious narratives, seizing the opportunity to boost sales. In the early morning, as citizens awoke and purchased newspapers to read over breakfast, it had become a daily routine for many in Hong Kong. When everyone laid eyes on the news, they were initially dumbfounded, questioning whether the newspapers were genuine. Similar reactions unfolded in the residences of various wealthy families. In the Zhang family's ancestral home, upon seeing the day's papers, they glanced at the stack of newspapers on the table, finally realizing the magnitude of Bao's achievements in such a short time. His ambition was indeed formidable. This acquisition filled the core gaps in Bao Junyi's portfolio and propelled him onto the international stage. With the Audi brand and its patent portfolio, he had completed an entire industrial chain encompassing design, research, development, and production. With experienced technicians at hand, the production of vehicles can swiftly commence, provided the market is suitable. Zhang Ling'er, listening to Zhang Yuliang praise Bao Junyi, couldn't help but smile, revealing her two small tiger teeth. She turned to her father and inquired, "Father, is this company renowned? I haven't heard of it in recent years." Zhang Yuliang patiently replied, "Indeed, Audi boasts a century of history, with a complete automotive supply chain and skilled workers. Once we acquire and integrate it, production will commence promptly." Bao Junyi has undergone a remarkable transformation since returning from studying abroad. He appears to be an entirely different person. Zhang Yuliang sighed as he glanced at Zhang Ling. "Yes, it is indeed a pity." Meanwhile, at He Jiahao's mansion in Haokong, the same events were unfolding. He Xiaoqiong presented a newspaper to her father, exclaiming, "Father, look at today's paper. Is this true?" He, the gambling king, stared at the newspaper in disbelief, then donned his reading glasses for a closer look. After a while, he exhaled, glancing at He Xiaoqiong with suspicion. "Why are you so excited? Is it because of the last incident? Have you developed a liking for that Bao family lad? Though he has changed significantly, he is not a good person. Do not be deceived by appearances." The gambling king entered fatherly education mode, fearing for his precious daughter, worried that she might be led astray or even completely taken from him. "Father, I am merely curious about that rogue. How could he have changed so drastically after studying abroad for a few years? Xiaoqiong, you are not to associate with him any longer. Do you understand?" He, the gambling king, said fiercely. He Xiaoqiong attempted to retort, but was helplessly subdued by her father's firm will. The thoughts of various wealthy tycoons in Xiangjiang diverged, with Bao Junyi still single. Many sought to introduce their daughters to him, as he had become a diamond bachelor, wealthy and influential. Although negative news had previously circulated, who among them lacked a past? The wealthy tycoons had already concocted their fantasies. The Bao family mansion welcomed numerous affluent visitors from Xiangjiang, along with some previous business partners, all coming to extend their congratulations. Through various connections, they presented photographs of their daughters to the Bao family, hoping for a chance to become their daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Bao Junyi was resting in the first-class cabin of the plane, unaware that the tycoons of Xiangjiang all aspired to be his father-in-law. The following day, in the afternoon at Kai Tak International Airport, Bao Junyi and his group disembarked from the plane, granted a 3-day break while he returned directly to the Bao family mansion. Upon entering the mansion, he noticed an unusual liveliness, particularly among the young women present. A few sisters, spotting Bao Junyi's return, approached him with beaming smiles, saying, "You're finally back. Your trip abroad was truly remarkable. You accomplished something significant." Several girls around the age of 19 turned their heads in unison to gaze at Bao Junyi, assessing him. Confused, he asked sisters, "Why is it so lively at home today?" "It's all because of you. The news of your acquisition in Europe has reached Xiangjiang. Your father's old friends have come over with their daughters to visit. They're still in the study, discussing you over tea." His second sister, Bao Peirong, inquired with curiosity, "Do you know? Several of my friends are eager for me to introduce them to you. Here, these are their photographs. I have meticulously selected them based on age, family background, and appearance. Take a look when you have the time." Bao Junyi was left speechless, holding a stack of colorful photographs, unsure of what to say. At that moment, his third sister, Bao Peili, fourth sister, Bao Peiwei, and several brothers-in-law, all presenting photographs through connections, each handed him a bundle of images. "Bao Peihui dizet, do you not feel like an emperor selecting his concubines with so many options to choose from?" "Sister, you still tease me at this time. I am currently too busy with work to think about such matters." "Well, they have all come through connections to your sisters and brothers-in-law. You should take some time to look them over. Perhaps you might find someone to your liking." "Very well." At that moment, Bao Yugong appeared, accompanied by 2 middle-aged gentlemen from the study, all eyes turning to Bao Junyi. Bao Yugong smiled and said, "You're back. Come meet these 2 uncles." As Bao Junyi ascended to the second floor and saw the 2 middle-aged men in Zhongshan suits, he was taken aback. This is Chapter 19. The outbreak of the oil crisis. Bao Yugong urged, "Why are you in a daze? Come over quickly." This is your uncle Dong Haoyun, and the other is your uncle Hua Ingdong. They are both your esteemed predecessors." "Uncle Dong, Uncle Hua, greetings." Dong Haoyun chuckled, i.e., after studying abroad for a few years. You've returned and truly impressed us. Your father mentioned that you mapped out a comprehensive strategy within just a year, connecting the entire automotive supply chain. That's remarkable. Bao Junyi humbly replied, "This achievement is trivial compared to Uncle Dong's. I still have much to learn from you, esteemed elders. I.e., this isn't like you. Before studying abroad, you were fearless, even having an affair with the gambling king's precious daughter. Yet now you're suddenly so humble," Hua Ing Dong teased. "Uncle Hua, please refrain from teasing me. I was simply young and reckless, committing many indiscretions that must have caused you and Uncle Dong to laugh. It is good that you have come to your senses. However, being youthful and reckless is part of growing up. Your father and Uncle Dong also had their share of youthful escapades. Do not take it too seriously. As long as you contribute to the development of Xinjiang and the inland economy, these are trivial matters," Hua Ing Dong chuckled. "Old Hua, you are not being fair, exposing our past. How will we face these younger generations?" Dong Haoyan lamented. "Indeed, old Hua, such matters should not be mentioned in front of the younger generation." Bao Junyi observed the camaraderie between his father, Uncle Hua, and Uncle Dong, realizing they had shared a journey from the mainland to Xinjiang, helping each other along the way. As he watched them joking together, he excused himself under the pretext of adjusting to the time difference and retreated to his room to rest. Later that evening, at 9 p.m., after freshening up, Bao Junyi lay in bed, contemplating his current industry and assets. Miracle Group now owns Miracle Automotive, a 51 stake in Miracle Games, a Miracle Automotive manufacturing plant, a Miracle Automotive R&D center, and an under-construction Miracle Automotive Industrial Park, along with Audi. The acquisition of Audi amounted to $250 million, with $160 million allocated for 2 advanced production lines, which have already been paid for, and the equipment is currently en route to Xinjiang. Additionally, $50 million has been reserved for Audi's adjustments and upgrades. Currently, investments in gold amount to $420 million, with $300 million leveraged 20-fold and $150 million in crude oil. Furthermore, $3 billion has been invested in the Xinjiang stock market. The company has mortgaged 25 of Miracle Games for a loan of $750 million, along with $120 million in gold and $700 million in Hong Kong dollars. The Audi acquisition has incurred a debt of 1 billion marks, approximately $200 million. The total liabilities of the group stand at about $1 billion. The company's financial account balance is $70 million and over $3 billion in Hong Kong dollars, with $1 billion allocated for the automotive industrial park. The remaining $3 billion has been entrusted to Max for purchasing shares in prominent real estate companies such as Sun Hung Kai Properties, New World, and Hang Lung. As housing prices began to recover in 1970, there was a notable increase over a 6-month period. However, they must be sold by October. The impending oil crisis could trigger a financial crisis, causing housing prices to plummet by 40%, leading to tight capital and a surge in safe haven investments like gold and silver. While oil prices skyrocketed 5-fold, severely impacting global economic development, Bao Junyi found himself troubled by the $1 billion debt. In 1973, if the oil crisis were to erupt, it would significantly hinder the company's growth. There was only 1 month left until the oil crisis. The following day, September 12, 1973, a Monday, Bao Junyi visited the Chinese bank building in Central to assess the progress of the Miracle Industrial Park. The Miracle Automobile Industrial Park is nearing completion of its first phase, expected to be operational by mid-month, allowing for the installation of an initial automobile production line. Bao Junyi convened a high-level meeting this morning to arrange recruitment efforts. Concurrently, Audi's Jia Yuezheng has proactively organized a group of approximately 100 trainers to proceed to Xinjiang to assume their roles as instructors. Furthermore, you are to extend your utmost assistance to Jia Yuezheng in the international rally bidding, striving for an impressive ranking. During the meeting, Bao Junyi discussed the transportation of V8 engines back to Xinjiang, along with plans for automobile training and production assembly. This includes negotiations regarding the assembly supply chain pricing, with a core emphasis on ensuring quality that meets international standards while compressing costs. Additionally, a quality inspection and supervision department will be established to oversee procurement and production processes, addressing issues promptly. After the meeting, Bao Junyi contacted Manager Max of HSBC. "Hello, Manager Max, this is Bao Junyi." Max responded, "Hello, Bao, my God, I finally reached you. What is the matter? Is there an issue?" Bao replied, Nothing major, just that a few stocks you purchased have surged, some even doubling in value. Shinbai asked me to inquire if you would consider pledging your stocks to purchase more shares, as the market is currently booming. Bao Junyi decisively responded, "No. I urgently need cash and plan to sell all my stocks within half a month." He was not foolish. He recognized that the current surge was temporary. With the impending oil crisis in October and the global economic downturn, property and stock markets would face significant declines. It would then be prudent to select quality companies for investment or acquisition. As Bao Junyi pondered this, his expression darkened. The business world resembles a battlefield, rife with schemes and conspiracies, a war without gunpowder. After arranging the sale of stocks, he awaited changes in the situation. Preparations had already been made, with prototypes of the new Audi vehicles produced and dispatched to various countries for environmental testing. Time passed. Over the next month, international tensions escalated, with persistent local unrest, particularly in the Middle East, where border frictions frequently erupted into minor conflicts. On the morning of October 16th, the Middle East erupted into its fourth war. Concurrently, oil-producing nations in the region collectively announced a reduction in oil exports, and OPEC imposed restrictions on certain areas. The world was caught off guard by this sudden conflict. Oil prices reacted immediately, soaring from $1.83 per barrel to $6.80, marking just the beginning. The oil crisis saw prices rise from $3 to a historical peak of $13 per barrel. The stock markets reacted swiftly, with prices plummeting as many previously robust stocks faced drastic declines. The real estate markets reacted somewhat later, initially experiencing minor drops that accelerated over time, ultimately witnessing declines of 30 to 50, with only a few properties maintaining their value. However, assets deemed stable attracted a flood of capital, with gold and silver experiencing significant inflows. Gold prices surged from a gradual increase to 89 per ounce, breaking through the 100 mark and continuing to rise, while silver followed suit, reaching new heights. The oil crisis of the latter half of the 20th century underscored the critical importance of oil to the global economy, particularly for developed nations in Europe and America, prompting many countries to join in purchasing dwindling oil supplies, further driving prices upward. As time passed, 1 month later, on November 17th, Bao Junyi's prior investment of $150 million in crude oil had been successfully sold through various channels within the month, achieving an average transaction price of $12.65 per barrel, yielding a profit of $825 million. After accounting for taxes, the total profit amounted to $958 million. Having sold all his stocks in Xinjiang half a month prior, he realized a total profit of $2.766 billion Hong Kong dollars after deducting fees. Meanwhile, the spot price of gold had risen to $125 per ounce, continuing its upward trend with potential for further gains. Concerned about the potential impact of his interventions on historical developments, Bao Junyi refrained from making large-scale oil purchases or shorting the U.S. stock market, opting instead for gold, a less conspicuous hedge. Fortunately, the oil crisis unfolded as anticipated without altering the course of history. However, he hesitated to sell his gold holdings, as he currently had sufficient funds and could afford to wait. That afternoon, Bao Junyi authorized a capital injection of 2 billion Hong Kong dollars into the Miracle Automobile Industrial Park, serving as a vital lifeline for the construction companies involved, thus stabilizing morale. Amidst the plummeting stock prices in Xinjiang, companies struggled to repay loans, leading to a wave of small-scale bankruptcies. Many firms, particularly construction companies with lengthy payment cycles, found themselves on the brink of collapse. This capital infusion would ensure the completion of the first phase of construction, preventing financial ruin. While managing documents in the company's central building, Bao Junyi noted a surge in interviews prompted by the recruitment drive at Miracle Automobile. The attractive compensation package, reminiscent of benefits only seen in developed Western nations in the 1970s, included a base salary of 500 Hong Kong dollars, supplemented by overtime pay, bonuses, and annual incentives, yielding a guaranteed monthly income exceeding 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. In contrast, the average monthly income for citizens in Xinjiang hovered around 1,000 Hong Kong dollars, with some workers earning as little as 400. As a result, workers flocked to apply for interviews at Miracle Automobile. On this day, numerous employees across various factories in Xinjiang called in sick, citing a myriad of reasons: menstrual issues, family emergencies, and even marital disputes. Li Wenbin, who owned a garment factory employing over 200 workers, was stunned to find a significant drop in attendance while inspecting production following a recently secured order from the United States. He angrily shouted, "Liu Bin, how could you let this happen? Where are all the workers?" Liu Bin, visibly distressed, replied, "Boss, many are out for personal reasons or illness today. I'm unaware of the specifics." "Are you out of your mind? It's impossible for so many to be absent simultaneously. Go find out what happened immediately." Liu Bin barked in frustration. The situation was not isolated to his factory. It was a widespread occurrence across all factories in Xinjiang. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Miracle Automobile Industrial Park in Seongkwano, a massive crowd was lining up for interviews, with preliminary estimates nearing 20,000 and the number continuing to grow. This recruitment frenzy drew the attention of reporters from various newspapers, who reported on the bustling scene that evening. Many factory owners were shocked to see their employees on television, having taken leave to interview at other companies. Though furious, they were also resigned to the reality that workers would always seek better opportunities unless factory benefits were improved. This recruitment drive, however, lasted only 2 days, after which Miracle Automobiles successfully filled all available positions. For many who were unable to secure interviews with workers, the Miracle Group distributed 50 Hong Kong dollars to each individual as transportation expenses. This sum, amounting to only several $100,000 Hong Kong dollars, serves as a remarkably advantageous promotional endeavor, facilitating future talent recruitment. Bao Junyi remains unaware of the turmoil surrounding the Miracle Factory's hiring practices. Presently, he is seated in his office at Central Plaza, listening to Jia Yuezheng report on the restructuring and adjustments at Audi Europe, and assisting Adams in completing the task within a fortnight. During this visit, Jia Yuezheng has brought back a batch of V8 engines to expedite the production of a new line of luxury Audi vehicles. Currently, the industrial base in Xinjiang is insufficient to produce a complete vehicle due to numerous supply chain inadequacies, compelling them to manufacture the engines in Europe. Audi, located along the banks of the Danube, boasts a robust industrial foundation that swiftly meets demand. Hence, the engines are transported back to Xinjiang for final assembly. Bao Junyi must gradually strategize, either by acquiring shares in relevant industry chain companies or by relocating operations. Jia Yuezheng continues. Adams has taken decisive action, dismissing or restructuring a significant portion of the management, most of whom were placed there by Mercedes. He has promoted a cadre of young talent, resulting in work efficiency and production speed that now exceed our needs in Xinjiang. Adams is indeed a prodigy. Had it not been for Mercedes' suppression and financial constraints, Audi would not be in such a state. Indeed, many workers hold him in high regard, as he frequently visits the factories, understanding the progress and addressing technical challenges promptly. Well, let Adams handle things over at Audi Europe. They're already back on track. Would you like to take a break now that you're back? Bao Junyi ingui. No need. I've already rested on the plane, Jia Yuezheng replies with a smile. Given the current oil crisis, international economic turbulence, and the decline in real estate, arrange for personnel to procure commercial properties in key locations such as Washington, New York, Los Angeles, London, Tokyo, and Central and Xinjiang, as well as other developed European nations. We must acquire large commercial spaces outright. This is to establish 4S stores for both Miracle and Audi vehicles, thus necessitating substantial premises. Jia Yuezheng expresses concern. Boss, our group's funds are limited. Purchasing so many properties outright will impede other projects. Old Jia, do not fret. If the group lacks funds, I will inject more. You have my full support, Bao Junyi assures him with a smile. What ist? Money is the least of our worries. We currently hold $420 million in gold reserves, alongside an additional $300 million leveraged 20-fold. Moreover, purchasing these properties presents an opportunity to capitalize on low prices, as their value will soar in the future, making them a sound investment and establishing flagship 4S stores. Michael interjects, Boss, the Audi Rally team has returned with excellent news from Europe and America. Our team has won this year's International Rally Championship, emerging as the dark horse since 1973. Bao Junyi exclaims with delight, wonderful. How the publicity department contact bus companies in the United States and Europe to discuss advertising collaborations. Boss, can bus companies even run advertisements? Michael asks, puzzled. Absolutely, and at a reasonable cost. Let me show you how. Chapter 21. The launch of new Audi vehicles. Bao Junyi instructs Jia Yuezheng. contact the design department and require them to create posters reflecting various national styles within 10 days, ensuring they are of large dimensions for the promotion of our new Audi vehicles. Understood, boss, Michael responds. Boss, are you aiming to leverage the buzz from the Rally Championship to promote Audi vehicles in advance? Shouldn't we approach television stations directly? The costs for national television are exorbitant and their reach insufficient. However, the buses are different. By placing our advertisements on the exterior of each bus, we will achieve consistent exposure as they traverse the streets of major cities. This will generate public interest and intrigue, ensuring that once the 4S stores open, we will not struggle with customer flow or sales. Bao Junyi adds, this is merely the first step. There are further phases to be discussed later. For now, focus on producing this batch of vehicles. They will be donated to state or municipal governments under the group's name, specifically in the cities where we are acquiring commercial properties. Additionally, I will personally gift some to notable figures in Xinjiang, such as Governor Ma Lihao, Uncle Hua, Uncle Dong, Uncle Li, and Xinbai. Both Michael and Jia Yuezheng are taken aback, filled with questions. They understand the significance of the 4 prominent families in Xinjiang, but are puzzled as to why vehicles are being donated to government officials. Bao Junyi patenti clarifica. If government vehicles across the United States bear our brand, it implicitly affirms our quality assurance. The government is procuring them. I trust you both comprehend the implications. The two nod, akin to school children attentively listening to a teacher. Observing their expressions, Bao Junyi finds amusement. Having experienced the transformative events of the era prior to his crossing, he, despite spending much time in research, remains aware of significant occurrences. After all, in the modern era of China, with its vast network of online influencers, any major news incites fervent discussions and analyses. Citizens of the 21st century have become masters of advertising, having absorbed various promotional tactics, each capable of crafting classic campaigns. With all matters in order, Bao Junyi takes a moment to relax, frequently visiting the Xiangjiang Automotive Research and Development Center, immersing himself in a laboratory, engaging in discussions with engineers to continuously refine the luxurious automotive brand of China, incorporating elements of Chinese culture into the designs. At Ford's headquarters in the United States, Secretary reports, President Smith, Audi is currently promoting its new all-wheel drive vehicles in Washington, New York, and Los Angeles with innovative advertising methods, including bus exterior painting, which has sparked public curiosity and discussion. Indeed, it is a rather novel approach, yet merely a display of foolishness. I have unwavering confidence in our Ford vehicles. Smith replies coldly. However, should they dare to enter the European and American markets, we must show them our strength. We cannot allow them to waltz in so easily. The market is too small to share. Immediately contact Volkswagen, Mercedes, BMW, Bentley, and other automotive brands to collaboratively launch advertising campaigns this year to disrupt Miracle Automotive's entry, he instructs. Understood, President, the Secretary responds, turning to make the necessary contacts. At Bentley's headquarters in the Eagle Country, Winterkiss Miller reacts angrily upon receiving the Secretary's report about Smith's demands. How dare that scoundrel Smith imply that we should cooperate? He treats us like his subordinates. After venting, he turns to the Secretary. How many 4S stores has Miracle Automotive opened in the United States? Boss, we have established 3 in the U.S., 1 in Eagle Country, and only 3 in Europe. Then let us advance our Christmas promotional campaign. If we wish to penetrate this market, we must present a grand gesture, he commands. Understood, boss. I will arrange it immediately. Simultaneously, BMW, Mercedes, and Volkswagen all release promotional advertisements for the year. Such coordinated actions unfold seamlessly across major automotive companies, all targeting the same audience. Meanwhile, the public remains oblivious to the fact that Miracle Automotive's entry has triggered significant price reductions across the automotive industry. Time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. Miracle Automobile 4S store has meticulously selected the most bustling locations across various countries. However, due to a challenging economic climate, business has been lackluster in these prime areas, leading many shops to seek transfer or sale. Acquiring entire storefronts through cash transactions has proven remarkably easy. Already, 10 large commercial properties have been purchased at a total cost exceeding $60 million USD, averaging over $6 million USD per establishment. Yet, in the future, securing such prime locations would require several hundred million USD. Moreover, A professional construction team has been hired at a premium, working tirelessly in shifts through the night, completing all renovations just 2 days prior. Bao Junyi, who had been immersed in a laboratory with the RD team for an entire month, was only summoned out by Jia Yuezheng. Otherwise, he would have remained engrossed in research. Bao Junyi spoke earnestly. We shall transport the latest Audi models in batches via global shipping to various stores. Additionally, the United States had previously prepared over 10,000 new Audi vehicles, and this time we will transport a total of 17,000 cars to warehouses near the 10 stores. Currently, the Audi factory in Xiangjiang produces 7,000 vehicles monthly. With improved proficiency among the technicians, this could rise to 15,000. As for the American automotive OEM factory, it ceased accepting new orders a month ago to focus entirely on producing the new Audi models, currently yielding about 10,000 units per month, with the potential to increase to 20,000 once the workforce becomes adept. Presently, production levels adequately meet market demand, as Audi's brand status was relatively low previously, necessitating a gradual acceptance by the public. Beyond performance and aesthetics, promotional efforts must also be prioritized. Bao Junyi is aware that Audi is currently being targeted by European and American automotive enterprises, yet he remains unfazed. The design of the new model draws inspiration from the classic Audi A6 of later years, measuring 8 meters in length, with impeccably curved body lines that surpass current market offerings. Engine power ranges from 150 to 322 horsepower, with options for both front-wheel drive and all-wheel drive. The interior offers 3 configurations, with body colors available in black, white, and deep blue, establishing it as a quintessential luxury sedan. The pricing for the Audi luxury sedan is set at approximately $8,000 USD for the base model and $16,000 USD for the high-end version, subject to fluctuations based on specifications. Given that sports cars in the 1970s typically cost around $50,000 to $80,000 USD, pricing is determined by market supply and demand dynamics. Bao Junyi possesses unwavering confidence in this vehicle. Yet to ensure success, he plans extensive advertising through posters and television in the vicinity a week prior to the grand opening. As time progresses, we find ourselves on the final day of the year, December 31st, 1973, morning. Michael is responsible for the U.S. market. Adams oversees the European launch, and Jia Yuezheng is dispatched to Sakura country for the opening, while Bao Junyi directly manages the launch in Xiangjiang. This is, after all, Bao Junyi's stronghold, where he has numerous connections. Sending subordinates for reception would be inappropriate, as many elders must be personally greeted, adhering to the venerable traditions of Huaxia, where hierarchy must not be disregarded. The Audi 4S store is located on Central Avenue, surrounded by luxury boutiques in a most frequented area. Passers-by express astonishment and curiosity at the scale of the new establishment. Chapter 22. A convergence of tycoons in Xiangjiang. All here to show their support? At 8 a.m., the grand opening ceremony sees the attendance of notable figures such as Hua Yingdong, Dong Haoyun, and Li Jiaqing, along with representatives from HSBC like Shen Bai and Morgan's Xiangjiang branch, Damon and Lucy. Bao Yugong, along with several sisters, assists in hosting, while he personally attends to international guests. Bao Junyi greets warmly, "Mr. Shen, what a rare delight. Please, come inside to the second floor. Young Bao, your business is flourishing. I came specifically to congratulate you and to express my gratitude for the exquisite car you sent. Its design is splendid, and the interior is elegant. I truly adore it." Shenbai replies, "I'm glad you like it. Please do refer more clients my way." Bao Junyi encourages, Of course. Now, please, upstairs," he says, turning to see Damon approaching with Lucy. Damon smiles and remarks, "Young Bao, your business is thriving. Recently, I've often heard news about your group making waves internationally. Just small endeavors. How can we compare to your Morgan Group, with acquisitions that reach hundreds of millions?" Bao Junyi responds modestly, "Miracle Group has already spent nearly $1 billion USD this year. Your growth is astonishing," Damon observes. "Mr. Damon, I had no idea your command of Chinese was so proficient. If one were to overlook your complexion, one might think you were a true Xiangjiang native," Bao Junyi quips. Lucy playfully interjects, "That's because Uncle Damon has a particular fondness for Huaxia as historical culture. His study is filled with books from our land." "How fascinating. I'll make sure to gift you some of the 4 great classics from our mainland next time. The stories are truly captivating," Bao Junyi offers. "Thank you, young Bao," Damon replies. After their conversation, Bao Junyi notices Lucy's elegance today. She is adorned in a formal gown that accentuates her perfect curves, her hair cascading down her shoulders. Her makeup subtle yet enchanting. Lucy, sensing Bao Junyi's gaze, feels her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Realizing his momentary lapse, Bao Junyi quickly recovers. "Miss Lucy, it has been some time. You grow more beautiful with each passing day." That's because someone has been absent since taking a loan from Morgan and hasn't visited for months, Lucy playfully retorts, sticking out her tongue. Finding Lucy quite endearing, Bao Junyi playfully suggests, "In that case, I would like to invite you to join me tomorrow evening at the charity gala hosted by Governor MacLehose as my dance partner. Would you be willing?" I agree." Lucy's voice trails off shyly. A sense of inexplicable attraction draws Lucy to Bao Junyi. Initially motivated by her friend Diana's concerns, but now she finds herself increasingly intrigued, her heart fluttering at the thought of attending the gala with him. "Very well, I shall pick you up tomorrow evening," Bao Junyi confirms, pleasantly surprised by her acceptance. Meanwhile, Damon is sweating nervously, internally lamenting, "My God, how am I to explain this to old Morgan? His daughter is dating someone from Xiangjiang, and my position is at stake." As Bao Junyi attends to other guests, Damon quietly warns Lucy, "Miss, how could you agree? The patriarch has strictly forbidden you from dating, and the family is already arranging a suitor for you. Any rumors now could be detrimental to your future. Uncle Damon, you must not reveal this to my father. I merely wish to understand his character for my friend Diana's sake. Once I ascertain that, I shall cease all contact. You needn't worry," Lucy insists. "Are you sure?" Damon questions, concern etched on his face. Lucy, feeling indignant, retorts, "Uncle Damon, do you not trust me? That is not it, miss. But it will be wise to keep your distance from Bao Junyi. There are rumors he was rejected by the Zhang family and has been involved with the daughter of the gambling king. His past is riddled with scandal, and he only changed after returning from his studies abroad. Is that so? Then I must learn more to better advise Diana." Lucy responds, determination in her eyes. Damon rubs his forehead in frustration, internally lamenting, "Look at that boy's gaze. It's practically magnetic, yet he denies everything. I might lose my position. I must start contemplating retirement." Unbeknownst to Bao Junyi, who is preoccupied with greeting the elders, the grand opening continues smoothly, with an increasing influx of customers. Sales representatives, previously hired, are actively introducing the car's features to eager buyers, leading to a bustling atmosphere. Sales personnel are in short supply, with customers waiting for assistance. This flurry of activity persists until the early hours of the morning, when the flow of customers gradually diminishes, each satisfied patron driving away in their newly purchased vehicles. In the early hours, Bao Junyi awaits the sales data from the day's events at Huaran Tower, as consolidating the figures takes time due to global time zone differences. Time had progressed to 3 in the morning when the secretary arrived with the report. "Mr. Bao, the statistics are in. Today, Audi has sold 5,023 vehicles worldwide. Averaging 500 per dealership. A significant portion were purchased in full, but due to the overwhelming demand, customers cannot take delivery on site. However, the Tokyo store in Sakura Country has only managed to sell over 180 units, which is quite disappointing." Bao Junyi understood that the automotive industry in Sakura Country was quite robust, focusing primarily on the mid to low-end market with an emphasis on fuel efficiency, thus maintaining relatively lower prices. This strategy has made it particularly popular in a world facing oil shortages. The data was promising, marking a successful start. All employees at the 10 flagship 4S stores were to receive a bonus of $500, and the group would provide an additional 1,000 HKD for overtime tonight. "Thank you, Mr. Bao. The sisters will be thrilled. This bonus will equate to almost half a month's salary. At present, most junior white-collar workers in Hong Kong earn only about 2,000 to 3,000 HKD per month, and factory workers earn even less." Bao Junyi continued, "Please inform everyone to head home. There is no need to report in the morning. We will reconvene in the afternoon." "Understood, Mr. Bao." Meanwhile, at the Ford headquarters in the United States, a group of executives sat in a meeting room, their expressions grave. Smith spoke up. "Have you all seen the sales figures for Miracle Motors from yesterday? We underestimated them. How can we curtail their expansion?" Miracle Motors positioned itself in the mid to high-end luxury segment, necessitating an adjustment in our luxury vehicle pricing to suppress their growth. The senior marketing executive added, "If other manufacturers join us in this strategy, we can effectively counter their market share." The sentiment was echoed in similar meetings at BMW, Volkswagen, Bentley, and other automotive companies, all seeking ways to stifle Miracle Motors' expansion. In the eyes of Western markets, Asia should only serve as a source of materials and a destination for exports, not a breeding ground for competition. This anomaly must be quashed in its infancy. After reviewing the data, Bao Junyi instructed Wang Gang to drive back to the family estate. Upon entering the hall, he noticed that several siblings and their partners were still awake, with his father waiting for his return. He felt a surge of warmth, recalling that he had spent much of his previous life abroad, often missing the comfort of family. "Father, why are you and everyone still awake?" He called out. "We were just worried about you. You're at the forefront of your career, and we were concerned that disappointing data might affect you," his eldest sister replied. "Exactly. With us around, at least you have someone to comfort you," his fourth sister added. "Is that your idea of comfort? If you can't say something nice, just stay quiet," he retorted. "Now that you're back, how was the sales data?" "Don't feel too pressured," Bao Yugong expressed concern. "Father, the global sales data was delayed due to time zone differences. Today we surpassed 5,000 sales, averaging 500 per store, marking our formal entry into the international automotive arena. We just need to establish a foothold now," Bao Junyi replied cheerfully. "That's excellent. With such accomplishments, as long as you remain humble, I can rest easy." Bao Yugong smiled. "The international market is quite intricate. One misstep could lead to catastrophic losses." "All right, father, it's getting late. You should rest." "You too, everyone. Go rest, and don't disturb IE," Bao Junyi replied, retreating to his room to contemplate future developments. Today's sales were a promising start, but such fervor could not be sustained. Production was currently too low, necessitating the establishment of another production line, which would take another half-month to complete. However, the steel output in Hong Kong was insufficient, and real estate interests further complicated expansion efforts. Importing ready-made steel would inflate costs significantly, eroding profit margins. It seemed imperative to expedite the construction of a steel mill, but not within Hong Kong. The location must be in the northern regions, close to the coast to facilitate the transport of ore and finished steel. The eastern mountains of Pengcheng appeared to be the most viable option. Yet there were concerns regarding the policies for foreign investment in mainland China, particularly given that the steel mill's equipment could cost upwards of $4 billion. Establishing a large-scale steel factory with multiple production lines would require substantial investment in manpower and resources, and immediate returns were unlikely. It would be prudent to discuss the mainland stance on Hong Kong investments with Uncle Ho Ingtong. He drifted into slumber until the afternoon. In the central district of Hong Kong, at the top floor of the Miracle Tower, Bao Junyi asked Jiayu, "How is the recruitment for the financial department you were tasked with?" "Boss, it's all set. The team is assembled, and background checks have confirmed they are all clean and trustworthy individuals." "Excellent. From now on, discreetly acquire shares in Kowloon Warehouse, Hutchison Whampoa, Jardine Matheson, Hang Sung Bank, and Bank of East Asia. Ensure that this is done covertly. Take your time, as long as it does not affect the stock price. Acquire as many shares as possible." "Understood, boss." The individual responsible for the financial department is the one you mentioned after your visit to HSBC. Given the internal bias against ethnic Chinese at HSBC, we seized the opportunity to recruit him. "Good. Yuan Tianfan is a talent. Nurture him well." "Yes, boss." That evening, Bao Junyi drove his customized Audi to pick up Lucy for a charity gala at Morgan's Hong Kong branch. Upon arriving, he noticed Lucy waiting outside with a middle-aged gentleman. As he drew closer, he realized the man was Damon. "Lucy, I'm here to take you to the gala. Shall we go?" he said, ignoring Damon and ushering Lucy into the car. However, when he saw Damon attempting to join them, he inquired, "Damon, where are you headed?" "Just like you, to the charity gala hosted by Governor McLaughlin." "Why are you getting into my car? Can't you drive yourself? And what about your dance partner?" Bao Junyi thought to himself, suppressing a torrent of expletives. "I'm concerned for Lucy's safety, hence accompanying her. As for my partner, she has already gone ahead," Damon replied with a sigh, fearing the two might engage in inappropriate behavior, given Bao Junyi's past. 20 minutes later, at the governor's residence, Bao Junyi extended a formal invitation to Lucy. "Beautiful Miss Lucy. Shall we proceed inside?" "Damon, we'll take our leave. Hurry and find your partner. Otherwise, she might get swept away by someone else," he added, disregarding Damon's response as he guided Lucy indoors. Blushing, Lucy followed Bao Junyi into the venue. Once inside, they exchanged pleasantries with familiar faces before finding a place to relax. Bao Junyi observed that today, Lucy appeared particularly enchanting, adorned in a custom-made white evening gown with a plunging neckline. Her tall and slender figure accentuated the graceful curves that subtly revealed themselves beneath the exquisite attire. Her long legs exhibited a fluid elegance, complemented by her delicate, smooth skin, penetrating gaze, and charmingly upturned cherry lips that hinted at a delightful smile. Reflecting on their earlier journey, her demeanor exuded refinement and an innate confidence, radiating an air of nobility and elegance that left Bao Junyi spellbound, gazing at her in awe. As Lucy caught sight of Bao Junyi, her cheeks flushed deeper as she lowered her head, averted her gaze, fearing his intense scrutiny. Clearing his throat, Bao Junyi stammered, "Lucy, you look truly radiant today." "Thank you," she replied. "Have you attended such galas frequently before? What prompted your decision to pursue opportunities in Hong Kong after graduation?" Bao Junyi inquired with curiosity. "I had attended similar events with my family before, so I am quite accustomed to them. As for my choice to come to Hong Kong after graduation, it's a personal matter I'd rather not discuss," Lucy playfully responded. "Well, have you considered changing jobs?" Bao Junyi pressed. Lucy hesitated. "Perhaps, not really, and besides, I've been in Hong Kong for." At that moment, two young women, both around 18 or 19, approached them. "Oh, isn't this Bao the young master? Is this your new girlfriend?" The speakers were none other than Zhang Linger and Zheng Lixia, with the latter's bold personality evident in her tone. Bao Junyi felt awkward. "No, Lucy is my dance partner for today." "Young Bao, as your business expands, it seems the ladies around you multiply. Are you aware you have a betrothal with Zhang Ling?" Zheng Lixia remarked sarcastically. The mention of the engagement stirred Bao Junyi's anger. "Zhang Linger and I grew up together. We were childhood sweethearts. However, after the conflict between the Bao and He families, they came to unceremoniously break off the engagement." Zhang Linger, feeling wronged, interjected, "Isn't it because of your incident with He Xiaoqiong that our elders insisted on the annulment? I couldn't stop it. What could I have done?" Bao Junyi retorted, his frustration boiling over. "The night with He Xiaoqiong was just a gathering where we all drank together. You were the one who insisted I carry her back to the hotel," he recalled, his temper flaring. Zhang Linger cried out, "But I didn't ask you to take her to bed." As memories of that night slowly resurfaced, Bao Junyi realized the gravity of the situation. After a night of drinking, He Xiaoqiong had seduced him while intoxicated, leading to an irreversible mistake. The scandal was further compounded by paparazzi capturing the incident, making headlines and creating a storm of gossip that he could not seem to clear up. His father had arranged for him to study abroad to quell the uproar, a price he had to pay to restore his reputation. He reflected on the events of that night, recalling how someone who usually seemed harmless could turn into a fierce temptress when provoked. The specifics of that evening remained unspoken, as He Xiaoqiong wouldn't dare to voice her side, knowing how damaging it would be to her reputation. Thus, Bao Junyi swallowed his grievances silently. Among his closest acquaintances were Zhang Linger, He Xiaoqiong, Hui Jingyu, and Dong Hui, all from affluent families. Despite the camaraderie they shared, he had never crossed boundaries with them, adhering to the unwritten rule that one should not pursue those within one's circle. Yet, sometimes, temptation presents itself uninvited, challenging one's resolve, especially under the influence of alcohol. Zhang Linger sobbed, "You must say something." Bao Junyi regarded her. Her gentle demeanor and soft-spoken nature typically masked her emotions. But perhaps witnessing Lucy's presence had caused her to break down. Years of pent-up grievances seemed to finally spill forth. Lucy, observing the altercation with wide-eyed curiosity, resembled a bystander eager to witness the unfolding drama. She seemed to grasp the rumors circulating outside, sensing there were hidden truths behind the scandal. Yet Bao Junyi had remained silent. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby, but fortunately, they were situated in a corner, somewhat shielded from prying eyes. Just then, Governor Mariheo and his wife arrived, signaling the commencement of the charity auction. Everyone flocked towards them, allowing Bao Junyi a moment to breathe as he quietly stood and turned to leave the venue, with Lucy following closely behind. Zhang Linger, still weeping, watched Bao Junyi's retreating figure, her heart heavy with sorrow. Outside the hall, Bao Junyi contacted Jia Yuezheng, asking him to convey his apologies to Governor Mariheo and grant Jia authorization to bid on items at the charity auction on behalf of the company. The charity gala, hosted by Governor Mariheo, attracted numerous prominent figures from various sectors in Hong Kong, including executives from major corporations. Turning to Lucy, Bao Junyi expressed, "I'm truly sorry for what transpired this evening. Allow me to escort you home." "It's quite all right. It doesn't bother me," she replied. After exiting the venue, Bao Junyi drove silently, escorting Lucy back to her residence. Inside the car, Lucy occasionally stole glances at Bao Junyi, her heart aching for him. She wished to offer comfort, yet felt uncertain about her role in doing so. Upon returning her home, Bao Junyi sought a quiet place to reflect. He contemplated the complexity of the emotions tied to this body, realizing that despite his return, he had yet to interact with women meaningfully, yet found himself entangled in a web of romantic complications. Moreover, he was left to rectify the mistakes of his predecessor without having experienced any of those feelings himself. As he pondered the financial state of the Miracle Group, which owned Audi, Miracle Motors, and a manufacturing plant in the United States, along with the completion of the first phase of the Miracle Automotive Industrial Park in Hong Kong, and the second phase soon to follow, he noted that the group had injected a staggering 3 billion Hong Kong dollars into these ventures. Currently, the Miracle Group had profited too, 766 billion Hong Kong dollars from selling Hong Kong stocks, with an additional 700 million Hong Kong dollars remaining, alongside 2 billion Hong Kong dollars previously invested in the industrial park. The group's global expenditures had amounted to over 60 million US dollars. Additionally, the sale of 150 million US dollars worth of crude oil had yielded profits of 958 million US dollars, while 120 million US dollars in gold had been acquired at 38.25 US dollars per ounce, with 300 million US dollars leveraged at over 80 US dollars per ounce, totaling 427 million US dollars yet to be sold. With personnel expenses looming, the group's current account balance stood at 852 million US dollars and 715 million Hong Kong dollars. If the group were to construct a steel mill, this amount would fall short. The most viable source of funding lay within the U.S. stock market, where he could potentially list Miracle Games for a quick influx of capital. After spending some time at a quiet bar, Bao Junyi returned home to the Bao family estate, where he found Bao Yugong still awake, perusing a newspaper in the hall, seemingly awaiting someone. "Father, it's late. Are you waiting for my sister and the others to return?" "Bao Junyi, Guidi. You're back. I didn't see you at the charity gala tonight. Your uncle Hua called to ask if you wanted to join him on a business trip to the mainland for investment opportunities," his father replied. "Did he mention when we would be going?" Bao Junyi inquired excitedly. "Just 3 days from now, everyone will take a private jet to Shanghai, then on to Kyoto. Are you going too?" "Yes, with your uncle Hua, Dong Bobo, Li Jiaqing, Zheng Yutong, and many of Hong Kong's wealthy elite. Your uncle Hua is leading this trip. Given your recent substantial investments in Hong Kong, the elders in the mainland wish to meet you," the young prodigy under 20, Bao Yugong said with pride. "Then I shall accompany you, to gain insight into the mainland market for potential investments." "Very well, then. We'll depart together in 3 days. However, be prepared for the harsher environment, as it may still be snowing at this time of year." "I understand, father. You needn't worry." The following day, Bao Junyi arrived at the Miracle Building in Central, summoning Yuan Tianfan to his office. Bao inquired, "Tianfan, how have the recent covert stock acquisitions fared? What quantities have we managed to secure?" Yuan responded, "Due to the ongoing decline of the Hang Seng Index, many stockholders are hastily selling off their shares, allowing us to easily absorb the chips. Over the past few days, we've acquired upwards of 3 in some cases, while others have been as low as 1. "Excellent. Arrange for personnel to utilize 800 million in our funds to take a long position on physical gold through major investment banks like HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Morgan, employing a 10-fold leverage. Make these purchases in batches and ensure that our activities remain under the radar, understood?" Yuan expressed his concern, Bao. "The current gold price has already surpassed 130 per ounce. Might it be too late to enter the market? There's a risk of being trapped at a high price." Bao reassured him, "Gold is significantly undervalued at present, especially given the ongoing oil crisis and localized conflicts. The price is poised for a sharp rise in the future." Yuan, acknowledging Bao's understanding of international affairs, cautioned, "However, using a substantial portion of our group's USD to purchase gold seems rather audacious." Bao Junyi appreciated Yuan's caution. Recognizing his financial acumen, he contemplated that had he not been transmigrated, he too would not dare to engage in such a gamble, given the current circumstances and historical trajectories. In Chapter 25, The Hong Kong Tycoon delegation to Kyoto, it was noted that during the decade from 1970 to 1980, gold prices soared at $850 per ounce. Between 1970 and 1973, gold rose from $35 to $100 per ounce, marking the slowest 3 years of that decade. With gold currently priced around $130, ample room for appreciation remained. As long as we go long on physical gold, we cannot incur losses, Bao asserted to Yuan. With the stagnation of the economy in Europe and America, coupled with the devastation of industry and mass layoffs, recovery will take time. Gold remains the most resilient currency. Furthermore, my leverage is only 1/10. Unless gold experiences a drastic drop of 10, we should be fine, Bao concluded. Yuan expressed gratitude. Understood. I thank you on behalf of the people of Hong Kong. The group planned to raise funds to purchase several villas and residential complexes as rewards for management and employees contributing to the group. Yuan, previously earning over 10,000 HKD monthly at HSBC, now enjoyed an annual salary of 1 million at Miracle Company. Despite having no savings for a home and living in a dilapidated apartment with his wife, this news invigorated him. Thank you, Bao. I will diligently fulfill your directives. Yuan vowed. After concluding his business affairs, Bao Junyi proceeded to the Miracle Research Institute, where state-of-the-art equipment, acquired through Michael's connections from the United States, was housed. His visit aimed to assess the development of hybrid engine technology and breakthroughs in battery technology, which were to follow a matrix approach akin to Tesla's advancements. However, current technological constraints limited production to basic lead-acid batteries. Bao shared insights from the future with the researchers, hoping to gradually expedite the R&D process. Ziang Wenlong Ap Project Bao. The hybrid engine still cannot integrate with the gasoline engine. Jiang, a local from Hong Kong with a prestigious education from Oxford and MIT, possessed extensive experience from working with renowned brands like Bentley and Ford. Bao replied, the previous system is inadequate. We need to develop a hybrid system capable of both gasoline and electric propulsion. We can achieve integration of the engine, motor, and transmission, employing series, parallel, or series parallel configurations. Which approach do you think would be most suitable for a breakthrough? Bao, you truly are a genius from MIT. It's no wonder you remain a subject of admiration in academic circles, Jiang remarked. Those are but exaggerations. I merely dedicated time to reading and conducting experiments instead of pursuing romantic endeavors, Bao retorted with a smile. You're impressive, Jiang quipped. If you weren't the boss, I'd almost want to punch you for being such a single man with so many excuses. Thus, Bao spent 2 days at the Research Institute. On the third day, in the morning, Bao accompanied his father to Kai Tak International Airport. Upon arrival, he noticed that most of the senior figures had already gathered and were engaged in conversation. Bao joined his father in greeting Mr. Hua and others. He also noticed Zhang Yuliang and the Gambling King, realizing that such prominent figures would undoubtedly attend. Standing behind the elders, Mr. Hua spotted Bao. I didn't expect you to come. I had intended to call and inquire. Uncle Hua, our trip to China is primarily to explore a labor-intensive industry that requires substantial space. We aim to assess whether the policies in China align with our needs to establish a factory. Oh, that makes sense. We rarely see you around. Unlike my son, who mingles in the second-generation circles but remains stagnant in his career. Zheng Hua had already ventured to China for investment a year prior, demonstrating foresight that perhaps had yet to pay off. After conversing with Mr. Hua, Bao busied himself greeting others, as this investment trip to Kyoto was spearheaded by Mr. Hua, necessitating meticulous attention to detail. Half an hour later, the group began boarding the plane, which had been dispatched from China specifically to transport the wealthy delegation from Hong Kong, reflecting the significance placed on the visit. The flight path necessitated a stop in Shanghai before proceeding to Kyoto. After a 10-hour journey, the plane landed at Kyoto International Airport in the afternoon. Upon disembarking, a convoy had been arranged to escort the Tycoons directly to the state guest house, built in the 1970s specifically for receiving foreign dignitaries. Bao recalled his prior visit to this esteemed establishment, which underscored China's commitment to the occasion. The state guest house, formerly known as Diaotai State Guest House, is situated in the Heidian district of Kyoto, covering an area of 420,000 square meters, with 50,000 square meters of water surface and a building area of 60,000 square meters, comprising 1/7 of the total area. It is a blend of ancient royal gardens and modern guesthouse architecture, reserved for heads of state and significant guests, representing a super-luxurious accommodation option in China. Among the nearly 50 elderly tycoons, Bao stood out as the sole young individual, drawing the astonished gaze of the reception officials, who mistook him for a wealthy heir brought along to gain exposure. Upon arriving at the hotel, many of the older tycoons, weary from the long flight, required respite. However, Bao, feeling invigorated, yearned to explore and savor Kyoto's culinary delights. As it was only around 4 p.m., he approached the hotel manager. "Do you have a guide available? I wish to know where I can find good dining options." "Comrade, do you wish to go out?" "Yes. I would like to explore Kyoto and indulge in its local delicacies." "Very well. I will arrange for you. Just inform them where you wish to go. They are locals and knowledgeable." "Thank you very much." Bao set out in a vehicle, accompanied by a female guide and 2 assistants. "Miss, what is your name?" he asked. "My name is Lu Ruyan. Where would you like to visit?" "Mr. Bao Junyi," he replied, "but you may call me Little Bao." Lu Ruyan Donichi Pao, exuding an air of elegance and nobility characteristic of the women from Su and Wan provinces. Her figure was graceful, with perfect curves and skin as fair as porcelain, embodying the rare beauty of a true gem. They decided to first explore the most renowned antique street in Kyoto before determining their next destination. Bao Junyi held no particular expectations regarding her. His primary purpose was to seek out valuable antiques for his collection. Chapter 26. Acquiring antiques and courtyard houses. After a brief drive, they arrived at Wangfujing in Kyoto. During the 70s and 80s, antique shops were predominantly concentrated here, primarily engaging in the sale of antiques to earn foreign currency. Lu Ruyan remarked, "If you wish to procure quality goods, this is the place. Though the prices can be somewhat steep, the price is not an issue. What concerns me is ensuring authenticity. I dread the thought of spending a fortune only to discover the item is a forgery." Bao Junyi replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Bao, the quality here is guaranteed. Most of our clientele consists of foreign guests and tourists," she assured him. "Excellent. Please lead us to the most illustrious shops," he requested. The most famous establishment here is Bao Junyi, a venerable shop that has been in operation since the Qing dynasty, boasting a century of history. Lu Ruyan called out, "Manager Wang, I have brought guests for you." "Ruyan, what brings you here today? Aren't you employed at the State Guest House?" Manager Wang greeted warmly. "A Hong Kong businessman wishes to browse some antiques, so I brought him along," she explained. "Hello, may I inquire your name?" Manager Wang asked, turning to Bao Junyi. "Greetings, I am Bao Junyi. I intend to purchase some vintage items for my collection," he replied. "Mr. Bao, you have come to the right place for vintage items. What type are you interested in?" "We have a diverse selection," Wang assured him. "Could you show me your most expensive pieces and your signature antiques?" Bao Junyi inquired cautiously. Upon noticing Lu Ruyan's companions and her demeanor towards Bao Junyi, Manager Wang discerned that this Hong Kong businessman had significant standing. "Certainly. Mr. Bao, please follow me to our private room on the 2nd floor. Please arrange for someone to serve a fine brew of Biluakun tea in the private room," Wang instructed. The group ascended to the elegant quarters on the 2nd floor. After a brief wait, Manager Wang returned with several antiques, carefully stored away. As he opened each box, the true beauty within was revealed. When Bao Junyi laid eyes on the final piece, he gasped in disbelief. "Is this yuan blue and white porcelain?" Wang chuckled. "Mr. Bao, you have a keen eye. This is indeed yuan blue and white porcelain, specifically the renowned Giguzi descending the mountain vase." Wang positioned the vase and stepped back, gesturing for Bao Junyi to examine it. Understanding the unspoken etiquette of the antiques world, Bao Junyi carefully lifted the vase, fearful of breaking it, and marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of ancient artisans. Recalling that in 2005, this very piece had fetched 15.8 million at Christie's in London, equivalent to approximately 230 million renminbi, he was astounded to encounter such a treasure. "Manager Wang, how much is this blue and white vase?" "Mr. Bao, this is our shop's prized possession. Had it not been for Ruyan's introduction, you would not have had the opportunity to even gaze upon it," Wang replied. "I understand. I have a great fondness for this yuan blue and white. Please, make me an offer," Bao Junyi urged. "Well, since you appreciate it, I shall part with it for 50. Suddenly, 2 individuals barged in, calling out, "Manager Wang, I have brought a significant client today." Everyone turned to see a young man, accompanied by a Caucasian, entering the room. "Young Masterly, what brings you here? Please have a seat and enjoy some tea. I will finish this transaction shortly," Manager Wang greeted. Upon seeing the yuan blue and white vase on the table, the young man declared, "I came specifically to purchase that vase." The Caucasian, named David, was a high-ranking executive from a Wall Street fund, intending to acquire antiques for his collection. "My apologies, but I have already come to an agreement with Mr. Bao for that vase," Wang said apologetically. "But there has been no payment made, hence it remains unclaimed." "The highest bidder prevails," David retorted. "How bold of you, young Master Li. I thought you were under house arrest and had the audacity to sneak out." Lu Ruyin teased. "Who dares to mock me?" David shot back, his face contorting in anger. "Really? I find that hard to believe," Lu Ruyin replied, her expression one of amusement. Upon recognizing her, David's face fell. "Ruyin, what are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be?" "I brought this Hong Kong businessman to explore antiques as he wishes to make some purchases," she explained. "By the way, what is the situation with that foreigner?" "His family arranged this. With the current foreign exchange situation being tense, he is attempting to negotiate a collaboration with Wall Street capital, as funds are scarce. He has come to serve as a guide," she replied resignedly. Just as they were discussing, David arrogantly interjected, "I want that vase." "How much?" "I will pay double." Bao Junyi's expression darkened. "I am sorry, but that vase is already reserved for me. But there's been no payment made. How about I offer 10,000? 10,000? You dare to utter such a sum?" "I will offer 20,000, Bao Junyi scoffed. "Umph, I will raise you to 30,000. I am a Wall Street collaborator, and I hope you can accommodate me. As it is crucial for our negotiation," David insisted, his tone demanding. Manager Wang, upon hearing the 30,000 offer, was intrigued, considering the current black market exchange rate of 110, translating to over 300,000 RMB. Bao Junyi regarded him with disdain. "I will raise my offer to 50,000. If you have the audacity, continue bidding." For David, whose annual income, including bonuses, hovered around 300,000, parting with 1/5 of that sum was a tough decision. The blue and white porcelain was meant as a gift for his superior, who had a passion for ancient Chinese porcelain, making his 30,000 bid his utmost limit. Fuming, David retorted, "If our negotiation fails, it will be your fault. Are you prepared to bear the consequences?" Amused, Bao Junyi replied, "You do not represent Wall Street. You are merely a mid-level executive. If your superiors were to learn of your unscrupulous tactics, would you still retain your position? Should I inform Robert at Morgan Bank to spread the word about your tactics on Wall Street?" David broke into a cold sweat at the mention of Bao Junyi's words, perceiving him as a malevolent force. He turned on his heel and dashed downstairs, fleeing as if pursued. The room was left in stunned silence, all eyes wide with disbelief at the recent turn of events. "Mr. Bao, I must confess, your offer of 50,000 for the blue and white vase was excessive. 30,000 would suffice," Manager Wang whispered, his voice low. "I stated 50,000, and I believe it is worth that amount," Bao Junyi firmly asserted. Both young Master Li and Lu Ruyin were taken aback by Bao Junyi's assertiveness. Was he truly so affluent that he could throw money around so carelessly? Yet, Lu Ruyin perceived something different. She admired Bao Junyi's imposing presence, confidence, and the masculine allure he exuded at his height of 6 feet, along with his striking features. "Very well. Should Mr. Bao wish to make further purchases in the future, I shall sell at the original price, merely taking a small commission," Manager Wang offered. "Thank you, but I require no such courtesy. Please charge me the standard market rate," Bao Junyi replied. "However, I do have one request for you, Manager Wang. Would you be willing to assist in procuring some items?" Chapter 27. Strategizing in the antique industry to prevent outflow. Manager Wang expressed his curiosity. "What is it that Mr. Bao intends to acquire?" "I am more than willing to assist in your procurement endeavors. I have a fondness for antiquities, such as antiques, porcelain, jade, bronze, and gold and silver jewelry. I also admire calligraphy and ink masterpieces, provided they are of considerable age. Moreover, I seek to acquire some sihiyuan, particularly those associated with nobility, like the residences of marquises and princes. I am willing to purchase around 10 or more of these, and I propose a hiring fee of 500,000 annually for your assistance in procuring them." Bao Junyi Tuke Aknoenwan. The shopkeeper's extensive experience in the antique trade, and expressed his desire to enlist his help in acquiring these items, deeming the sum of 500,000 as a mere trifle. Wang pondered for a moment before agreeing. Noting that he would require assistance, as one person could not manage the task alone. Arrange it as you see fit. Just deduct the salaries directly from my account. I trust your integrity, Bao Junyi stated. Wang's rational perspective regarding substantial wealth was commendable for a businessman. After some contemplation, Wang replied, "Very well, I shall accept your offer. Having just arrived from Hong Kong, I currently lack a Chinese bank account. I will arrange to open one shortly and transfer funds for these purchases. I will provide you with my contact number for urgent matters." "Understood," Wang responded. Bao Junyi engaged in casual conversation at Bao Junyi, purchasing several vintage jade bracelets and artworks, which he did not take with him for convenience, as this trip was primarily for leisure. Upon leaving Bao Junyi, he headed directly to Longfu Temple and other culinary hotspots in Dong'an City. On their way back, he turned to Lu Ruyan and inquired, "Are you familiar with the Badaling section of the Great Wall? I plan to visit tomorrow. I am familiar, though it is quite remote, and the roads are not in the best condition. Are you certain you wish to go?" She replied, "Indeed, it is not often one visits the capital. I wish to behold the magnificent landscapes of our homeland. Who knows when I shall return?" "Very well," she acquiesced. By the time Bao Junyi returned to the state guest house, it was already 10 in the evening, and most of the affluent guests had retired for the night. Over 50 wealthy individuals from Hong Kong had come, primarily middle-aged and elderly, and due to health considerations, discussions regarding investments were postponed until the third day. Bao Junyi, being a young man, stood out as more akin to a tourist than an investor. The following morning, Bao Yugong, Elder Hua, and Elder Dong sought out Bao Junyi, only to be informed he was not present in his room. They had come several times without success. Meanwhile, Bao Junyi had journeyed with Lu Ruyan to Badaling, followed by visits to Tiananmen Square and the Forbidden City, concluding their day with a taste of authentic Peking duck from the 1970s at Wangfujing, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Lu Ruyan was exhausted by the end of these 2 days, having anticipated a trip centered around investments, only to find it turned into an exhilarating adventure. On the third day, as morning dawned, the Hong Kong businessmen had not seen Bao Junyi for 2 days, causing Bao Yugong much concern. While they were deliberating, they spotted Bao Junyi entering the dining hall for breakfast. Come here," Bao Yugong called out. "What's the matter, old man?" With a light slap on Bao Junyi's nape, Bao Yugong, oblivious to his surroundings, treated him as he had years prior, forgetting that Bao Junyi was now the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. "You rascal, where have you been these past 2 days?" "I went to your room early only to find it empty." "I was informed you had left early," Bao Yugong reprimanded. "Old man, I merely wished to explore Kyoto." "Bao Junyi et lai, why did you not inform us?" "If it weren't for the doorman, I would have thought you had fled." Embarrassed, Bao Junyi replied, "Ahem, what is it you need from me?" "I'm just reminding you that during the investment meeting later, you must refrain from speaking indiscriminately or making promises you cannot keep." Elder Hua advised. "Uncle Hua, I understand. Thank you for the reminder." Bao Junyi expressed his gratitude, recognizing the importance of discretion in such high-stakes discussions. The state guest house was equipped with various conference rooms, typically reserved for receiving foreign dignitaries. The affluent guests from Hong Kong gradually entered the meeting spaces, where they were soon greeted by relevant leaders from various departments, including the investment department, market department, land bureau, and economic development strategy department. Under Elder Hua's introduction, the atmosphere was amicable, with attendees engaged in casual conversations. Suddenly, the sound of the door being pushed open signaled the arrival of the Grand Elder, accompanied by the Third Elder. Everyone returned to their seats, awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Following the throngs of wealthy guests, Bao Junyi sought a seat, finding one in a discreet corner, relishing the tranquility it afforded. "Thank you, compatriots from Hong Kong, for returning to invest and contribute to the development of our homeland." The Grand Elder's weathered voice resonated. "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to voice them, and we shall discuss solutions." Elder Hua remarked, "Our Hong Kong businessmen have come to assess potential investment opportunities in the mainland. We, too, wish to contribute to our nation's progress. Oh, comrade, please do not hold back. Speak boldly. I have gathered representatives from various departments to enhance efficiency and ensure your visit is fruitful. After all, the country requires your investments, and we cannot allow you to invest without returns. Otherwise, who would dare to invest in the future?" With the Grand Elder's encouragement, Elder Dong spoke first. "I am involved in shipping and am considering investing in port construction in cities like Shanghai and Guangzhou. Is there potential for external investment in this area?" "Indeed, there is. We are currently planning to expand existing ports or construct new ones. However, due to a significant funding shortfall, these projects have been temporarily shelved, the investment leader responded. China's economy is rapidly developing, and the populace is thriving. Many regions are undergoing reform, necessitating construction funds, all of which require foreign exchange. Presently, China generates around $50 billion annually in foreign exchange, which is insufficient to meet the demands across various locales, causing many projects to advance slowly or remain stalled. Thus, during the 1970s, the foreign exchange shortfall was substantial, making it imperative to engage Hong Kong investors as compatriots to invest, Bao Junyi noted. How much funding is required? Wang? If the amount is considerable, we Hong Kong merchants will find a way to raise the necessary capital, Bao Junyi inquired. The construction of a large port in Shanghai requires an additional $1 billion, approximately several billion yuan. However, you need not cover the entire cost. If you contribute half, we will provide the other half, thus retaining majority control in China. Upon hearing this figure, the affluent attendees were taken aback, particularly at the notion of retaining control in the mainland. Bao Junyi, Elder Dong, Elder Hua, and others contemplated the implications. Recognizing that while the investment was substantial and promising returns were likely, the absence of control rights posed significant concerns. They feared potential challenges in operational management following the project's completion. Elder Dong expressed gravely, "We can find ways to address the financial aspect, but without controlling rights. We are apprehensive about the future. If you could assign financial or managerial personnel, we can negotiate. Without control, we cannot steer the company's direction, which is a critical issue for us." The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, contemplating, "We shall discuss Comrade Dong's concerns in our next meeting and provide a prompt response. Rest assured, I am here to assist you in resolving investment-related issues." With the Grand Elder's assurance, representatives from the Li family, Zheng Yutong, Li Zhaoji, Guo Dasheng, and others from the real estate sector proposed investments in real estate projects in Kyoto, Guangzhou, and Shanghai. Furthermore, discussions arose regarding light industry investments in Shenzhen, with Hong Kong textile magnates considering relocating factories inland due to lower labor costs and cheaper land, which presented compelling advantages for light industrial development. More than 50 Hong Kong businessmen gradually presented their investment directions, inquiring whether there were any preferential policies on the mainland. The meeting continued until dusk, with lunch being served in the conference room. As the meeting approached its conclusion, Minister Wang inquired if there were any further questions regarding investments. Bao Junyi surveyed the room, and upon finding no one had questions, he stood and introduced himself. "Esteemed leaders, I am Bao Junyi, chairman of Miracle Group." Upon seeing Bao Junyi stand, Bao Junyi was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that this visit was likely related to investments. "Young comrade, I have heard of you. Over the past year, your enterprises in Hong Kong have flourished, establishing a presence in developed countries. Quite impressive. Are you here to invest in the automotive industry?" inquired the elder. "Elder, those are mere titles. I am not here to invest in the automotive sector, but to acquire a piece of land for factory construction." "A piece of land? Where exactly? And how much area do you require?" "As long as it's within a reasonable range, we can approve it immediately," the land officer responded. "I need land to the east of Pengcheng, near the riverside and coastal areas. Just 600 acres, Bao Junyi stated. Several department leaders, sipping tea, were taken aback and spat out their drinks upon hearing the figure. "How much? 600 acres? What industry does young Bao intend to establish that requires such a vast area?" The land officer asked, astonished. "I plan to construct a large steel plant capable of producing 30 million tons of steel annually, including special steel products, with a total investment scale of 40 to 50 billion US dollars for procuring advanced steel production equipment and constructing the facility. However, I prefer to maintain sole ownership and control, without inserting personnel from your side, and I will require your assistance in recruiting workers," Bao Junyi continued. "Moreover, we will handle the infrastructure ourselves and request permission for port construction, facilitating the transportation of raw materials." The conference room fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with astonishment. Many gazes widened in disbelief. Wang, from the marketing department, swallowed hard and stammered, "Why, young Bao? How much money are you investing?" 40 to 50 billion US dollars. Another round of gasps echoed, as the attendees struggled to comprehend. With Huaxia's annual foreign exchange income hovering around 5 billion US dollars, Bao Junyi's investment in the steel plant equated to the entire annual foreign exchange total, leaving everyone astonished. The leaders of Huaxia quickly regained their composure and focused intently on Bao Junyi, their eyes glistening with anticipation, fearing he might depart without sealing the deal. Bao Yugong also became concerned, silently reprimanding Bao Junyi for speaking too freely that morning, now regretting his words. Elders Hua and Dong from Hong Kong's affluent circles also began to worry about Bao Junyi. After all, $50 billion is not a trifling sum. In the 70s and 80s, 50 billion was equivalent to 1 trillion in the 21st century, considering a nation with an annual foreign exchange of merely $50 billion. A single project representing this amount seemed unfathomable. Other wealthy individuals from Hong Kong shared glances of skepticism, whispering amongst themselves, convinced that Bao Junyi could not possibly have such a sum. The elder, seeking to ease the tension, remarked, "Young comrade, did you perhaps misspeak? Surely you meant Hong Kong dollars?" "No, I mean USD. Furthermore, I've already dispatched Michael, who oversees our operations in America, to liaise with American steel companies. Once I finalize the factory location, I will fly to the U.S. to negotiate the procurement of production equipment." Upon hearing this definitive statement, the department heads grew excited, realizing the initiative was already underway. However, after a moment of contemplation, the elder responded, "Regarding recruitment and land procurement, those matters can be arranged. Yet, the concept of sole ownership requires further discussion in a meeting. Currently, there are no private enterprises operating, especially not on such a large scale. We must convene to deliberate and provide you with a prompt response." The meeting proceeded with discussions on investment projects, and after 30 minutes, it concluded. However, the elder and various department heads did not linger, departing to tackle the issues raised during the meeting. Post-meeting, several wealthy individuals from Hong Kong gathered to discuss the investment topic. Hua Yingdong, Dong Haoyun, and Zhang Yuliang approached Bao Junyi and cautioned, "I.e., you have acted recklessly. No matter how substantial your miracle automotive operations, investing in a steel plant seems excessive. Additionally, the investment is significant, and the return on investment is slow. With little major construction around Hong Kong, the demand for steel is minimal. It would be wiser to invest in real estate or other projects with quicker returns." Feeling touched by Dong's concern, Bao Junyi explained, "Thank you, Uncle Dong. My investment in the steel plant is part of a broader strategy. It is a crucial component. Moreover, with Hong Kong's population increasing at a rate of 15 annually, the real estate market is bound to experience a surge, leading to a substantial rise in steel demand. Additionally, regions like inland Pengcheng are close to Hong Kong, boast a large population, and offer an ample, affordable labor force. When the time comes for inland investment, steel demand will undoubtedly increase. Thus, there is no need for Uncle Dong to worry about losses. Rather, significant profits are anticipated." Dong Haoyun chuckled, i.e., "Do you have any lucrative ventures in mind? Perhaps you could include your uncles and aunts. We only wish to reap the benefits." Upon hearing Dong's suggestion, Bao Junyi considered the potential for collaboration with Hong Kong's wealthy elite. Given the substantial impact of mineral investments, forming a coalition could alleviate individual pressures. After some contemplation, Bao Junyi replied, "I do have an idea, albeit it requires a long-term investment with a lengthy return cycle, yet it promises stability." Li Jiaqing expressed interest. "What industry is it?" "Young Bao, don't forget to include me." At this time, Li Jiaqing was still developing his Longfor group and had yet to acquire Hutchison Whampoa. He was envious of Bao Junyi's rapid success. "The focus is on the automotive supply chain, including tires, components, screws, and interior decorations," Bao Junyi elaborated. Dong Haoyun interjected, "This field is foreign territory for us. The automotive parts industry is vast and dominated by Western companies, making entry exceedingly difficult." "Uncle Dong, the automotive supply chain can be simplified. The initial investment primarily involves establishing factories and recruiting technical talent for research and development. However, the returns can be substantial. If you prefer to avoid complications, you could follow my lead and acquire existing foreign companies, then relocate them to Hong Kong." "Oh, now I understand why IE has such ambitious plans. Be sure to include your uncles and aunts in your endeavors." Bao Junyi smiled. "Once I return to Hong Kong, we shall meet to discuss strategic planning." As the group continued their conversation, He Wang approached, teasing, "Young man, where did you acquire such wealth? This amount is $50 billion. If you can't produce it, you'll be in quite the predicament. Surely it was not won in your gambling ventures in Macau?" "You, Clever lad, you've learned well. Just be cautious not to bite off more than you can chew, he Wang remarked sarcastically. Thank you for your concern. Uncle He, my digestive system is in great shape. I could even indulge in another round at the Macau casino, Bao Junyi retorted. With a scowl, He Wang turned and ascended the stairs to rest. The other wealthy individuals from Hong Kong remained silent, recognizing the personal nature of the dispute and choosing not to intervene. Zhang Yuliang stood silently beside, his expression fluctuating between gloom and brightness, occasionally casting furtive glances in the direction of Bao Junyi. Following the discussions with several affluent individuals familiar to Dong Haoyun in Hong Kong, Bao Junyi accompanied Hua Yingdong and the others to the dining hall. After dinner, they dispersed, each returning to their respective quarters for rest. Perhaps due to their advancing age, after a full day of meetings, combined with the chilly early spring weather in Kyoto, while heavy snow still blanketed the northern regions, the atmosphere in their rooms remained quite frigid. As Bao Junyi prepared for sleep in his room, a knock echoed at the door. Curiosity piqued. He opened it to find Lu Ruoyan, who said, "What brings you here at such a late hour? Come with me. The Grand Elder wishes to see you." Surprised, Bao Junyi replied, "All right, just a moment. Let me put on something warmer before we go." Lu Ruoyan led Bao Junyi to a meeting room at a certain office, and as they arrived, the snow fell heavily outside, accumulating a thick layer along the roads. After a 20-minute journey, they reached their destination. Upon entering the office, Bao Junyi found both the Grand Elder and the Third Elder waiting for him, seemingly expecting his arrival. He greeted them, "Grand Elder, Third Elder, may I inquire what you wish to discuss with me? Young comrade, do not be anxious. We summoned you to understand your motivations for establishing a steel mill. With the funds at your disposal, you can invest in other industries that may yield greater profits. We are merely curious," the Grand Elder explained. Observing that only the Grand Elder and the Second Elder remained, Bao Junyi elaborated, "Indeed, the scarcity of steel is one aspect. Moreover, it is primarily to pave the way for the nation's southern development. Currently, as the mainland's economy burgeons, the demand for materials is acute. The domestic steel production cannot meet the current needs, which could severely hinder economic progress. Thus, I aim to strategically introduce equipment to facilitate this development and contribute to the nation within my capacity. Additionally, I hope to seize this opportunity to generate some wealth. But rest assured, the profits will remain within the country, reinvested in domestic goods or infrastructure." The Grand Elder and the Third Elder exchanged glances, smiling, "Good comrade. We did not anticipate that you would consider the future so profoundly. Your patriotic spirit is palpable to both me and the people." They acknowledged the issue of steel scarcity on the mainland, mentioning their plans to construct a large steel mill in Shanghai and their ongoing negotiations with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries of Japan, surprised that Bao Junyi had brought it up. The Third Elder noted, "You mentioned establishing a wholly owned steel mill and the issue of shareholding that the Hong Kong Tycoons brought up. We have also discussed it with several key figures, and the feasibility appears promising." Bao Junyi hesitated, contemplating whether to share insights from the future, but ultimately decided to proceed. "Grand Elder, Third Elder, during my studies abroad, I encountered numerous texts regarding private ownership, state ownership, and shareholding. These concepts were discussed to varying extents." He then detailed the future models of state-owned enterprises, central enterprises, private businesses, and shareholding systems, elucidating practical applications and preventative measures. The two elders listened intently, taking notes, and this exchange continued until dawn. After a night of discussion, many concepts became clear, and Bao Junyi, having adjusted his expressions to suit the current context, returned to the state guest house, weary yet fulfilled. The following morning, without pausing for rest, they convened all core department heads to deliberate the feasibility of the ideas discussed the previous night. Bao Junyi, having slept until the afternoon, emerged to find Lu Ruoyan waiting at his door. Curiously, he asked, "Ruoyan, why are you standing at my door? Do you need something?" "No, the Grand Elder sent me. He mentioned that you were engaged in discussions all night and instructed me to ensure you were not disturbed while resting." "I see. Do you have time now?" "Not really." "Why?" She replied, "Accompany me for a meal, then we can visit Wang Zhongguei. I might be leaving in a couple of days, and fear I won't have time later." "Ah, are you leaving for Hong Kong so soon?" she asked, surprised. "I received a call from Michael in the U.S. this morning. He informed me that everything is arranged, and I must hurry over, likely within the next few days." Lu Ruoyan felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Bao Junyi's imminent departure. Over the past few days, she had come to appreciate his talents and amiable personality, though he was somewhat oblivious to the subtleties of romance, having not offered her a seat, insisting they converse in the cold at the door. Despite his demeanor resembling that of a tech-savvy individual, he possessed striking looks, standing at 6 feet tall, athletic and well-built. With a sun-kissed appearance inherited from his mother and the straightforwardness from his father, blending their attributes flawlessly, Lu Ruoyan adjusted her emotions and said, "All right, I will accompany you." Bao Junyi took her to Wang Fujing, where they enjoyed Kyoto's royal pastries for afternoon tea, explored the vibrant Forbidden City, and indulged in the delights of antiquities in Sanlitun. They had a splendid time, yet neither dared to address the unspoken tension between them. For Bao Junyi, the road ahead was long and fraught with complexities, and Lu Ruoyan's ambiguous identity made him wary of entanglements. Later that evening, they arrived at Wang Zhonggui's place, where Bao Junyi handed over the cash, instructing that all purchased antiques be secured and monitored daily until he could arrange for their collection. He detailed his interest in various types of courtyard houses and the residences of noble families, requesting the services of restoration experts to restore their original appearances, as he anticipated returning to stay there in the future. "Rest assured, Mr. Bao, I have already contacted associates within the circle. News regarding the courtyard houses will be forthcoming. As for the antiques and paintings, I just acquired a few exquisite jade bracelets used by princesses during the Qing dynasty, along with several other notable pieces for which prices are yet to be negotiated." "Excellent. Let us see them," Bao Junyi urged. In the back room, Wang Zhonggui produced a small wooden box, slowly revealing its contents. These are a pair of imperial green jade bracelets, originating from the time of the Eight-Nation Alliance. Their provenance is indisputable. Lu Ruoyan's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the bracelets, and Bao Junyi noticed a reaction. He extended his hand, gently taking hers and placing the jade bracelet onto her wrist. "Ruoyan, they look splendid on you. They complement your elegance perfectly." Blushing, Lu Ruoyan protested, "Mr. Bao, I cannot accept this. It is too precious. Please keep it. To me, it is a trivial expense. Moreover, is it not customary for friends to gift each other tokens of appreciation?" "But," Bao Junyi interjected, "if you feel uncomfortable, simply return the favor with a gift for me next time. This is merely a token of my regard." Meanwhile, Wang Zhonggui silently applauded Bao Junyi's adeptness in wooing women. If only he had possessed such charm in his youth, he mused, wouldn't he find himself in his current predicament, reduced to counting pennies to dine out. The woes of life. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's cheeks flushed like the warm hues of a sunset, her face aglow as she struggled to meet Bao Junyi's gaze, feeling an unexpected flutter in her heart. She could only manage a soft, "all right." Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ruoyan found herself gradually ensnared by her feelings, her heart racing inexplicably, as if it might leap from her chest. The two individuals lingered for a while in Baoguzhai. As they departed, they instructed manager Wang to continue acquiring antiques and courtyard houses before leaving with Lu Ruoyan. Along the way, Lu Ruoyan curiously inquired, "Mr. Bao, why do you acquire so many antiques?" "To be honest, I am not particularly fond of them," he replied. "If you don't like them, why do you continue to acquire them?" She pressed, "Although I do not have an affinity for them, I cannot bear to see Chinese antiques being sold at such meager prices, especially national treasures being bought by opportunists for mere bowls or a few coins. Therefore, I wish to purchase them all and establish a private museum, allowing future generations to appreciate our ancient Chinese history and culture without having to travel abroad for such experiences. Do you think my endeavor is foolish?" As Bao Junyi turned to look at her, he noticed Lu Ruoyan's wide-open eyes fixed intently on him. However, the sight of her flushed cheeks and clear gaze inexplicably quickened his heartbeat. They shared a moment of silent connection until a sudden cough broke the spell. From a distance, Hua Dong teased, "What are you two doing standing at the door of the state guest house? It's snowing heavily. Hurry inside." "Ohat okai, Bao Junyi ziplit." But Hua Dong added, Where have you two been? Manager Wang has been waiting for you in the lobby for quite some time." "Uncle Hua, my apologies. I just took Ruyan out for a brief outing. Then I shall see you now." As Hua Dong watched them leave, he chuckled to himself, that rascal, just like his father, has no shortage of romantic affairs, even surrounded by admirers here in Kyoto. Bao Junyi hurried to the lobby, apologizing, "I am sorry, Manager Wang. I just returned from an outing." Manager Wang waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Young Bao, The proposal you presented in the meeting regarding the sole proprietorship of the steel plant has been approved after our discussions. The Grand Elder asked me to convey his encouragement to you. Should you encounter any challenges, feel free to contact him directly for assistance. He also mentioned that the contributions you make will not be forgotten by the people. Surprised, Bao Junyi accepted the news and responded, "Please thank the Grand Elder for his trust in me. I will ensure the steel plant is established to become Asia's premier facility, producing millions of tons annually." Excellent. I will certainly relay your message. I heard you are leaving Kyoto tomorrow. Why not stay a few more days? Such visits are rare. With a hint of reluctance, Bao Junyi replied, "I wish I could, but I've already scheduled a meeting with the American Steel Company." That was quick. Is your purpose there to negotiate the procurement of steel equipment? Indeed, I had planned this prior to my arrival. Even if the mainland proves unfeasible, I will select a site in Hong Kong to build the steel plant. Manager Wang reflected inwardly, realizing that if their earlier visions came to fruition, the significance of this steel plant would extend beyond economic development. It would also pertain to the future growth of his own enterprise. Young Bao, since you have matters to attend to, I shall not keep you. Please ensure your next visit to Kyoto is longer. Bao Junyi smiled. I will certainly do so. After their conversation, Bao Junyi met with Lao Do, Huo Lao, Dong Lao, and several familiar affluent individuals from Hong Kong before returning to his room to pack his belongings. The following day, Bao Junyi arrived at Kyoto International Airport. Michael had arranged a private jet to retrieve him for his journey to the United States. Given the scarcity of flights from Kyoto to the U.S., a last-minute adjustment was not feasible, necessitating the use of a chartered aircraft. Upon arriving at the airport, Bao Junyi spotted a familiar figure waiting for him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lu Ruyen. "Ruyen, what brings you here?" he asked, astonished. "Is it not permissible for me to come?" "Not at all. I'm merely surprised." "I'm here to deliver a gift. You departed so hurriedly that I wanted to ensure you received it." Bao Junyi scanned Lu Ruyen from head to toe, nodding. "Indeed, you look quite lovely. Where are you looking?" "No wandering eyes," Lu Ruyen said shyly. "Were you not here to present a gift?" "Why can I not look? I'm not a gift. I'm merely carrying it." Feigning innocence, Bao Junyi replied. "If you do not clarify, how am I to know?" "You." Bao Junyi laughed heartily. "All right, I shall cease my teasing. I appreciate your company during this time. I must take my leave now." Upon hearing that he was leaving, an uncharacteristic surge of courage compelled Lu Ruyen to embrace Bao Junyi. In that instant, his heart raced, the sound of his heartbeat echoing in his ears. He instinctively reciprocated the embrace, causing Lu Ruyen to shiver slightly and hold him a bit tighter. At that moment, it felt as if they were the only two souls in the airport. The heavy snowfall outside seemed to bid them farewell. After a prolonged embrace, they finally parted ways. With a heavy heart, Bao Junyi boarded the plane bound for New York en route to Pennsylvania. The next day, Bao Junyi and his team arrived in Pennsylvania, where Michael had already made arrangements. The primary objective of this trip was to procure technology and equipment related to the steel plant. With the current shortage of automotive-grade steel and the impending expansion, coupled with the economic growth in Hong Kong, leading to an increased demand for steel, it was opportune to establish the steel plant. This endeavor would not only benefit the company, but also contribute to the economic ascent of Hong Kong and China. In the near future, both Shanghai and Shenzhen would boast large-scale steel plants, ensuring a steady supply of steel in the short term. In the early hours, the airplane touched down at Pennsylvania International Airport. Michael had organized a fleet of Rolls-Royce vehicles for the arrival, addressing Bao Junyi, "Boss, the meeting with the American Steel Company is scheduled for tomorrow morning. I have reserved the presidential suite at the Hilton Hotel for you. Please rest well tonight, and we shall proceed in the morning." "Thank you, Michael. I appreciate your efforts." "Not at all. However, this negotiation may prove challenging, particularly concerning special steel technology and equipment, which are on the restricted sales list." "That is acceptable. We shall initiate discussions tomorrow. After all, acquiring the technology and equipment related to the special steel plant is crucial for the launch of subsequent projects." Bao Junyi understood the importance of acting swiftly. In a few years, as relations between the U.S. and China cooled, procuring such equipment would become increasingly difficult. Thus, while the relationship was still amicable, it was prudent to acquire advanced equipment to ensure future endeavors. "Understood, boss." Chapter 31. Is secondhand this expensive? Do they take me for a cash cow? In the morning, at the headquarters of the American Steel Company, Established in 1901 through the merger of several steel companies, the American Steel Company once controlled 70 of the U.S. steel market, boasting substantial capital and monopolistic power. Alongside Nucor and ISG, it was regarded as one of the three giants of American steel in the 70s and 80s. However, the rapid ascent of Rockefeller-S oil and the Morgan family-S finance soon eclipsed their dominance. At this juncture, Bao Junyi had been waiting for half an hour and was growing impatient. Suddenly, the meeting room door creaked open. Bao Junyi Carnegie, the head of the American Steel Company, along with several executives entering the room. With an arrogant smile, Andrew Carnegie remarked, "You must be Mr. Bao Junyi." "I am Andrew Carnegie." Furrowing his brow, Bao Junyi replied, "Yes, hello, Mr. Carnegie. I have reviewed the procurement order you submitted. The complete set of equipment for a large steel plant is currently classified as restricted export under the bans. We can only sell you equipment suitable for small and medium-sized steel plants. As for the technology and equipment related to special steel, they are at the top of the restricted sales list." Mr. Carnegie, the restricted sales list established by the bans only applies to certain countries, does it not? Andrew Carnegie responded with a hearty laugh. Indeed, for regions within Europe and America, with the exception of allies of the Bear Nation, exports are permissible. However, Bao Junyi interrupted directly, "Mr. Carnegie, if we can reach a collaboration, it would be mutually beneficial. Your company would secure substantial orders, and your stock prices would soar. Moreover, steelmaking equipment is not military hardware. Surely it can be managed on your end?" Bao Junyi understood the ulterior motives of these foreigners, who merely sought to inflate the price of steel equipment through such suppression tactics, a strategy that had proven effective at negotiation tables in other developing nations. He continued, "Our acquisition of large-scale steelmaking equipment is primarily aimed at producing steel for the automotive and construction industries. With the economy of Hong Kong soaring and the real estate sector thriving, the demand for steel is considerable, so you can rest assured." At this moment, Andrew Carnegie fell into contemplation, pondering, although the regulation on large steelmaking equipment is relatively lenient, if a substantial sum is allocated for public relations, the issue shouldn't be insurmountable. However, should the COCOM pursue an investigation, it would become problematic. "Mr. Bao, may I take some time to consider this?" Carnegie inquired. "Certainly, Mr. Carnegie. I understand your concerns. But the bilateral relations between the United States and China have significantly improved over the past 2 years, unlike decades ago. Wouldn't you agree? In this period, trade between China and the United States has become increasingly frequent. Many pieces of equipment that the U.S. does not sell are available from European countries. In mid-1970s, the U.S. eased its policies towards China, leading to increased exchanges and trade, albeit for a brief period." After a moment of reflection, Andrew Carnegie replied, "The complete production equipment for a large steel plant is exceedingly expensive, and I wonder if your private enterprise can shoulder such a substantial project." "Rest assured, Mr. Carnegie, I have done my homework. If I lacked the necessary capabilities, I would not be here before you," Bao Junyi asserted. "Is that so?" Carnegie retorted. "According to your provided list, establishing a large steel plant would require at least $4.5 billion, with part of the purchase price needing to be paid in advance. Of course, Mr. Carnegie, I am well aware of U.S. laws. After all, I graduated from MIT, where contractual integrity is highly valued, which is why I prioritized American steel companies. Otherwise, I would have gone directly to Europe." Andrew Carnegie contemplated for a moment before responding, "Mr. Bao, I need to convene a meeting to deliberate further." "That is acceptable. However, if you do not consider selling, I may have to turn to Europe, as Germany is currently experiencing significant economic inflation, and I am confident they would be eager to sell to us." Carnegie scoffed, "Is that so? We are not selling, and they would be doomed if they attempted to." "Oh, if Europe is not an option, isn't there still the Northern Bear country? Given the current context of foreign exchange earnings, they should be quite willing to engage in such transactions." Andrew Carnegie fell silent. He understood the implications of Bao Junyi's words. Indeed, the global economy was struggling, and many companies faced bankruptcy threats. If they chose not to sell, others certainly would. After a brief hesitation, Carnegie stated, "If purchasing the complete equipment for the large factory requires $4 billion, as for the special steel melting equipment, that would require further negotiation." "Mr. Carnegie, as far as I know, the current market price for steel plant equipment is around $3 billion. Your quoted price seems excessively inflated." "Mr. Bao, you are requesting top-tier production equipment for a large steel plant. International market prices cannot be the sole reference point, Carnaby replied. Bao Junyi smirked, Mr. Carnaby. While we indeed require a batch of steel equipment, it does not imply that we are willing to be fleeced. If you perceive us as easy prey, I regret to inform you that we will simply turn to other companies. Carnaby retorted coldly, currently, we are the only ones daring to sell to you. If you doubt it, feel free to test the waters, and the price may not remain the same. And are you sure you can procure it from that bear country? Is that so? I would relish the opportunity to test that claim, though I doubt your American steel companies will have the luxury of waiting. What do you mean? Carnaby inquired. Mr. Carnaby, amidst the eruption of this oil crisis, the U.S. economy has plunged into stagflation, the automotive industry has been severely impacted, and steel demand has been in continuous decline for 6 months, with factory orders sharply reduced, leading to a significant drop in heavy industry revenue. If I were to announce a procurement order worth billions, only to have it thwarted due to a presidential blunder, what would be the consequences? Andrew Carnaby stood up, furious. Do you dare? Do you believe I would hesitate? At this moment, Andrew Carnaby felt a twinge of fear. If this information were to leak, stock prices would plummet once more, he would be blamed by the board, and ultimately, he would have to resign. After a moment of indecision, Carnaby finally said, the complete production line for a large steel plant will be priced at $3.8 billion. As for the special steel-related technology equipment, we can only offer second-hand items, priced at $700 million. Bao Junyi shook his head. I can only accept a slightly higher market price, which would sufficiently cover your public relations expenses and other necessary arrangements. Anything lower, and I cannot justify it to the board. Mr. Carnaby, how about this? The top-tier complete production equipment for $3.5 billion and the special steel melting equipment for $400 million? That is unacceptable. According to your list, we cannot settle for less than $4.7 billion. The teams from both sides engaged in a back-and-forth negotiation over the price. Eventually, Bao Junyi, growing impatient, declared, then you should convene your meeting, provide a final price, and if acceptable, we will proceed with the purchase. If not, we will seek alternatives. Carnaby, with a grim countenance, felt entirely controlled throughout the process, which left him feeling quite vexed. Nonetheless, for the sake of the company's performance, he had no choice but to endure. Very well, we shall discuss this in our meeting. Half an hour later, Andrew Carnaby presented his quote. The equipment for a large steel plant will be $3.75 billion, while the special steel melting equipment can only be offered as second-hand, 90 new, originating from a steel plant that shut down last year, priced at $700 million. Unacceptable. You want $700 million for second-hand equipment? Why not just rob a bank? You truly believe we are easy prey? Chapter 32. The original team of the miracle game plans for cashing out Mr. Bao. I assure you, I do not regard you as easy prey. After all, the special steel-related equipment boasts high technical content and is tightly regulated. A higher price is quite reasonable. Reasonable, you say. The ensuing negotiations were delegated to the respective teams. The discussions continued for 3 days, culminating in Bao Junyi and Andrew Carnaby signing the procurement contract. The Miracle Group agreed to purchase the latest top-tier steel plant equipment and special steel melting equipment and its technology from the American Steel Company for a total of $4 billion, $3.6 billion for the steel plant equipment and $400 million for the special steel equipment. Furthermore, 30% of the down payment will be transferred to the steel company within a month, while the remaining balance will be paid only after the installation and testing were satisfactorily completed and normal production commenced. The agreement also stipulated that engineers will be provided for installation and operational training to ensure the new steel plant's smooth operation, although the Miracle Group would be responsible for their salaries. In the 1970s, Hong Kong lacked heavy industry, and China's steelmaking capabilities lagged behind international standards. It was not until 1978 when the Dragon Nation collaborated with the Cherry Blossom Nation to establish a large steel plant in Shanghai that significant advancements were made in the industry, and that plant continues to operate to this day. After finalizing the contract with the American Steel Company, Bao Junyi headed to Wall Street to meet with Robert and Diana, who had arranged a meeting for that day. Meanwhile, Andrew Carnaby sat in his office, sipping coffee, leisurely reading the newspaper. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Mr. Carnaby, the stock prices have skyrocketed. We just received news from Wall Street. An increase of 125 in just half an hour. His secretary exclaimed. Calm down. This is merely a minor occurrence. No need for such alarm. The news of Miracle Group's acquisition of the steel mill was divulged by Andrew Carnegie to several newspapers, primarily because the current U.S. Steel Corporation has been experiencing a downturn. This contract is expected to elevate the stock price and boost company morale. Within half a day, U.S. media outlets were inundated with reports. The U.S. ABC reported, shocking, Hong Kong's Miracle Group invests $4 billion to construct Asia's most advanced steel plant. Is the company venturing into the steel market? The BBC remarked, U.S. Steel Corporation signs a $4 billion order, with stock prices surging by 120 in just half an hour as major institutions continue to increase their holdings. The Times of Frankfurt echoed, astonishing. Hong Kong's Miracle Group privately establishes a large steel mill. Could it become the next U.S. Steel? Bao Junyi paid no heed to the external media frenzy. He had already arrived on Wall Street. Indeed, after concluding his meetings, he flew directly to New York with his bodyguards, as he had an afternoon appointment with the remaining shareholders of Miracle Games. Wall Street, located on Broadway in New York, is merely 1/3 of a mile long and 11 meters wide. Despite its narrowness and brevity, it is renowned worldwide as the financial epicenter of America. Major investment banks and consortiums have established their presence here, alongside banks, insurance companies, shipping, railroads, and the headquarters of several major U.S. exchanges. Furthermore, Wall Street is also famous for angel investments and venture capital, with numerous headhunting firms and prestigious law firms headquartered in the vicinity. In a CAF, Bao Junyi met with Diana and the others. Hi, Robert, John, Diana, it's been a while. He greeted them with a warm smile, embracing each one. Robert and John were Bao Junyi's university alumni and co-founders of Miracle Games, primarily responsible for channel sales, which enabled rapid global distribution, largely due to their family networks. Robert hailed from the Morgan family, while John belonged to the DuPont family. Together with Diana's noble status from the Eagle Nation, their university startup team was destined for success, which is why Bao Junyi had invited them to join the venture. However, upon reaching Diana, her affectionate gaze lingered on Bao Junyi as she held him tightly, reluctant to let go. Bao, I miss you so much. Why haven't you come to the Eagle Nation to see me? Anna, I've been incredibly busy. I just concluded negotiations with the steel company before flying to New York to meet you all, he replied. Why are you considering entering the steel industry? That field is not particularly profitable, plus it has long cycles and doesn't allow for much financial play, Robert questioned, perplexed. The steel mill in Hong Kong cannot meet the demands of my automotive factory. The import times are too slow and the price is exorbitant. I'm considering establishing a steel mill to reduce production costs, Bao Junyi explained. John expressed his surprise. Bao, a $4 billion expenditure on steel mill equipment and nearly $5 billion for construction is quite a hefty investment. Bao Junyi smiled wryly. Money isn't exactly abundant, which is why I sought you out. A few $100 million might be manageable, but anything beyond that is challenging. Robert chuckled ruefully. Yes, I only have about $100 million left in my small treasury. I have around $200 million. But after accounting for real estate and company stocks, it's down to about $100 million, Diana added softly. Bao Junyi assured them, I'm not here to borrow money. I intend to take Miracle Games public. I've mentioned it before, and I'm here to discuss its implementation and operational aspects. The trio was taken aback, initially believing he was joking, only to realize his seriousness. Robert exclaimed, Miracle Games is already generating annual profits of $700 to $800 million with a 20% growth rate. Isn't going public too soon? Indeed, going public now seems unwise. It's akin to killing the golden goose when it's laying eggs. Diana expressed her concern. Bao, if you're short on funds, we can brainstorm other solutions. Going public now seems detrimental. Bao Junyi understood their sentiments and replied slowly. Actually, I've planned this out. The intention to go public is to maximize benefits. Miracle Games currently dominates 90% of the global arcade game market, with many arcade machines being our products. However, have you considered that our orders are gradually declining? While it may not be apparent, the market is evidently reaching saturation. Most current orders come from small to medium developing countries. We've already saturated the developed market and receive fewer orders from them. John countered. Arcade machines don't have a long lifespan, and there will surely be repurchases later on. This is merely a temporary decline in orders. Arcade games cannot maintain global popularity indefinitely, as they could be replaced by other forms of entertainment. The equipment is too bulky, which poses significant inconveniences. Have you contemplated this risk? Bao Junyi continued, I wish to capitalize on the current success of Miracle Games by going public in the U.S. to secure profits. If orders drastically decline, the significance of going public diminishes. The three fell silent, deep in thought, while Bao Junyi refrained from interrupting. Should they disagree, a vote would ultimately decide, given that he held 51 of the shares. If necessary, he could also opt to sell his shares at a high price and exit. Diana stepped forward, declaring, "Bao, I believe in you. I support going public. After all, you are exceptional, and your decisions will undoubtedly be correct." Beside them, Robert and John exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of amusement and resignation, and they nodded in agreement. "We have no objections." "Excellent. Let us now discuss how to arrange the listing process and prepare the necessary materials." The four began conversing about the listing process and whether Miracle Games currently met the criteria, what documentation needed to be filed. And Bao Junyi proposed the dual-class share structure to prevent hostile takeovers post-listing, ensuring control over the company remained intact. They engaged in discussions throughout the afternoon. The following day, at the Morgan headquarters on Wall Street, the discussions continued in a conference room under Robert's organization. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a graceful girl entered, calling out to Robert, "Brother, I didn't expect to find you here." Robert, taken aback, asked, "What brings you here? Is there something you need?" "I was just curious about your hard work. Weren't you always at parties before?" "Sister, you're going too far. Can't you see my friends are here?" Bao Junyi, astonished, recognized Lucy and exclaimed, "Lucy, is that really you? And you're Robert's sister?" Lucy turned toward the source of the voice, equally surprised. Bao Junyi, what are you doing here? Do you two know each other?" Robert raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Yes, we've met a few times in Hong Kong. The first time was when I encountered him at Morgan Bank while securing a loan," Bao Junyi admitted, slightly embarrassed. Upon spotting Diana, Lucy rushed over, embracing her excitedly. "Anna, why didn't you tell me you were coming to America? Are we still best friends?" Diana chuckled, patting her back. "I came quite suddenly and forgot to inform you. Nevertheless, I am here now, and you must take me out tonight." Lucy winked playfully. "Of course. I'll show you a fantastic time tonight. You're in for a treat." The others, initially anticipating some dramatic development, were instead greeted with a light-hearted atmosphere, leaving them somewhat disappointed. Robert leaned closer to Bao Junyi and whispered, "Did something happen between you and my sister in Hong Kong? She seems to look at you differently." Bao Junyi quickly waved his hands. "Nothing happened. We've only met for business purposes." Relieved, Robert clapped him on the shoulder. "That's good to hear. My sister is renowned within her circle as a little enchantress and is the most cherished granddaughter of our grandfather. Should you dare to wrong her, the consequences— well, you understand. Brother, it is rather unseemly for you to speak ill of your sister behind her back, you know." Lucy interjected with a cheerful laugh, her voice as sweet as honey. Robert was startled, turning to swallow hard and chuckling nervously. "Sister, how could I ever say anything bad about you? You must have misheard." "Misheard indeed. Umph. I heard everything, and when you return home, you're in for it," Lucy whispered playfully into Robert's ear, her tone laced with mischief. A shiver ran down Robert's spine, and inwardly he lamented his fate. Lucy then turned to the group with a radiant smile, declaring, "Since you are all my brother's friends, as a sister, I invite you all to join me for a night out." "Absolutely, we're all in. Right, everyone?" John immediately rose in agreement, clearly intrigued by Lucy's proposal. Bao Junyi and Diana nodded in consent, while Robert trembled in a corner, silently praying for the night to unfold without incident. Noticing Robert's unease, Bao Junyi leaned in and asked softly, "What's wrong? You seem a bit apprehensive about your sister." Robert sighed, lowering his voice. "You have no idea. Everyone in our circle calls her the little enchantress. Last time, she got a bureaucrat's son intoxicated, stripped him naked, and left him on the street, making headlines in the entertainment news. And that was not an isolated incident. So good luck tonight." "Wow, I can't believe your sister is that terrifying," Bao Junyi replied skeptically. "That's merely her facade. When she's sweetly smiling and acting coy, she might just be plotting something mischievous against you." Robert shook his head in resignation. John chimed in, "Really? She doesn't seem that scary to me." "You'll understand if you experience it firsthand," Robert said, falling silent thereafter. That evening, Lucy drove the group to the renowned Rose Bar near New York. Upon arrival, she proudly announced, "This large bar was opened by me and my friend from the circle. We have a delightful selection of fine wines, so let us indulge tonight." The group entered quietly, each harboring their own thoughts. The Rose Bar was opulently decorated, with stylish lighting and decor that exuded both luxury and taste. Initially dismissive of Robert's warnings, Bao Junyi and John soon felt an inexplicable sense of pressure upon entering the bar. Robert, meanwhile, sought every opportunity to slip away but was consistently thwarted by Lucy. "Brother, you've taken a wrong turn to the restroom. It's to the left," Lucy chimed with a teasing smile. Robert awkwardly chuckled. "Oh, I forgot the way. I'll be right back." "All right, brother, we'll be waiting for you." Lucy raised her little fist, revealing her small fangs, signaling mischievously. Robert wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing he was trapped for the night. Once inside the luxurious private room, the staff promptly served a variety of exquisite wines, some aged 50 to 60 years, indicating they were indeed rare treasures. Under Lucy and Diana's influence, the atmosphere quickly became lively. Singing, dancing, and rolling dice ensued, with everyone losing themselves in the revelry, seemingly oblivious to Robert's earlier warnings. Only Bao Junyi occasionally sipped cautiously, striving to remain sober. Yet, how could Lucy let him off so easily? She approached and pulled him onto the dance floor, compelling him to join in the fun. Soon, everyone was intoxicated, their speech slurred and fragmented. The assortment of drinks, whiskey, red wine, white wine, and vodka, was overwhelming, and, as the effects kicked in, they could no longer hold their liquor. Except for Lucy, everyone else succumbed to the couch, including Diana. Though Lucy remained upright, she was not in great shape either, having consumed her fair share. At that moment, a staff member entered, quietly inquiring, "Miss, shall we stick to the usual plan for the gentlemen, stripping them and leaving them on the street?" Lucy hesitated briefly before waving her hand dismissively. "Let us skip that this time, for the sake of my friends. However, do give them some makeup and take photos with my camera." "Understood, miss." The staff member replied playfully, getting to work. After a few staff members finished, Lucy nodded with satisfaction, arranged for a few more to help carry them up to the rooms. Once the rooms were prepared, Lucy assisted Bao Junyi upstairs. She tossed him onto the bed and, leaning in, pinched his face while murmuring, "You pesky Bao, you bullied me last time at the dance, leaving me alone. I am Lady Morgan. I have never endured such humiliation." As she spoke, she continued to pinch his cheeks and lightly hit his chest. Bao Junyi, though somewhat intoxicated, had not completely lost consciousness. Despite the haze, he sensed the discomfort from her playful hits and groggily opened his eyes to see Lucy perched atop him, scolding him while playfully hitting him. Lucy was momentarily taken aback by his sudden awakening, frozen in surprise. As he gazed into her flushed cheeks and intoxicated eyes, he instinctively leaned closer. Lucy was momentarily stunned, her body trembling slightly, her face turning crimson like a ripe apple. Just as she was about to speak, her lips were silenced. Their eyes locked, a palpable tension thickening the air. Lucy, who already harbored feelings for Bao Junyi, found herself unable to resist, her resolve melting away. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, illuminating the room. Bao Junyi awoke groggily, his body aching as if he had battled through a strenuous ordeal. As he attempted to turn over, he suddenly realized someone was nestled in his arms. Pulling back the covers, he discovered Lucy curled up like a kitten, fast asleep atop him. Stunned, he mentally replayed the events of the previous night, inwardly lamenting his predicament. "Oh no, this is quite troublesome." Chapter 34. Recruiting troops and buying horses. Goldspot arbitrage. As Bao Junyi awoke, he moved slowly, cautious not to disturb Lucy beside him. In truth, Lucy had also awakened, but embarrassment prevented her from opening her eyes, opting instead to feign sleep, her cheeks flushed and extending to her neck, resembling a cooked shrimp curled up under the covers. Just as Bao Junyi intended to gently shift her, Lucy abruptly opened her eyes, startled like a frightened deer, and swiftly grasped the covers to shield herself, nervously asking, "What? What do you want to do?" Bao Junyi was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled, "You must be hungry, right? I'll call for room service to bring some food." Go ahead," Lucy replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. She hastily buried her face in the covers, her ears burning with embarrassment, mentally scolding herself for last night. "Oh dear, every part of me hurts. I have no strength left whatsoever." Bao Junyi rose and surveyed the scattered clothing on the floor, shaking his head in resignation. He picked up the phone, requesting room service to deliver food, specifically asking for a set of men's and women's clothing. An hour later, the two were dressed and seated at the dining table. As Bao Junyi's gaze inadvertently swept over the bedsheets, he noticed a faint reddish mark in the center. Observing Lucy's awkward gait, he quickly pieced together the situation, his eyes softening with understanding. At the dining table, Lucy kept her head down, taking small bites of food, too shy to look up at Bao Junyi. Clearing his throat to break the silence, he said, "Lucy, I will take responsibility. Whenever you feel comfortable, please take me to meet your father. As a man, one must take responsibility for their actions." Lucy's body trembled slightly as she quietly replied, "Okay, okay." As they stepped out of the hotel, they unexpectedly ran into Diana. Upon seeing them, a flicker of concern crossed Diana's eyes. "Bao, I've been looking for you everywhere. Worried something might have happened." "Lucy, you too," without a word to me while being together with Bao, leaving me in worry. Lucy awkwardly smiled and replied, "Anna, I just ran into Bao. I drank a bit too much last night and just woke up." Diana sighed, "All right. Your brother and John drank excessively last night and are feeling unwell today. I wanted to inform you that the meeting has been rescheduled for tomorrow." Bao Junyi, concerned, asked, "Anna, you drank so much last night. Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just mixed drinks, and my head feels a bit heavy," Anna said while rubbing her temples. Her gaze fell on Lucy. "Lucy, why are you limping? Are you unwell? Do you need to see a doctor?" Lucy immediately grew anxious, waving her hands. "No, it's all right. I just twisted my ankle from drinking too much last night." Diana frowned and turned to Bao Junyi. "Bao, Lucy is having trouble walking. Why don't you be a gentleman and carry her to the hospital?" Bao Junyi was momentarily at a loss for words, but Lucy interjected, "Anna, it's fine. I'll just rest at home. You all continue chatting. I'll head back now." With that, she hurriedly left, fearing Diana would notice something amiss. Diana watched Lucy's retreating figure and shook her head helplessly. Lucy, always so reckless. 10 days later, on May 6, 1974, Bao Junyi attended the final meeting regarding the public listing of Miracle Games on Wall Street. After numerous negotiations, it was confirmed that Miracle Games would have a total share capital of 100 million shares, issuing 20 million shares at a price of 40 each. With J.P. Morgan as the lead underwriter, and it would officially go public on the New York Stock Exchange in 2 months. Simultaneously, Bao Junyi also dealt with another significant matter. He sold 120 million worth of gold spot contracts that he had previously purchased at 38 per ounce, as well as 300 million worth of gold spot contracts bought at 86 per ounce with a 20-fold leverage. At this time, the international gold price had soared to 280.16 per ounce. After deducting fees and leverage interest, Bao Junyi netted a staggering 14.28 billion. This substantial sum quickly flowed into the market through J.P. Morgan's international financial channels, causing dramatic fluctuations in gold spot prices. However, due to the volatile international situation and strong demand for gold, the market quickly absorbed this transaction. Nevertheless, the financial circles of Wall Street were still buzzing, questioning who the fool was that sold such a large amount of gold at a soaring price. Bao Junyi paid no mind. After making the first payment of $1 billion to United States Steel, he still had 12.88 billion left in his company account. While this amount was considerable, it was still insufficient for his future plans. He had one final investment of 800 million in gold with a 10-fold leverage at an entry price of 130 per ounce. He decided to hold off on this investment until the COMEX gold futures contracts listed on December 31st, 1975. After all, gold spot trading could easily reveal one's identity, while the futures market offered more discretion. The decade-long bull market for gold had just begun, and Bao Junyi knew many opportunities awaited him. He resolved to diversify this fund while making strategic moves on Wall Street. The following day, Bao Junyi met with Julian Robertson through a headhunting firm. This former star investor had expanded a 10 million fund to 2 billion within 5 years, but faced bankruptcy at the end of 1972 due to investment mistakes and the oil crisis, leaving him with substantial debts. Bao Junyi extended his hand with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Julian Robertson. I am the owner of Miracle Group." Julian Robertson appeared surprised, but politely shook hands. "Hello, Mr. Bao. I heard from the headhunter that you want me to start a fund company." "Indeed. I have great confidence in your abilities," Bao Junyi stated candidly. Julian Robertson managed a bitter smile. "Mr. Bao, you should be aware of my previous failures. Do you still believe in my capabilities?" Bao Junyi smiled reassuringly. "Mr. Julian, there's an old saying in our culture. One learns wisdom from setbacks. You will rise again from where you fell, and I believe you, having experienced failure, will be stronger than before." Julian Robertson was momentarily taken aback, gratitude and determination flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and nodded earnestly. Mr. Bao, thank you for this opportunity. Bao Junyi firmly patted his shoulder. I have grand plans in the United States. I hope your abilities align with my ambitions. Boss, I won't let you down, Julian Robertson replied confidently. Bao Junyi smiled with satisfaction, knowing this former stock god would become a crucial piece in his Wall Street strategy. Furthermore, his commercial empire was poised to reach new heights in the near future. Chapter 35. Establishing the U.S. Fund. Secret talks in the Bao family study. Bao Junyi continued, I believe in you, the youngest star on Wall Street. You will rise again, just needing an opportunity. Julian Robertson's previously despondent demeanor vanished, his eyes sharp as blades. Mr. Bao, thank you for your trust. If you entrust the fund company to me, I will ensure it resonates throughout Wall Street. Excellent. With your word, I am reassured. Bao Junyi nodded approvingly. First, I require you to establish a fund company on Wall Street, to be named Fat Tiger Fund. Please arrange for office rental, personnel recruitment, and expedite the implementation. I will inject $2 billion into your fund initially. You must promptly establish a reputation on Wall Street. However, initially, no external funding will be accepted. Later, we will set limits, only accepting funds from the wealthy and certain American lawmakers. The more, the better, understand? Julian Robertson's voice trembled in shock. B-Boss, the initial funds are $2 billion? Indeed, and if necessary, I will continue to invest subsequently. However, you must promptly demonstrate your capabilities. Do not disappoint me. Bao Junyi's tone was nonchalant, as if $2 billion were merely pocket change. Boss, rest assured, with this capital, I will generate returns swiftly. Julian Robertson's eyes ignited with fierce determination. As for your salary, it will be an annual salary of $1 million, plus performance bonuses. If you follow my lead, within a year, luxury cars will be at your disposal. Within 2 years, choose any mansion in America. Within 3 years, you'll have over $100 million in savings. If you fail to meet these goals, I will personally finance your achievements. Bao Junyi's tone remained effortless, as if discussing trivial matters. Julian Robertson's voice trembled with excitement. B-Boss, thank you for trusting me, even in my lowest moments. I will certainly accomplish the goals you set. Good. I will transfer $2 million to your account shortly. Establish the fund company, and call me when it's ready. I will arrange for the funds. Bao Junyi waved his hand as if $2 million were merely pocket change. I will return to Hong Kong in a couple of days. If anything arises, call me. Understood, boss. At Hong Kong's Kai Tak International Airport, Bao Junyi and his bodyguard Wang Gang emerged from the arrival hall. Butler Fu had been waiting and took him directly back to the Bao family residence. Upon entering the hall, Bao Junyi noticed several sisters gathered in the living room, and his elder brother Bao Yugong had also returned from Kyoto, chatting with them. Elder brother, sisters, I'm back. Bao Junyi greeted with a smile. Aye, you're back. Why were you gone for so long? Dad was just talking about you, his second sister complained. Indeed, it seems that no one has bothered to call home, leaving us sisters quite anxious, the fourth sister teased. The sisters exchanged playful banter, to which Bao Junyi responded with a smile. Hence, I have returned bearing gifts for all of you. He instructed Wang Gang to present the purchased gifts one by one. This is the latest Hermes handbag for you, eldest sister. I.e., how thoughtful of you towards your elder sister. Unlike your brother-in-law, who hasn't gifted me anything in years, the eldest sister remarked, beaming as she accepted the bag. Bao Junyi chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to delve into his sister's domestic affairs, and continued distributing gifts. What is this? The second sister inquired, unveiling an ornate box with curiosity. Bao Junyi replied, This is for father, a selection of cigars exclusively supplied to the Cuban royal family. I searched for quite some time to procure these. He then retrieved another gift from the pile. And this, dear second sister, is for you, a limited edition Patek Philippe ladies' watch. I hope you like it. I.e., you truly understand my tastes, the second sister exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight upon receiving the watch. For you, third sister, I have acquired the latest limited edition of Frank perfume, just released and currently available only in Europe and America. He handed the perfume to the third sister, who joyfully accepted it and spritzed a bit, filling the room with floral fragrance. I.e., thank you. As for the fourth sister, I have brought you signed albums from several of your favorite Western celebrities. I hope you enjoy them. Bao Junyi presented the signed albums, and the fourth sister eagerly accepted them, flipping through the pages and exclaiming, I absolutely love these. I searched high and low, but couldn't find them. You managed to acquire them on your overseas trip. Bao Junyi smiled, revealing that these gifts were arranged with the help of Julian Robertson, the once-renowned Wall Street fund manager, who still wielded considerable influence. After sharing pleasant conversations with his sisters, Bao Junyi sought out Bao Yugong, who had retreated to the study. Upon entering the study on the second floor, he found Bao Yugong had already brewed tea and was awaiting his arrival. "Why did you come up so suddenly? I searched for you in the living room for ages," Bao Yugong remarked. "Bao Junyi Zipli, I brought you a gift as well. 1962 To Lafite wine and Cuban Royal cigars. You are quite considerate," Bao Yugong nodded. "You should catch up with your sisters. I wouldn't want to intrude. Having been away for nearly half a year, I thought it best to give you young ones some space to converse." Bao Junyi understood that Bao Yugong was a stern father, strict and full of rules. When he was present, the sisters were as quiet as quails. Once he left, they transformed into exuberant peacocks, ready to dance at will. "Father, how long have you been back in Hong Kong? How did your discussions go after I left?" Bao Junyi inquired. "We returned to Hong Kong less than a week ago, but the outcome has been promising. Most of the investments have been finalized," Bao Yugong replied, sipping his tea. "That's good to hear. Father, what industries have you invested in?" Bao Junyi asked with curiosity. "Together with your Uncle Hua and Uncle Dong, we invested in a port terminal, though the amount was modest. Currently, global shipping isn't very profitable. If it weren't for your orders, the company would still be in the red each year," Bao Yugong sighed. "Didn't you invest in crude oil while I was away?" Bao Junyi expressed surprise. "We did, but only around 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, with the international oil prices soaring, we sold part of our holdings and converted the remainder into refined oil for global shipping, as vessels consume a significant amount of fuel," Bao Yugong explained. Bao Junyi was speechless. He had expected Bao Yugong to have made substantial investments, only to discover the amount was so minimal. "Let me inject some capital into global shipping. That's unnecessary. You're already under considerable pressure. Besides, I heard you recently purchased steel mill equipment, and major American television stations reported on your significant orders." Bao Yugong waved off the suggestion. "When we received the news, several wealthy Hong Kong relatives and some high-ranking officials from Kyoto were astonished. No one expected you to act so decisively, signing procurement contracts with American steel companies in less than half a month. When the news reached Kyoto, several officials summoned me late into the night to discuss it." Bao Yugong recounted with pride. "Father, I am not lacking in funds at present. I have already paid 30 to the American Steel Company, $14 billion, and my company's account still holds over $12 billion, Bao Junyi stated with ease. Bao Yugong's face registered astonishment. "Where did you acquire such wealth?" Chapter 36. Visiting Ho Ing Tung to strategize for British investments in Hong Kong. Bao Yugong, still incredulous, continued. "Many wealthy individuals in Hong Kong are speculating whether your funds are borrowed from foreign consortiums or their proxies." Bao Junyi smiled reassuringly. "Father, why would you think that? My funds are legitimate. I did not seek loans from consortiums, but rather earned them through trading international spot gold. I began purchasing gold in 1971, and over the subsequent 2 years, I leveraged and increased my holdings, witnessing the price soar from $38 per ounce to the current $286. $78 statunitensi per ounce. Father, you must have seen the reports," he added. Bao Yugong still held some skepticism. "Is that true? We cannot become pariahs in China. Our family lineage traces back to Bao Zheng of the Song dynasty. We are a millennia-old family and must not tarnish our legacy. Rest assured, I would never betray China or the land that nurtured me," Bao Junyi solemnly assured him. Bao Yugong nodded, fixing a serious gaze upon him. "You must remember, you are the only male heir of the Bao family. Our roots lie in China. Moreover, the nation is currently impoverished, and we must do our part within our capacity to help." Bao Junyi replied earnestly, "Father, you need not worry. I have always acted in accordance with this principle. Initially, even your Uncle Hua and others were concerned about whether I could muster such funds, and they communicated this to the higher-ups. However, you have indeed surprised us all." Bao Yugong chuckled. When the wealthy in Hong Kong learned of your signing the steel mill procurement contract, their jaws dropped in astonishment. He reminisced about that moment, unable to suppress a smile. Bao Junyi imagined the scene. Bao Yugong must have been showered with compliments and filled with pride for having such a son. "Father, has anyone been arranged to liaise with the steel mill upon my return? I was unable to set this up before my urgent trip to the United States." Bao Junyi inquit. Yes, arrangements have been made for you to coordinate with Old Ho, who will assist in connecting you with personnel from the mainland, Bao Junyi confirmed. That's excellent. This will expedite the construction of the steel mill, Bao Junyi sighed in relief. You still have a substantial amount of cash on hand. What are your plans for it? Bao Junyi asked with curiosity. Bao Junyi confidently replied, the initial investment will be directed towards research and development, followed by stock market investments and potential acquisitions of companies. Furthermore, with the current oil crisis affecting Hong Kong, stock prices are low, making it an opportune time for strategic buying. Finally, we will recruit talent globally. With the ongoing economic downturn, high unemployment rates, and numerous bankruptcies, this moment presents the best opportunity to attract new talent. Bao Junyi nodded with a smile. You have matured. Your father can now rest easy, knowing you live up to your mother's spirit. Father, this is merely the beginning. Our family will thrive even more, and you will take pride in having a son like me, Bao Junyi declared, his eyes sparkling with determination. Excellent, excellent. Bao Junyi repeatedly extolled. Bao Junyi engaged in conversation with Bao Junyi until the late hours of the night. The following day, Bao Junyi, accompanied by gifts and bodyguards, made his way to the ancestral residence of the Ho family, a mere 15-minute drive from the Bao family estate. Upon arriving at the Ho residence, he was greeted at the entrance by Ho Jingyu, who smiled and said, Jingyu, it has been a year since we last met, and you still exude charm. Stop it. Do you realize that every time I receive education, I am compared to you? Everyone wants me to emulate you. Ho Jingyu replied with a helpless shake of his head. You are already exceptional among your peers. I am merely an anomaly, so do not compare us. Isn't that what parents do? Bao Junyi disait. You have become the ideal child in the eyes of many wealthy parents in Hong Kong. Ho Jingyu gave a wry smile. Bao Junyi chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. To keep pace with me, you might need to install an engine behind you. Wow. Ho Jingyu laughed and scolded lightly. The two engaged in idle chatter as they made their way into the villa's garden, where a pavilion awaited them. Ho Yingdong had already prepared tea and was waiting. Greeting Bao Junyi with a smile, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Thank you, Uncle Ho. I apologize for intruding, Bao Junyi said politely as he sat down. Nonsense. I usually enjoy such leisure. It is good for you to visit often. It adds some liveliness here. Ho Yingdong replied with a smile. I am already aware of your visit. I have notified the person in charge in Pengcheng, so you can arrange for your personnel to go there. Ho Yingdong continued seriously. This steel factory project is of great importance to the higher-ups and has been classified as a key project. You need to commence construction as soon as possible. Bao Junyi nodded. That is not an issue. However, I have one request, and hope Uncle Ho can assist. If you face any difficulties, just speak up. There is no need to be so formal. Ho Yingdong waved his hand dismissively. Well then, Uncle Ho, I would like to ask for your help in contacting several major construction units in the mainland. I wish to hire them to work together. I do not mind paying a higher price, and I will use US dollars for payment, Bao Junyi stated directly. Ho Yingdong chuckled. You are quite astute, knowing the country is in need of foreign exchange and utilizing this method. However, it should not be a problem. They should agree. That is reassuring. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Ho. However, we will send supervisors to ensure the quality withstands an 8-point earthquake standard, Bao Junyi added. Understood. I will contact them promptly, and results should be forthcoming. Ho Yingdong nodded. After leaving the Ho residence, it was already afternoon. Bao Junyi headed straight to the Miracle Group, where Jia Yuezheng and a management team who had accompanied him to the United States had returned. Bao Junyi provided Jia Yuezheng with the address for the steel factory construction on the eastern side of Pengcheng and instructed him to conduct an on-site inspection and expedite the commencement of work. Subsequently, he met with Yuan Tianfan to discuss the stock market in Hong Kong over the past 6 months and the status of various enterprises. Yuan Tianfan reported, the Hong Kong stock market has been in a continuous decline over the past 6 months, with most companies falling below their issue prices. Furthermore, 2 months ago, the blue-chip stocks of the Hang Seng Index also began to plummet, leading to a significant number of shareholders selling their stocks. We have been increasing our holdings in the stocks you mentioned during this downward trend. Currently, the quantities of the 5 stocks purchased are as follows: 18 in Kowloon Warehouse, 15 in Hutchison Whampoa, 12 in Chung Kong Holdings, 16 in Hang Seng Bank, and 20 in Bank of East Asia, totaling an expenditure of 4.2 billion due to insufficient company funds, with the approval of the owner. We secured a loan of 5 billion Hong Kong dollars against our previous gold spot certificates. Our account now holds less than 800 million Hong Kong dollars. Good. Bao Junyi responded with ease. Now that the company account has funds, please arrange for personnel to repay the previous loan. For him, with sufficient liquidity, 5 billion Hong Kong dollars was merely a trifling amount. In 1974, the exchange rate for the Hong Kong dollar to the US dollar was 1.52, with $1 equating to 5.2 Hong Kong dollars. After the exchange rate stabilized for several years, the decline of the British pound subsequently caused the Hong Kong dollar to fall below 8 to $1 in the 1980s. Moreover, there is currently no mechanism for shareholding restrictions in Hong Kong, nor are there regulations to prevent malicious acquisitions in the stock market. Bao Junyi continued, now that we have acquired so many stocks, we can secretly purchase shares from those shareholders in the primary market, offering a premium of up to 30. We should sign agreements first and then transfer the shares to our account later to avoid early detection. Duan Tian Fan noted, understood, Mr. Bao. I will immediately arrange for personnel to approach the shareholders of several companies. They should be quite willing to sell at a premium. After all, holding on to stocks that are depreciating daily, we can offer them a chance to cut their losses quickly. Bao Junyi expressed his concern. Let's not be overly complacent. Our clandestine acquisitions must not be discovered by the market. If news spreads, retail investors and large institutions may enter the fray, making it difficult for us to gather sufficient stocks. I understand, Mr. Bao, Yuan Tianfan replied seriously. Having arranged the company's forthcoming matters, Bao Junyi began reviewing recent project proposals, which required his signature to proceed. Many had already been delegated, but as the head of a conglomerate, numerous decisions still necessitated his approval. It took Bao Junyi over 3 hours to complete this task. Later, he arrived at the Miracle Research Center, where Dean Jiang Wenlong approached him. Mr. Bao, we have encountered some technical issues with the hybrid engine at the site you previously suggested. Could you take a look? Jiang Wenlong handed over some documents and continued. Currently, the internal combustion engine and electric motor, along with the battery control unit, often fail to switch seamlessly, causing the hybrid engine to lose power during transitions, which takes a minute to complete. This appears to be an issue with the transmission system and electronic control unit. Have you identified the cause? Not yet. Our research center has very few personnel specializing in transmission and electronics, and it is quite challenging to recruit in Hong Kong, Jiang Wenlong admitted. Have the HR department contact headhunting firms globally and offer competitive salaries for recruitment, Bao Junyi suggested thoughtfully. I will allocate $1 billion annually for research funding to your institute, primarily to conquer this engine development. I hope the Miracle Institute can expand further. Research should not be limited to engines, but also encompass aircraft engines, batteries, electronic transmission systems, and new materials. If needed, I can increase the research funding later, Bao Junyi added. Jiang Wenlong responded with excitement. Mr. Bao, this is fantastic. With this funding, we can rapidly expand our scale and recruit more research staff across the categories mentioned. In the following period, Bao Junyi spent most of his time at the research center, advancing this project. Having previously worked as the chief engineer for aerospace engines at Lockheed Martin, he found hybrid engines to be relatively straightforward. However, achieving this with the industrial foundation of the 1970s posed some challenges, primarily concerning materials. During the research, Bao Junyi discovered that many components did not meet size specifications, leading to short lifespans, as the materials available could not withstand the demands. Ultimately, he found that many failures in testing stemmed from precision issues and material inadequacies, which hindered smooth engine transitions. Currently, the Miracle Group urgently required advanced machine tools and lithography equipment. He tasked Michael with exploring possibilities for procurement in the international market. Bao Junyi remained at the Miracle Research Center for the following period. Fast forward a month and a half. The Miracle Institute successfully completed testing the hybrid engine and initiated patent applications internationally. Furthermore, Bao Junyi allocated 20 million Hong Kong dollars as a reward for the personnel involved in this project, with a minimum distribution set at 500,000 Hong Kong dollars and the highest reaching several million. In the 1970s, it could be said that 400,000 Hong Kong dollars could purchase a 100 square meter apartment, which illustrates the considerable generosity of this reward. The other members of the Miracle Research Center, upon learning this news, cast envious glances at the engine development team. However, in the afternoon, Jiang Wenlong announced that any personnel who made outstanding contributions to the project would receive rewards upon successful completion, contingent on the project contribution to the company. This declaration ignited a fervor throughout the entire research institute, with everyone inspired and eager for their respective projects to achieve breakthroughs. Meanwhile, the Hong Kong stock market experienced a sudden surge. The stock price of Wharf Holdings soared rapidly, doubling in less than half an hour, a particularly striking occurrence in the current environment. Simultaneously, rumors circulated that someone was aggressively acquiring Wharf Holdings shares, preparing for a takeover. Upon hearing this, the public rushed to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, brandishing cash and causing the venue to become overcrowded. Bao Junyi sat in his office, listening to Yuan Tianfan's report. Yuan expressed his concerns. Bao Sheng, this is my oversight. My communication with Wharf's shareholders in the primary market was inadequate, leading to the leak of this information. What should we do next? Is this leak exclusive to Wharf Holdings? The other 4 stocks haven't been compromised, have they? Only Wharf Holdings has leaked, Yuan continued. We initially offered a 30 premium, but they demanded 100, which we did not agree to. The shareholder who leaked the information intended to inflate the stock price. The other 4 stocks remain unchanged, and our acquisition in the primary market is steadily advancing. How much are we acquiring in the secondary market? And what are our current holdings in the 5 stocks? Bao Junyi inquired. Our total holdings are as follows. Wharf Holdings at 33. 48. Hutchison Whampoa at 23. 58. Chong Komatsu. 45. Hang Seng Bank at 30. 28. And Bank of East Asia at 32. 08. We are currently still acquiring in the secondary market. Bao Junyi recalled that in his previous life, Wharf Holdings had increased its shares from 45 through constant issuance or mortgaging for the development of real estate and warehouse businesses in Tsim Sha Tsui and other areas, leading to continuous dilution until their shares fell to the current 30. 25. After a moment of contemplation, Bao Junyi declared, in that case, let us confront them directly, consolidate our shares, and publish an announcement in the major newspapers of Hong Kong offering to acquire Wharf Holdings at a 50 premium at 85 Hong Kong dollars per share. We must act before the British investor Paul has a chance to respond, catching him off guard and securing more shares. Understood, Bao Sheng. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. Bao Junyi, seated in his executive chair, reflected on how, in an alternate timeline, it would have been his father initiating the acquisition, representing Chinese capital's offensive against British capital. Now, having crossed over, he found himself in his father's position, and this world had already undergone subtle changes, possibly deviating from its historical trajectory. Since he had already transcended into this world, he resolved to instigate some changes, propelling the Miracle Group to the pinnacle of the world and accelerating the rise of China. In the afternoon, major media outlets in Hong Kong reported on the Miracle Group's offer to acquire shares at a 50 premium at a price of 86 Hong Kong dollars per share, and initiated a tender offer to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, currently holding 48 of the shares, until they acquired 51. The citizens of Hong Kong erupted in excitement, as if an earthquake had struck, with the news igniting a frenzy among stock investors. The stock price jumped from the original 50 Hong Kong dollars per share, soaring upwards, with electronic display showing rapid fluctuations, 56, 59, 65, 73, 80 Hong Kong dollars per share, the numbers skyrocketing. However, at the Wharf Holdings headquarters in Central, Paul was exasperated. What is the total number of stocks we hold now? And what is our equity stake? The finance officer replied nervously, We issued 10 million shares last year for project funding, currently holding 25 of shares, while the Miracle Group holds 33. 48, Paul furiously exclaimed, FUCK. What does Bao Junyi want? Have I offended him? The one who angered him is that old man Kaisak, not me. We didn't uncover this sooner. If it weren't for the leak, we would still be unaware of his clandestine stock accumulation. A senior executive at Wharf remarked, Damn it. Does everyone think I'm an easy target? We will fully acquire stocks. Bao Junyi is offering 86 Hong Kong dollars per share. We will go directly for 90 Hong Kong dollars per share. We cannot allow that young scion of the Bao family to secure enough shares first. All right, boss. But the company account currently has only 300 million Hong Kong dollars, which is insufficient for a large-scale stock acquisition. I will find a way to gather funds from all subsidiary companies to repurchase stocks first. Okay, boss, I will arrange it immediately. The finance executive continued. Paul, calm down. Help me contact Chung Kong and Hutchison Whampoa for a dinner meeting. Understood, boss. The Hong Kong stock market was exceptionally vibrant, as the surge in Wharf Holdings ignited rebounds in other stocks. The stock price of Wharf Holdings had already soared to 95 Hong Kong dollars per share. The stock market in Hong Kong was in a frenzy, with Wharf stock price skyrocketing eightfold in a single day, climbing from just over 10 Hong Kong dollars to unprecedented heights. Following Paul's announcement of a 90 Hong Kong dollar acquisition, the stock price surged past 90 Hong Kong dollars before the market closed, reaching 95 Hong Kong dollars. After the market closed, discussions filled the streets about the acquisition battle between the Miracle Group and Wharf Holdings. Yuan Tianfan reported, Bao Sheng, we have now acquired 39.78 of the shares. Due to our tender offer and premium, we have secured some retail investor stocks. However, the remaining shares in the market are being held back, and the shareholders in the primary market are no longer willing to sell, even at a premium of 110 Hong Kong dollars. That's all right. Tomorrow, announce a purchase offer of 120 Hong Kong dollars per share and continue acquiring in the primary market. We should also accelerate our discrete accumulation of the other 4 stocks, taking advantage of the current market turbulence, as it will be difficult to detect our activities. Everyone will think it is merely a rebound or retail investors buying in. Bao Junyi instructed, Understood, Bao Sheng. I will make the arrangements. Meanwhile, at a 5-star restaurant in Hong Kong, Paul hosted Kai-sak and Kai Dizu for dinner, stating at the table, Today, I invite both of you, as you should be aware, that Bao Junyi's Miracle Group has initiated a tender offer and holds over 38 of the shares. I'm hoping for your assistance as fellow members of Hong Kong's for major trading houses. Paul, you must realize that the current economic environment is dire, and our stock prices have plummeted so drastically. We lack the funds for repurchases, Kai-sak responded helplessly. Indeed, Paul, we are all well aware of our situation in Hong Kong. The only assistance we can offer is to approach HSBC or the Ng family for support, Kai Dizu added. I am in a difficult position as well. As professional managers, if I report to my family, I would soon be replaced, as you both know. Thus, we British investors in Hong Kong must assist me. If Wharf Holdings collapses, the next likely casualty could be one of you. After all, Kai-sak's family has likely offended him as well, correct? I do not ask for much. I simply request 300 million Hong Kong dollars from each of your firms at the highest interest rate, just to help me weather this storm. Kai Dizu replied, Hutchison Whampoa does not have that much liquidity. It's not that we don't want to lend, but we are all out of cash ourselves. I have been considering reaching out to you for mutual support. Kai-sak contemplated before stating, I can lend you 300 million Hong Kong dollars, but I will need fixed assets as collateral to justify it to the board. After some internal conflict, Paul replied, that is acceptable, but the funds must be transferred by tomorrow morning. No problem. I will arrange for overtime to resolve this matter. Chitazun understood there was no escape and could only say, our group does not have substantial funds. We can only lend you 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Ultimately, Paul managed to borrow 400 million Hong Kong dollars from Hyson Development and Jardine Matheson. Simultaneously, he scheduled a meeting with HSBC's senior executive, Shun Bai, for tea at the Peninsula Hotel the following morning. However, that evening, major newspapers worked through the night to print information regarding the Kowloon warehouse acquisition, ensuring they would not struggle to sell the papers. The next day, numerous newspapers in Hong Kong, including Ming Pao, Sing Tao Daily, and Oriental Daily, published articles about the Kowloon warehouse acquisition, a shocking event in 1974. Miracle Group's Bao Junyi initiates an assault on British capital, heralding a new era of Chinese capital's rise business war legend. Bao Junyi leads Miracle Group in targeting Kowloon warehouse, opening a new chapter for Chinese capital business turmoil. Bao Junyi's bold gamble on Kowloon warehouse, comprehensive acquisition at 120 Hong Kong dollars per share. Paul, Chitazun, and Kasik secretly meet to resist Miracle Group's onslaught. Early in the morning, citizens of Hong Kong awoke to a flurry of news about the Kowloon warehouse acquisition. Engaging in animated discussions, a common sentiment arose. Chinese capital had indeed risen, with Bao Junyi as its quintessential representative. From last year's acquisition of the Chinese bank building from British capital to establishing the Miracle Industrial Park, and now the acquisition of Kowloon warehouse. This signified the true emergence of Chinese capital, instilling a sense of pride among the Chinese populace. Unbeknownst to Paul, the citizens were fervently discussing the topic. He was currently at the Peninsula Hotel, enjoying tea with senior executive Shenbai. Paul smiled and said, "Shun, I invited you for tea this time because Kowloon Warehouse is facing an acquisition. I hope you can lend your support." Shenbai took a slow sip of coffee before responding. "Paul, HSBC is not solely my decision. It requires a board resolution. Moreover, Bao Yugong is also a member of the HSBC board. If I assist you, how will they perceive me? Shun, I will not make things difficult for you. I will provide collateral, and I do not mind a higher interest rate. I only wish to navigate through this crisis. There will be generous rewards for your assistance. I brought back a limited edition Patek Philippe watch for my travels in Europe, knowing of your fondness for timepieces." Shenbai's eyes lit up upon seeing the watch. And after a moment, he said, "Thank you for the watch, Paul, but I must still follow the proper procedures. If you require funds, collateral is necessary. Otherwise, the board will not approve it. The maximum amount is only 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, but the interest might be quite high." Paul replied excitedly, "Thank you so much. Shun, a higher interest rate is acceptable. I just need the funds to arrive promptly and expedite the process." Shenbai hesitated for a moment before saying, "Given the time." Chapter 39. Hong Kong Tycoons. Shocked by Bao Junyi's financial power, I will do my utmost to release the funds within 3 days. Please submit the necessary documents as soon as possible, and I will persuade the board. Thank you so much, Shun. I will certainly express my gratitude later, Paul responded gratefully. Due to financial concerns, Paul had not slept the previous night, contemplating how to overcome this crisis. Now, with the potential funding from HSBC, he felt more confident in winning this acquisition battle. However, Shenbai's agreement also reflected his own calculations. Most of Miracle Group's business was not with HSBC, but rather spread across Standard Chartered, Morgan Stanley, HSBC, and other medium to large banks, leading Shenbai to harbor significant reservations about Bao Junyi. Shenbai intended to leverage the Kowloon Warehouse acquisition to pressure Bao Junyi, and when Bao's funds fell short, Shun could approach him, pulling Miracle Group into the HSBC fold. This was Shenbai's true objective. As for whether Paul would become a casualty, such as the nature of business warfare. After all, this loan was secured by collateral, and even in defeat, HSBC would not suffer losses. From the outset, HSBC was in an invincible position, while Shenbai was gambling with minimal exposure to gain the entirety of Miracle Group. Upon returning to the Kowloon Warehouse headquarters in Central, Paul's secretary rushed in, exclaiming, "Boss, it's bad news. Miracle Group has adjusted the acquisition price to 120 Hong Kong dollars per share." "What? When was this announced?" Paul asked in astonishment. "It was announced just before the market opened. Should we follow suit, or?" the secretary whispered. Paul composed himself for a moment, then gritted his teeth, declaring, "We will follow suit. Let us set our acquisition target price at 120 Hong Kong dollars per share." "Understood, boss." The secretary hurriedly left to make arrangements. Paul furrowed his brow in contemplation. Currently, Kowloon Warehouse had 300 million Hong Kong dollars, borrowed 400 million from Hyson Development and Jardine Matheson, and secured a 1 billion loan from HSBC, totaling 1.7 billion Hong Kong dollars. He wondered if that would suffice for this stock market gamble. Time flew by during the Kowloon Warehouse battle, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. The secretary reported to Paul, "Boss, Kowloon Warehouse's stock price has risen to 165 Hong Kong dollars per share. Our company's funds of 1.7 billion Hong Kong dollars are nearly depleted, leaving only 165 million. We can only acquire up to 38.96. Paul sat despondently in his executive chair, his unshaven face reflecting the toll of the ordeal, making him appear 20 years older. With vacant eyes, he asked, "How much stock has Miracle Group acquired?" Internal sources indicated they had likely secured over 45 of the shares, leaving little available in the market. Suddenly, a senior executive rushed in, "Boss, Miracle Group has just announced a final acquisition offer at 200 Hong Kong dollars per share, now holding 48.56 of shares. They are seeking to acquire an additional 2.44, and the remaining shares on the market are likely about to be sold off." Paul slumped back in his chair, remaining silent for a long time before weakly saying, "Let us sell all the shares we hold. The outcome is already decided." It seems Miracle Group has been plotting this for a long time, preparing meticulously. Hong Kong was now facing a formidable white shark, with Kowloon Warehouse being the first, but certainly not the last, Other British capital consortiums in Hong Kong were also in jeopardy. After saying this, he fell silent, his vacant gaze fixed on the bustling city outside the window. At 2:45 p.m., Miracle Group publicly announced it had acquired 51 of Kowloon Warehouse, achieving decisive control. The news caused Kowloon Warehouse's stock price to plummet, dropping from 218.56 Hong Kong dollars per share to 195, 178, 154, 126. Within 20 minutes, falling below 100 Hong Kong dollars per share, effectively halving its value. By the close of trading, the stock price had dropped to 46 Hong Kong dollars per share, beginning to fluctuate as some adventurous investors entered the market to buy at the bottom. This acquisition, which lasted a week and a half, came to a close. Bao Junyi convened a senior management meeting to strategize regarding the Kowloon Warehouse acquisition. Bao stated, "Aside from Paul and a few core management members, we should leave the rest unchanged. Additionally, we will assess the assets of Kowloon Warehouse, consolidate, and restructure." He appointed Jia Yuezheng as the interim president of Kowloon Warehouse, tasked with overseeing its normal operations while integrating various departments and eliminating unreasonable projects. The meeting lasted for 2 hours. The following morning, Bao Junyi, accompanied by Jia Yuezheng, finance, audit, and legal teams, entered the Kowloon Warehouse headquarters. They went directly to Paul's office, sitting across from him as Bao said, "Paul, I have won this acquisition battle." Paul, with a downcast expression, replied, "Indeed, years of effort have been in vain. No, this is a rebirth. Your management approach has spread the group's resources too thin. Diversification is acceptable, but you lack a few core competitive advantages, and the group's external debts are excessively high, severely hindering development. You have won. You are right in everything. Do you still want the remaining stock? If you wish to sell, I will certainly buy it. Why would I refuse? I acquired it at an average price of 95 Hong Kong dollars. If you offer me 100 Hong Kong dollars per share, I will sell it to you. Mr. Paul, the current stock price is merely over 40 Hong Kong dollars, and you wish to sell it to me at 100. Do you consider me a fool? Furthermore, the funds you previously borrowed were secured collectively by the group. I have initiated a full acquisition offer, and your actions are in violation of regulations." Paul, with a grim expression, replied, "What do you propose? At what price are you willing to repurchase? Since Mr. Paul is willing to sell, I will offer a reasonable price, 50 Hong Kong dollars per share." "Impossible. That is far too low. If you insist on such a meager price, I shall be compelled to sell to others, such as HSBC, who are eager to become major shareholders." Bao Junyi did not anticipate that Paul had such a card up his sleeve. If Paul were to sell the shares to HSBC, it would be disastrous. Their involvement would complicate future management and hinder privatization efforts. After pondering for a moment, Bao Junyi said, "Paul, if you're truly intent on selling, I will offer 80 Hong Kong dollars per share." "No, that will not suffice. I cannot repay my loan with such a figure. My bottom line is 95 Hong Kong dollars. Otherwise, we shall not discuss further." Bao Junyi frowned, and after a lengthy silence in the office, he stated, "Agreed. But when you leave, you may only take your trusted aides and must not disrupt the normal operations of the group." "Understood." The legal teams from both sides swiftly drafted the contract, signing and sealing it. "The funds will be transferred to your account within 2 hours, after which you may depart with your team." Bao Junyi instructed his secretary, "Call an employee meeting for the Wharf Holdings Group. All current employees must arrive within 2 hours, or they will be considered resigned." The secretary paused momentarily before responding, "Understood, boss." 2 hours later, Bao Junyi stood at the podium and announced, "The Wharf Holdings Group will experience slight modifications in its original business within the next 6 months. All employees, provided they do not err, will not face termination. Furthermore, all employees of the group will receive a 20 salary increase, and the company will adopt a system akin to Miracle Group's, implementing a last-in-first-out policy. Exceptional performance will be rewarded with bonuses, while those lagging behind must prepare to seek new employment. The group will not support idleness nor overlook any talent present." A murmur of surprise rippled through the employees and management, leaving the venue in stunned silence. Suddenly, applause erupted, growing increasingly fervent, with shouts of gratitude towards Bao and expressions of thanks from the audience. Among them, the loudest voices were those of the Chinese employees, who had long endured oppression, receiving lesser treatment than their white counterparts in all British-funded companies, with promotions consistently favoring the latter. Bao Junyi's words promised equality henceforth, establishing a platform where the worthy would rise and the unworthy would fall. Bao Junyi continued, in companies managed by Miracle Group, outstanding employees and management will receive rewards such as cash, vehicles, properties, and substantial year-end bonuses. These practices have been implemented at Miracle Group. You may verify this if you wish. Moreover, the group is preparing to privatize and delist Wharf Holdings, with the hope that we can all persevere together until the end. If you work in any company under Miracle Group until retirement, and find that your salary and bonuses together do not suffice to purchase a decent flat in Hong Kong, the group will cover the difference, provided you have worked for over 15 years. A bold employee from the cleaning staff inquired, Bao, will this apply to us as well? Bao Junyi responded earnestly, yes, so long as you have worked for over 15 years in any company under Miracle Group and cannot afford a decent flat, our group will assist you. Furthermore, Wharf Holdings will venture into commercial real estate, constructing a series of properties to meet the housing needs of mid-level employees. Applause resonated throughout the venue, with both white and Chinese employees expressing their gratitude. After all, purchasing a home in Hong Kong was exceedingly difficult. Properties in the 1970s were priced around 3 to 4 million Hong Kong dollars, potentially rising above 1 million in the 1980s. It was only feasible for those earning over 10,000 Hong Kong dollars monthly, saving for a decade. After Bao Junyi's speech concluded, he entrusted the remaining meeting proceedings to Jia Yuezheng and departed from the wharf tower. Bao Junyi went directly home, utterly exhausted from the recent acquisition battle. The following day, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange announced that Wharf Holdings had submitted an application for privatization and delisting, holding over 85% of the shares, thus meeting the necessary conditions. The citizens of Hong Kong were utterly astonished by the news. The acquisition had transpired in less than half a month, transitioning a British-funded group from public control to privatization at an astonishing pace, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. The news ignited a media frenzy across Hong Kong. At the Peninsula Hotel, several middle-aged men were enjoying morning tea and discussing the recent developments in Hong Kong. Old Dong, that young man is remarkable. In such a short period, he has turned Hong Kong upside down. He is the topic of conversation everywhere, said one. Indeed, ever since he returned from studying abroad. It seems he stirs up trouble every so often, replied another. Ah, the waves of the Yangtze push the waves behind. We are growing old, lamented a third. Old Zheng, I disagree. We're only around 50 years old. We are still young, countered another. But how did that young man from the Bao family achieve, in a few short years, what has taken us a lifetime? Another wondered. Indeed, where does he acquire such funding? I don't see any industry he is involved in that is particularly lucrative, came the response. Oldie spoke up, I have learned through connections that he has engaged in international finance, purchasing gold and crude oil during this oil crisis. Who knows how much he has profited? Everyone is aware of the current international economic situation and gold trends. He must have made a fortune. Zheng Yu exclaimed. Is that true? I have obtained some data indicating that the young man from the Bao family has likely earned around $8 billion. How much? 8 billion? In US dollars? Old Dong interjected in astonishment. Good heavens! No wonder he is either establishing a steel plant or acquiring Wharf Holdings. His expenditures are all in billions, and in US dollars at that. With such a vast fortune, he could easily stand above all the wealthy in Hong Kong. Zhang Yuliang remarked with a sigh. That young man has found his path to wealth, but fails to share these opportunities with us, his elders in Hong Kong. Oldie expressed indignantly. The other wealthy individuals in Hong Kong remained silent, well aware of the long-standing animosity between Old He and the Bao family, and knew it was futile to expect the young man to assist them. These individuals were none other than Hong Kong Tycoon Tua Ingdong, Dong Haoyun, Zhang Yuliang, Zheng Yutong, Old He, and Li Jiaqing. They often took time to gather and discuss potential business collaborations, given their shared heritage as Chinese. In the 1970s, it was essential for the Chinese to unite to withstand British pressures. Maintaining such traditions allowed future generations to gradually oust British influence from the Hong Kong market. Bao Junyi arrived at Central Tower and summoned his bodyguard, Wang Gang. Old Wang, how many from the group you brought back from the mainland have established families and possess considerable abilities? Boss, among the batch I brought back, over 30 have started families, and only 25 are particularly capable. Good. I have a task for you. Are you willing to work abroad? Wang Gang replied resolutely, Boss, I am willing. If it weren't for your father, I wouldn't have the good life I have now. Please assign me the task. This time, Select those who are capable and have families. And head to Africa to form a mercenary group. I will allocate $1 billion for you to procure weapons and establish a force. During this trip to Africa, all salaries will be elevated to 20,000, accompanied by a reward of a property in Hong Kong. Family members will be relocated to Hong Kong, and the company will assist with the children's schooling. Employment opportunities will be arranged at the Miracle Factory, and in the unfortunate event of death, the company will provide a compensation of at least $2 million, taking responsibility for raising the children to adulthood. However, this journey abroad carries significant risks, and one must be clear with their comrades about their voluntary participation. Boss, thank you. With these assurances, I believe they will be willing to go. After all, you have pulled us from poverty, granting us opportunities that have led to such favorable job and living conditions. Without family burdens, they can also provide a better life for their children. They are eager to return to the battlefield, having grown accustomed to that environment. Working as security personnel fails to ignite their enthusiasm. Bao Junyi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I assure you that before your departure, I will send someone to the mainland to bring your families over for a better life. Wang Gang expressed his gratitude. That's wonderful. But what will we name the mercenary group we are forming in Africa? The current number of participants is insufficient to establish a mercenary unit. After some contemplation, Bao Junyi responded, to address the shortage of personnel, we can offer high salaries to recruit retired special forces for various countries, such as the SAS, Delta Force, and Alpha Group, or we can engage headhunters to recruit from security firms. As for the mercenary name, we will call it the Umbrella Mercenary Corps, using this core group of brothers to form the foundation before recruiting additional local forces. Simultaneously, with the funds, we will procure superior weaponry. So it is crucial that you select your team members judiciously. This group of brothers is the backbone of your previous formation of the Umbrella Mercenary Corps. Furthermore, once in Africa, you should procure heavy weaponry from the black market to prepare for potential local armed conflicts. Wang Gang acknowledged, Boss, I understand. Your salary levels will also increase. Recruit capable individuals, train them for a period, and only then send them out for assignments. Your lives are paramount. Everything else is secondary. Do you comprehend? Boss, I assure you I will handle this well. Wang Gang felt immense gratitude. Previously, after retiring, he had spent some time abroad as a mercenary, where life was perilous, with minimal training and reliance on personal equipment. The rewards for completing missions were meager, while failure meant no compensation. He had narrowly escaped death multiple times, earning far less than he does now. Now, prepare a list and submit it to Jia Yuezheng. I will instruct him to arrange for their families to come over from the mainland. Take this opportunity to engage in high-intensity training to acclimate yourselves. Once your families arrive, you may depart. Understood, boss. Suddenly, Yuan Tianfan hurried in. Bao Sheng, the acquisitions of Hang Seng Bank and East Asia Bank are nearly complete. There are not many shares left on the market. Moreover, the controlling shareholders of both banks have noticed the significant increase in stock prices. Should we announce our intention to launch a takeover bid? How many shares have we acquired from both banks so far? We have acquired 38. 36 of Hang Seng Bank and 25 of East Asia Bank. After pondering, Bao Junyi replied, Now is not the time to reveal our takeover intentions. Our recent activities have already attracted the attention of the governor's office. If we proceed with the acquisition now, it is likely they will intervene the very next day, potentially affecting our future acquisitions of other companies. In the 1970s, Hong Kong had not yet implemented mechanisms to prevent hostile takeovers. Once such policies are enacted, acquisitions will not be as straightforward. What should we do now? One asked. First, enhance our premium offers in the primary market while driving up stock prices in the secondary market. Acquire as much as possible without allowing the other two banks to gain too many shares. Understood, Bao Sheng. Bao Junyi continued. Additionally, contact the leaders of the two banks discreetly and invite them to dinner at the Peninsula Hotel tonight, under the pretext of discussing a significant business deal. Also, arrange for a payment of $2 billion through financial channels, using multiple accounts at a Swiss bank, ensuring that the transaction leaves no trace back to us. Certainly, I will take care of it immediately. Later that evening at the Peninsula Hotel in central Hong Kong, Bao Junyi greeted, He Sheng, Li Sheng, please take a seat. The dishes will be ready shortly. You didn't invite us here just to enjoy dinner, did you? Li Bao remarked with a grim expression. Indeed, we have been exceedingly busy lately. Unlike you, Bao Junyi, who seems to be thriving after acquiring Kowloon Warehouse. You aren't targeting our two small banks as well, are you? Why the rush, my esteemed seniors? We aren't short on time. Let us sit and converse leisurely. He Shanxing sighed. Bao Junyi, just speak plainly. We lack the appetite for a meal right now. Very well, Bao Junyi replied directly. I wish to acquire your banks. How much are you willing to sell your shares for? You wish to acquire our banks? Legal Bao asked in astonishment. Indeed. That is why I invited you both here, to see if we can reach an agreement. He Shanxing was taken aback. So, you are the one behind the scenes, acquiring shares of our banks on the stock market? Yes, I have already surpassed your shareholdings and am now the majority shareholder. Though I have yet to achieve absolute control. I have acquired 38. 36 of Hang Seng Bank and 25 of East Asia Bank. The gap to full control is narrowing. Both men were stunned, incredulous. Did you not just acquire Kowloon Warehouse? Where did you acquire such funds to also purchase our banks? How much do you actually possess? They asked, alarmed. I cannot disclose specifics, but rest assured, acquiring your banks entirely poses no issue. They fell silent, realizing that they each held around 30 of their respective banks, placing them as substantial shareholders. The situation was unprecedented. Bao Junyi was a unique anomaly, quietly accumulating shares in both the primary and secondary markets before launching a direct takeover bid, leaving them feeling hopeless. Esteemed seniors, the current state of the banking industry globally is evident. Each year, the sector faces contraction, with bad debts and non-performing loans rampant. Even without my involvement, it won't be long before your banks encounter difficulties or even collapse. Moreover, your banks are but a spark away from igniting a crisis. Should I hint at your inability to fulfill obligations, a run on the banks could ensue, and with your current liquidity, you would not last 3 days. Additionally, your recent investments in real estate loans have resulted in numerous bad debts, causing severe liquidity issues. Therefore, Directors He and Lee, I suggest considering a reasonable sale to me, allowing you to exit gracefully while I address the financial shortfalls. He Shanxing retorted, why should we trust you based solely on your words? Bao Junyi smiled, presenting a file. Within this folder lies proof of my shareholdings in both banks. Feel free to examine it. The two exchanged glances, retrieving the documents to scrutinize, ultimately slumping into their chairs in despair. What price do you intend to offer for our shares? Li Guobao queried resignedly. Your shareholdings differ, but I am willing to offer a 50 premium, specifically 460 million Hong Kong dollars for one and 520 million Hong Kong dollars for the other. However, this price comes with a condition that requires the assistance of both individuals to be realized. Both were astonished. The price was already exceedingly high, representing a significant premium in the banking acquisition. Ishan interjected, what is the condition? Please elaborate. Chapter 42. Global Headhunters Frenziedly Poaching Talent in Essence. It is quite straightforward. I hope both of you will continue in your current positions until the merger is completed and upon its conclusion. I will grant both of you vice presidential roles. I do not wish for anyone to know that I have acquired your bank. Operations will proceed as usual. And in due course, I will channel the majority of the Group S settlement business into your banks. During this interim, I will provide each of you with a remuneration of 5 million Hong Kong dollars, while your salaries will remain unchanged. The specific timeline for the merger will not exceed 2 years. What do you think, esteemed seniors? After contemplating, the two nodded in agreement. We accept. Excellent. I will arrange for a law firm to draft the contract, and I will appoint Yuan Tianfan to oversee this matter. Should any banking issues arise in the future, you may address them directly with him. Very well. Perhaps no one in Hong Kong anticipated the depth of Xiao Bao's strategy. What was revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Bao Junyi humbly remarked, it is thanks to the generosity of both seniors. Otherwise, I would not have found this opportunity so readily. Following their discussion of the collaboration, the atmosphere lightened considerably. It felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted, and they became much more talkative. Bao Junyi was also eager to engage with these elders, listening to their stories of how they achieved success. Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, Hong Kong had returned to a state of tranquility. Occasionally, discussions regarding the Kowloon Warehouse acquisition could still be heard on the streets. The stock market reverted to its previous course, continuing its decline, though not to the same extent as before. There were no significant restructuring announcements from Kowloon Warehouse. Operations continued as usual. However, it was rumored that instead of layoffs, Kowloon Warehouse had increased salaries by 20. Many employees from other companies, upon hearing this news, plan to interview at Kowloon warehouse next year, eager for an opportunity to join. The only notable change was the departure of a few core members of the executive team. Meanwhile, Bao Junyi remained at the Miracle Research Center. After more than a month of testing, the first hybrid vehicle had flawlessly switched between electric and fuel power, with all technical challenges resolved, and was now ready for large-scale production. The rapid completion was largely due to a $1 billion investment from Bao Junyi, which prompted headhunters from various countries to offer lucrative salaries, aggressively recruiting talent from major automotive firms, airlines, and research institutes. The Miracle Research Center now boasted over 350 scientists and researchers from various nations, and the scope of project had diversified considerably, encompassing integrated circuits, new materials, stealth technology, and aircraft engines, resulting in substantial expenditures. Bao Junyi turned to Jiang Wenlong and said, "I have designed a sports car engine specifically for the Miracle Group. Please review the feasibility of the specifications in the blueprints." Bao Junyi's design was inspired by the Lamborghini Diablo engine from the 1980s, featuring a V12 engine with a displacement of 5.7 liters, capable of producing a maximum power of 498 horsepower at 6,900 revolutions per minute, and achieving a peak torque of 590 newton-meters at 5,300 revolutions per minute, with a top speed reaching 346 kilometers per hour. Furthermore, the Diablo's mechanical structure deviated from traditional designs. It utilized the latest four-wheel drive technology developed by the Miracle Group, repositioning the engine to redefine the vehicle structure. The exterior was strikingly designed, retaining much of the Lamborghini Diablo's aesthetic but incorporating butterfly doors, for which patents have been filed, along with designs from future sports cars. Jiang Wenlong gazed at the detailed design drawings of the Diablo V12 engine, captivated by the combination of engineering and aesthetics, and aspired to possess such a vehicle. "Bao, did you create this? It's extraordinary," he exclaimed. "The feasibility appears substantial. I will have the research team calculate the specifics and instruct the factory to produce a few units for testing. There shouldn't be any major issues." He continued, "However, we've encountered challenges with the engines produced by the older technicians at the factory. Many lack the necessary precision, causing delays or halts in our development. The technicians reported that the initial manual polishing of components does not meet the current factory production standards, with many parts falling short by mere millimeters, leading to project failures. I visited the factory, and they are operating at full capacity, but the precision of the equipment is inadequate. We urgently need to procure advanced machinery and photolithography equipment. Otherwise, many of our research projects will stagnate, severely affecting progress. As our research areas expand, the required precision of equipment must increase to keep pace with the research institutes, or we risk hindering our development." Bao Junyi felt helpless. Many of the necessary devices were now subject to export restrictions, especially to prevent them from reaching certain countries. However, it was still possible to procure them at a significantly higher cost, often 2 or 3 times the original price. In the 1980s, even a doubling or tripling of prices would have rendered them unobtainable. I will find a solution swiftly. During my upcoming trip abroad, I will acquire a batch of advanced equipment. Nevertheless, we must expedite our progress. If funds run low, let me know, as the construction of a steel plant will intensify your responsibilities. Rest assured, with your financial backing and the benefits provided in developed countries, everyone is dedicated to their work." Jiang Wenlong assured him. Bao Junyi was speechless. How could they not be dedicated? With accommodations, meals, vehicles, and generous bonuses, the compensation exceeded that of most countries, making everyone value their positions greatly, especially in the current economic climate. While Bao Junyi was discussing the progress of other projects with Jiang Wenlong, suddenly, Jia Yu rushed over, exclaiming, "Bao, there's trouble. International automotive brands have begun to launch an offensive against us. Take a look at the newspapers." Bao Junyi took the newspaper and saw the front page headline: "Ford, BMW, Bentley, Volkswagen, and others were collectively adjusting their luxury sedan prices and initiating collaborations in the luxury car sector." Bao Junyi's expression darkened. "This is a direct attack on us. The only Audi model that stands out is the A6, which they're specifically targeting in the luxury sedan category. The overall price adjustments and collaborations indicate they have recognized the threat and are now attempting to eliminate us from the market. How many units of the latest luxury Audi sedan did we sell in the first half of the year? Did they realize the looming danger, prompting this effort to curb our growth?" Jiayu smiled. In the first half of the year, our 10 Audi dealerships sold a total of 58,000 of the latest sedan models, while the remaining older models accounted for 12,000 units. The feedback from the dealerships indicates that our latest Audi models are immensely popular among the affluent and officials. Our internal design and the application of four-wheel drive technology provide us with a significant advantage over other front or rear-wheel drive models, especially in rugged terrains or high-altitude climbs, making them highly sought after. In the first half of the year, Audi's latest models in Sakura country surpassed 13,000 units, largely thanks to referrals from previous customers. Following a mudslide due to wet conditions, many vehicles lost traction and were nearly buried, while our Brand S cars traversed the terrain smoothly and swiftly, showcasing exceptional stability, prompting many companies to dissect our models for study. Bao Junyi nodded. Excellent. The recent actions of European and American automotive brands likely stem from their awareness of our performance in the first half of the year. They are concerned that we might dominate their market, which has led to this collective effort to restrain our growth. Chapter 43. Frenzied consumption of capital at present. Within our Miracle brand, only Audi stands out as a popular choice among the public. The rest are yet to make a significant impact. They conspired to compress our economic resources, driving our enterprises into a state of financial scarcity, thereby stifling our growth or forcing us out of the European and American markets. Or even outright acquisition. Jia Yuezhing inquired, Baoshan, what should we do? If European and American automotive brands merely aim to suppress us in the luxury sedan sector, they could afford to incur losses without profit, all to drag us down. Bao Junyi remained silent for a moment, then replied, You should reach out to regions like the United States and Sakura, seeking collaboration with medium to large-size dealerships. We must delegate some of our agency rights to individuals of considerable local stature or reputation. Otherwise, it would be futile. Do you understand? Baosheng, are you suggesting? Indeed, the latest Audi model is performing well in sales, and many discerning individuals are considering acquiring the agency rights. After all, once obtained, it would be akin to possessing a golden goose. At that point, our pressure would be alleviated to some extent. Although profits will be shared, this path is inevitable. Otherwise, if we pursue direct sales, we would lack sufficient funds, at most establishing a single direct store in larger states or provinces. Baosheng, your foresight is commendable. It is no wonder you are the boss while I am merely an employee. Enough flattery. You should also investigate potential candidates for our automotive endorsement. We ought to find a reputable spokesperson for our promotional efforts. Understood. Baosheng, I will arrange this immediately. Bao Junyi interjected, Wait. I must travel to the United States tomorrow. With the launch of Miracle Games imminent, please keep me informed of any significant developments. Certainly. Bao Junyi contemplated whether he required a secretary. In the office of Kowloon Warehouse, he realized that many matters could be efficiently delegated to a secretary, providing an occasional visual respite as well. As he pondered the type of secretary to hire, Yuan Tianfan knocked and entered, stating, Bao Sheng, the contracts for the sale of shares with Hang Seng Bank and East Asia Bank, along with the confidentiality agreements, have been finalized. We have assigned some newly hired, competent employees to these core positions. Through simple adjustments, they have been integrated into our team, thanks to the cooperation of Mr. Li and Mr. He, without impacting operations. That's good. It is imperative that we maintain discretion. Our group has already attracted public attention, and we must conceal certain tactics. Otherwise, our financial vulnerability could be exposed through bank transactions, making it all too easy for them to counter us. Understood. Baosheng, I will exercise caution. Clearing his throat, he continued, I've been quite busy lately and unable to manage everything. Please contact HR and have them select a few secretaries for me. Only female candidates, talented and capable, under 30 years of age. Otherwise, there may be a communication gap. Bao Junyi stated earnestly. I understand, Baosheng, rest assured. I will ensure HR recruits someone proficient and capable. Yuan Tianfan responded with a grin. That is not what I meant. I simply feel overwhelmed with work and require someone to help remind me. I comprehend. I understand. No need for further explanation. You understand nothing. Get out. Bao Junyi exclaimed angrily, dismissing him. Just as he was fuming, the finance officer entered with the account books and announced, Bao Sheng. Here are the company's financial reports for the first half of the year, along with the audit documents. Very well, set them aside. I will review them shortly. What are the current expenditures of the group? The finance officer replied solemnly. The company account originally held 14 $28 billion US. After nearly a year of expenditure, we made a 30 down payment of $1 billion US to the United States Steel Corporation, paid $1 billion US to Wang Gang for mercenary formation, transferred $2 billion US to the Wall Street Fat Tiger Fund, and allocated $1 billion US to the Miracle R&D Center. Additionally, the Kowloon warehouse acquisition battle consumed approximately $8 billion Hong Kong dollars, around $730 million US. Since most of the initial stock accumulation was conducted discreetly, our cost for building the Kowloon warehouse was relatively low. However, most of the expenditures arose during the final acquisition battle, along with the acquisition of Paul's remaining shares. Other discrete stock acquisitions, including Hutchison Whampoa, Land Holdings, Hang Seng Bank, and East Asia Bank, totaled around $4 billion Hong Kong dollars, approximately $800 million US, plus over $200 million US for the acquisitions of Hang Seng Bank and East Asia Bank. Furthermore, a subsequent merger will require an additional $1 billion US injection, which has not yet been paid. Bao Junyi listened attentively to the report, his frustration mounting as he scanned the financial documents. Lamenting, spending flows like water. He continued, "What is the current revenue of the group? The primary income currently derives from the Miracle Automotive Factory, the American plant, Audi Automobiles, and Miracle Games, with the main contributor being the new Audi model, which sold 58,000 units in the first half of the year, along with 12,000 units of the older model. The rest is largely in expenditures. After accounting for personnel salaries and bonuses, the total profit for the first half of the year stands at $340 million US. Presently, the company account holds $15 billion US, with profits amounting to $370 million US, totaling $52 billion US in the account. Are there any outstanding payments? Currently, only the Miracle Bank, resulting from the merger of Hang Seng Bank and East Asia Bank, requires a $1 billion US capital injection, along with the completion of equipment construction and testing at the United States Steel Corporation, which will necessitate a payment of $6 billion US, potentially due in 1 to 2 years. There are no other significant expenditures pending. All right, you may return to your tasks." Bao Junyi contemplated the need to procure advanced machine tools and lithography equipment, which could require several billion USD. Given the current situation, he intended to purchase as much as possible. As the Miracle Industrial Park neared completion and the aerospace project commenced, the demand for precision components would increase. Without a substantial number of advanced machine tools, producing core components will be exceedingly challenging, let alone mass production. The Miracle Group was drawing funds from every direction. Without the fortunate bull market in precious metals over the past decade, Bao Junyi's numerous large-scale projects, all prominent in the heavy industry sector, could easily lead to a cash crunch. With the launch of Miracle Games, he aimed to liquidate as much as possible, capitalizing on the American market. Otherwise, after purchasing the machine tools and lithography equipment, little capital would remain. If feasible, he planned to acquire some promising medium and small machine tool and lithography companies, relocating them back to Hong Kong to integrate into the Miracle Automotive Industrial Park. This task could be entrusted to Michael, who would discreetly purchase shares from stakeholders, acquiring core team shares at a premium to gain control, allowing them to manage without interference in research and operations while providing free space and financial assistance, ultimately relocating the entire company back to Hong Kong. As Bao Junyi contemplated the future development of the Miracle Group, time flew by. The next day, at Hong Kong's Kai Tak International Airport, Bao Junyi, accompanied by bodyguards, lawyers, engineers, and other relevant team members, boarded a chartered flight to New York City. This trip was not solely for the launch of Miracle Games, but also to procure advanced machine tools and lithography equipment, necessitating the presence of lawyers and engineers. A grand entourage of nearly 100 individuals set off for New York, first to Wall Street, where the launch of Miracle Games would take place the day after tomorrow, necessitating financial arrangements. Chapter 44. Journey to Wall Street. The plane touched down at New York International Airport in the early hours of the morning. Michael awaited at the airport, arranging accommodations at a nearby Hilton 5-star hotel for Bao Junyi and his team. "Boss, Mr. Robert requests that you rest first. He has arranged preliminary work, and we will meet once you have adjusted to the time difference." "All right, then please call him tomorrow. I will visit him after I recover from jet lag." "Understood, boss." Due to the significant time difference between East and West, many of the older lawyers and engineers appeared fatigued after the long flight. struggling to adapt initially. However, after briefly instructing Michael, Bao Junyi retired to rest, delegating the remaining arrangements to him. Upon awakening, Bao Junyi noticed that dusk had fallen, with the sun gradually descending toward the horizon. Bao Junyi, having dressed and groomed himself well, proceeded to Morgan Tower, located 3 kilometers away from the Hilton Hotel. Upon his arrival at the conference room, he found Robert, Diana, John, and senior executives from Morgan, who were responsible for the launch of the Miracle Game, already present. Bao, you finally arrived. We were about to head to your hotel to bring you here, Robert remarked lightheartedly. Apologies. I've been submerged in the laboratory lately, and Haven T had much rest. I just caught a flight, so I overslept a bit, Bao replied. Don't mind him. Robert is merely jesting. Right, Anna? John chimed in. Perhaps it's not just lack of rest, but rather the company of a vixen that kept him awake. Diana added with a hint of sarcasm. As Bao entered, he immediately sensed something amiss with Diana. Her gaze was tinged with a hint of resentment, as if he had wronged her. His mind raced back to a few months prior, when he had an encounter with Lucy. Could it be that Diana had learned about the drunken incident? Had Lucy confided in Diana? The thought caused him a headache, and the atmosphere grew tense. Clearing his throat, a Morgan executive spoke. We have gathered all shareholders to confirm the share liquidation quota. The total share capital for the Miracle Game is 100 million shares, with 20 million shares to be issued at 40 each. On the day of listing, partial liquidation will be permitted. However, to prevent any decline or crash in stock prices, we must control the liquidation within a certain range. The Miracle Game, developed by Bao Junyi, is being globally launched through the networks of his alumni Robert, John, and Diana. Consequently, Bao holds a 51 stake, while John and Diana each possess 15, and Robert holds 19. Gentlemen, how much can we liquidate in total? What is the projected increase on the day? John inquired. You could determine the specific amount later. As for the increase, doubling should not pose a problem. The Miracle Game has been generating profits in the tens of millions annually, eventually reaching over 800 million in profit. This year, we anticipate breaking the billion-dollar mark. The Morgan executive explained. Listening to this, the group fell into contemplative silence. Bao calculated in his mind. With the issuance of 20 million shares, his stake would be diluted by 20. He planned to liquidate 11, leaving him with 30, 16 of his shares. However, as they were adopting an AB share structure, he still maintained absolute control. Once the stock price stabilized at a high point, he could sell off a portion and profit further. I will maintain my position and liquidate 11 of my shares. How much will each of you liquidate? Bao stated. I don't particularly need the money now. I'll liquidate 6, 7, and keep the remaining 10 for now, Robert replied. After exchanging glances, John and Diana announced. We both intend to retain 5 of our shares and liquidate the rest. The Morgan executive responded. Very well, the liquidation amounts should not pose an issue. Given the substantial profits of your gaming company, many are envious, particularly the Japanese company Nintendo, which is competing with several large American firms for this subscription. The issuance proceeded smoothly, with most shares being purchased by major American corporations or large fund companies. Additionally, the public held a favorable view of the Miracle Game, which has become a global sensation. It would be impossible not to turn a profit, especially with annual financial reports already released. Consequently, many investors were eagerly waiting at the stock exchange. That's excellent news. Let us keep the liquidation amounts as discussed, and I appreciate your assistance. Here's to hoping the stock price soars in a couple of days, Bao remarked. No trouble at all. After all, our young master is a shareholder as well, and we will ensure everything is handled properly, the executive replied. The meeting concluded after just over an hour. Bao was eager to depart, as he felt it would be difficult to explain matters to Diana. He was acutely aware of her feelings during their university years, where their relationship had yet to be defined, leaving him with a sense of guilt. Exiting Morgan Tower, he made his way to a nearby CAF to meet Julian Robertson, his hidden asset in the United States, whom he could rely on in times of crisis. Boss, when did you arrive in the U.S.? I thought you had forgotten about me after being away for so long, Julian remarked. I arrived just at dawn and came directly to find you. What is the current status? The Fat Tiger Fund has assembled its team, most of whom are my former subordinates, and we've already begun generating profits, Julian reported. Excellent. Julian, you've proven to be a worthy investment, justifying the $2 billion I funneled into the Fat Tiger Fund through various channels. We'll allocate $500 million to trade Miracle Game stocks, but we cannot hold them long-term. We'll liquidate within 2 months. Additionally, $1 billion should be used to purchase shares in renowned companies like IBM, Coca-Cola, and Pfizer. The U.S. is currently in a bear market, with declines exceeding 60 in 1973 to 1974, making this an opportune moment for investment. Julian looked puzzled. Boss, I understand the appeal of trading miracle game stocks given the staggering profits, but entering the market to purchase these companies amidst a bear market could result in losses. Julian, the U.S. stock market is temporarily affected by the oil crisis. This will pass. As the big players falter, the smaller ones will suffer too. Soon, funds will flow back into the market, possibly aided by favorable policies, ushering in a bull market. We must position ourselves accordingly, and now is the time to buy in significant volumes, awaiting the turning point to capitalize on our investments. You understand the subsequent strategies, right? Of course, boss. I comprehend the operations, though I remain skeptical about the current U.S. market. Given the high domestic prices and economic stagnation, it may take years to recover. Bao mused inwardly. You underestimate your own country. A significant monetary influx followed by a tightening will allow them to reap global benefits, a strategy that has proven effective time and again. Julian, proceed according to my plans with the remaining several $100 million. Your team is free to allocate resources, potentially leaning towards precious metals. Understood, boss. By the way, please investigate if there are any small to medium-sized manufacturers of lithography machines or machine tools. I'm considering acquiring a few companies that possess exceptional skills but are currently facing financial difficulties or on the brink of closure. Conduct this discreetly in the U.S., leaving no traces. Understood, boss. Many promising lithography and machine tool companies are on the restricted export list, making acquisition and export challenging. After a moment of reflection, Bao added, then filter for those not on the restriction list who possess solid foundations. Additionally, consider small to medium-sized lithography or machine tool companies in other countries. I'm willing to invest more. However, they must relocate to Hong Kong, and their core teams must also move. We can offer higher prices and double the benefits, but only if they possess the necessary capabilities. I brought a team with me, including experts in lithography machines and machine tools. If assistance is needed, they can contact me privately, and I will arrange for personnel to liaise. The crux of this acquisition is that I want both the company and its core team. Otherwise, what is the purpose of the acquisition? Julian Robertson chuckled and remarked, All right, boss, if we do not confine ourselves to the United States, there remains considerable operational latitude in Europe. Well, I only seek results. Should we acquire these two types of cutting-edge talent and gather the pertinent information, I shall arrange for headhunters to recruit them. In this unassuming little CAF, the two of them determine the future geopolitical landscape for decades to come. This meeting laid the foundation for the miraculous group's leading position in advanced photolithography and sophisticated machine tools on the international stage, outpacing other nations by 2 generations. Whenever Julian Robertson reflects upon that encounter in the alley CAF, it feels almost surreal. Subsequently, that very CAF became a trendy hotspot, bustling with business. 2 days later, at the New York Stock Exchange, Bao Junyi entered the trading hall and noticed that arrangements were underway for reporters from various media outlets. He was instructed to stand by the stage alongside Robert, Diana, and John as they awaited the commencement. 30 minutes later, all preparations were complete and the event officially began. As the host concluded the introduction, Bao Junyi, Robert, Diana, and John faced the media, simultaneously lifting their wooden mallets to strike the gong with fervor. The resounding dong echoed throughout the hall, igniting a wave of excitement among the attendees, all eyes glued to the electronic screen. In the 70s and 80s, the New York Stock Exchange was among the pioneers to adopt LED digital screens, a practice later emulated by other countries due to the significant enhancement in trading efficiency. At that moment, the stock price of Miraculous Games opened at 40 per share and soared rapidly. 48, 52, 66, 78, 89. Within a mere 5 minutes, the price had doubled, and the upward trend showed no signs of abating. The entire exchange became a flurry of activity, with traders inundated with calls, executing buy and sell orders in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the four on stage exchanged glances and smiled, reveling in their success. Although they were all second-generation affluent individuals, nurtured under the wings of their predecessors, who would not aspire to carve out their own path and ascend to the pinnacle of the world. As time passed and the stock price continued to rise, 105, 118, 136. 155. The pace began to decelerate, even showing signs of volatility. By the morning's close, Miraculous Games boasted a total share capital of 100 million shares, each valued at 155, resulting in an overall valuation of 15.5 billion. With potential for further gains in the afternoon, Bao Junyi and his companions exited the exchange, engaged in light-hearted conversation, only to be suddenly besieged by reporters. The unexpected onslaught startled them. Journalists from various countries, including ABC from the United States, BBC from the Eagle Nation, and media from Hong Kong and beyond, crowded around Bao Junyi. With a hint of exasperation, Bao Junyi stepped forward and addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not crowd. I will address your questions one at a time." Upon hearing this, the journalists refrained from jostling, aware that after traveling such great distances, they needed a story to take back, lest they jeopardize their livelihoods. Miraculous Games' rise during a time of economic sluggishness was indeed a beacon of confidence for the market, demonstrating that a good company could still garner recognition and investment from the public. An ABC reporter inquired, "Mr. Bao, with Miraculous Games' valuation at 15.5 billion, the highest among newly listed companies in the past 5 years, have you considered immigrating to the United States and relocating the headquarters of the Miraculous Group here?" A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixated on Bao Junyi. Internally, he cursed the reporter, thinking, "Damn, I merely came to the market to reap some benefits, and you all are trying to uproot me." With a serious demeanor, Bao Junyi responded, "Thank you for your question. My family has deep roots in Hong Kong, and I cherish that land. At present, I have no plans to immigrate, nor will the group relocate. I will do my utmost to assist the place I love in its growth and development." Suddenly, journalists from Hong Kong and the mainland erupted in applause, acknowledging Bao Junyi's impassioned speech. At that moment, a BBC reporter posed another question. "Mr. Bao, have you considered listing the Audi automobile brand in the Eagle Nation, given that it is one of the birthplaces of heavy industry and possesses a complete supply chain with numerous automotive enterprises? Relocating here or going public would undoubtedly benefit your company significantly." Bao Junyi inwardly scolded, "Why is everyone so fixated on my meager holdings? Audi has only just begun to gain traction." After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I currently have no plans to list the Audi brand. It is still in its nascent stages, and we have yet to fully realize the benefits of the integration." Suddenly, a Hollywood entertainment reporter queried, "Mr. Bao, do you currently have a girlfriend? Could you share what type you prefer?" In an instant, curiosity swept through the crowd, all eyes trained on Bao Junyi, while Diana fixed her gaze intently, eager to discern his preferences. "Well, I have yet to define it clearly, but I possess a normal aesthetic, like everyone here. I appreciate beauty. However, due to my frequent presence in the lab and limited interaction with women, I sometimes struggle to articulate my thoughts." Diana rolled her eyes at this response, fully aware of Bao Junyi's past reputation in Hong Kong, where he was known for his numerous romantic entanglements, earning him the moniker Prince of the Night. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that the spirit inhabiting this body was no longer the same, having transformed into a pragmatic individual from the 21st century, where matchmaking was the norm and romance was a rarity amidst the rigors of laboratory life. Navigating through this questioning environment, Bao Junyi deftly shifted the focus to Robert, Diana, and John, ensuring they too attracted some attention. After fielding over 20 questions, they were finally granted respite. Chapter 46. Acquisition of technology company encumbered in the afternoon. Miraculous Games performed as anticipated, following a period of fluctuation at the morning's close. It surged past the 200 mark, propelling its market valuation to 20 billion. Later, Bao Junyi took a moment to call Julian Robertson to inquire about the 500 million investment from the Fat Tiger Fund in Miraculous Games. The feedback indicated that the investment had already doubled, with projected earnings of 800 million. Simultaneously, he reached out to the Morgan executive overseeing the listing to discuss the status of their share reductions. The Morgan executive replied with a smile, "Mr. Bao, you and your associates have successfully divested your shares. You alone have sold over 11, netting 1.86 billion, with an average sell price of 168 per share." Bao Junyi mentally tallied his resources. Previously, he had 7.52 billion remaining in his account. With the recent profits from Miraculous Games share reduction amounting to 1.86 billion, the company's account now boasted 9.38 billion in cash. With such funds, he should be able to acquire or purchase a range of advanced photolithography machines and state-of-the-art equipment. After all, a portion of his capital remained untouchable, as expenses with U.S. steel and banks loomed ahead. The U.S. stock market, invigorated by miraculous games listing, began to show signs of life, with the company surpassing a $20 billion valuation before slowing its ascent until the closing bell, where its stock price settled at $218 per share. Bao Junyi exchanged farewells with Robert and the others before departing. In the afternoon, major media outlets reported on the astonishing phenomenon of miraculous games market valuation exceeding $20 billion on its listing day, concluding at a staggering $21.8 billion, with the stock price quadrupling. Subsequently, television stations across various countries broadcasted the live event of the miraculous game launching in the United States, showcasing the frenzy among investors and the surging stock prices, along with the bustling activity of exchange staff. Notably, Hong Kong's TVB, Ming Pao, Oriental Daily, and Sing Tao Daily printed a significant number of publications for sale, while mainland television stations reported on the scene of Bao Junyi at the bell-ringing ceremony. This left both Hong Kong and the mainland in utter astonishment. At under 20 years of age, Bao Junyi had already established a company valued at over $100 billion. The older generation of Hong Kong tycoons observed his achievements with great satisfaction. However, Zhang Yuliang and the notorious gambling king, his countenance was less than favorable. Witnessing the young man's glory felt like a public humiliation to them, a resounding slap in the face. After all, one had previously rejected a promising marriage for his daughter, while the other had sought to break Bao Junyi's legs. Fortunately, Bao Junyi had swiftly been sent abroad for studies. Thus, the attitudes of Hong Kong's affluent varied, yet the Chinese populace felt immense pride. Upon exiting the exchange, Bao Junyi hailed a cab and returned to the Hilton Hotel, situated 3 kilometers away, to arrange meetings with lawyers and engineers for inspections of machinery and lithography companies across various states in the United States the following day. After thorough selection, only 6 companies met the criteria, scattered throughout the states, and departure was planned for early the next morning. The next day, Bao Junyi divided his team into 2 groups, led by himself and Michael, to visit the respective companies in different states. However, as he rushed to the companies on the list, he discovered that several had solid foundations and high growth potential, with increased investment and a clear vision for future development. Mass production and upgrades of the equipment could be realized rapidly. Initial interactions with these companies went smoothly, as they were quite interested. After all, the owner of the miraculous game company investing in them was a significant financial boon, alleviating future concerns about research and development funding. Yet, after a week of negotiations, just as the details of the contracts were being finalized, they were abruptly halted by the other party, who claimed they needed to consult with their shareholders regarding the investment. Simultaneously, Michael reported that his negotiations were also interrupted by the higher-ups of the other company. Bao Junyi sensed that this was no mere coincidence. It was evident that he had become a target, likely due to the influence of major automotive brands or perhaps a consortium. Contemplating the situation, he picked up the phone and called John. "Hi, John, it's Bao." "Bao, my God, do you know what time it is? I'm in the middle of something intimate, and you've interrupted me." Bao Junyi chuckled awkwardly. "Sorry, John, I owe you a drink. I'm facing some difficulties and thought to reach out." "All right, go ahead." "I've been in the U.S., acquiring several tech companies, and just as I was set to sign contracts, everything was suddenly called off. Did I offend someone? I need your help to investigate." John paused before responding. "I haven't been home lately, so I'm unaware of current events in the U.S. You might want to consult Robert. The Morgan Consortium is heavily involved in international mergers and acquisitions, and he should have some insights." "Okay, I'll check with him. I won't keep you any longer," Bao Junyi quipped. He then dialed Robert. "Hi, Robert. I urgently need your assistance." "Bao, I know what you're going to ask. Don't bother. Just come back to New York. You'll find out everything you need to know. Can you at least tell me what is going on? You'll understand once you return. I'll explain why your acquisitions have stalled." Bao Junyi fell silent, wondering if the Morgan Consortium was behind this or if another consortium had targeted him. After some deliberation, he replied, "All right, I'll fly to New York first thing tomorrow. I'll pick you up. See you then." After hanging up, Bao Junyi pondered for a while, but the multitude of possibilities left him perplexed, including various automotive brands, U.S. conglomerates, and high-tech acquisitions, making it difficult to pinpoint a specific lead. The next day, Bao Junyi, accompanied by bodyguards, flew to New York. while the rest of his team remained to negotiate further with the other parties, as his presence alone could suffice. Upon arriving at the New York airport, he met Robert, who escorted him in a convoy of cars. Curiously, Bao Junyi asked, "Where are we headed? Can you tell me now?" "To my family estate, Morgan Manor. You should be aware of the reason. My father and grandfather want to meet you due to your relationship with my sister." Bao Junyi grimaced. "So this obstruction of my acquisitions is a ploy to bring me back to New York to meet your father and grandfather?" "Yes, and this was initiated by my father." Chapter 47. The Morgan family's proposal for marriage? Negotiations collapse. The manner in which your family extends invitations is truly unique, Bao Junyi remarked with resignation. In such an environment, business rivalries were omnipresent. He regretted his previous drunken escapade, which had led to unwelcome complications without even having fully savored the experience. 30 minutes later, Bao Junyi was led to a sprawling classical castle in the suburbs, surrounded by an array of rare plants and flowers, with servants efficiently attending to their duties. Upon entering, he marveled at the opulent interior, reminiscent of European nobility, exuding an air of grandeur. After a brief walk, Robert brought him into a spacious study, where he encountered an elderly gentleman in his 80s and a middle-aged man in his 50s, with Lucy quietly standing nearby, her eyes sparkling with joy upon seeing him. The elderly man beckoned Bao Junyi to sit, saying, "Young man, you must be Bao Junyi. Your miraculous game has been quite impressive. You must be Lucy's grandfather. I've heard much about you from her. In front of the Morgan family, my little enterprise pales in comparison." No, Robert has spoken highly of your business. It's quite remarkable, nearing 1/10 of my oil profits annually. They reminisced about their university days, creating the company for experience and supplemental income, never expecting it to flourish so successfully. The elder Morgan regarded Bao Junyi thoughtfully before stating, "You likely have an inkling of why we summoned you here." "Indeed. It pertains to Lucy. We have no objections to your relationship, but we have two conditions." Bao Junyi was taken aback. Being with Lucy would undoubtedly smooth many paths ahead, including acquisitions and procurement of advanced technology. However, he knew the conditions would not be trivial. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "What are the two conditions?" Lucy's father replied, "Very simple. First, you must acquire U.S. citizenship. Second, you must relocate your entire group to the United States and establish your operations here." Bao Junyi immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Impossible. My family is back there. I cannot acquire U.S. citizenship, nor can I move my entire group here. However, I can establish a subsidiary and build a factory. If that is the case, we cannot agree to your relationship with Lucy." "After all," Bao Junyi said coldly, "Uncle, you are also Lucy's father. I have feelings for her, but I have principles that I cannot compromise on. This principle is a red line that must not be crossed, and I hope you can understand." Chief Morgan chuckled and replied, "I understand. There's an ancient saying in Huaxia, a dragon has a reverse scale, touching it will lead to death. However, this is our only request. Due to various factors, our family is dwindling in numbers. Therefore, even if you and Lucy are together, you must marry into the Morgan family. Currently, there are only a dozen members in the Morgan clan. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree. After all, I'm the last male descendant of the Bao family. If I were to marry into your family, it would mean the end of our lineage, which is against the wishes of our ancestors. I cannot accept that." The atmosphere grew tense, and silence enveloped the room. At that moment, Lucy spoke up. "Bao, didn't you say you would take responsibility for me? Can't you make some sacrifices for me?" "Lucy, you are beautiful and indeed my type, but we Huaxia people cannot forget our ancestors or betray our conscience. Therefore, I cannot yield. I apologize." Old Morgan interjected, "Lucy, you see, he does not truly love you. It will be best for you to give up. He is not the right person for you." Hearing Bao Junyi's words of refusal, Lucy felt a sudden pang in her heart, her eyes reddening as she fought back tears. "Bao, do you know, since we parted last time, I have been pleading with my father and grandfather for our relationship. I tried every means, and it took them half a month to agree. Can't you make a concession for me?" Bao Junyi replied sorrowfully, "Lucy, you do not understand the culture of Huaxia. The demands your father and the others have made are exceedingly harsh, and no Huaxia person could agree to them. It isn't that difficult. They merely want you to change your registered residence to the United States and marry into our family. Don't you have several sisters? Can't they inherit the family business?" "Yes. What you say seems simple to you, but for those who understand Huaxia culture, it is exceedingly difficult. Old gentleman, am I not right?" Bao Junyi continued. You do not genuinely wish for Lucy and me to be together, so you have posed this challenge to make me retreat. Bao, do not blame my grandfather. He has been supportive of our relationship from the beginning, and he even helped me persuade my father. Very well then, Lucy, would you be willing to move to Xiangjiang and settle there with me? If you're willing to live there together, I can promise to marry you immediately. Bao Junyi said earnestly. Lucy did not respond immediately. She glanced at her father and grandfather before saying, I cannot relocate to Xiangjiang. My father and grandfather are elderly, and I have only one brother at home. They need my company. Bao, you are different. You have several sisters who can frequently accompany your father. My situation is not the same. Bao Junyi expressed his disappointment. Lucy, since you are aware that I am the only male in the Bao family, it is impossible for me to emigrate or marry into another family. Bao, are you unable to forget Diana? Is that why you are using this excuse to reject being with me? Lucy, in tears, glared at Bao Junyi. Huh, is that how you perceive me, Bao Junyi? Is it not true? She accompanied you during your university years. If I had not interfered, perhaps you would have been together by now. Because of you, I disclosed my relationship with you to Diana, which led to the collapse of our friendship. Huh, you know nothing of my character. You could ask your brother. It is meaningless for things to have escalated to this point. Since it has come to this, let us end it here. You are not bound to marry me, nor am I to you. Moreover, your family initially opposed it. I will not play along with your charade any longer. Bao Junyi turned to Chief Morgan and said, Old gentleman, I shall take my leave. Please show leniency. I am merely a small business owner and cannot withstand your scrutiny. Having said that, Bao Junyi turned and left. While the sounds of Lucy's crying and curses echoed behind him, it became clear that the old gentleman had been opposed from start, only employing a different method to have me accompany him in a performance for Lucy, to disillusion her. It was impossible for the jewel of the clan to marry me, as it did not align with the interests between families. The cunning of the old fox was evident. He never explicitly opposed, but made his disapproval known in every possible way. Bao Junyi smiled bitterly, realizing how absurd his previous thoughts had been. Once outside the Morgan estate, Bao Junyi headed straight for the airport, simultaneously instructing his engineering team in various states of the United States to halt all operations and redirect to the nearest airport, flying in batches to Western Europe, particularly Germany. With hope extinguished in the United States, he could only seek solutions in Europe. Chapter 48. Short on funds? Sell the company to me. Bao Junyi understood that he had offended old Morgan, making business acquisitions in the United States exponentially more difficult, practically impossible. The Morgan family's influence in the U.S. was too vast. Thus, he could only shift his focus to Europe, where their impact was relatively minor. Bao Junyi flew through the night to Europe, with the rest of his team boarding flights to Germany in due course. Meanwhile, within the Morgan estate, old Morgan sat at the head of the table, with Lucy's father beside him, both listening to reports from below. Sir, we've just received news that the young man has flown overnight to Europe, and his team is also gradually making their way there. Old Morgan chuckled, a hint of amusement in his voice. This boy is quite swift. Is he afraid I might pursue him? Forget about him. We do not need to concern ourselves with him anymore. Our influence in Europe is not as formidable as it is in the United States. Let him go. As long as he does not pursue our little princess, that is sufficient. Butler George hesitated. Sir, what about the companies he was negotiating to acquire? What shall we do now? Since they did not agree to the acquisition, we must offer them some incentives. However, these companies are quite promising, with immense potential. We can invest directly and provide them with loans for support. Understood, sir. I will take care of it. Lucy's father frowned, speaking in a low voice. Father, are we just going to let it go? Besides, Lucy is infatuated with that boy. I worry that their feelings may reignite. Why not? He made a gesture across his throat. Old Morgan shot him a cold glance. What era are we in? Do not employ tactics from the 50s and 60s. Have you forgotten how the Morgan family declined? The decline of the Morgan family was primarily due to the attacks they suffered in the 50s and 60s, where enemies employed similar tactics in nighttime raids, resulting in significant casualties among family members. Although they ultimately vanquished their adversaries, the Morgan family remained sparse in numbers. But Lucy? Old Morgan roared, there are no buts. Besides, even if feelings were to reignite, with us here, what is there to fear? Lucy's father fell silent, unwilling to contradict the old man. Old Morgan sighed and asked, how is Lucy doing now? She is alone in her room, still crying and refusing to eat. Have a servant contact some of her classmates and friends to come over and spend time with her. Whatever she needs during this period, we will accommodate. Understood, father. On the other side, Bao Junyi was already on a plane headed to Germany. He sat by the engine, holding a book on aviation engines. The roar of the engine filling his ears. This was his habit whenever he flew, a ritual carried over from his previous life. After all, in his previous life, he had been the head of aircraft engine research and development, holding himself to exceedingly high standards, always seeking to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of engines from other companies. Bao Junyi was engrossed in his book when a middle-aged German man beside him suddenly spoke. "Young man, are you a student majoring in aerospace propulsion?" Bao Junyi looked up and replied with a smile, "Sir, I am not a student. I've already graduated and am currently starting my own business. However, I possess a keen interest in aircraft engines." "Oh, I see you are reading a book on the tri-rotor engine," the man remarked. "Indeed," Bao Junyi responded. "I am researching the advantages and disadvantages of tri-rotor engines and turbine engines for aircraft, hence my desire to delve into related literature. Starting a business at your age is commendable, far better than what I managed in my youth." The middle-aged man chuckled, extending his hand. "I am Charles Walker, the owner of Charles Aviation Manufacturing in Germany, as well as a seasoned aircraft engine engineer. It is a pleasure to meet you." Bao Junyi felt a jolt of excitement and shook his hand, saying, "Mr. Walker, my name is Bao Junyi. I have heard of your company. The engines you develop supply regional airlines and have a promising market outlook, making them quite popular." Charles Walker sighed with a wry smile. "Popularity means little when we are facing a cash flow crisis and the threat of acquisition." Bao Junyi was taken aback. "Mr. Walker, your company seems to be thriving. How could it be in such dire financial straits?" "Ah, I was careless and fell into a trap set by the Lauren family, which has led us to this financial predicament," he lamented. "Oh, Mr. Walker, how much funding do you currently lack? Perhaps I could assist." Charles Walker sighed again. "It would be futile. They have employed underhanded tactics that have caused numerous orders from regional airlines to be canceled. We have not received orders for over 6 months. Our trip to Wall Street is to seek financial connections and partnerships to alleviate our burden. However, there is fear of offending the Lauren family, which could result in total loss." Bao Junyi smiled confidently and said, "Mr. Walker, if that is the case, then perhaps you should consider selling the company to me." "What?" Charles Walker exclaimed, astonished. "Do you have any idea what our aviation manufacturing company is worth? And even if I were to sell to you, are you not afraid of the Lauren family?" With a calm smile, Bao Junyi replied, "I am not afraid. As long as you are willing to sell, I am ready to buy." "Young man, while my company is a mid-sized manufacturer with the necessary technology and talent for research and production, can you afford to maintain it? Moreover, the annual investment in research and operational costs will be substantial. If you offend the Lauren consortium, you will gain nothing, and the company will likely collapse." Bao Junyi remained composed. "Mr. Walker, you need not concern yourself with how I will handle the Lauren consortium. Are you considering the sale of the company?" Charles Walker fell silent, contemplating for a moment before slowly stating, "If you are serious about the acquisition and can guarantee no layoffs, I would consider selling. However, I have one condition." Bao Junyi smiled. "Please share your condition. As long as it is reasonable, I can accommodate it. I wish to remain with the company after the acquisition, even if it is merely as an engineer. After all, this company was founded by my grandfather and has endured since the Second World War. It is akin to my child. I am only considering selling for the sake of the long-standing employees," he explained earnestly. Bao Junyi smiled again. "If Mr. Walker stays on, I would be more than happy. I would indeed appreciate your presence to help manage the company." Charles Walker reaffirmed, "Young man, are you certain you possess the requisite funds?" After all, Chapter 49, Charles Aviation Manufacturing. Charles Walker stated, "This is not an insignificant amount. Although my company is classified as a mid-sized manufacturer, it is equipped and established due to 3 generations of management." Bao Junyi confidently replied, "Mr. Walker, as long as your company meets my criteria, this sum is not a concern for me. You may not know me, but you must have heard of the Miracle Game and Audi Automobile Company in the United States." Charles Walker's eyes widened in astonishment. "Could it be? Are those yours?" "No wonder they seemed familiar. You are the mastermind behind those 2 companies. That should not pose a problem. Then once we land, we will settle nearby and await my Team S arrival to conduct an evaluation to ensure it meets my requirements." "They are currently en route to Poland in batches," Bao Junyi replied. "And how will you address the Lauren consortium?" Charles Walker inquired. Bao Junyi chuckled coldly. "Do not worry. The Lauren family may dominate in Europe, but once I relocate to Hong Kong, what can they do to me? If they provoke me, I'm not one to be trifled with. Bao Junyi listened attentively as Charles Walker recounted the company's status during the flight. Charles Aviation Manufacturing employs 326 research personnel and 846 aircraft manufacturing engineers, primarily focusing on civil aviation engines for Europe, America, and developing nations, with most supplies directed to smaller airlines. The company boasts an engine research and development center and a manufacturing plant along the banks of the Rhine River. Due to the family's long-standing reputation and exquisite craftsmanship, it is highly regarded among mid-sized airlines. However, the Lauren family's aggressive business tactics have attempted to assimilate Charles Aviation Manufacturing into their corporate empire, resulting in the necessity for investment in the United States, where Bao Junyi fortuitously crossed paths with Walker. In the dead of night, the business negotiation team from Hong Kong convened in Poland. The following day, under Charles Walker's guidance, Bao Junyi and his entourage arrived at Charles Aviation Manufacturing, located along the Rhine. The impressive industrial cluster of various companies and factories surrounding the area left a lasting impression, with the Rhine's waterways bustling with the transport of industrial products and raw materials. Accompanied by over 100 individuals, Bao Junyi toured the company, led by Charles Walker, visiting the Research and Development Center, International Patent Repository, and Aircraft Engine Manufacturing Facility. After a 2-hour tour, the team gained a comprehensive understanding of the company's scale and capabilities. Subsequently, Charles Walker convened with the company executives and Bao Junyi's team in the conference room to discuss the acquisition. Charles Walker stated, "Our company is valued at $2.6 billion in the market, but due to business contraction, it has dropped to $2 billion. If it were not for the Lauren family's constant undervaluation, we would have reached an agreement by now. I do not demand more. I will adhere to the $2 billion valuation." Bao Junyi nodded, finding the valuation reasonable. He responded, "Mr. Walker, I can agree to acquire your company at this price, provided that over 80 of the technical personnel are willing to relocate to Hong Kong. Additionally, I will allocate $10 million as a subsidy for employees, offering a 20% salary increase for all staff relocating to Hong Kong, annual round-trip airfare reimbursements, and free accommodation during their employment in Hong Kong. Furthermore, you will continue to serve as the chief engineer for aircraft engines, and I will increase funding for our D and engine projects." The conference room fell silent as everyone pondered the proposal. After a few minutes, Charles Walker finally spoke, agreed. "I will endeavor to persuade other personnel, but I cannot guarantee the specific individuals who will travel to Hong Kong." "Very well, do your utmost to convince them. Over the next few days, I will be procuring a batch of advanced equipment here in Germany to bring back to Hong Kong. If you have time, join me to take a look." After the meeting concluded, the remaining contract drafting work was entrusted to both parties' teams. Bao Junyi arrived at the office and addressed Charles Walker, saying, "Walker, my primary purpose here is to procure a batch of equipment for my group's cutting-edge research and development. You're familiar with Germany. Please advise me." "Boss, may I inquire what equipment you are procuring in Germany this time?" "We are looking to acquire a selection of advanced machine tools and lithography equipment, and if possible, to also acquire the companies involved." "Boss, although Germany's control over cutting-edge equipment is not as stringent as that of the United States, it is still feasible through special channels. However, the acquisition of machine tools and lithography equipment-related companies is highly regulated and nearly impossible. I am considering acquiring some small to medium-sized companies. Please take a look at this list and see if any of them could be potential acquisitions." Bao Junyi handed over a list. Charles Walker carefully examined it and shook his head, saying, "Boss, many of the companies on this list are controlled by consortiums, and the remaining small companies have inadequate R&D capabilities. It would be better to recruit talent and develop it ourselves." "Walker, do you have any means or alternative channels?" "Boss, I have no such options. Furthermore, without your acquisition, my company will have no choice but to sell to the Lauren Consortium. Companies that are performing well are generally under the control of consortiums or families." "All right, do you have any channels to procure a batch of advanced lithography machines and machine tools for me?" After pondering for a moment, Charles Walker replied, "There are 3 companies along the Rhine, but the pricing for exporting advanced equipment is quite high, and full payment is required, making the conditions rather stringent. The price is of little concern. I require a substantial quantity, and it must be ensured that it can be exported. Exporting poses no issue. They have connections at the upper echelons in Germany." Bao Junyi nodded, saying, "Excellent. Once we finalize matters here, we shall proceed there tomorrow. At the same time, I have offended the Lauren family. who maintain close ties with many port and dock companies. This procurement of equipment will also allow them to facilitate the safe exit of our relocating enterprises, and I do not mind providing a fee for that. The following day, in the early morning, Charles Walker led Bao Junyi to the three companies. After 3 days of negotiations, Bao Junyi gained a general understanding of the fields of expertise and equipment parameters of the three companies. Due to international geopolitical constraints, only a small portion of the most advanced lithography machines and machine tools could be procured. The majority consisted of older models. Nevertheless, Germany's craftsmanship is exquisite, and through refurbishment and upgrades, they can fully meet the current usage requirements of the group. Ultimately, after discussions between the team and the engineers led by Walker, Bao Junyi decided to procure machine tools and lithography equipment from all three companies, with an order value of approximately $2 billion, divided among the three manufacturers, and ensuring transportation to Hong Kong, with additional transport fees covered. Concurrently, Bao Junyi promised to facilitate the exit of Charles Aviation Manufacturing Company during its relocation to Hong Kong. 2 weeks later, Bao Junyi sat in Walker's office, handling group matters over the phone. Suddenly, the office door creaked open. Chapter 50. Bao Junyi attacked in Europe. Abruptly, a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "Boss, trouble has arisen. The relocation of the aviation manufacturing company's equipment has been halted by customs and cannot leave." What? What is the reason? Haven't the three manufacturers already helped us smooth things over? I just spoke to them. They said the Lauren family has intervened, utilizing their connections at a higher level, and they are powerless to assist. Bao Junyi slammed the table in frustration, saying, "Damn it. We had an agreement during the contract signing to help resolve the exit issue. Now that trouble arises, they abandon us. Boss, we cannot blame them. After all, they have already exported the machine tools and lithography equipment. As for our company's relocation, promises mean nothing in the face of self-interest. How crucial is this batch of equipment for our future RD? Boss, this equipment can be replaced, but it is valued at $120 million. As for the core equipment, after signing the acquisition contract, you instructed me to dismantle and ship the core equipment out before the Lauren family could react. Has the Lauren family contacted you yet? They must have raised demands regarding the seizure of our equipment. They have already reached out, demanding that you sell the company at a discount to them. Otherwise, you will face sanctions from the Lauren Consortium, and even your life safety cannot be guaranteed." Bao Junyi scoffed derisively. They dare to threaten me? Sanctions or not. If they push me too hard, I will simply relocate the company back to Hong Kong. As for their influence in other regions, it is not so significant. We need not concern ourselves with them. However, this decision nearly cost him his life during his European trip. Charles Walker expressed his concern, saying, "Boss, what shall we do next? Since they are not permitting our exit and the equipment is not core, shall we consider selling it at a lower price? As for the company's engineers and our D personnel, how many are willing to move to Hong Kong? Boss, I have only managed to persuade 75 of them to move to Hong Kong, while the remaining 25 have either resigned or are still deliberating. That is still quite good. These individuals form the backbone of the aviation engine RD project. The rest will be entrusted to you, Walker." Walker confidently responded, "Boss, you can rest assured. After analyzing the 3-shaft engine and turbojet engine you mentioned over the past few days, in conjunction with our previous RD direction, we are considering first developing a small bypass afterburning turbofan engine. To ascertain feasibility, we must conduct continuous experiments in Hong Kong's laboratory." Bao Junyi nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Excellent. I shall await your good news." Meanwhile, in a grand ancient estate located in central Germany, the eldest son of the Lauren family was in a furious rage, throwing things and cursing. "Have we discovered who intercepted the company we were interested in?" "Young master, it was acquired by a businessman from Hong Kong. We have yet to ascertain the specifics of his visit to Germany. However, investigations reveal he has engaged with 3 domestic manufacturers of cutting-edge equipment. Then we must mobilize family connections to uncover his intentions. If he can bring a team over, he must have a purpose. Since he has dared to offend the Lauren family, he shall soon learn why flowers are so red. Otherwise, who would dare defecate on TH in the afternoon?" Bao Junyi concluded his preliminary understanding of the Audi factory and organized the upcoming production tasks before departing from the facility. He then set his sights on the local city center, intending to purchase some luxurious local specialties. After all, with several sisters at home, he felt compelled to bring back gifts on each visit. However, As Bao Junyi leisurely wandered the bustling streets of Pollen with his bodyguards, danger stealthily approached. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Bao Junyi reacted with remarkable speed, instantly being tackled to the ground by his bodyguard. The bodyguard in front of him was struck, blood gushing forth, sacrificing himself to shield Bao Junyi from a bullet. The remaining bodyguards swiftly formed a protective circle around Bao Junyi, gradually maneuvering him to the safety of a nearby building. Upon hearing the gunfire, the surrounding crowd frantically sought refuge, plunging the scene into chaos. Bao Junyi realized that the bodyguard before him was fading fast, his life slipping away. Yet, another gunshot echoed through the air, though this time, the bullet did not head towards Bao Junyi. A few minutes later, a man from the Bear Country approached, handing Bao Junyi a note before hastily departing. Bao Junyi understood that it was the KGB agent who had discreetly dealt with the assassin. Each time he traveled abroad, Bao Junyi employed KGB protection, for while his bodyguards were visible, the covert KGB operatives were best suited for handling such emergencies, though their services came at a steep price. His safety was worth the cost. This incident made Bao Junyi acutely aware that the Lauren family had targeted him. He opened the note, which bore 7 words, "Young master of the Lauren family," followed by a series of coded words, indicating the location of a transaction. Under the cover of his bodyguards, Bao Junyi entered a car and swiftly returned to the hotel. He instructed his bodyguard, Wang Chong, "This is a $10 million check. Head to Pollen and deliver this check along with this letter." "Understood, boss. Once I leave, do not venture out. I fear they may attempt a second attack." "I understand. Rest assured, I will not leave until your return. However, upon your return, we shall promptly arrange to leave Germany and fly directly to Hong Kong tonight." "Agreed, boss." As for tonight's attack, Bao Junyi coldly smiled. Since the Lauren family dares to act, they must not blame me for being ungracious. I never let debts linger overnight. Chapter 51. The actions of an old European family meanwhile, within the Lauren family's castle. "Young master, the individuals we dispatched have failed. They only wounded his bodyguard and allowed that boy to escape." "Humph. You can't handle such a trivial matter? Has your stewardship made you too complacent?" The steward trembled and replied, "Young master, it was indeed a mistake this time. That boy's bodyguards are always closely surrounding him, and he is exceedingly fearful of death, rarely stepping outside their protection. However, I assure you, we will resolve this next time. I hope for your understanding." "Enough. You have served the Lauren family for decades. You should be aware of the family's rules. This time we must succeed." "Understood, young master. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately." Late at night, chaos erupted within the Lauren family castle as flames spread. Servants shouted, carrying buckets of water to extinguish the fire, and the castle descended into turmoil. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed throughout the estate, reverberating within its halls. The elder members of the Lauren family cowered in their rooms, with bodyguards standing vigil around them, fearing an assassination attempt. After all, over the years, the Lauren family had offended many. An assassination attempt had occurred several times. 30 minutes later, the elders of the Lauren family arrived at the young master's chamber, only to find his lifeless body sprawled on the bed. The family patriarch shouted in fury, "Has the young master recently offended anyone? Speak." The steward, George, trembled as he stepped forward. "Patriarch, the young master has not offended anyone recently, except for a businessman from Hong Kong who seized the Charles Aviation Manufacturing Company that we had long coveted and directly acquired it. The young master, aggrieved, sent someone to resolve the issue, but they failed and the dispatched individuals perished. What is known about this person? Do we have any information?" "Patriarch, we have already conducted an investigation. The individual is a businessman from Hong Kong, an outstanding graduate of MIT, acquainted with Robert from the Morgan family and the noblewoman Diana from the Eagle Nation. Otherwise, he has no significant background." "Fool. If he dares to intercept our valued company, he must possess considerable confidence. Otherwise, who would dare offend the Lauren family in Europe?" The patriarch seethed with rage. Steward George knelt beneath, too fearful to raise his head or speak. After a moment, he said, "We must dispatch the family's finest spies to investigate. Whoever dares to touch the Lauren family must pay a painful price. Prepare gifts and head to the FBI outpost in D. Highland Street, requesting their assistance in the investigation. If someone can infiltrate our family, eliminate their target, and leave unscathed, it indicates that they are no ordinary adversary. Additionally, contact our business partners and networks in Germany to suppress his business and hinder their development. Understood, patriarch. That fellow has considerable assets. Last year, he acquired the Audi brand in our homeland and recently listed Miracle Games in the United States. Suppressing him will require significant resources, no matter the cost. The dignity of the Lauren family cannot be trifled with. Since we are now adversaries, he must be eliminated. Understood, patriarch. I will take care of it immediately. Meanwhile, Bao Junyi had already led his team back to Hong Kong via private jet, intending to either relocate his remaining assets or sell off equipment at a discount. Unbeknownst to him, Europe had commenced a targeted operation against him, with the Lauren family tirelessly reaching out to various allies to conspire against him. The next morning, in the Lauren family castle, the patriarch sat at the head of the table, listening to the reports below. Sir, according to the FBI's investigations, there are leads suggesting that the assassination of a young master was orchestrated by the KGB. Furthermore, news from Hong Kong indicates that this individual has connections with the KGB, though the specifics of their relationship are still under investigation. The patriarch furrowed his brow and said, George, you have served the family for decades. You must personally investigate this matter to uncover his ties with the Bear Country. Until we ascertain the truth, we must suppress him commercially. Sir, that individual departed Europe in the early hours, and the core equipment and personnel of Charles Aviation Manufacturing Company have been relocated to Hong Kong. The remaining equipment has been detained at the port by our partner company, and the surplus equipment is being sold at a discount. Now, only the Audi factory remains in Europe. As for Miracle Games listing in the United States, suppressing it would require substantial funds to short sell in the stock market. And we cannot accomplish this alone. We need to contact other consortiums to collaborate with the Lauren family in this endeavor. Killing my son won't save him. He will still pay a painful price. As for Miracle Group's assets, I will reach out to other groups to collectively suppress them. Simultaneously, we will lead the charge to short sell Miracle Games and see if other families are willing to join in. Understood, sir. I will take action at once. Upon returning from Europe, Bao Junyi busied himself at the company. During this time, the advanced photolithography machines and machining equipment procured from Europe were gradually installed and debugged. While more than half of the equipment was outdated, under Bao Junyi's leadership, the team conducted continuous testing for 3 days, ultimately completing the upgrades. The upgraded photolithography machines and machining tools now met the standards of the newly procured equipment. Simultaneously, engineers and researchers from Charles Aviation Manufacturing Company arrived in Hong Kong. Bao Junyi designated the northern area of the Miracle Industrial Park for the engineers and researchers from Charles Aviation Manufacturing Company, renaming it Miracle Aviation Manufacturing Company, primarily focusing on the development of turbofan engines, while also proposing relevant parameter requirements. Miracle Aviation Manufacturing Company, under the stewardship of Charles Walker, has established its presence in the Miracle Industrial Park. The laboratory and associated equipment are gradually being installed, while the remaining equipment is en route back to Hong Kong. The company is making steady progress. Regarding the Miracle Research and Development Center, led by Dean Zhang Wenlong, it has successfully developed a hybrid power engine. During Bao Junyi's business trip to the United States, testing was completed and an international patent application was submitted. The factory is now engaged in mass production. Miracle Automotive has also launched its first luxury SUV using the hybrid power engine, with Bao Junyi having drawn inspiration from the Tank 300 model, enhancing materials to better meet current market demands. At this juncture, Zhang Wenlong reported, Bao, based on the Tank 300 SUV you provided, we have developed a model with a wheelbase of 2,850 millimeters, a length of 4,880 millimeters, and a height of 1,966 millimeters, ensuring a spacious interior for passengers. Furthermore, the Tank 300 engine features the 2.0T turbocharged hybrid engine developed by Miracle, delivering a maximum power of 245 horsepower and a torque of 388 newton-meters. Equipped with an integrated transmission and shock absorption system, the approach angles are 35 and 36 degrees, with a breakover angle of 24.6 degrees, and a maximum weighting depth of 720 millimeters, showcasing exceptional off-road capabilities. Old Jiang, your research center has exceeded my expectations. The team can further optimize the internal hardware and software and redesign the interior to align with the preferences of the European and American markets. Jiang Yulong hesitated. But time. Chapter 52. The Tank 300, a shocking bonus. Bao Junyi interjected. I will have Jia Yuezhen coordinate with you to secure funding and personnel to expedite the process. All right, Bao. We currently have several prototypes undergoing tests at the park. Shall we go see them? Certainly, I am free now, and I would like to test drive our first car developed by Miracle Automotive. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the eastern side of Miracle Industrial Park, where a large automotive testing facility had been constructed, part of the initial planning for the park. Bao Junyi reached the automotive test site, which spans the size of 3 football fields, surrounded by various models undergoing continuous adjustments and testing. Among them, several sedans and SUVs have been tested for over a month in diverse environments, including road conditions in Europe and America, as well as the climates of Central Asian deserts, all passing with flying colors. After observing for 30 minutes, Bao Junyi took a vehicle for a test drive, finding it comparable to the Tank 300 of his previous life. Although many electronic features could not match the previous model, the current design is remarkably advanced and forward-thinking. That evening, Bao Junyi awarded a total bonus of 20 million Hong Kong dollars to the personnel involved in the Tank 300 development and related support staff, while also addressing other project leaders, assuring them that diligent work and tangible results would not go unrewarded. As a result of Bao Junyi's generous bonus, those involved in the hybrid engine and Tank 300 development received a minimum of 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, while supporting personnel received no less than 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. Consequently, the company's morale surged, with everyone eager to earn bonuses, especially since the average salary in Hong Kong hovers around 2,000 Hong Kong dollars, and housing prices have dropped to around 300,000 to 400,000 Hong Kong dollars per unit. Core development staff could earn bonuses around 1 million Hong Kong dollars, presenting an enticing prospect. The newly arrived staff at Miracle Aviation Manufacturing Company quickly learned of the substantial bonuses, having witnessed their boss's generosity. As long as they fulfilled their tasks, rewards would follow, igniting a fervor throughout the Miracle Group. The company also implemented fostering a competitive environment where employees were eager to prove their worth. Bao Junyi found amusement in this situation, realizing that the drive for competition was omnipresent, with employees willing to work overtime for adequate financial incentives. The 2 models Bao Junyi experienced today, positioned as luxury vehicles, were the Audi hybrid sedan and Miracle Automotive's Tank 300 SUV, each following distinct paths, Audi focusing solely on sedans, while Miracle Automotive aimed at luxury cars, with the SUV serving as a stepping stone toward sports cars and custom models in the future. At the upcoming Paris International Auto Show in spring, both models would be unveiled, leveraging the event's publicity to enhance their market recognition, ultimately benefiting future sales. While Bao Junyi was engrossed in work, a lovely young woman knocked and entered, saying, "Bao, a lady from HR just asked us to deliver this document to you personally, emphasizing that you would understand upon reviewing it." This lady was Qiu Shujin, whom Bao Junyi had recruited as a secretary before leaving Hong Kong. It was quite unexpected that she would be selected. Qiu Shujin had not yet participated in the Hong Kong Miss Pageant, nor entered the entertainment industry, having just graduated from university. Upon seeing the job listing at Miracle Group, she had come to try her luck with a university roommate, not expecting to be chosen. Born in mainland China, Qiu Shujin moved to Hong Kong with her parents at a young age and is the 5th child in her family. She possesses a charming appearance, with large eyes and double eyelids, and was even named the campus belle at Hong Kong University. She's also quite talented, having been nurtured by her parents through various extracurricular activities like dance and singing classes, imbuing her with an artistic demeanor. Upon taking the document from Qiu Shujin, Bao Junyi noticed the emblem of KGB, which led him to surmise it was from Ava. Bao Junyi had been covertly collaborating with KGB on several matters, including hiring operatives in Africa for training, spending nearly $10 million. The outcome had been highly successful, with reports from Wang Gang indicating that over 2,000 mercenaries had been trained, now ready to undertake missions. Presently, due to a shortage of resources and rising prices in Russia, many operatives, including those from KGB, have taken on additional assignments to supplement their income, becoming a common practice. However, as long as they do not overstep or violate agreements with American allies, the Russian authorities tend to overlook such activities. Bao Junyi noticed a note on the letterhead stating, "The Lauren family and the Cather family have united the European Automotive Alliance against Miracle Group." It seems they can no longer contain themselves. However, their influence in Europe is minimal, primarily limited to the Audi factory, so I must take precautions. Bao Junyi instructed Shujin, "Please find General Jia for me. I need to speak with him. Understood, Bao. After Qiu Shuzhen departed, Bao Junyi fell into deep contemplation. The Lauren family's significant maneuvers targeting his enterprises would most adversely impact Audi's sales, followed by the factory and, subsequently, Miracle Gaming Company. However, given Miracle Gaming Company's high valuation, short selling would be a challenge unless a major financial institution like Morgan stepped in. Otherwise, failure in short selling could lead to catastrophic losses. The more Bao Junyi thought about it, the more he realized the gravity of the situation. He had already encountered conflicts with old Morgan, and since half of his bank transactions flowed through Morgan, they could easily estimate his cash flow. Oh no, how'd I overlook that? Bao Junyi picked up the phone and dialed Julian Robertson on Wall Street, stating, "Hi, Robertson. This is Bao Junyi. Boss, what a surprise. Is there something you need? How many shares of Miracle Gaming does the Fat Tiger Fund still have in its portfolio?" Boss, the Fat Tiger Fund currently holds $500 million in shares of Miracle Games. Given the current market fervor, the stock price has surged to $256 per share, and we have decided to join in. Tomorrow, we will liquidate all our shares in Miracle Games and simultaneously contact institutions to borrow more shares for a short sell. Boss, are you really going to short your own company? Robertson exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, but not immediately. I will wait until my adversaries initiate their short sells, and then you will follow suit. When the time is right, I will instruct you to shift your positions. Do you understand my intent? Understood. I will promptly arrange for a gradual liquidation, ensuring everything is completed by tomorrow's market close. Throughout the 60s and 70s, the United States and various countries had lax regulations regarding the stock market, which only began to solidify in the 80s and 90s with the introduction of various regulations to curtail speculation. Chapter 53. European factory workers on strike. Very well. Let us tighten our finances. How much cash does the Fat Tiger Fund currently possess? Boss, the fund has only $2 billion in cash, including stocks. Particularly Miracle Games, we have a total of $84 billion. We have also invested $570 million in U.S. bonds, over $100 million of which comes from American tycoons and the elite. Furthermore, following your directive, we have invested $380 million in American companies on the primary market. Our previous operation with $2 billion during Miracle Games IPO yielded an $800 million profit, and through recent stock market maneuvers, our funds have now reached $62 billion. Robertson, you have performed admirably. In the future, I will grant options to those who significantly contribute to the company. I hope you will be among them. Boss, I will strive to do my best, and I am grateful for the opportunity to once again stand on the stage of Wall Street. When I was destitute, it was your hand that lifted me, allowing me to regain my name on Wall Street. Robertson, work diligently. I hope you can surprise me this time and ensure that those who target us pay a heavy price. After conversing for several minutes, Bao Junyi concluded his call with Julian Robertson. At that moment, Qiu Shuzhen knocked and entered. Bao, General Jia has arrived. Should I let him in? Yes, let him in. A minute later, Jia Yuezhing entered the office with a notebook. Bao, what arrangements do you have for me? Notify the Xiangjiang Automobile Factory to coordinate a portion of skilled technicians to assemble an engine production line. At the same time, arrange for experienced technicians from Europe to conduct training on the production line in advance. It can be gradual, but the engine quality must be impeccable. Bao, is there an issue in Europe? Isn't the engine production always handled by the Audi factory in Europe? There are some complications. Individuals there have begun to target us, so we must take preventive measures. After all, the skill level and technical standards of the Xiangjiang workers were previously insufficient, which is why we outsourced engine production to the Audi factory in Europe. Now that the factory workers' skills have improved, we should seize this opportunity to relocate some production capacity back to Xiangjiang, thereby mitigating risk. Then, Bao, should we inform the Audi dealerships and distributors internationally? No need. We will have several new models launching next year, and we will participate in the Paris International Auto Show. Any sales declines will only be temporary. Understood, Bao. I will make the arrangements immediately. After Jia Yuezheng left, Bao Junyi returned to his busy schedule. Half a month later, Qiu Shuzhen rushed in, exclaiming, Bao, trouble has arisen. The Audi factory workers in Europe are staging a massive strike. I just received a call from Adams, the factory manager, reporting the situation. What did Adams say? Bao Junyi asked, his expression darkening. Adams reported that the strike is organized by the union, demanding higher wages and reduced working hours. threatening to refuse to return to work otherwise. He is currently trying to persuade the union. How audacious! The Lauren family has moved quickly, successfully convincing the union workers. Their greed knows no bounds. Despite having raised wages and increased benefits significantly, surpassing 90 of German workers, Audi factory employees still expressed dissatisfaction, which infuriated Bao Junyi. Secretary Chiu Shujin added worriedly, "Bao, there have been multiple incidents at Audi dealerships across Europe, with customers demanding refunds and compensation for various reasons. Contact the company's public relations and legal departments to assist in managing these situations. We cannot allow negative publicity to spread. Additionally, instruct General Jia to go to the Audi factory in Europe personally to coordinate and negotiate locally. If the situation worsens, we will follow the terms of our acquisition contract and relocate the factory." "Understood, Bao. I will notify them immediately." In truth, Bao Junyi was not overly concerned about the Lauren family's maneuvers, as he had already taken precautions in vulnerable areas. He simply found their tactics distasteful. Time passed amid the ongoing negotiations. A fortnight later, the union's actions at the Audi factory escalated, with workers erecting banners at the factory gates to block normal operations. The negotiation team made concessions, but the workers presented even harsher demands. The local Workers' Association leader merely went through the motions, offering no substantial assistance. This farce attracted significant attention from news media worldwide. Simultaneously, the Miracle Group's dealerships faced increased customer unrest, and union strikes began to emerge at the American factory as well. Fortunately, Michael's authority managed to quell that turmoil. Additionally, Miracle GameStop price exhibited unusual volatility, with considerable capital entering the fray amidst negative news. Sitting in his office on the top floor of the Miracle Tower in Central, Bao Junyi contemplated how to navigate the unfolding crisis. Over the past month, their overseas enterprises have been under relentless scrutiny. Was it solely the Keswick and Lauren families behind this? Surely, there were others involved. Jia Yuezheng had been at the Audi factory in Europe for half a month, and progress in negotiations was painfully slow, seemingly deliberately drawn out. With the Audi factory now idled, there was a shortage of Audi engines. Fortunately, the Shangjiang factory had taken preventive measures and was gradually ramping up engine production. Equipped with advanced machinery and photolithography technology, the Miracle factory had significantly accelerated the processing of many core components, rapidly increasing output. Bao Junyi summoned Secretary Chiu Shujin, instructing, "Notify the factory manager to add an additional engine production line and operate 2 shifts to prepare inventory for the new models launching next year. Simultaneously, ensure that President Michael maintains normal production at the American factory and is authorized to slightly enhance employee benefits if necessary. However, we cannot allow a repeat of the European factory strike." "Understood, Bao. I will contact them immediately." After Chiu Shujin exited, Bao Junyi picked up the phone to call Jia Yuezheng in Europe. "Old Jia, what is the progress at the Audi factory?" "Bao, progress is exceedingly slow. We have made numerous concessions, yet the union continues to demand more stringent conditions. The union leaders are deliberately making things difficult for us. Many of the benefits we offer already exceed industry standards, but they refuse to halt the strike or resume production. Has the German Workers' Association offered any assistance? Initially, when we considered relocating entirely back to Xinjiang, they insisted we keep the factory and ensure employment. However, if they cannot guarantee our normal production, we have the right to move. Are they not concerned?" "Bao, their cooperation is merely superficial. They are actively supporting the workers' demands for further concessions, providing little substantial help. Tomorrow, visit the headquarters of the Workers' Association armed with copies of our contracts. If they remain uncooperative, we will proceed with shutting down the factory, relocating equipment, and dismissing the workers according to European closure standards to gauge their reaction." Bao Junyi continued, "Please seek out the transportation channels at Rhine Heavy Industries. We must clandestinely dismantle and transport our equipment back to Hong Kong at a high price. Those 2 production lines were purchased at our own expense, each having been adjusted, with each line valued at tens of millions of dollars. Moreover, the equipment is advanced. Once relocated and installed in Hong Kong, production can commence immediately. Bao Sheng, if we proceed with the covert transportation of the equipment, it will be exceedingly Chapter 54. The relocation of the Audi factory," Bao Junyi interjected. "Old Jia, there is no other way. Since they are insatiable and willing to be manipulated by the Lauren Consortium, You must loosen your stance in recent negotiations to lower their guard. Simultaneously, covertly seal off the factory, dismantle all production line equipment in the dead of night, and then seek opportunities through Rhine Heavy Industries to transport the equipment back to Hong Kong. It is imperative that confidentiality is maintained throughout this process. Once the relocation is complete, you should directly approach a local law firm to handle matters in accordance with the contract and relevant procedures. Jia Yuezheng pondered for a moment before replying. Bao Junyi, I understand. I will arrange this immediately. Additionally, I need you to dispatch some security personnel here, as I do not trust the local staff. No problem. I will send some security personnel over, along with a few mercenaries. Rest assured, as long as we do not violate local laws and operate within legal boundaries. Bao Junyi, you can trust that I am a law-abiding citizen and will complete the task promptly before returning home, Jia Yuezheng replied with a smile. Meanwhile, within the Lauren family castle, the family patriarch, the elder of the Kessack family, and George, the Morgan family steward, were seated around a round table. George, the steward, reported, over the past 2 weeks, the Audi factory workers have been on strike. We have incentivized the union to demand better treatment, and we have made certain commitments to the Workers' Association headquarters, stating that the Lauren Consortium will increase local investment and establish factories, thereby encouraging them to prolong the strike without intervening in Audi's operations. Furthermore, we arranged for disruptions at the Miracle Group's 4S dealerships in Europe, resulting in a significant decline in sales over the past 2 weeks. Coupled with the halt in engine production and delayed deliveries of previously purchased vehicles, this has had a profoundly negative impact on the Miracle Automotive Audi brand. Our offensive against the Miracle Group's overseas market has yielded remarkable results. The Lauren patriarch remarked, "Excellent. We must not relax our efforts. Contact the Automotive Alliance to apply further pressure, for Audi's luxury vehicles have captured a substantial market share. Surely they wish to reclaim it?" "Indeed, sir. Regarding the negative news about the Miracle Group, our efforts have already had a considerable effect, and media outlets in various countries are beginning to take notice. If executed properly, the Miracle Group's vehicles will become tarnished, rendering their re-entry into these markets exceedingly difficult." "Good. Continue to intensify your efforts. I intend to bring that young man's enterprise to ruin and seize any opportunity to eliminate him," the elder of the Kessack family added. Currently, the Miracle Group's 4S dealerships in Eagle Country are selling fewer than 20 vehicles over the past fortnight, and the negative press surrounding the Miracle Group has had a pronounced effect. Additionally, we, the Kessack family, have raised $2 billion to join in shorting Miracle Games. Very well, the Lauren family has also gathered $7 billion to participate in shorting Miracle Games as well. Upon concluding their statements, both men turned to George, the steward of the Morgan family, seated diagonally across from them, awaiting his thoughts. The Morgan steward, George, smiled and said, "This time, the Morgan family is investing $5 billion, and Master Robert is divesting 10 of his shares in Miracle Games. Moreover, we have publicly announced this reduction. Therefore, once we short the stock, you must not compete with the Morgan family for the bottom shares. We also have intentions to acquire Miracle Games. Otherwise, we would not collaborate with you in this shorting endeavor. Do the two patriarchs understand?" Indeed, before the Morgan family, the two families are merely subordinates. The combined scale of both families does not even equate to half of the Morgan family size, especially in the financial realm. The two elders exchanged glances, resignedly stating, "We have no objections." "Excellent. The specifics of the trading timeline must be synchronized. We cannot act prematurely. If we detect any early positioning, we will find ourselves at a disadvantage," George of the Morgan family explained. "The young man from a Bao family possesses formidable financial resources. Our investigations reveal that his transactions in Hong Kong have reached several $billion, coupled with substantial profit from gold futures, potentially nearing $10 billion. The Kessack and Lauren patriarchs were astonished, never having anticipated Bao Junyi's financial prowess, and were equally surprised by the Morgan family's financial acumen. George smiled. "You need not worry. Bao Junyi has been aggressively acquiring and expanding recently. It is estimated that he still possesses close to $3 billion. Therefore, this should not pose a significant issue. The two families must also prepare additional funds." The Lauren patriarch furrowed his brow. How can that young man have so much cash? Where could he possibly have earned it? Miracle Games and automotive sales could not yield such high returns. Indeed, nearly $10 billion in cash, and all in dollars. It has taken our venerable families a century to amass such wealth? How can that young man be so affluent? The Kesak family expressed their bewilderment. He possesses remarkable financial acumen, having accurately predicted the trends in gold spot prices during this period, leading to substantial leveraged investments that have resulted in his current cash flow. Furthermore, the profits from finance have been heavily reinvested into industries, and his enterprises have now begun to take shape, surpassing many century-old family businesses. If he had not offended my family patriarch, we, the Morgan family, would not have taken adversarial actions against him, George, the Morgan steward, lamented. The two elders of the Kesak and Lauren families fell silent, as both had previously dispatched personnel to assassinate Bao Junyi, thus rendering them enemies with no path but forward. The three continued their discussions, delineating their next steps. Meanwhile, Jia Yuezheng, located in Germany, was negotiating with the Workers' Association headquarters, proposing solutions and requesting their intervention. After negotiations, the Workers' Association headquarters only dispatched a few grassroots employees, resulting in immediate failure. After 3 days of effort, Jia Yuezheng arrived at the Workers' Association office with a team of lawyers. He presented the contract, which explicitly stated that if our company's requirements were not met, we could withdraw from the factory and relocate the equipment at any time. The union management was taken aback by this. As the Audi factory is a large facility with nearly 2,000 workers, the responsibility for any withdrawal would be untenable for anyone involved. Eventually, a union representative stepped forward to respond. Mr. Jia, you must understand our position. We cannot control the workers. They feel that their contributions are not being adequately compensated, and our attempts to mediate have failed. Is that so? The individuals you sent were merely inexperienced interns, were they not? If your side maintains this attitude, we will have no choice but to close the factory and even relocate. The union immediately grew anxious, standing up to assert, you cannot close the factory, nor can you relocate. That is a directive from above. So, it seems there is no resolution. There is a resolution, provided you agree to the workers' welfare demands and resume production. Jia Yuezheng found this amusing, growing furious. You keep presenting one demand after another. Forget it. We'll take our leave. Upon returning, Jia Yuezheng reported to Bao Junyi. Bao Sheng, there is no alternative now. It seems we are left with no choice. Very well. Let's implement the plan. Since the other party believes they have us in their grasp, we shall not allow them to use us, even if it means shattering the dish. Damn it. Let us turn the table. I refuse to play any more. Bao Junyi's furious voice echoed through the telephone receiver. Bao Junyi continued. Contact Charles Walker shortly. He will assist you in transporting the automotive production lines back to Hong Kong. Exercise caution. Do not let them discover our intentions. Understood. I will arrange for someone to continue discussions with them, initially to bewilder them, and then we will discreetly transport everything away. As for the channel through Rhine Heavy Industries, we must not let our guard down. After all, when interests are at stake, one can never be too sure of being undermined. Bao Sheng, I comprehend what needs to be done. Chapter 55. Overturning the table, no more games. It's time to show our cards the following day. Jiayu continued negotiations with the local workers' association. At night, core personnel, along with Miracle Security, began dismantling the production line and packing the equipment. During the day, Miracle Security had guarded the premises, preventing anyone from entering, and currently, all of Miracle Group's operations were predominantly manned by Miracle Security staff. This operation persisted for 5 days. In the early hours of that night, all the equipment was stealthily transported away by several trucks. Moreover, the core personnel of Miracle Group withdrew from Germany overnight, returning to Hong Kong through various means. The next day, the local Workers' Association members noticed the absence of Miracle Group's negotiation team, which piqued their curiosity. No one had observed anything unusual at the factory until noon, when suddenly, a factory worker rushed into the association, exclaiming, "This is bad. The Audi factory has been emptied of its equipment, and now the place is deserted. The union workers are causing a ruckus at the entrance." What? Wasn't the factory equipment intact before? How could it suddenly vanish? Those were 2 new lines worth tens of millions. Indeed, we were stationed at the entrance, as usual, and noticed that the guards were absent today, which made us curious. After the guards failed to show up for quite some time, we took the bold step to enter and found the factory empty, with no sign of Miracle Group personnel. What? Quickly, let us rush over and see what is going on. When they arrived on the scene, they were stunned to find the factory devoid of any equipment. Everything that could be moved had been taken. In the center of the factory, a banner written in both Chinese and German declared, "I'm done playing, it's time to show my cards." The core leaders of the local association collapsed in shock, angrily shouting, "How dare they? Do they intend to abandon the German market? How could they offend us so brazenly? That's it. We cannot suppress this matter. It will likely spread quickly." Sure enough, that night, news of the incident circulated. The head of the union publicly apologized, inviting Miracle Group to return and continue operations, offering generous terms, stating that the disruption was instigated by mid-level union members, and promising that such incidents would not occur again. However, Bao Junyi flatly rejected the offer, stating, "No matter how favorable your terms are, while I value your interests, you must recognize my principle." Bao Junyi further replied, "Currently, Miracle Group is retracting all operations back to our headquarters in Hong Kong and does not plan to continue operating factories abroad. If there is a need in the future, we may consider reopening." Additionally, he emphasized that Miracle Group is a legitimate enterprise and, according to the contract, would provide severance pay and wage compensation to the workers during this period. Miracle Group's response garnered recognition from many countries, which extended invitations for operations, all of which Bao Junyi declined. As a result of this business turmoil, the reputation of the Workers' Association in Germany suffered, leading to a significant internal reshuffling. Meanwhile, in central Germany, at the Laurenburg Castle, the patriarch of the Lauren family erupted in fury, exclaiming, "How could this happen? Half of our family has been affected by this turmoil. Sir, we have uncovered the reason." The patriarch of Lauren roared, "Speak." "They transported everything away 3 nights ago under the cover of darkness using 4 large trucks and, at great expense, utilized several channels through Rhine Heavy Industries to move the automotive production line. Those scoundrels at Rhine Heavy Industries, are they unaware of our relationship? Sir, it is precisely because of you that they assisted. We fell out over the acquisition case 2 years ago. Oof. They dare to involve themselves. They shall pay dearly. Just wait until I deal with Bao Junyi, and then I will settle our scores with them." Have there been any developments from the Kessick family or the Morgan Consortium? Sir, they're preparing to take action against Miracle Games soon. Given that Miracle Group has fewer overseas operations, the only viable target is the now-listed Miracle Games. Well, if the Morgan Consortium desires it, let them charge ahead. We will merely provide support, as our financial capacity does not match theirs in the financial sector. Understood. I have already arranged the trading team. They should conserve their resources until the other 2 families make their move. George, the butler, smirked. The patriarch of Lauren smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Well done. If we can bring down Miracle Games this time, your bonus will be substantial this year." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you." The Lauren family is considered an old financial consortium in Germany. Although they may not be as large as Morgan, their financial resources are quite robust, with annual salaries and bonuses reaching into the tens of millions. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, Bao Junyi was discussing purchasing a villa at Victoria Peak with Bao Yugong. The Bao family residence had been around for many years. Although it had been renovated, it no longer matched the current stature of the Bao family. Bao Yugong declined, saying, I think I'll pass. I'm accustomed to being here. Moving to a different place might not suit me. You've built such a vast enterprise. It's indeed time to move out and change residences. Father, we can purchase a large plot of land at Victoria Peak and construct a villa similar to this one. I am getting old and prefer nostalgia. The essence of a new place has changed. You truly should step out and carve your own path. Also, it's high time you found a girlfriend. You're nearly 20 now. Your newfound ambition makes me worry about your relationship status. While you were mischievous before, at least you had girlfriends, so I never worried about the Bao lineage. Bao Junyi awkwardly replied, Father, don't worry. I will consider the girlfriend issue. Since you refuse to change locations, I will go ahead and buy a villa at Victoria Peak. I often return home late, and I don't want to disturb your rest. All right, do as you wish. You're old enough to make your own decisions. In the afternoon, Jingyu called, saying, I heard you're looking to buy a villa at Victoria Peak? Yes, I've been quite busy lately, returning home late, and I don't want to disturb my family's rest. Coincidentally, I have a friend who is from Eagle Country, doing business in Hong Kong. He is struggling and plans to sell his villa at Victoria Peak to return to Eagle Country for retirement. Oh, how large is it? If it's too small, I'm not interested. It's not small. It's 3 stories with over 20 rooms, a garden, a swimming pool, and more. It ranks among the top 10 villas at Victoria Peak. That is acceptable. I'll inquire further. If everything checks out, I can give an answer on-site regarding the purchase. Sound good? At Miracle Tower's office in central Hong Kong, Bao Junyi called out, Shujin, come with me to check out the villa. What villa are we looking at? Chapter 56, Qiu Shujin's Secret Thoughts. 30 minutes later, Bao Junyi arrived at the entrance of the villa for sale at Victoria Peak, accompanied by Qiu Shujin. Under the night sky, the summit was illuminated, providing a breathtaking view of Victoria Harbor. Hua Zhengyu and a middle-aged man had already been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Bao Junyi alight from the car, Hua Zhengyu greeted him with a smile, saying, "Ai, you finally made it. My father praises you daily and encourages me to learn from you." Bao Junyi waved his hand, chuckling, "Uncle Hua, you flatter me. I'm not that remarkable. We are all brothers. No need for such formality." Hua Zhengyu chuckled and promptly introduced, "This gentleman is the owner of the villa and also my business partner." Bao Junyi extended his hand politely. "Good day, sir. I am Bao Junyi. A pleasure to meet you." The villa owner excitedly shook his hand, saying, "Mr. Bao, your reputation precedes you. I have heard much about your accomplishments, and it is indeed a pleasure to meet such a promising young man. I have also learned of your impressive endeavors on the international stage. I hope we can explore potential collaborations in the global market." At this moment, Hua Zhengyu's expression shifted slightly, his brow furrowing, yet he refrained from interjecting. Bao Junyi waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "You flatter me. We already have partners in the Hong Kong market. However, if you have resources in the European or American markets, we might explore opportunities there." The villa owner expressed his gratitude. "Rest assured, Mr. Bao, our family is a major automobile dealer in Eagle Country, and I am confident there will be opportunities for collaboration." Bao Junyi nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. After exchanging pleasantries, they entered the villa. The decor of the villa was a blend of Eastern and Western styles, exuding elegance and nobility, with every detail reflecting the owner's exquisite taste. As Bao Junyi toured the villa, he nodded in admiration. The design and decoration of this villa are truly impeccable. Qiu Shujin followed closely behind, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had never seen such opulent residences, and her admiration for Bao Junyi deepened. After a brief while, Bao Junyi halted and directly inquired, "Sir, I am very satisfied with this villa. May I ask what your asking price is?" The villa owner smiled slightly. "Mr. Bao, since we are friends, I shall be straightforward. The decoration alone cost 20 million Hong Kong dollars, and with the rising land prices, I am asking for 35 million Hong Kong dollars. What do you think?" Bao Junyi nodded without hesitation. "That works. Let us sign the contract now. I will arrange for someone to clean it up in a few days." Upon hearing this figure, Qiu Shujin felt a jolt of surprise. 35 million Hong Kong dollars, and Bao Junyi made the decision without batting an eye. She covertly glanced at Bao Junyi, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The contract was already prepared, and Qiu Shujin swiftly assisted both parties in filling out the necessary information and signing. Bao Junyi's decisiveness left Hua Zhengyu secretly impressed, thinking to himself, "No wonder my father holds him in such high regard. He is indeed exceptional." After the transaction was completed, Hua Zhengyu suddenly called out to Bao Junyi, My father asked me to see if you have some time lately. He wishes to discuss the matters from our last meeting in Kyoto." Bao Junyi slapped his forehead, apologetically replying, "I've been too busy lately and almost forgot. Please tell Uncle Hua that I will treat him to breakfast at the Peninsula Hotel tomorrow morning." Hua Zhengyu nodded with a smile. "All right, I will inform him." Bao Junyi instructed the driver to take Qiu Shujin home first and gifted her a bottle of perfume he had brought back from Europe. Initially, Qiu Shujin declined, but Bao Junyi chuckled, "You are my secretary. You represent my image, and it would not do for you to use something of inferior quality." Only then did Qiu Shujin blush and accept it. Upon returning home, her family noticed the gift box she was carrying, and her sisters quickly surrounded her. "Asian, whose luxury car was that earlier? It looked expensive." Yes. Tell us, have you got a boyfriend?" Qiu Shujin shyly explained, "It's my boss. He just bought a villa at Victoria Peak and was kind enough to give me a ride." Her second sister, quick-eyed, snatched the gift box. "Let me see what nice thing your boss gave you." Upon opening the box, her second sister exclaimed, "Oh my, this is the latest limited edition from Chanel, worth 20,000 pounds, equivalent to 150,000 Hong Kong dollars. The entire family was astounded. "Asian, your boss is quite generous towards you. Indeed, such an expensive gift. Does he have feelings for you?" Qiu Shujin blushed and defended herself. "He just thinks that as his secretary, I shouldn't have anything of poor quality." Her eldest sister interrupted with a smile. "No need to explain. We all understand. If he is single, you better seize the opportunity. During dinner, Qiu Shuzhen's mother chimed in with a smile. Shuzhen, if you like someone, you must pursue them bravely. Though our family may not be wealthy. As long as you are happy, we will support you. Her father nodded in agreement. Yes, regardless of who it is, as long as you have tried, there will be no regrets. Qiu Shuzhen felt warmth in her heart and softly replied, Thank you, Mommy and Daddy. I will strive for it. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner filled with laughter. On the other side, Bao Junyi returned home, had a light meal, and then washed up to rest. For he had to meet Hua Yingdong and Dong Haoyun the next morning, and he could not afford to be late. The following morning, Bao Junyi arrived early at the Peninsula Hotel, where the staff guided him to the reserved table. Hua Yingdong and Dong Haoyun were already seated, leisurely brewing tea. Bao Junyi hurried over, apologizing, Uncle Hua, Uncle Dong, I am late. Dong Haoyun waved his hand with a smile. Not at all. It's us old folks who couldn't sleep and came early. Hua Yingdong added with a laugh, Ai, come and try this tea. It's Weishan de Hong Pao, a gift from a second elder a few years ago, and I brought it out especially for you today. Bao Junyi sat down, lifted his cup, and inhaled the fragrant aroma. What a fine tea. I wanted to buy some during my last trip to Kyoto, but unfortunately, I couldn't find any. Hua Yingdong laughed heartily. You, my boy, are now a great contributor. Next time you go to Kyoto, just ask the second elder. He will surely be willing to share. Moreover, your investment has truly brought pride to us Hong Kong folks. Bao Junyi shook his head with a bitter smile. It's merely the future development of the group. I am just laying the groundwork ahead of time. Hua Yingdong remarked, Your plans are indeed grand. A large steel plant worth billions of dollars is just one part of your layout. Could you share with us, old folks, the development of the Miracle Group? Li Jiaqing expressed his astonishment. Bao Junyi chuckled lightly before replying. Revealing too much now would be rather uninteresting. It is best savored like tea. Li Jiaqing's expression shifted slightly as he said, i.e., if it is inconvenient to discuss, we shall move on. Amidst the fragrant tea, the conversation deepened. Hua Yingdong put down his teacup and said earnestly, i.e., you handled the matters in Kyoto excellently last time. However, what are your plans moving forward? Chapter 57. Hong Kong tycoons form an automotive supply chain alliance at this moment. Bao Junyi smiled slightly, preparing to respond, when a number of wealthy individuals from Hong Kong began arriving, joining the gathering for tea and casual conversation. The likes of gambling King Ho and business magnate Zhang Yuliang made their appearances, and the atmosphere grew lively. Bao Junyi surveyed the room, noticing everyone had arrived, and stood up to address them. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today with a shared goal of profit. However, the opportunity one wished to discuss today remains within the realm of industry. Upon hearing this, Ho the gambling king scoffed. Industry? How much can one earn from that? It pales in comparison to the quick returns from my gambling ventures. Bao Junyi retorted with a cold smile. In the initial stages, industry may indeed not be as profitable as your gambling business, but once it develops, it can easily attract acquisitions. Anyone can boast, Ho the gambling king replied. Bao Junyi coolly challenged him. Oh really? Then why are you still here? If you're uninterested, you are free to leave. Ho the gambling king, incensed, replied. You. Hua Yingdong intervened. All right, we are all here to seek profit. Let's listen to what IE has to say before making any decisions. The crowd nodded in agreement, refraining from further comments. Ho the gambling king huffed in annoyance, but said nothing more. At this juncture, Bao Junyi remained composed and stated, in the industrial sector, it is indeed true that the initial returns may not match those of the gambling industry. However, industrial production remains consistently stable, and as long as one product or component is perfected, the speed of profit generation can surpass that of a printing press. Surely, you are familiar with the high-end manufacturing industry in the United States? They too ascended gradually from low-end production, and now they profit effortlessly, earning hundreds of millions annually just from patent fees, not to mention the revenue from manufactured products. The atmosphere in the room became lively, with some questioning. Is it truly that exaggerated? Is it really so easy to profit in industry? A group of wealthy individuals from Hong Kong began to privately discuss their doubts. Bao Junyi's gaze was piercing, his tone resolute. Globalization is an inexorable trend. We must not confine our vision to this small locale of Hong Kong, but rather look towards the world. For instance, a screw, if perfected, can be used in airplanes or spacecraft, its value multiplying by thousands compared to an ordinary screw. This principle should be clear to all. The crowd pondered, and someone could not help but inquire. Bao, what exactly is the lucrative venture you speak of? How does this relate to what you have mentioned? Bao Junyi did not respond directly. Instead, he surveyed the room and gradually stated, the industry I refer to encompasses all segments of the automotive supply chain, namely various components. If you can excel in just one of these segments, I believe your wealth could multiply significantly. However, it may take 3 years before any visible returns, necessitating continuous financial investment. The room erupted in commotion, with many expressing their concerns. Suddenly, a wealthy individual stood up, indignantly exclaiming, "What nonsense! 3 years without returns? This sounds akin to working on a loan without a salary." Bao Junyi remained calm, replying mildly, "I never claimed that wealth was guaranteed. Thus, those willing to continue listening may stay, while those who are not may leave. I shall treat you all to breakfast. Feel free to eat before departing." As his words hung in the air, more than half the attendees rose to leave. Only familiar faces like Ho Ing Tung, Dong Haoyun, Hedu Wang, and Zhang Yuliang remained. Zhang Yuliang smiled and attempted to ease the tension. "Young Bao, those who wish to leave have done so. Now you may share your specific plans." "Indeed, it is time to discuss the details," several others chimed in. Ho Ing Tung nodded in agreement. "AE, those who remain are not strangers. Please elaborate on your plans." Only then did Bao Junyi begin. "The purpose of gathering you all is to establish Hong Kong's automotive industry chain. However, the automobile consists of numerous components. Each company can choose a segment to master the technology and refine it to perfection, making future profits exceedingly effortless. Furthermore, Chiji Automobile will sign a strategic alliance with you, prioritizing procurement of your products under equivalent conditions." This statement sent shockwaves through the room. In the 1970s, automobile manufacturing was almost exclusively the domain of Western nations, with Hong Kong limited to producing only low-grade components. I.e., if your plan comes to fruition, does it mean that our mainland will also possess a complete automotive industry chain, benefiting both upstream and downstream sectors? Bao Junyi affirmed, precisely. Although initial investments are substantial when distributed across various component developments, the individual financial commitment becomes relatively modest. Moreover, Chiji Automobile has already established partnerships with Hang Seng Bank and Bank of East Asia, which will also provide low-interest loan support. Li Jiaqing expressed astonishment. "You managed to persuade Hang Seng and Bank of East Asia? I previously sought funding for a real estate project, contacted them numerous times, and even offered gifts. Yet they consistently denied me. How did you manage to secure their agreement so effortlessly?" Bao Junyi chuckled. "With Chiji Group backing us, how could they refuse?" Li Jiaqing self-deprecatingly laughed. Indeed, the room fell silent for a moment. Ho Ing Tung was the first to express his support. "AE, I trust you. I have decided to participate. Count me in." Zheng Yutong also nodded with a smile. "AE, your vision surpasses ours. I will join as well." Others soon echoed their agreement. Ultimately, everyone present decided to partake in this venture. Bao Junyi nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you, esteemed uncles and elders, for your trust. However, in business, we must adhere to certain rules. All participants must sign an agreement to establish the Hong Kong Automobile Alliance, led by myself, Uncle Dong, and Uncle Ho, prioritizing supply to Chiji Automobile. Furthermore, no unjustified interruptions or supply cuts will be tolerated. Violators must compensate tenfold and reimburse affected companies within the alliance." Does anyone have any questions? After a period of contemplation, the crowd responded in unison, "No questions." Subsequently, Bao Junyi meticulously listed the components related to fuel systems, cooling systems, electronic instrumentation, body parts, steering systems, and driving systems, analyzing the technical difficulties, required investments, and projected returns. The atmosphere grew animated, with the wealthy individuals from Hong Kong engaging in fervent discussions, some even becoming flushed with excitement. Bao Junyi observed with amusement, but restrained himself out of respect for the older generation. After 2 hours of intense debate, the core components were allocated among Ho Ing Tung, Dong Haoyun, Li Jiaqing, Guo Shengyan, Hedu Wang, and Zhang Yuliang. However, the truly critical technologies, such as the engine, transmission, and drive systems, remained under Bao Junyi's control. This automotive supply chain alliance, forged by the top tycoons of Hong Kong, commenced with an initial research and development investment of $1.5 billion, with continued investments planned for several years. The gathering at the Peninsula Hotel would later be referred to as the Year One of Hong Kong, marking the inception of a third pillar industry, automobile manufacturing, beyond real estate and finance. After the meeting concluded, Bao Junyi delegated specific details to his subordinates for follow-up and stood by the window, gazing at the bustling nightscape of Hong Kong. He understood that, while this initiative united the strength of Hong Kong, the greatest beneficiary would ultimately be himself. A well-structured supply chain would significantly reduce production costs, granting Chiji Automobile a competitive edge in the global market and exponentially increasing profits. Simultaneously, this plan would spur the development of both upstream and downstream industries in Hong Kong, augmenting employment rates and infusing new vitality into the economy of Hong Kong. However, the United States and Eagle Nation. Chapter 58, Chiji Automobile. Terrifying RD strength upon exiting the Peninsula Hotel, Bao Junyi returned to Chiji Group and headed directly to the laboratory. Inside, Dean Jiang Wenlong was leading the team in a frenetic effort to develop the new model, Songlong Qixio. This represented a grand vision for Bao Junyi, 7 distinct models, each named after mythical creatures such as Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, Zhuke, Bei's, Juehu, and Qilin, each featuring unique designs and specifically tailored core engines. The Chiji RD Center has now become one of the world's leading research bases. Observing the designs, Bao Junyi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent work. I believe these 7 models will secure a place among global automakers. However, you must intensify your efforts in research and production. The group eagerly awaits your results. Jiang Wenlong replied with a hint of bitterness. Boss, we are already working in shifts, yet there are still critical areas we cannot seem to break through. This has hindered our progress. Bao Junyi nodded and responded. Old Jiang, our pace at Chiji Automobile remains too slow. We need to add more RD teams to the relevant sectors. Boss, if we add more now, the automotive RD share will be excessively large. We currently have no choice. We must simultaneously increase recruitment for relevant talent and scout personnel from competitor companies. Jiang Wenlong chuckled wryly. Understood, boss. Nevertheless, the Chiji RD Center is continuously hiring through headhunting firms, and we have now amassed over 50 experts for various fields, more than 200 senior researchers, and over 1,000 junior and mid-level researchers. In addition, a substantial number of mid to senior engineers are present, with the entire research center enveloped in layers of security. Armed mercenaries patrol the perimeter, while the interior is fortified to ensure the safety of core technologies. Bao Junyi expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, so many experts now exceed 50 in various fields? Moreover, the number of senior researchers has surpassed 200. Jiang Wenlong replied with a smile, indeed. The scale of the Research and Development Center is continually expanding. We are collaborating with personnel and headhunting firms globally to recruit talent, which has yielded these impressive results. Furthermore, aside from junior and senior researchers, we have also brought back retired expert professors and some senior researchers through generous re-employment offers. Bao Junyi nodded in satisfaction. Very good. But the team must continue to grow. Jiang Wenlong concurred. Understood, boss. However, the Miracle RD Center currently invests over $1 billion annually, and this is increasing at a rate of 20. Bao Junyi was taken aback. Has it already exceeded $1 billion so swiftly? And the growth rate of the RD budget is astonishing. I recall it was just over 10 last year. Boss, the cost for personnel and research materials requires substantial funding. Besides, your demand for continuous recruitment makes it impossible to keep costs low. Bao Junyi rubbed his temples and said, all right, you may proceed as planned. I will find a way to manage the funds. Yes, boss. Bao Junyi understood that only through constant investment could they secure a place in the global technological competition. To accelerate the RD process, he leveraged his connection with Hoing Tung to invite a group of experts and researchers from the mainland to Hong Kong to collaborate on the development. Miracle Group provided the venue, advanced equipment, and research funding, with both parties sharing RD outcomes, while commercial rights remained with Miracle Group. This initiative not only helped the mainland reduce its technological gap with developed nations, but also augmented Miracle Group's research capabilities. Bao Junyi was acutely aware that falling behind, even slightly, could lead to being left far behind. Therefore, he unhesitatingly shared his resources and equipment, hoping to contribute to the nation's technological advancement. 2 days later, Hoing Tung called, his voice brimming with excitement, i.e., The mainland is very eager to collaborate and has dispatched over a dozen experts and more than 200 researchers to learn from us, with plans to increase personnel further. They asked me to convey their gratitude for your assistance, despite the challenges they face in research. Bao Junyi smiled faintly, his tone resolute. Old ho, I am also a citizen of Huaxia. It is only natural to contribute to the nation within my capacity. Moreover, as businessmen, we require their wisdom to overcome research challenges. The two conversed extensively over the phone, and when they finally hung up, Bao Junyi felt a profound sense of anticipation. The influx of experts and researchers from the mainland would significantly bolster the capabilities of the Miracle Research Center, especially on key projects, allowing Bao Junyi to entrust them with confidence. 6 months later, the R&D of the Songlong Qixio reached its final phase. Bao Junyi and director Jiang Wenlong made the final adjustments to the designs of the 7 vehicles. Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, Zhuke, Beis Juehux, and Qilin. All models incorporated elements of ancient Huaxia culture, with the small golden figurines on the car badges intricately carved by inheritors of traditional craftsmanship, resembling exquisite works of art. The interiors were luxuriously designed, featuring a starlit ceiling adorned with gemstones and diamonds, while the frame was constructed from newly developed ceramic materials. The seats blended traditional artisanal techniques, resulting in an overall experience that surpassed any luxury car of the current era. Director Jiang proudly introduced, Mr. Bao, the colors of these vehicles are blue, white, brown, red, and black. Do you think any adjustments are necessary? Bao Junyi waved his hand and smiled. No need. Let us proceed with these models, and we can adjust based on market feedback later. Jiang Wenlong sighed. After 6 months of R&D, with a team of over 300 people, we have finally finalized the designs. Next, we will conduct tests in harsh environments, and once passed, we can begin mass production. Bao Junyi, note that, his tone turning serious. We still have a significant gap compared to the West. Many foundational patents are monopolized by them, requiring us to pay hefty royalties annually. Therefore, the responsibility of your research center is immense. We cannot afford to relax due to a single achievement. Jiang Wenlong earnestly nodded. Mr. Bao, I understand. I will urge the team to continue their efforts without complacency. Bao Junyi smiled in satisfaction, then reminded, expenditures are rising quickly. This half year has seen a 40% increase compared to last year, so we must be frugal and avoid waste. Jiang Wenlong awkwardly cleared his throat. I will address the issues of waste and make necessary adjustments. After leaving the laboratory, Bao Junyi returned to the Miracle Tower in Central. Jia Yuezheng hurriedly approached him, her expression grave. Mr. Bao, the stock price of Miracle Games has plummeted from 240 to just 42. Furthermore, shareholder Robert has reduced his holdings by 10. And the market outlook is bleak, with short sellers on Wall Street poised to strike. Bao Junyi was momentarily stunned, but quickly recalled old Morgan, understanding the situation. He remained unfazed, even chuckling. No worries, this time the ones taking the plunge are Morgan and the 2 prominent European families. The more people shorting the stock, the more gratifying it will be when we reap our rewards. Let us schedule the event for just before Christmas. Let them enjoy themselves before the holiday. Jia Yuezheng couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Bao, that is quite ruthless. You're denying them a pleasant holiday. They might even lack the spirit to celebrate New Year's. Bao Junyi shrugged nonchalantly. Is that my fault? They brought this upon themselves. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this. Jia Yuezheng smiled silently, nodding in agreement. Chapter 59. Manufacturing with titanium alloys, expanding automotive production lines suddenly. Bao Junyi inquired, how are Audi's sales faring? Jia Yuezheng sighed. In the past 6 months, Audi has faced pressure from the Lorne family and other luxury brands, compounded by negative news, resulting in sales of less than 10,000 vehicles. Bao Junyi frowned and reassured her, haha, the more fervently they jump, the harder they will fall. At the same time, instruct them to reduce Audi's production at the factories in Hong Kong and the US and increase the inventory of the Tank 300 SUV. Additionally, the production line for Songlong Qixio should operate on a double shift, prioritizing the manufacturing of engines and core components in preparation for large-scale production. Jia Yuezheng expressed her concerns. Mr. Bao, have you discovered something? Is someone targeting us? Because these adjustments. Bao Junyi interrupted her, stating, the European and American automotive giants are eyeing us with hostility. The decline in sales is a clear. Bao Junyi pondered for a moment before suggesting. Let Jason approach the dean to assemble a temporary team. We must overcome these challenges. Otherwise, we shall not dominate the International Paris Auto Show and claim the throne of luxury vehicles. Very well, I will handle that shortly. What about the raw materials? I will find a solution. You should focus on your tasks. As he watched Jiayu exit the office, Bao Junyi picked up the landline and dialed an international number. Hello, who is this? Wang Gang, this is Bao Junyi, followed by a series of coded phrases. Wang Gang responded excitedly, Boss, you finally contacted me. We thought you had forgotten about us. Old Wang, I have never forgotten. I simply wished not to hinder your progress. I have been keeping a close watch on you. How is the development over there? How many mercenaries do you have now? Wang Gang reflected briefly. Things are going relatively smoothly. We now have over 2,000 mercenaries. We have built a reputation here, and most of my men have been employed elsewhere. That is good to hear. Is your funding sufficient? Have you acquired weapons? The lives of our brothers are paramount. Boss, our brothers are equipped with the best protective gear. We are not short on funds. We are entirely self-sufficient. That is reassuring. Do you have any titanium mines or rare mineral sites in your area? Boss, there are numerous mines in Africa. There's a small titanium mine near us. Currently, it is contested by 2 factions, but the reserves are considerable, and I hear they are extracting a significant amount daily. Bao Junyi expressed surprise. Is there really one in Africa? Indeed, boss. Bao Junyi exclaimed. Whether by purchase or acquisition, we must secure that mine. Additionally, help me locate rare metal mines in Africa, particularly those related to titanium alloys. Our company is in urgent need of such raw materials, currently monopolized by the Bear Country and the United States. Understood, boss. I will instruct my subordinates to gather information. Do you have any trustworthy brothers who speak Bear language? Yes, there's one. Before retiring, he lived near the northern Bear border. He can drink fiercely. 2 kilograms of liquor is just a mouthwash for him, and 4 kilograms is his norm. However, he could not join us in Hong Kong last time due to his mother's illness. Otherwise, he would have been here. Bao Junyi chuckled. Where is he now? If convenient, have him come to Hong Kong to meet me. I need someone familiar with the customs of Bear Country. Sure. I will contact him and have him come to Hong Kong to find you, Wang Gang assured excitedly. Now, titanium alloys are considered aerospace materials, primarily used in engine production and are quite luxurious in automobile manufacturing. Currently, most titanium mines are controlled by the United States and Bear Country. The prices in the market are exorbitant, and the synthesis technology is inadequate as these materials are strictly regulated. We can only rely on undiscovered small mines, which developed nations overlook. After resolving the automotive material concerns, he picked up the landline again and called Julian Robertson in the United States. Hi, Robertson. This is Bao Junyi. Boss, are you calling to take action? Robertson asked excitedly. Indeed, the timing is right. The chives have grown sufficiently robust. If we do not harvest now, they will wither. Do I need to prepare anything? Not necessary. Prepare to gradually sell off your short positions, then buy long positions at the appropriate time. This time, we aim to achieve legendary status on Wall Street and reclaim your former glory. Robertson, filled with excitement, replied, Boss, I wonder how many unfortunate souls will be caught in this harvest. Several capital firms are involved. Is it not just the Lauren family, the Keswick family, and J.P. Morgan? Yes, but there are other consortiums involved as well, including Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, Barclays, and Deutsche Bank. To some extent, Julian Robertson lamented. These investment banks are cunning foxes. They can smell opportunity from afar. Robertson, do not concern yourself with them. Once they sense the tide turning, they will immediately switch from short to long. They are like turncoats, following whichever side offers profit. Boss, I understand what to do now. Yes, complete the arrangements within half a month and try to keep it discreet. I will issue the first announcement to increase shareholding in half a month, followed by a board meeting to discuss profit distribution under a multitude of favorable conditions. You can then aggressively push the stock price, aiming to trigger a short squeeze. All right, I will liquidate all investments except for primary market investments to ensure ample ammunition. Bao Junyi smiled. You are free to decide on this matter. I chose you as the head of the Fat Tiger Fund because I believe in your capabilities. Execute it confidently. Julian Robertson expressed gratitude. Thank you, boss. We will undoubtedly succeed. Bao Junyi hung up the phone and gazed out at Victoria Harbor, murmuring, the war is about to commence. Bao Sheng, what is about to begin? His secretary Qiu Shuzhen inquired curiously. Bao Junyi turned to see his secretary had entered silently. Nothing much, just thinking that the weather in Hong Kong is quite pleasant today. Shuzhen, come here and massage my shoulders. I've been in the lab for too long, and my neck is sore. Qiu Shuzhen blushed. Okay. Okay. Are you still comfortable at the company after more than half a year? Bao Sheng. I have adjusted well. My colleagues are very kind to me, and the company offers excellent welfare. As a secretary, how could your colleagues treat you poorly? You are a remarkable beauty. It's only natural that you didn't enter the entertainment industry for that reason. Shuzhen, as the year-end approaches, do you have any suggestions for the annual meeting? Isn't that the planning department's responsibility? Would our opinions even matter? The planning department has not gathered your input? Yes, many activities are internally decided by the planning department, and we only learn the specifics later. Bao Junyi frowned. Please inform the head of the planning department to collect employee opinions for this year's annual meeting. The majority should prevail, and do not worry about the costs. Although the company has incurred losses this year, there are still profitable sectors, so they need not fret over expenses. Okay, Bao Sheng, I believe the company will eagerly provide suggestions, Qiu Shuzhen said cheerfully. Seeing Qiu Shuzhen smile, revealing her dimples, he couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Instantly, Qiu Shuzhen became flustered. Her face flushed as she lowered her head. Bao Junyi found it amusing and ultimately instructed her to notify the planning department. Chapter 60. The annual meeting sparks a wave of job hopping a few days later after intense discussions among employees. The supervisors consolidated the majority's wishes for the annual meeting to invite celebrities for performances and to consider rewards, such as cars and houses. Bao Junyi smiled. The requests for celebrity invitations were not extravagant, given that most employees were white-collar workers, the core of the company, and it was reasonable to accommodate them. He turned to his secretary and remarked, Shuzhen, don't you also wish for celebrities to attend the annual meeting? A concert would be even better. Hee. The boss knows the hearts of us women. Do you not think I resemble a star? Am I not handsome? Handsome, very handsome, Qiu Shuzhen replied earnestly. Bao Junyi observed her expression and smiled, saying, this year's annual meeting will invite about 10 celebrities to attend our company's gathering. We will also book the Hong Kong Sports Center, allowing all family members and relatives to join. In addition, based on the employee ID numbers, we will raffle off 100 Audi cars and 10 properties in Hong Kong as incentives, along with a generous red envelope of 10 million Hong Kong dollars for everyone present. Furthermore, for those who have made outstanding contributions this year, there will be individual and team awards, including research achievements, with a total bonus of 20 million Hong Kong dollars. He paused and added, let's finalize this for now and let the planning department make any necessary additions. Qiu Shuzhen was taken aback by the grandeur of the proposal. Is this really how lavish the annual meeting will be? At that moment, she gazed at Bao Junyi with admiration, her eyes sparkling with affection. Shuzhen, I know I'm quite handsome, but you shouldn't stare so openly, he teased. Embarrassed, Qiu Shuzhen lowered her head, internally scolding herself. How could I lose my composure? How mortifying. Standing there, her cheeks flushed, she felt as if she might dig a hole to hide in. Bao Junyi chuckled and handed her the signed document, saying, take this to the planning department. As soon as she accepted it, she hurriedly left the scene. He found it amusing to tease Qiu Shuzhen, for otherwise, life will be rather dull. 3 days later, Bao Junyi received an invitation to a charity auction hosted by HSBC. This event gathered many of Hong Kong's wealthiest individuals and executives from listed companies, primarily to establish a communication bridge through HSBC, as some business dealings require such channels for maintenance. Bao Junyi was also on the guest list, given the significant influence of the Hong Kong Miracle Group, which had risen to prominence comparable to some of the long-standing Hong Kong families. With a smile, he turned to his secretary and said, Shuzhen, accompany me to the charity auction hosted by HSBC this evening. I currently have no female companion, so you will do. Ah, Mr. Bao, isn't that inappropriate? I'm just your secretary. It wouldn't be suitable for me to appear in public like this. It could easily lead to misunderstandings, she replied hesitantly. What's there to fear? I'm not concerned about gossip. I already have enough rumors swirling about me. One more won't matter. After all, a wealth of rumors only adds to the intrigue. He reassured her. Well, all right then, I'll prepare something, she conceded. No need to prepare much. I'll have my bodyguard fetch a few evening gowns for you. Just choose one for tonight's event. As for the dinner, there's nothing to worry about. It's merely a chance to eat, chat, and perhaps auction off a few antiques. Isn't there a lot of socializing involved? She asked, puzzled. Bao Junyi lauget lai di. You still don't understand your boss's wealth. What you mentioned is typical for ordinary affluent individuals. At our level, such formalities are unnecessary. It's best to engage the elders in conversation. That works for me. I have no objections. That evening, the bodyguard returned with several evening gowns and various luxury brand accessories, leaving Chiu Shujin feeling overwhelmed. After a 30-minute consultation with a stylist and image consultant, she ultimately selected a stunning white evening gown that perfectly accentuated her figure, enhancing her beauty and allure. Bao Junyi was momentarily taken aback by how stunning Chiu Shujin appeared, recalling her youthful innocence back in the 1970s when she was just 18. Noticing his gaze fixed on her, she felt a blush rise to her cheeks, nervously clutching the fabric of her dress. "Mr. Bao, does this gown look good on me?" Yes, it looks splendid." "Shujin, your figure is remarkable. You would look good in anything," he stammered. "Thank you, Mr. Bao," she replied, smiling. "As for the other evening gowns and jewelry, you can take them home. There will be many occasions requiring a secretary's attendance, and you should look presentable. These outfits are perfect for such events." "But Mr. Bao, this is too extravagant," Chiu Shujin protested. "Just accept it. It's for the company's image. A secretary represents the group's face," he insisted. "All right then." At the Peninsula Hotel in Central, the HSBC charity auction was set to take place. Bao Junyi and Chiu Shujin arrived in a miraculous automobile, the Baizé model from the 7 Celestial Dragon series. Although some details were still being optimized, including the chassis' resilience to C4 explosives, Bao Junyi intended to showcase the prototype as an advertisement for Miraculous Automotive and gauge its reception among Hong Kong's elite. As their convoy approached the hotel, the Baizé model stood out as a regal and elegant marvel, garnering gasps of admiration for passersby. "Mr. Bao, look at how people along the roadside and in other vehicles are craning their necks in astonishment at our car," Chiu Shujin noted with a grin. "Of course, our vehicle is ahead of its time in design," he replied confidently. "Does that mean our series will sell well?" she inquired. "I'm not sure about its commercial success, but only a select few can afford it," he answered, unaware that the car's cost alone was around $2 to $3 million, crafted entirely from titanium alloy, not including the intricate internal design and cultural elements. As they arrived at the Peninsula Hotel, reporters had been waiting for some time. As luxurious vehicles rolled in, they were met by Hong Kong's most renowned tycoons and executives. However, when Bao Junyi's convoy arrived, the sight of the Baizé model elicited gasps of astonishment from the journalists. The vehicle, adorned with various gemstones and diamonds, was exquisitely crafted, featuring a lifelike golden Baizé figure at the front, captivating the reporters who immediately began snapping photographs. After a moment, Bao Junyi exited the vehicle, and amidst the protective presence of his bodyguards, he walked towards the entrance. As he stepped onto the red carpet, reporters crowded around, shouting out questions. "Mr. Bao, is this car developed by your company? Mr. Bao, how did you manage to create such a lifelike golden creature at the front of the car? Mr. Bao, is the lady beside you your girlfriend?" Feeling somewhat exasperated, Bao Junyi paused to address the reporters. "First of all, the car you are referring to is called the Baizé from the 7 Celestial Dragon series, which is our company's latest development. We have designed 7 models, incorporating numerous ancient Chinese elements and handcrafted details. Secondly, the golden creature at the front was created by our group's collaboration with a master artisan specializing in traditional crafts, and the process is incredibly intricate with a low success rate. Each of our 7 models features its own unique guardian creature. Finally, regarding the lady beside me, she is my secretary, Chiu Shujin, and not my girlfriend. I kindly ask that you respect her privacy. Thank you." With that, he continued into the venue, recognizing that a response was necessary to mitigate potential speculation from media. Upon entering the hall, he noticed a considerable number of attendees, mostly the younger generation of wealthy families, while the older generation had yet to arrive. Just then, he heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he saw Jingyu approaching with a few friends. "Ai, why are you so late? The auction will start soon." "Jingyu, things are different now. He is already comparable to the older generation and doesn't need to arrive early, unlike us second-gen folks," Zheng Lixia interjected. Bao Junyi chose to ignore her comments and focused on Hu Jingyu. "Ayu, I was just delayed by the reporters at the entrance." "Ah, being famous has its perks, huh? Have you changed girlfriends again? What happened to Lucy?" Zheng Lixia remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Zheng Lixia, the daughter of the Zheng family and a close friend of Zhang Ling'er, had always supported her, leaving Bao Junyi at a loss for words. "She is my secretary. Chiu Shujin, my companion for this war. Is that not acceptable, Miss Zheng?" "You and Zhang Ling'er have grown up together. Can you truly sever that bond so easily? You already know that when the family proposed to break off the engagement, she did not voice any opposition. So why speak of it now? Bao Junyi stated flatly, devoid of any emotional expression. That was not something she could decide besides. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Enough, Licia. No more. The speaker was Zhang Linger, her eyes already red, tears brimming and ready to spill. Licia, please. Let us leave. Humph. What a scoundrel. Licia noticed Zhang Linger turning to leave and hurriedly followed. Bao Junyi could only offer a helpless smile, sighing deeply, alas. At that moment, several figures approached Bao Junyi, addressing him. I.e., why the sigh? We old fellows could tell it was you from afar. The newcomers were none other than Hua Yingdong, Dong Haoyun, Li Jiaqing, Shun Bai, He Duong, Zhang Yuliang, and others. Hua Jingyu quickly stepped forward to greet them. Uncle, greetings to you all. Oh, Jingyu is here too. You all should learn from Ai. His development is truly remarkable. You could benefit from some exchange, one of them remarked. Yes, we will certainly learn from Ai. Rest assured, elders, Hua Jingyu replied promptly. Bao Junyi, feeling awkward, inquired, May I ask what brings you esteemed uncles here today? What, can't we chat with you? Is it all business? Zhang Yuliang teased. No, not at all. I am available whenever the elders wish to speak, Bao Junyi replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed after having just been rude to his daughter. Do not tease Ai. We all wish to know about that car in the parking lot. Is it produced by your group? Hua Yingdong asked. That particular prototype is indeed produced by our group. It has just been developed recently and is still undergoing slight adjustments. Bao Junyi explained. Is it really true? Shun Bai exclaimed incredulously. That vehicle surpasses all luxury sedans on the market, even outpacing the latest Rolls-Royce models by several generations. It is a true breakthrough, Li Jiaqing added. Ai, will you be selling that car? I find it increasingly inconvenient to travel and am considering a new vehicle. Dong Haoyun remarked. Indeed, I too am contemplating a change. My current car no longer suits my needs. Others chimed in, expressing their interest. Bao Junyi understood that these elders were genuinely interested in supporting his business and promoting it. However, he felt hesitant to disclose the price. Uncles. The Miracle Automobiles Songlong 7-Star Series comprises 7 models. This is just one of them. Please do not rush. It is still in the testing phase and will undergo further adjustments before its anticipated release next year. Is this truly just one of them? Ai, you must reserve one for me, one elder insisted. I too wish to have one, another echoed. Bao Junyi helplessly replied, This model is handcrafted and produced slowly, utilizing rare materials, including aerospace-grade components, with prices quoted in US dollars. You need not worry about connections. We have heard that the safety tests are unquestionable. We can accept a higher price, Dong Haoyun affirmed. Indeed, just tell us how much. We can accept a premium as long as the safety performance is reliable, he added. Very well, we're looking at a price of $12 million. US dollars, and it may be limited in availability, Bao Junyi stated. A gasp rippled through the crowd of Hong Kong tycoons and those nearby who overheard the conversation. Ai, is that not a rather steep price? Huo Lao Zimak? This price has been carefully calculated by our group. The Songlong 7-Star Series is positioned as a luxury good, not a mass-market vehicle, integrating numerous cultural elements and top-tier rare materials, along with advanced technologies and precious gemstones, elevating it beyond mere transportation. It is akin to a work of art. Bao Junyi continued. We intend to limit the production of this series, with sales possibly occurring at a grand auction. The surrounding individuals were left in awe. Who knew automobiles could be approached in such a manner? So, uncles, when our group releases the vehicles, we will review the performance parameters and decide if the price is justified. All right. Ai, you must send me an invitation for the launch. I will certainly attend. Dong Haoyun declared heartily. I too shall be there, another added. Thank you, esteemed elders. I am truly grateful, Bao Junyi replied. As their conversation continued to flourish, Governor Ma Lihao arrived, prompting everyone to gather around. 10 minutes later, Shun Bai took to the stage to announce the commencement of the charity auction. Governor Ma, accompanied by his wife, led the way to their seats, and others followed suit, settling in as they awaited the auction start. Once the guests were seated, Shun Bai stepped forward to open the proceedings. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this charity gala hosted by HSBC. All auction items have been generously donated by various sectors, and the proceeds will be entirely donated to charitable organizations in Hong Kong. We appreciate your attendance at this charity auction. Without further ado, Shunbai declared, "Let the charity auction commence." A middle-aged auctioneer approached the stage, followed by a woman in a fitted qipao, who presented the first auction item. The first item up for bid is a kingfisher green jade necklace adorned with diamonds, generously donated by the governor's wife. The starting price is 90,000 Hong Kong dollars, with minimum increments of no less than 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. "Now, let the bidding begin," the auctioneer announced, striking his gavel. The wealthy attendees eagerly began placing bids, feeling obliged to honor the governor's wife. Bidder 120, raising the bid by 10,000. Total bid is now 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Bidder 90, raising by 5,000. Total bid is now 105,000 Hong Kong dollars. Bidder 25, raising by 45,000. Total bid is now 150,000 Hong Kong dollars. The auctioneer continued to solicit bids, the price climbing steadily to 300,000 Hong Kong dollars, with the governor's wife beaming with delight. Bao Junyi watched with interest, admiring the beautiful piece, particularly given its value in future years. He raised his paddle, 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Bidder 9, raising by 200,000. Total bid is now 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. "Is there any higher bid?" the auctioneer exclaimed excitedly. Bidder 6, raising by 50,000. Total bid is now 550,000. "Is there any higher?" At this moment, the bidder was He Duwang, seated next to He Chaohong, who did not even acknowledge Bao Junyi. With a smile, Bao Junyi decided it was not worth the trouble and refrained from continuing the bidding. Ultimately, the kingfisher green jade necklace was secured by He Duwang for 550,000 Hong Kong dollars, receiving enthusiastic applause from the audience, all in support of the charitable cause. The second auction item is a Republic-era imitation Longquan Celadon vase, donated by a wealthy merchant. The starting price is 20,000 Hong Kong dollars, with minimum increments of no less than 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Let the bidding begin. The qipao-clad attendant placed the exquisite vase on display, and it was indeed a fine piece. After several rounds of bidding, it finally sold for 80,000 Hong Kong dollars. Bao Junyi found himself uninterested in the subsequent auctions of paintings or modern celebrity calligraphy. After an auction featuring over 20 items, Bao Junyi successfully bid for a pair of exquisite jadeite earrings adorned with diamonds, securing them for 240,000 Hong Kong dollars. He presented the earrings to Qiu Shuzhen, inviting her to wear them on the spot. Surprised, she initially refused, exclaiming, "Bao, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." However, he insisted, saying, "It's perfectly fine. I have no need for them. Consider a gift for accompanying me today." With a smile, Qiu Shuzhen ultimately accepted the gift and adorned herself with the earrings, which beautifully complemented her evening gown, enhancing her elegance and drawing the attention of those around her. Meanwhile, Bao Junyi's actions incited irritation in Zhang Linger and He Xiaoqiong, whose expressions betrayed their displeasure, nearly bringing them to tears. Their fathers, recognizing the tension, shared their frustration, yet chose to remain composed. The auction continued to escalate under the auctioneer's lively direction, with bids soaring as time sped by. The event approached its conclusion, culminating in a final piece generously donated by HSBC, serving as a grand finale. The auctioneer announced, "The last item is a rare Qing Dynasty Kangxi period black-ground tricolor vase adorned with peony patterns, accompanied by a rosewood base. This exceptional piece has come into our possession by chance, and we are pleased to present it as a highlight." As a woman in a cheongsam elegantly placed the vase on display, the audience, enamored by its rarity, watched with anticipation. Without allowing time for contemplation, the auctioneer declared, "The starting bid for this rare antique is set at 300,000 Hong Kong dollars, with increments no less than 10,000. And so, the bidding commenced. Number 15 raised the stakes by 100,000, bringing their bid to 400,000. Number 36 followed with an increase of 50,000, making it 450,000, while number 66 added 20,000, raising it to 470,000. Number 9 jumped in with an increase of 80,000, bidding 550,000. Bao Junyi decided to join the fray, keen on acquiring the porcelain, as he was an avid collector of Chinese artifacts and harbored aspirations of opening a museum one day. The auctioneer called out, "Number 6 bids an additional 50,000, bringing the total to 600,000. Is there a higher bid?" Number 9 responded, increasing their bid to 650,000. Bao Junyi, undeterred, continued to raise his bid, stating, "Number 5 bids 450,000 more, totaling 1,000,000. Is there anyone willing to go higher?" Bao Junyi was taken aback, wondering about the audacity of this new player who had raised the bid so boldly. Looking toward the bidder, he realized it was Zhang Yuliang, accompanied by Zhang Linger. With an internal sigh, Bao Junyi mused about the entangled emotions and conflicts that seemed directed at him, feeling somewhat like a scapegoat. The crowd was stunned by Zhang Yuliang's bold bidding, which, while not significant to him, made others wary of becoming unwitting victims of high stakes. The auctioneer's hammer fell, sealing the deal at 1,000,000 Hong Kong dollars, claimed by Zhang Yuliang. As the auction concluded, wealthy patrons from Hong Kong approached Bao Junyi to discuss the potential of the Zhonglong Qixio automobile, inquiring about prices and expressing interest in purchasing a vehicle. Bao Junyi assured them that when the new model was released, priority would be given to the affluent of Hong Kong. After escorting Qiu Shuzhen home, Bao Junyi returned to his villa atop Victoria Peak, where he prepared for bed after a brief refreshment. In contrast, Qiu Shuzhen returned home laden with bags filled with clothing and jewelry, astonishing her family. Her sisters, well-versed in fashion, exclaimed, "Shuzhen, do you realize how much your jewelry is worth? And what about your evening gown?" The eldest sister, curious, pressed, "Come on, how much are we talking about?" The response was staggering. The value of the jewelry alone exceeds 250,000 Hong Kong dollars, and the gown is estimated to be between 70,000 and 100,000. Shocked, one sister remarked, "That's more than I could earn in 3 years. Another chimed in, "Not just 3 years. Have you seen the other bag Shuzhen is carrying? You need to work for over a decade." Laughter erupted among the sisters. Chapter 63. Turbulence in the American stock market on the morning of December 20th, 1974. Bao Junyi reached out to Julian Robertson on Wall Street, inquiring whether the short positions had been fully cleared and how many long positions were currently held. "Boss, all short positions have been liquidated, and we have yet to purchase half of the long positions. It seems the pressure from short sellers is diminishing," Robertson reported. "That's fine. I will stimulate the market shortly and encourage them to be more proactive. After all, stock prices will fall without any announcements or responses from us. The share price of Miracle Games will naturally decline, and they won't need to invest heavily to drive it down," Bao Junyi replied. "Understood. I will prepare accordingly. Let's accelerate our long positions and apply some leverage, but not excessively to avoid the risk of a margin call," Robertson affirmed. "Make sure to keep a close watch. Next Thursday, the 28th, we will take action," Bao Junyi instructed. Meanwhile, in an office within Morgan Tower on Wall Street, leaders from the Lauren and Keswick families, along with Morgan's steward, George, gathered to discuss the recent fluctuations in Miracle Game stock price. Over the past 10 days, significant capital had entered the market, and substantial short positions were being liquidated. What forces behind this? Lauren pondered, expressing concern. "We have been positioned for half a year, acquiring shares at the lowest prices. There is no need for alarm," Keswick reassured. "However, you are aware that while we were shorting stocks, another force, known as the Fat Tiger Fund, was also shorting alongside us. They have yet to exit their positions. Could their departure signal a shift?" Lauren questioned. "If necessary, we might consider liquidating some of our positions to recoup funds," one suggested. "That would be unwise. If we withdraw funds now, it will cause the stock price to rise, prompting other institutions to follow suit, leading to our downfall. We have too many short positions, and any movement could expose us," George cautioned. "We should gather additional capital among our families as a precaution against unforeseen events," Lauren advised. "Very well, that's the only course of action we can take," Keswick agreed. "Currently, there are too many short positions in Miracle Games, with most institutions on Wall Street and international investors involved to some extent. The stock prices have been gradually declining, despite the first, second, and third quarter financial reports being exceptionally bright, with profits exceeding $200 million each quarter, and projections indicating that this year's profits may surpass $1 billion. Although several of our family's channels have been severed due to credibility reasons, Some local powers have taken over the arcade underwriters' shares, resulting in a remarkable surge in sales and an increase in arcade orders. This is largely because many remote areas and towns have been covered by them, leading to such impressive financial reports. Despite a significant number of short positions, the stock remains supported, and many institutions maintain a positive outlook, contributing to the slow decline. The closure of short positions by the Robertson Fat Tiger Fund has triggered attention for financial institutions worldwide. Among them, institutions on Wall Street have started to show division, with the stock price of Miracle Games shifting from a slow decline to intense fluctuations. A fund manager from a large Wall Street institution remarked, "This is absurd. We lost 15% of our profits due to a few days of volatility. If this continues, we will lose all our gains." They promptly arranged for the trading team to liquidate half of their short positions to reduce exposure, asserting that they could no longer follow the reckless actions of Morgan Stanley's group and should secure some profits. A trader expressed concern, "Manager, Morgan has already indicated that this course of action may not be wise. The situation is no longer under their control. Financial institutions from various countries are eager to seize a piece of the pie. If things go awry, we could lose our principal, so reducing exposure is unavoidable." The manager replied, "Such maneuvers of reducing or increasing positions are continuously unfolding among financial institutions worldwide, intensifying the tug-of-war between bulls and bears, leading to significant fluctuations in the U.S. stock market. In the 1970s, the U.S. stock market was not as expansive as it is today, and the number of heavyweight stocks was limited, with only a few companies exceeding $1 billion in value. Meanwhile, Secretary Chiu Shujin barged into Bao Junyi's office, exclaiming, "Boss, trouble has arisen." Recently, several prominent banks in Hong Kong, including Morgan Bank, HSBC, and Standard Chartered, have sent representatives to our company, demanding the early repayment of loans within 3 days, or they will liquidate the collateral. Upon hearing this, Bao Junyi frowned and scoffed. They've resorted to such underhanded tactics? They want to cut off our resources. However, they likely did not anticipate that I have already hidden most of our assets in East Asia Bank and Hang Seng Bank. How much do we still owe to the major banks? He inquired of Chiu Shujin. She pulled out her notebook to confirm, then replied, "Currently, we owe HSBC $200 million, Morgan Bank $750 million, and Standard Chartered has a loan of approximately $200 million against Audi's debt." Simultaneously, U.S. Steel has also demanded the payment of outstanding balances. Due to the incomplete construction of the steel plant, we had to present the contract and insist on legal proceedings for them to relent. Bao Junyi remarked darkly, "They certainly hold us in high regard, even checking all the banks that have previously loaned to Miracle Group, and now they're demanding early repayment. Morgan, Lauren, and the Keswick family must have paid a hefty price for this." Chiu Shujin analyzed. "The fact that several banks are simultaneously applying pressure on us suggests they have been preparing for a long time and have a rough understanding of our financial scale, which is why they are being so ruthless." Bao Junyi retorted, "No matter how well prepared they are, it is all inconsequential in the face of absolute strength. How much cash does our group currently have on the books?" Chapter 64. Under the table maneuvering, multiple banks pressuring for repayment. Bao, our company account still holds $5,180 million. However, due to increased funding for the Miracle Research and Development Center, we allocated an additional $500 million, leaving us with $46.8 billion in the company account. This does not include the funds from the Fat Tiger Fund, solely representing the capital of the Hong Kong headquarters. Bao Junyi pondered for a moment before stating, "Aside from the loans from Morgan, Standard Chartered, and HSBC, are there any other project payments due soon?" "None at the moment," Chiu Shujin replied. "If we repay the loans from the 3 banks totaling $1,150 million, the company account will only have $353 million left. The rest is contingent upon the completion and acceptance of the large steel plant in Pengcheng, which requires a payment of $2,800 million to U.S. Steel." "Understood. I have a general idea now. Please arrange for the finance department to repay the loans to the 3 banks, and since they have breached the agreement, we will not pay a single cent in interest. If they wish to pursue legal action, we will not indulge them." Simultaneously, Miracle Group will publicly announce the cessation of any future cooperation with these 3 banks, citing their unwarranted withdrawal of loans. Bao Junyi continued with a cold smile. "Issue a company announcement that all employees, management, and partners will no longer utilize the three banks. Furthermore, employee payroll accounts will be switched to East Asia Bank and Hang Seng Bank. Any non-compliance will result in immediate dismissal. Since you three banks have resorted to such despicable tactics, I shall sever your roots in Hong Kong and dismantle your foundations. Qiu Shuzhen remarked in surprise. Bao, isn't that a bit excessive? Won't it be too? Humph. Since it is clear that we cannot be friends, it is better to offend them firmly. After all, we have already become enemies, haven't we? But, enough. You need not concern yourself with that. Just proceed with the arrangements, Bao Junyi said, gazing out of Victoria Harbor, contemplating where to secure additional funds. If the group pays the outstanding amount of $2.8 billion for the steel plant, the company account will dwindle to $730 million. The total investment in the Pengcheng steel plant amounts to $5 billion. And the construction teams from the mainland are working in shifts around the clock. Most of the plant is already completed and equipment purchased from U.S. Steel is being installed and tested. The large steel plant in Pengcheng is expected to be completed and operational by the end of 1976. Currently, the group still has several $billion from the Fat Tiger Fund generating profits, as well as an investment of $800 million in gold futures with 10 times leverage, entered at over $130 per ounce, which has already doubled. This investment will not be liquidated unless absolutely necessary. The gold futures market has significant potential for growth, with expectations of reaching a short-term historical peak of $850 per ounce by 1980, sustaining high levels for over a decade before breaking through again. Bao Junyi stood in a daze, gazing out the window, organizing his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, the Miracle Group released a news announcement in the afternoon that would send shockwaves through all of Hong Kong. The first reaction was from HSBC, whose stock price plummeted by 12%, continuing to fall, which subsequently dragged down the Hang Seng Index since HSBC is a major player in it, causing other smaller banks to also tumble, leading to a decline in the Hong Kong stock market. Investors in Hong Kong were left bewildered. The market had opened significantly higher in the morning, showing promising gains, only to witness a sharp drop in the afternoon. In the Hong Kong Stock Exchange Hall, a middle-aged man cursed. "I can't believe this. I just bought in this morning, and now it's crashing. I've taken a huge hit. What is going on? I bought shares in HSBC this morning, and now it's down 12%. This is so unfair." A nearby individual with blonde hair added, "Who caused this? If I find out, I'll make them pay." Exactly what is happening? How did it suddenly drop, especially led by HSBC and the smaller banks? At that moment, a stock trader stepped forward and announced, "There's breaking news. All employees of Miracle Group have ceased using HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Morgan Bank for their payroll cards, and transactions with partners will no longer involve these three banks." What? Has Miracle Group severed ties with HSBC, Morgan, and Standard Chartered? How could they be so ruthless? Have you not heard? The old woman inquired curiously. Heard what? Is there some insider information? The white-haired elder responded. I heard it from my daughter, who is a manager at Miracle Group. She urged me to quickly sell the stocks I held. According to her, HSBC, Standard Chartered, and JP Morgan prematurely terminated their loans to Miracle Group and demanded immediate repayment, which provoked Mr. Bao's counterattack. Unbelievable. How shameless can they be? A middle-aged man exclaimed in outrage. Indeed, Mr. Bao acted decisively, severing all ties with the three banks and even canceling payroll accounts with other banks. As the group conversed, others nearby began to lose their composure. Within the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, investors started discussing fervently, with those holding bank stocks hastily selling off their shares. After all, Miracle Group employs over 10,000 people, predominantly white-collar workers, with annual salary transactions exceeding $300 million, not including additional financial flows. Meanwhile, in the large conference room on the top floor of HSBC Tower, Shunbai occupied the head seat, with other shareholders flanking him, all silent in the tense atmosphere where one could hear a pin drop. With a grim expression, Shunbai addressed his secretary. What is the current status of our HSBC stock price? Sir, ever since Miracle Group released their company news announcement, the stock price of HSBC plummeted by 12 this afternoon and continues to decline, dragging down other smaller banks as well. Should we intervene to stabilize the stock price? No. If we step in now, will we have to use company funds every time a similar situation arises? The finance department objected. This upheaval significantly impacts our standing in Hong Kong. If we do not act to stabilize the stock price and release a statement to remedy the situation, HSBC will lose all credibility here. Are we really considering the future at this moment? A shareholder interjected. If we use company funds to stabilize the stock price, we will not meet this year's performance targets from the U.S. headquarters, which will affect our year-end bonuses and dividends, noted an HSBC executive. Initially, we opposed joining forces with JP Morgan against Miracle Group, and now we find ourselves on the receiving end of their retaliation, another HSBC shareholder remarked. An executive from a marketing department retorted, if we had the support of JP Morgan, we could establish a solid foothold in the U.S. and expand beyond Hong Kong, stepping onto a grander stage for globalization. Suddenly, the conference room erupted into a heated argument, with shareholders and executives unwilling to budge, each resisting the idea of their side bearing the financial burden. Chapter 65. Are you playing me? I cancel the employees' bank cards with an angry scowl. Shunbai shouted. Enough. Arguing is pointless. Notify the PR department to implement a comprehensive PR strategy. Allocate funds to suppress the negative news by tomorrow evening. Additionally, all shareholders must jointly issue a news announcement to increase their shareholdings. The specific amounts can be negotiated, and later, we can reduce your company's loan interest rates. Finally, let me reiterate that our collaboration with JP Morgan was a well-considered decision, and none of you opposed it at the time. We are now united as one camp and must present a cohesive front. Any discordant voices will result in the removal of board members, placing them on HSBC's blacklist. The expressions of the shareholders were dark and stormy, as they were now expected to invest more money to increase their stock holdings. Internally seething with anger, they could only nod in agreement, for to be placed on HSBC's blacklist was tantamount to being blacklisted by all banks in Hong Kong, effectively shutting down any future loan opportunities. Seeing that no one spoke up, Shunbai continued, I have good news for everyone. JP Morgan has agreed to assist us in acquiring a medium-sized bank in the U.S. that they have been eyeing. They will also help us establish a presence in the U.S. banking sector, fulfilling the aspirations of HSBC's previous leaders for globalization. Currently, HSBC holds the top position in Hong Kong, controlling nearly half of the currency issuance rights. However, on the international stage, HSBC lacks significant influence. We have reached a bottleneck, and it requires the collective effort of everyone present to grow our market share. The larger the pie we create, the more dividends shareholders will reap, and executives will receive their year-end bonuses and stock options. We must work together diligently to create a glorious future for HSBC. After 2 hours of deliberation, the meeting concluded with a board resolution under Shunbai's control. That afternoon, HSBC released a news announcement expressing regret over Miracle Group's decision to terminate transactions through HSBC channels and the subsequent switching of payroll accounts to other banks. They condemned the demands for employees to refrain from using the 3 major banks and emphasized the public's right to choose freely without coercion. Furthermore, in response to the significant drop in HSBC's stock price, the board resolved that shareholders would soon increase their holdings in the bank, with specific amounts to be announced later. Lastly, HSBC declared the cessation of all transactions with East Asia Bank and Hang Seng Bank. Upon hearing the news announcement, the citizens of Hong Kong entered a gossip frenzy, with local residents playing detective, analyzing the conflict between the two companies. However, following HSBC's announcement, Morgan Bank and Standard Chartered and Central also released statements to clarify the situation. Boom! The atmosphere in Hong Kong became lively as the public and wealthy individuals indulged in the unfolding drama. At this time, Bao Junyi was continuously answering calls. Smiling as he said, Thank you, Uncle Hua. I currently do not lack funds. This conflict is rooted in the foreign market, which has ignited the banking allegiance in Hong Kong, and the issue can be resolved. If you need financial assistance, I can lend you hundreds of millions of Hong Kong dollars without hesitation. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Hua. If I require assistance, I will contact you at the first opportunity. The phone calls kept pouring in as prominent Hong Kong tycoons like Dong Haoyan, Chao Wenjin, Zheng Yutong, and Guo Daxing offered their support. Even gambling King Ho and Zhang Yuliang reached out. After all, this conflict extended beyond the 3 banks and Miracle Group. It was a clash between foreign and local capital, and they understood the importance of choosing the right side. As Christmas approached, Bao Junyi, accompanied by his secretary and bodyguard, flew to New York International Airport. They then headed to Wall Street, preparing to confront the impending market attack from the Lauren Keswick, and Morgan family consortiums. Upon checking into a five-star hotel near Wall Street, just as they were about to rest after freshening up, a knock on the door interrupted them. Curious about who it could be, Bao Junyi opened the door in surprise and soon exclaimed, "Lucy, what brings you here so late?" "Bao, it's been a long time. How have you been? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Are you not going to invite me in? Shall we continue our conversation at the door?" Feeling awkward, Bao Junyi replied, "Come in. I just finished freshening up, so the room is a bit messy. Please make yourself comfortable. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or red wine?" "Let us go with a glass of red wine." As he poured the wine, Bao Junyi asked, "Lucy, why have you come to see me at this hour?" While Bao Junyi was uncorking the wine, Lucy embraced him tightly from behind, holding on for a moment before saying, "Bao, I missed you so much. I learned you were in the U.S. and have been waiting for you in New York since this morning." "Lucy, I missed you too. After all, you were the first woman I officially dated. However, your father and grandfather have made demands that I cannot agree to unless you are willing to settle in Hong Kong with me. Is there no room for negotiation?" Lucy said sadly. Bao Junyi sighed. "My residency will never change, including for my future children. That is my bottom line. My bloodline is Chinese, and I would rather perish on Chinese soil. Moreover, our family lineage descends from Bao Junyi. I cannot bring shame upon my ancestors." With teary eyes, Lucy replied, "Do you know, when I learned of your arrival in the United States, my heart brimmed with joy, yet I fear that upon meeting you, I might utter words of indifference. Nevertheless, I summoned the courage to see you, hoping to resolve the discord between you and my grandfather. He acted against your group solely for my sake, and I wish for your forgiveness." Bao Junyi, stroking his face, remarked, "Lucy, you are a naive girl, but alas, you were born into the wrong family. You cannot persuade your grandfather, nor can you persuade me. The conflict between your grandfather and me is inevitable, not merely due to your involvement, but for deeper reasons." Lucy spent over an hour in Bao Junyi's room, conversing before she departed, disheartened. Their connection seemed destined to be a tragic entanglement, hindered by their differing educations, values, and environments. The following day, Bao Junyi arrived at the Miracle Games branch on Wall Street, where he met with Michael and the management team. Recent fluctuations in the U.S. stock market had drawn various entities, including individual investors, insurance firms, and large funds, into the fray regarding Miracle Games' role as a publicly traded company. As Miracle Games stock price had plummeted to a low point, multinational investors began to enter the arena, creating a complex game of strategy. However, the bearish faction, led by the Morgan Consortium, maintained a dominant position, continually driving the stock price down to maximize their profits. They persuaded banks like HSBC and Standard Chartered to apply sufficient pressure, thereby depleting Bao Junyi's cash flow. Unbeknownst to them, Bao Junyi had a backup plan. He instructed Michael, "Inform the team that we will hold a press conference for Miracle Games tomorrow morning. Boss, are you preparing to act now?" "Indeed, with Christmas approaching, we are ready to unveil our gifts." "Haha, this gift will be extraordinary. They will find it hard to sleep in the coming days." As he watched Michael depart, Bao Junyi smiled. The war is about to commence. In a meeting room within Morgan Tower on Wall Street, Chief Keswick, Chief Lauren, and the Morgan family steward, George, convened around a circular table. Chief Keswick stated, "That young man, Bao Junyi, must be experiencing a cash flow shortage now. Loans from HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Morgan have all been repaid. Through connections, we have discovered that Miracle Group's financial account holds just over $700 million. He lacks the capacity to contend with us." Chief Lauren cautioned, "Do not underestimate him. He has already outmaneuvered us at the Audi factory in Europe. That boy is a cunning fox. Until the final move is made, nothing is certain. What is there to fear? Our three families possess considerable strength, bolstered by numerous institutions on Wall Street. Can we truly lose? Then why hasn't Team Miracle Game stock price dropped below our expectations, especially with foreign capital entering the fray? The primary reason is that we have yet to exert our full strength. If we had, those speculators would not dare to partake." Steward George interjected, "It has come to my attention that Bao Junyi arrived on Wall Street last night, indicating he is ready for a showdown. Otherwise, with Miracle Group's consistent quarterly profits, why would they refrain from issuing a statement or taking preventative measures against external pressure? Indeed, it perplexes me. Our short selling seems effortless. Yet Miracle Games has offered little resistance," Chief Keswick remarked. It's merely about dividends or increasing shareholdings. Such maneuvers are trivial in the face of absolute power." Bao Junyi has decided to issue dividends and has communicated relevant profit data to several shareholders, refusing to withhold them. He currently holds controlling rights, noted Stewart George. What? If favorable news emerges, the stock price will surely rebound. Chief Lauren exclaimed anxiously. Rest assured, our previous hesitance in short selling was merely to retain some strength for unforeseen circumstances. George continued solemnly. We shall observe patiently, awaiting his move, as we have prepared sufficient funds for an impending battle. Meanwhile, on Wall Street, excitement brewed over the forthcoming Miracle Games press conference. In recent months, the stock price had plummeted from $255 per share to today's $39, with discussions swirling around Bao Junyi's potential responses. In a secluded corner CAF, Bao Junyi met with Julian Robertson. Robertson, how prepared are you on your end? Boss, although we have returned to shorted stocks, our long positions are only about $10 billion, less than half of our capacity. After contemplating, Bao Junyi responded, in that case, pause on further long positions. Await my instructions. We will purchase aggressively in the secondary market to force a short squeeze. Boss, could this approach be too ruthless? If executed, they may face rapid liquidation, possibly even incurring substantial debts to the banks. With a fierce determination, Bao Junyi said, no man is a true gentleman without a touch of ruthlessness. Once an enemy, one must strike hard. Robertson, there is an old saying in China, take advantage of the illness to seize the life. Momentarily at a loss for words, Robertson grasped the essence, even if not the entirety, of the phrase. Boss, I understand. I will await your signal for our decisive battle. Additionally, hire individuals to investigate promising companies for angel investments. And keep a close watch on Apple and Coca-Cola. If we have the funds, acquire as many shares as possible, ensuring their original teams remain intact. You will manage the specifics. Boss, I comprehend your directive regarding potential investments. As for the latter two companies, I have yet to hear of them. That is of no consequence. Engage professionals to conduct market research and relay any information regarding the two companies. Understood. The two conversed for over 2 hours in the modest CAF, as Bao Junyi finalized his preparations. The next day, in a conference room at a Wall Street skyscraper, Miracle Games held its press conference. Due to space constraints, only a select few major media outlets were invited, along with leaders from prominent financial, insurance, and fund management institutions. At 7:58 a.m. U.S. time, reporters and executives gathered, while the host commenced the event, announcing the attending media and guests. 5 minutes later, it was Bao Junyi's turn to take the stage. Dressed in a tailored suit, he approached the podium, exuding the confidence and pride of youth. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Miracle Games press conference. This event addressed the staggering decline of Miracle Games stock price over the past few months, which it halved multiple times. It served as a condemnation of the short-selling actions against Miracle Games, and in response to this malicious activity and the severe undervaluation of the stock, I have decided to allocate $100 million to increase our shareholding. A gasp rippled through the audience. The media and institutional representatives were taken aback. What impact could $100 million have when Miracle Games was under such vicious short-selling? Some institutional magnates murmured to themselves, can this $100 million truly revive the company? Bao Junyi paid no heed and continued. This year's annual report reveals that Miracle Games has achieved a remarkable profit exceeding $1 billion, totaling $32 billion, with earnings of $486 million in the first half and $546 million in the latter half. Moreover, it has been decided to reserve $232 million for the company's future needs, while distributing $800 million as dividends by the end of the year. The audience was left in astonishment. A company capable of distributing $800 million in dividends is a rarity since the 1970s. And typically those stocks are priced over $100 per share. The institutional magnates present were wide-eyed, taken aback by the exceeding expectations. They had anticipated a decline in profits due to pressure from 3 family conglomerates, fearing a potential halving of earnings. Chapter 67. Miracle develops home gaming consoles, however. They could not have foreseen this surpassing of expectations, especially with the stock price remaining so low. If one were to invest now, the returns by year-end would surely be substantial, and dividends would not be insignificant either. Yet, they also remembered the 3 major consortiums standing in their way, leaving no one daring to act boldly. As the audience was still processing the news, Bao Junyi continued. In response to the burgeoning popularity of arcade games and the associated inconveniences, Miracle Games has embarked on developing a home gaming console, which is currently in the testing phase. A year prior, Bao Junyi had dispatched personnel to Sakura Country to recruit Miyamoto SH from Nintendo with a generous offer, including a luxurious villa in Hong Kong, relocating his entire family. Ultimately, swayed by the sincerity, he joined the Miracle Research Center, forming a project team for the home console and adapting previously arcade games for home use. Bao Junyi also addressed certain shortcomings of Nintendo's offerings, aiming to develop a flawless product. The Nintendo representative in attendance was taken aback upon hearing of Miracle's console development. Pondering internally, I must relay this news back to Sakura Country quickly. We cannot allow Miracle Games to surpass us, or else we might be left with nothing. The sentiment was echoed among companies involved in arcade or home console development. Meanwhile, the reporters in attendance became animated, raising their microphones to pose questions. Bao Junyi selected an American ABC reporter, recognizing the importance of their presence. It would be unwise to alienate them at such a crucial moment. The blonde ABC reporter inquired, "Mr. Bao, why have you decided to distribute dividends now? Are you declaring war on someone?" The beautiful journalist's question was met with a smile from Bao Junyi. "The dividends are a result of this year's substantial profits, which I wish to share with our shareholders. It is not a declaration of war against anyone. I simply believe the current stock price of Miracle Games is too low, and I plan to repurchase some shares, possibly selling them later at a higher price." At that moment, an NHK male reporter from Sakura Country asked, "Mr. Bao, with the home console in the testing phase, how long until it hits the market?" Bao Junyi replied with a grin, "The precise timeline is known only to the technical department, but I estimate it will be around a year. I am aware that Nintendo is also developing a home console, expected to launch in about 6 months. Are you concerned?" Laughing, he stated, "I have great confidence in Miracle Games' research and development capabilities. We do not regard Nintendo as a threat." His responses ignited considerable discussion among the audience. Subsequently, representatives from BBC, CBS, and various international news agencies chimed in with their inquiries. After the press conference concluded, Bao Junyi arrived at the Miracle Games subsidiary. Seated in his office, he observed the stock price charts displayed on his desktop computer. However, the impact of the morning's press conference was far from over, especially with news of the new home console in the testing phase attracting international investment and institutions into the fray. As the U.S. stock market opened, Miracle Game stock surged by 25, shooting upwards in a straight line. Yet, this was swiftly met with a barrage of sell orders, causing the stock price to plummet, quickly changing from green to red within minutes. Inside the Morgan Tower on Wall Street, the trading team, under the manager's direction, relentlessly executed sell orders. Chief Trader Lauren commented, "The influence of this press conference is immense. We faced $200 million in buy orders this morning. Fortunately, we had ample resources to suppress the surge." "Indeed, we anticipated this," replied George, the Morgan steward. "But let us not celebrate prematurely. If we do not exert full pressure on the stock price today, and our opponents discern our weakness, we are finished. Numerous international investors will seize the opportunity to pounce." Upon hearing this, both chiefs broke into a cold sweat and asked, "What shall we do now?" "We must exert all our power to dampen market enthusiasm, compelling those on the sidelines to observe our strength and entice them into our ranks to short the stock together." "Brilliant. This way, we can form a formidable force, and a price decline will become inevitable." While the group deliberated, major funds, institutions, and international investors were closely monitoring the situation, with some already unable to contain their eagerness to enter the fray. Initially, investors on the U.S. exchange had lined up to purchase Miracle Games stock. However, sudden large sell orders caused the stock price to plummet, halting their actions, with even those who had previously bought shares now selling off. Bao Junyi, sitting in his office, dialed a number and instructed, "Double the leverage within half a day and unleash everything." After hanging up, 10 minutes later, as Miracle Game stock price dipped to $32 per share, a flurry of large buy orders suddenly emerged, propelling the stock price upwards. In a mere 5 minutes, it surged from $32 to $36, $38, $40, $42, $45, $48, $51, $55, $58, $64. The stock price doubled in that brief span, with buy orders continuously pouring in, pushing through each price barrier. Inside the Morgan trading room, the trading manager rushed in, exclaiming, Mr. George, this is dire. Miracle Games is suddenly inundated with massive buy orders, and the stock price has soared to over $60 per share. What? What is happening? George was taken aback. Just moments ago, we were driving the stock price down, and as we approached $30 per share, an avalanche of buy orders emerged, regardless of cost or price, pushing the stock higher. In less than 5 minutes, trading volume exceeded $200 million and is still escalating. George's expression darkened. We must act swiftly, or if the observers join the buyers, we will be truly finished. What's the balance in our accounts? The trading manager responded. We currently have only $1 billion left, and at this consumption rate, it will be depleted within the hour. George turned to the two chiefs beside him. Gentlemen, we must raise more capital. We have significantly underestimated Bao Junyi. He surely has hidden strategies up his sleeve. We need to prepare sufficient funds to counter this, or all our prior investments will be in vain. The two pondered for a moment before departing to secure funds, while Steward George also left to report the current situation to the Morgan Patriarch. Chapter 68. The Morgan Consortium strikes back. The stock price oscillated violently between the $60 and $70 per share range. American investors, observing the fierce upward trend, now experiencing fluctuations, are witnessing a bold cohort of traders across various exchanges. With cash in hand, they are beginning to make substantial purchases, thereby propelling stock prices steadily higher. Meanwhile, wealth management, insurance, and fund institutions are cautiously entering the market with modest positions, opting for long positions as well. The recent press conference by Bao Junyi, coupled with transparent financial statements and forthcoming dividends, has instilled confidence that any future declines will be followed by recoveries. Given the current stock prices are not exorbitantly high, many have conducted their analyses of the potential risks and rewards, resulting in a shift towards bullish sentiment, precisely what Bao Junyi intended. This aggressive surge serves to bolster the confidence of onlookers and signals to investors and institutions alike a resolute commitment. In his office, Bao Junyi gazes intently at the screen of a vintage computer from the 1970s, tracking the stock's trajectory. He knows that a fervent wave of bullish investors has entered the fray, yet many remain passive, unknowingly waiting on the sidelines. After a moment of hesitation, he retrieves his phone and dials Robertson's landline. Robertson, can we elevate the stock price to $99 per share within the first half hour of trading this afternoon? Moreover, can we place a buy order for $1 billion at that price without issue? Julian Robertson hesitated before responding, Boss, if we deploy our funds to push the stock price to $99, can we sustain our financial support for the ensuing battle? How much capital does the Penghu Fund currently possess? We previously shorted $8 billion in stock alongside Morgan, then began repurchasing at $46 per share, returning shares to the institutions at an average buyback price of $55, yielding a profit of $1 billion, totaling $9 billion with the principal. However, after 2 hours of expenditure, we now have only $2 billion remaining. Bao Junyi pondered for a moment before replying, No matter if funds are insufficient, I will devise another solution. Understood, boss. Leave the rest to me. Very well. Meanwhile, in the Morgan estate, Butler George reports to the Patriarch, Morgan, who is Lucy's grandfather. With a sardonic smile, the elder Morgan remarks, This young man possesses a certain cunning, attempting to exploit human greed while leveraging the company's robust fundamentals and steadily increasing profits to support his strategy. Such a maneuver is indeed astute. However, he must possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, he risks hastening his own demise. Butler George concurs. Indeed, the press conference has drawn everyone's attention, followed by aggressive price inflation, which has significantly bolstered bullish confidence. Yet, we need not worry. He lacks sufficient funds. Should he falter, his downfall will be swifter. I will arrange for the family fund to allocate $2 billion to purchase shares of Miracle Games, while the two other families gather additional stock together. This should suffice to suppress the stock price. However, it seems that the two families may struggle to contribute significantly. If they are unable to provide adequate stock, we must ensure that during the profit distribution, we acquire more than our fair share of their benefits. Haha, understood, my lord. Miracle Games is a golden goose, and it is imperative that we secure it. Otherwise, future opportunities will be scarce. Rest assured, we shall not be denied this time. Now, be on your way. At noon, in a Morgan building on Wall Street, in the conference room, Butler George announces, We have managed to raise only $460 million in stock, which required squeezing other assets, and even mortgaging some. On my end, I have gathered $520 million, primarily through mortgaging real estate. We have reached our limit. Lament the leaders Lauren and Keswick. Should you fail to gather enough, we will demand a larger share of the profits for the Morgan family, declares George. The two leaders' faces darken. After a long pause, they sigh in resignation. Let it be so. If we withdraw now, we risk harsher retaliation from Miracle Group later. We have no choice but to proceed. Very well, let's draft a new contract. The time swiftly approaches the afternoon opening of the U.S. stock market. The stock price of Miracle Games begins to rise slowly 5 minutes after opening, but soon shifts dramatically. A violent surge ensues, with prices climbing from 65 per share to 68, 73, 76, 80, 86, 88, 93, 96, culminating in an explosive leap to 99 per share, with a staggering $1 billion by order placed at 99.99. The major exchanges in the U.S. erupt into chaos as the stock price escalates, and the audacity of the $1 billion by order at 99.99 sends tremors through the market. Yet, for American investors, this is a welcome sight, as it suggests a solid support level, prompting widespread buying. This maneuver mirrors the routine tactics of future market operations, often referred to as signal flags, either planted at the top or the bottom. However, contrasting with the exuberance of the investors, George and his associates are incensed. Butler George seethes. Where does that boy find such capital to execute this strategy? Have that price eaten away immediately. I want to see how much he truly possesses. The trading manager hesitates. Mr. George, if we mimic their strategy, we will soon deplete our stock. Do I need to teach you? Contact other funds and institutions immediately. Secure loans. Yes. I will make arrangements. The trading manager replies, resigned. With diligent efforts, the $1 billion by order at 99.99 is quickly consumed, and further large orders are placed to drive the price back down. However, Robertson retaliates fiercely, pushing the price to 166 per share, simultaneously placing another $1 billion by order at this level. The market erupts once more as if bait has been cast into a school of fish, igniting a frenzy among previously hesitant investors who now rush to purchase stocks. Long lines form at trading windows across U.S. exchanges despite the prevalence of computerized trading, as many individuals remain unfamiliar with the technology. Chapter 69, A Wall Falls. And many push with Miracle Game stock price firmly supported by a $1 billion by order at 166. Investors flock to place their buy orders at this level, continuously driving the price upwards, shattering resistance levels. This development infuriates George and his associates, who demand that the previous $1 billion by order be consumed, while simultaneously placing a $1 billion short order at 144 to test which brave souls dare to venture in. 10 minutes later, the trading manager returns, breathless. Mr. George, every order we placed has been devoured in a mere 10 minutes. What? We must have already spent over $3 billion. Where does he acquire such funds? Has a white knight entered the fray? Who dares to oppose us? At this moment, patriarchs Lauren and Keswick, along with Butler George, were grim expressions. Finally, George inquires, how much capital do we currently possess, and how many borrowed shares remain? Mr. George, the stocks we borrowed now amount to only 65 million shares, valued at $622 million. What? How can there be so few stocks left? Wasn't I clear that you should continue borrowing? Mr. George, we have scoured Wall Street and exhausted our connections. Only a few are unwilling to lend, and their numbers are dwindling. A profound silence enveloped the conference room, no one daring to utter a word. Suddenly, a trader burst through the door, exclaiming anxiously, "Manager, trouble. The stock price of Miracle Games has once again posted a buy order of $2 billion at 188. Should we continue to sell?" Upon entering, the trader sensed the grim atmosphere, met with a room full of red-dyed stares. The patriarch of the Lauren family rushed forward, gripping the trader tightly, and hoarsely shouted, "How much is the buy order?" $2 billion, the trader stammered. With a sudden gasp, the patriarch of the Lauren family spat out blood and collapsed. Chaos erupted as they hurriedly rushed him to the hospital for emergency care. Both George and the patriarch of the Keswick family sank into their seats, overwhelmed. Butler George lamented, "We have lost. We can no longer secure enough stock." The situation is dire. We have indeed been careless. How did Bao Junyi manage to amass such substantial funds and conceal them so effectively? Indeed, he caught us off guard, continually pushing up the stock price with significant investments to draw the attention of retail investors and institutions, signaling 3 consecutive flags. Even the slowest market investors would inevitably join him. His momentum is unstoppable, the Keswick patriarch replied helplessly. George turned to the trading manager. Purchase back the stocks we previously sold. We have lost. Let us see the extent of our losses. Understood. I will act immediately, the trading manager replied, hurrying out to arrange for the traders. The trading volume of Miracle Games surged, exceeding $50 billion in a single day and still increasing before the market closed. Retail investors, speculative funds, institutions, and the 3 selling consortiums all joined in to repurchase stocks, as failing to return previously borrowed shares could lead to legal repercussions. However, the sellers remained scarce, and the stock price had already breached new heights, surpassing $300 per share, with further ascension. Meanwhile, Julian Robertson began to gradually sell off stocks. As the U.S. trading market is relatively sound, any decline exceeding 5 by the end of trading requires reporting, otherwise they can only sell below that threshold. Thus, the traders from Robertson's Fat Tiger Fund incessantly offloaded their previously acquired stocks, reducing their holdings to below 5 by the closing bell. Miracle Games set a record for single-stock trading volume in the U.S. stock market, approaching $65 billion. The mood among American investors was jubilant, with bars and nightclubs booming. However, the 3 consortiums led by Morgan were far from joyful, suffering severe losses. The Morgan family alone incurred losses exceeding $8 billion. The Keswick family lost $266 billion, and the Lauren family faced a loss of $36 billion, with their patriarch still unconscious in the hospital. In this battle over Miracle Game stock price, Bao Junyi elevated his holdings to 36. Moreover, the Fat Tiger Fund emerged as the biggest victor, pocketing $314 billion, with over $158 billion gained from shorting and over $156 billion from going long, plus the initial capital of $845 billion and a portion of Miracle Games shares. The Fat Tiger Fund's triumph left the 3 patriarchs and the Wall Street institutions that lent them stocks with the heaviest losses. The following day, Christmas Day, all major cities in the U.S. were on holiday, the streets adorned with a festive spirit. Numerous commercial establishments, streets, and malls displayed an abundance of Christmas decorations, with staff donning Christmas attire busily attending to customers. In residential neighborhoods, parents dressed as Santa Claus stood at their doorsteps, distributing candies to children seeking treats. The atmosphere was imbued with holiday cheer, with families gathering to enjoy turkey and laughter echoing throughout. However, within the confines of Morgan Manor, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere prevailed. Butler George knelt with his head bowed, too ashamed to raise it. The elderly patriarch of the Morgan family, Lucy's grandfather, wore a dark expression and sighed. George, you are the 3rd-generation butler of the Morgan family. Your grandfather and father excelled in their roles, yet you have disappointed me. Trembling, George replied softly, my lord. I am sorry. I was too careless, resulting in significant losses for the Morgan family. Perhaps you still need more experience. Although you graduated with a doctorate in finance from Stanford University and have been by my side for decades, you lack practical application. He continued from now on. Stay with us, learn diligently, and await the next opportunity. George clenched and then relaxed his fists, saying, very well, my lord. I shall heed your guidance. Serving as the Morgan family's butler for 3 generations, George aspired to seize this opportunity to step into the limelight and demonstrate his worth. However, Bao Junyi extinguished that ambition. The elderly patriarch watched as George departed, sighing in resignation, fully aware of George's aspirations, but recognizing his failure to seize the moment. A figure clad in black remarked, my lord, the elders have discovered that following the press conference, significant purchases of Miracle Game stocks were made, along with simultaneous shorting by Butler George, all orchestrated by the Fat Tiger Fund, led by Julian Robertson. Julian Robertson was a star fund manager 5 years ago, renowned on Wall Street as the youngest and most esteemed manager, known for rapidly doubling fund sizes. This continued until the year before when his fund company heavily invested in shorting oil. The outbreak of war in the Middle East caused oil prices to soar, leading to severe losses and massive redemptions from investors, ultimately resulting in bankruptcy. The Morgan patriarch inquired curiously, "Oh, so Bao Junyi has found him? Could it be?" Chapter 70. The U.S. strategy surfaces. Is this the scheme orchestrated by Bao Junyi? The Morgan patriarch pondered for a moment before asking, "When was the Fat Tiger Fund established?" "My lord, the Fat Tiger Fund was established last year. He applied to numerous companies prior, but was rejected, struggling to find one willing to accept him. The timeline aligns. He must have been laying the groundwork in the U.S. stock market even before last year." The figure in black hesitated before saying, "My lord, the Fat Tiger Fund has now attracted investments from many wealthy Americans, as well as several state officials and their spouses. And even cabinet members have purchased fund shares from him. Now that he has gained recognition, his fund may double or even multiply several times. If we attempt to manipulate this fund through financial means, the investors and connections behind him will undoubtedly thwart our efforts, possibly even instigating actions against us." They would hardly be able to target us. Our Morgan Consortium has built its influence in the U.S. over many years, not something a small fund can shake. The Morgan patriarch scoffed. "However, if we allow them to develop unchecked, it could pose a future threat. Should we retaliate?" After some contemplation, he decided no. He is currently at the height of his power. We shall seek our opportunity another day. After all, we have plenty of time ahead. "Yes, my lord." Watching the figure in black depart, the patriarch sat back in his chair, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Bao Junyi returned to the corner CAF near Wall Street. Julian Robertson exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, in this financial battle, we have profited $314 billion. After deducting the wealthy investor subscriptions, we still have over $7 billion left. The funds of our Fat Tiger Fund Miracle Group have now exceeded $7 billion. This opportunity is indeed rare and may not present itself again. Furthermore, your existence has been exposed, and they will undoubtedly keep a close eye on you in the future. Nevertheless, the outcome is quite satisfactory." "Indeed, boss. This was a perilous endeavor, and had our adversaries been more vigilant, our victory would have been elusive," Robertson lamented. "Currently, the Fat Tiger Fund possesses in excess of capital, having allocated $4 billion through channels to the Hong Kong Miracle Group account, which now holds just over $700 million. The $30 billion you have set aside should continue to be invested in IBM stocks, as well as Apple, Coca-Cola, and promising startups to provide angel investments, ensuring priority for the next funding round." "Very well, I have already engaged a research team that is currently scouting in Silicon Valley, New York, and San Francisco." Bao Junyi expressed his satisfaction. "Excellent. The year-end bonuses for the team will be substantial. This year, the Miracle Group will host an annual meeting. I expect all of you to return." "Boss, will travel expenses and accommodations be reimbursed?" You are a regional manager. Is that really a concern?" Julian Robertson replied sheepishly. "No, it's for the brothers below. Their annual income is modest, and flights to Hong Kong are costly, exceeding $10,000. "Very well. The group will reimburse all your travel and accommodation expenses." Julian Robertson expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss. I appreciate it on behalf of my colleagues. I will return to Hong Kong tonight. Please be cautious here and keep an eye out for the Morgan Consortium, as they have sustained significant losses this time." "Understood. I will exercise caution." The two engaged in a lengthy discussion regarding the future of the Fat Tiger Fund for over 2 hours before concluding. Nightfall, New York International Airport. Bao Junyi and his team boarded a flight to Hong Kong's Kai Tak International Airport. As Bao gazed out the window, he mused, "I wonder how long it will take for Hong Kong to develop into a metropolis like New York." Xiao Shuzhen chuckled. "Bao, with the Miracle Group's efforts, it should take no more than a decade." You've learned to flatter as well." "Not at all. It's the truth. The strength of the Miracle Group is evident, having even surpassed the 3 major consortiums." Observing Xiao Shuzhen's eyes sparkle with affection, he felt an overwhelming desire. Throughout this trip to the United States, she had been by his side, fully aware of the stakes involved, and her feelings could no longer be contained. Bao Junyi, unable to resist, reached out to caress her face and leaned in for a kiss. Initially startled, Xiao Shuzhen gradually responded to him. In the first-class cabin, with the curtains drawn, they embraced passionately, their breaths heavy in the air. Bao's hands began to wander, having conquered 2 territories, but as he attempted to advance further, Xiao Shuzhen suddenly pushed him away with all her strength. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "Bao, we can't. We might be discovered on the plane." Bao Junyi, momentarily overwhelmed with desire, was brought back to reality by her words. At just 19, a time of youthful vigor, he found the temptation undeniable. Yet he understood the risks of being caught. If Qiu Shuzhen wished to succumb to temptation, the opportunity would always be there. Controlling his fervor, Bao made several trips to the restroom to splash cold water on his face, calming his racing heart before finally drifting into slumber. Aware that the flight would last over 20 hours. In the early hours, Kai-Tak International Airport, a Boeing aircraft gently descended onto the runway. Bao Junyi and his team were whisked away in a waiting convoy directly to their villa atop Victoria Peak. Exhausted from the journey, Bao Junyi returned, washed up, and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, news of the miraculous developments in the U.S. stock market had just reached Hong Kong. Many of the elder tycoons of Hong Kong, unable to sleep from excitement, were frantically calling one another to confirm the truth of the reports. Unable to reach Bao Junyi in the States, they resorted to mutual inquiries, unaware that he had already returned to Hong Kong. The following day, after freshening up and having breakfast, Bao Junyi proceeded to the Miracle Automotive Industrial Park in San Quan-O. During his time in the U.S., Director Jiang Wenlong had called to inform him that the 7 models of the Songlong Qishou series had successfully passed safety tests, including the C4 chassis explosion test, and were ready for mass production. Upon arriving at the automotive park, Bao Junyi headed straight to the testing site arranged by Director Jiang. Upon arrival, he found Jiang Wenlong, the senior technician Jason, and numerous staff members bustling about. Bao Junyi approached Jiang Wenlong and Jason, inquiring about the testing progress of the Songlong Qishou series. Chapter 71, Dong Haoyun's Grand Birthday, The Schemes of the Second Generation. Director Jiang Wenlong replied, "Currently, only the Songlong Qishou model Baizhe has passed all tests. The others face either material issues or challenges with core components. As it stands, only the Baizhe model has met all requirements, with minor adjustments needed for some internal decorations to achieve perfection. Consequently, the other models may not be ready in time for the Paris International Auto Show, but the Baizhe model will certainly make its mark globally. Indeed, we owe a great deal to the seasoned technicians from Germany, particularly Jason, whose insights have saved us considerable time." "Oh, Jason, I didn't realize you were so remarkably talented," Bao Junyi expressed in surprise. Initially, at the Audi factory's employee meeting, he had been a veteran worker concerned about job security, yet now he had proven to be a treasure. "Boss, you are too kind. We, the veteran workers, have been engaged with automobiles for decades. Over time, we've gained some insights." Bao Junyi was pleasantly surprised at how quickly these German technicians had integrated and learned to engage in polite conversation, unlike their initial bluntness. Bao Junyi smiled. "Jason, you are managing excellently. This year, your year-end bonuses will be substantial." "Thank you, boss. We see this as our duty. We are grateful that you continue to allow us to shine and contribute. If all goes well, we will be constructing a community for group employees next year, with schools, hospitals, and other infrastructure in place, allowing you to upon returning to the office." Secretary Qiu Shuzhen promptly knocked and entered. She addressed Bao Sheng, stating, "This morning, the Dong family sent an invitation. Unaware of your presence in Xiangjiang, they delivered it to our building, inviting you to attend the 70th birthday celebration of Dong Haoyun, the shipping magnate, in 3 days. Notably, many affluent individuals from Xiangjiang, alongside dignitaries from both political and business realms, have been invited, including representatives from the mainland. Please make arrangements for the antiques I previously acquired, particularly the Ming Dynasty Bodhisattva, which should be beautifully packaged. Additionally, ensure that we send our newly developed top-tier bulletproof tank 300 SUV as a gift." "Very well, Bao Sheng. On that day, accompany me, and we shall wear evening attire. Should you require anything, purchase it directly, and we will have the finance department reimburse you." "Gusu then hestita, et pasin, Bao Sheng. Is it appropriate for me to attend such an occasion? Do you not wish to go? If so, that is fine." "No, it is not that. My status makes it inconvenient to attend such events." After a moment of contemplation, Bao Junyi replied, "Very well, I shall take you next time." He smiled warmly, pulling Qiu Shuzhen into his embrace, observing her cheeks flush like the ripest peach ready to burst. Unable to contain his fervent desire, he kissed her, and this time, she offered little resistance. The encounter swiftly escalated, yet despite their fervor, they could not conquer the final frontier. watching Qiu Shuzhen hastily adjust her disheveled attire before dashing out. It was as if she were fleeing from the grasp of a devil, fearful of lingering too long. 3 days later, at the Dong family estate, a variety of luxury vehicles lined the entrance. Elite figures from Xiangjiang, along with prominent families and political business luminaries, gradually arrived. Bao Junyi's convoy entered the premises, with the striking presence of the Canglong Qishou Bei's vehicle leading the way, capturing the attention of nearby reporters, who eagerly raised their cameras and recording devices. Upon entering the Dong estate, Bao Junyi was greeted by Dong Hui, the youngest son of Dong Haoyun. "Brother Dong Hui, today you must be quite the busy man," Bao Junyi exclaimed, handing over the gift list. Please spare me. My elder brothers are inside, assisting our father, leaving me to greet guests at the entrance. You, however, must indulge in a few drinks with us today." "Of course, no problem. You handle your duties. We shall proceed inside." "All right, I will seek you out once I finish here." As Bao Junyi ventured deeper, he encountered numerous familiar faces, all of whom had traveled together to the mainland capital. Exchanging nods of acknowledgement. You finally made it. We were just discussing how long it would take you to arrive." Turning to see several second-generation elites from the 4 prominent families of Xiangjiang, Li Jiaqing, Zheng Yutong, Guo Disheng, and others, he felt a sense of camaraderie. Among them, he also noticed Zhang Linger and He Xiaoqiao. With a smile, Bao Junyi inquired, "What brings you all to seek my presence? If it is to engage in drinking, you all surely possess greater tolerance than I." "Not at all. We simply admired your new vehicle and are eager to know what it is called and when it will be available for purchase." "Oh, you are referring to the Canglong Qishou Beis. It will be available in a few months, officially launched at the Paris International Auto Show. The Canglong Qishou series comprises 7 models. Are you considering acquiring any?" The second son of the Li family enthusiastically replied, "Indeed, we, the second generation, are car enthusiasts. We hope to procure a few, perhaps at a discount." "Yes, I heard my father mention a price exceeding 10 million, and that's in U.S. dollars. Lamented Zheng's son. The others chimed in, expressing that their annual living expenses barely amounted to a few million, making such purchases seem unattainable. Yet, they were utterly captivated by the Canglong Qishou Beis, with Zhang Linger and He Xiaoqiao appearing equally taken by the model. Bao Junyi sighed. "You may not yet comprehend why the Canglong Qishou series is so exorbitantly priced. Allow me to elucidate." A few affluent individuals nearby leaned in, intrigued as Bao Junyi prepared to discuss the extraordinary materials and performance of the latest automotive marvel. The second-generation elites from Xiangjiang gazed at him with eager anticipation. "I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but the Canglong Qishou series utilizes titanium, ore, and rare metals, constituting a robust titanium alloy that comprises a significant portion of the vehicle. Such titanium is exceedingly scarce, predominantly controlled by the United States and Russia, and is primarily employed in aerospace engines and spacecraft. Moreover, over 92% of the Canglong Qishou is handcrafted, requiring numerous intricate processes and seasoned artisans with over a decade of experience, resulting in limited monthly production, which contributes to its steep pricing. Additionally, the interior boasts an abundance of rare gemstones and diamonds, along with cutting-edge technology and traditional craftsmanship, transforming the vehicle into a veritable work of art. The automobile also possesses life-saving features, including bulletproof capabilities against sniper rifles and heavy machine guns, with an anti-explosion chassis that can withstand small C4 explosives. The second-generation elites and nearby affluent listeners gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief at the Canglong Qishou series' extraordinary specifications and life-saving potential. They marveled at the materials and aesthetic designs that seamlessly integrated into the vehicle. It became evident why Bao Junyi had previously quoted a price of 10 million US dollars, likely considering the connections with Xiangjiang's elite. Such luxury would surely incite fervor among international magnates. Bao Junyi chuckled. "While the Canglong Qishou series may not be within reach, our Miracle Group has a vehicle well suited for you." Hu Jingyu inquired curiously, "What vehicle could that be?" "The lower-tier version of the Canglong Qishou?" "Not all. It is our high-end SUV, the Tank 300, which is bulletproof, crafted from special steel and equipped with bulletproof glass. It is more affordably priced, making it a model you can actually afford." "Wow, you are rather disheartening. What do you mean by suitable for us and affordable? Do you think we are impoverished?" Dong Hui interjected. Turning to find Dong Hui standing behind him, Bao Junyi realized he had overheard the conversation regarding their financial standing. "Brother Dong Hui, how long have you been here? Shouldn't you be welcoming guests?" "Not necessary. My elder brother has taken over. I arrived just in time to hear you suggest we cannot afford the Songlong Qishio and should settle for the lower-tier tank 300. Brother Dong Hui, your family need not purchase one. I've already gifted you a unit included in the gift list. Once you experience its performance, you will understand its value." "Really? Then, this evening, I shall thoroughly enjoy it and see if it lives up to your claims. Do not forget about us. While you may not gift us, at the very least, offer us a discount for each." With a smile, Bao Junyi replied, "Certainly. The top-tier tank 300 SUV is priced at $1.28 million US, but I can extend an offer of $660,000 US dollars per unit for 20 slots. Others wishing to purchase will have to pay the original price." The atmosphere at the scene was charged with excitement among several second-generation heirs. Given the limited number of attendees, the opportunity to purchase a vehicle at such a discounted price was met with heartfelt gratitude. This group of heirs, all passionate about automobiles, had embraced a lifestyle that, prior to their extraordinary circumstances, revolved around fast cars and romantic pursuits, which had become quintessential traits among them. After conversing with a few of the heirs, Bao Junyi made his way towards Zhang and He Xiaoqiong, remarking, "The Tank 300 model may not be suitable for you. Would you consider waiting for the next new release from Miracle Group? I can reserve a spot for you." "Not at all. Not at all," the two replied in unison. He Xiaoqiong unabashedly responded, "Since you've offered us a spot, whether we choose to drive it or not is our business. Furthermore, who are you to say what is suitable without me having tried it? It's like a horse. How can I know if it fits me if I have never ridden one?" With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Bao Junyi felt perplexed. He had merely mentioned a horse, and whether she wished to ride it was of no concern to him. He then turned to Zhang Linger, asking, "Are you certain about this?" "Indeed, I wish to give it a try," she replied. "Very well." Suddenly, Dong Hui rushed over, saying, My father and Mr. Hua, along with your father and the others, request your presence." Bao Junyi was promptly escorted by Dong Hui into the inner gathering. Meanwhile, Zhang Linger clutched her skirt, hesitating, as if she had something to convey to Bao Junyi. "Greetings, Uncle Dong, Mr. Hua, dear father, and all the esteemed gentlemen. You've changed tremendously over the years. Now you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the three major American financial groups. Indeed, the news has already reached Hong Kong. We were astonished to hear it. We couldn't sleep that night out of excitement. At last, we have someone among us who can confront Western capital," Mr. Hua exclaimed passionately. "Old Bao, you've raised a remarkable son. In such a short time, he has developed to the point of challenging international conglomerates." The elder tycoons of Hong Kong looked on with envy at Bao Yugong, who was beaming with pride rather than feeling embarrassed that his son had surpassed him. Observing his peers, who once criticized his son for merely chasing girls, racing cars, and frequenting nightclubs, he now felt a sense of triumph as Ai returned from studying abroad, showcasing his talents, charisma, and hidden wealth, qualities that left the four prominent families of Hong Kong in awe. Bao Yugong understood that what Miracle Group had displayed was merely the tip of the iceberg. The core of their operations resided within the Miracle Research and Development Center, which housed all of the group's innovative forces along with substantial financial and human resources. The annual research budget had now risen to $2 billion, encompassing fields such as automotive engine development, aerospace engines, semiconductors, radar-evading stealth paint, graphene materials, and new materials, with some projects already yielding results while others remained in exploratory stages. Miracle Group now resembled an aircraft carrier, with an ever-increasing number of surrounding frigates forming a robust defense. Li Jiaqing expressed his envy. "If only I had a son like Ai, I could rest in peace. Indeed, I merely wish for my sons to achieve even a fraction of Ai's success," Old Li concurred. Laughter erupted from Li Jiaqing, Guo Dasheng, Zheng Yutong, Dong Haoyun, and Hua Yingdong, who all found amusement in the conversation. Bao Junyi, feeling somewhat awkward, interjected, "Dear uncles and esteemed gentlemen, please refrain from teasing me. Your sons are also doing quite well, having begun investing in the mainland, preparing to establish ventures that rival yours. That is a commendable path, especially since those who enter the market early will reap significant advantages," remarked Mr. Hua with interest. You possess insights into this matter?" The elder tycoons were intrigued, eager to hear Bao Junyi's thoughts. Mr. Hua, I wouldn't describe it as insight. I am simply confident in the mainland's rise. The population base is substantial, and as time progresses, the demand for various goods will escalate. Those who establish a presence early will create a reputation that grants them a decisive edge. Would you not agree, esteemed elders, that opportunities to profit are merely a matter of timing? You make a valid point. However, why have you not pursued investments beyond the steel mill? The tycoons were curious why Bao Junyi had chosen a slow-yielding industry over more lucrative ventures. With a smile, Bao Junyi explained, "Esteemed elders, you surely understand that Miracle Group's core remains in heavy industry. Establishing a steel mill in the mainland is fundamental to our material supply chain. Many projects depend on it. As for why I have not ventured into other industries, I believe it requires further consideration. My investments are typically large-scale, and the financial requirements are immense. Currently, Miracle Group lacks surplus funds from mainland investments and must stabilize its foundations before contemplating expansion into other sectors. Thus, you need not worry. My entry into the mainland market will not encroach upon your children's territories. After all, the market is vast with numerous industries, and everyone who invests will see returns. It's merely a matter of quantity." Observing the expressions of the wealthy gentlemen, Bao Junyi grasped their sentiments and continued, "For the next year or so, I do not plan on making significant investments in the mainland market. However, if any of your descendants have aspirations, I suggest they act swiftly to establish themselves and select suitable representatives, as those with poor dispositions may tarnish their family's reputation." Mr. Hui chuckled. He is right. Those with bad character would only complicate matters in the mainland, ultimately leading to more trouble than it's worth. The affluent attendees were astute. A single misstep could adversely affect their family's investments on the mainland. Indeed, I am contemplating sending my youngest son, Dong Hui, to the mainland to explore opportunities, as I have grown older and my elder sons are already assisting with the family business. It is a fitting time for my youngest to venture forth. Dong Haoyan lamented. "Uncle Dong Hui possesses good character. If he develops there, he may well surpass your current achievements," Bao Junyi remarked. "Are you certain about letting him venture out alone into the mainland?" Bao Junyi inquired, somewhat skeptically. That would be even better. The brothers share a close bond. One can thrive in the mainland while the other remains in Hong Kong, providing mutual support. Bao Junyi, aware of the potential pitfalls following Dong Haoyun's passing, knew that the Dong family had fragmented due to unequal inheritance arrangements, leading to sibling rivalries and legal disputes, a situation not uncommon among the wealthy families of Hong Kong. He chose to remain silent, recognizing that such matters were private family affairs. The celebration for Dong Haoyun's birthday drew a diverse crowd, including the governor of Hong Kong and his wife, as well as international partners and representatives from various enterprises across Europe and America, creating a lively atmosphere. Bao Junyi found himself frequently approached by the tycoons, eager to toast with their sons, each seeking to establish familiarity. As the evening wore on, he began to feel the effects of the drinks, his head growing heavy. Unable to bear it any longer, he sought refuge in a quiet corner, where a cup of detoxifying tea was handed to him. After sipping the tea, he gradually regained his composure. "Are you feeling better now?" A melodious voice broke the haze, and he turned to see Zhang Linger, astonished. "Linger, what are you doing here?" I dislike crowds, so I found this corner of the residence. I didn't expect to see you here as well. If I hadn't stepped out, I would have surely been carried out by now. With the way they keep toasting, even a wine deity would struggle to keep up." Zhang Linger chuckled. "Is it so? Has your alcohol tolerance diminished due to a lack of visits to nightclubs?" She continued. "Indeed, it has been quite a while since I last went, and I am nearly forgetting the sensations of those days. I recall how I often trailed behind you, clinging to you throughout the day, insisting you accompany me in my leisure. Now we have both matured, constantly evolving." After a moment of silence, as if lost in reminiscence, she added, "Yes, the mischievous little girl has grown into a beautiful young woman. I wonder who will ultimately benefit from that insufferable little brat." Following Bao Junyi's remark, an unsettling silence fell over the gathering. No one dared to speak. Zhang Linger clutched her skirt tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears on the verge of spilling over, as she fought to keep them at bay. Bao Junyi, unaware of her emotional state as he faced away from her, felt helpless even if he had known. After all, the ties between their two families had become irreparably strained. Neither spoke, enveloped in silence, until Dong Hui approached. "Linger, I've been searching for you both. I didn't realize you were hiding away here. Ah, Brother Hui, what brings you here? Zhang Linger inquired. My father has asked us to take a group photo to commemorate this rare gathering. He believes it will be a cherished memory for us all, Dong Hui explained, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Zhang Linger smiled. I didn't mean to hide. I'm simply not fond of crowds, as you know. Bao Junyi in it. I too needed a breather from their incessant drinking. Dong Hui eyed them both with suspicion, aware of their childhood bond and their betrothal. However, he never anticipated the fallout from Bao Junyi's actions years prior, which had led to the He family and their allies exerting pressure on him. The Zhang family, as relatives, had not only refrained from offering support, but had actively undermined him, even going so far as to call off the engagement and sever business ties. Bao Junyi forced a bitter smile. Brother Hui, let us join you. I'm nearly sober now. Perfect. Now we're just waiting on the two of you. Chapter 74. Expansion of the Miracle Industrial Park when the gathering witnessed Dong Hui arriving with Bao Junyi and Zhang Linger in tow. A myriad of expressions crossed their faces: curiosity, mockery, envy, and admiration. Amongst the crowd, Bao Junyi noticed that Zhang Yuliang's gaze held no anger. Instead, it was filled with helplessness, regret, and a sense of loss. As Bao Junyi and Zhang Linger entered the throng, they posed for photographs alongside the older generation, including Dong Haoyan. After the photo session, the celebrations began to wind down. Bao Junyi engaged in brief conversations with the elders before departing the venue, making his way back to the villa atop Taiping Mountain. Half a month later, in the office on the top floor of the Miracle Building in Central, Bao Junyi listened intently to Jia Yuezheng's report. Mr. Bao, the Miracle Group has experienced rapid growth over the past year. The Audi division has faced challenges due to the relocation of our German factory and the negative impact on global dealerships, resulting in an inventory of over 50,000 vehicles. Most of them have been stored in Hong Kong and various warehouses in Europe and America, as per your directive. Currently, our production of luxury Audi models stands at 20,000 units per month, with the potential to ramp up to 50,000 through double shifts. Additionally, we have developed two new mid-range models aimed at fuel efficiency. The independent brand under our group, Miracle Automotive, has introduced the Tank 300 SUV and the Songlong Qishou series with 7 models. At present, we can only produce the base model, given its handcrafted nature, which limits our output to 35 units with a monthly production capacity of 5. However, if we had sufficient manpower, we could increase that to 12 units per month. Jia Yuezheng continued. The Miracle R&D Center is currently engaged in various fields, including aerospace, semiconductor chips, high-power engines, graphene materials, stealth technology, and new materials, with some projects already yielding results. Moreover, our annual budget has increased from 1 billion to 2 billion, and this figure is projected to rise by 35 annually based on the number of research initiatives undertaken. Furthermore, the Hong Kong Automotive Industrial Park, spanning 150 acres, has been completed, and we have acquired an additional 350 acres from the government, which is now under construction for a small airport runway, an aircraft R&D and manufacturing facility, and an expanded research center. Lastly, our Kowloon Warehouse Company has established factories in the United States and several holdings in Hong Kong. After a thorough restructuring over the past year, we have promoted a number of capable individuals, eliminated unviable projects, and are now seeing steady revenue growth rather than annual losses. Nodding in acknowledgement, Bao Junyi remarked, "Excellent. This year has brought many changes to our group, as well as new talents joining our ranks. Our enterprise is becoming increasingly robust and sophisticated. I'm truly gratified by your hard work this year. Apart from Robertson, everyone else, Jia Yuezheng, Jiang Wenlong, Qiu Shuzhen, Financial Department's Yuan Tianfan, the International Operations Head Michael, and Wang Gang, who oversees African mercenaries, had returned for the meeting. It hasn't been too arduous," they replied in unison. "This year's bonuses will be substantial, with vice presidents receiving 20 million Hong Kong dollars, department heads 10 million Hong Kong dollars, and those below department level receiving 200 Hong Kong dollars, 000 to 500,000. White-collar employees will receive a year-end bonus equivalent to 16 months' salary, while frontline staff will receive 2 months' salary," Bao Junyi stated calmly. "Mr. Bao, is that not excessive?" Jia Yuezheng expressed concern. The others chimed in. "Indeed, we have just navigated a challenging period and triumphed over the 3 major conglomerates. Is it prudent to distribute such generous year-end bonuses?" which could place significant financial strain on the group. Rest assured, I have consulted with finance, and the total for this year's bonuses will be around 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. After a year of hard work, this is well-deserved. However, I understand your concerns. It is essential to consider not only ourselves, but also our colleagues. With this sum, they should be able to enjoy a prosperous new year. Several nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chiu Shuzhen interjected, Mr. Bao, we have secured the Hong Kong Sports Stadium for this year's annual meeting, but we will need your approval on which celebrities to invite. Oh, do you have a list prepared? Bao Junyi inquired. With a smile, Chiu Shuzhen handed over the list. These names were selected through company-wide voting. Upon reviewing it, Bao Junyi was taken aback. The list was brimming with renowned Hong Kong celebrities who would become pillars of the industry in the future. Among the singers were Ho Kwon Kit, Tam Wing Luan, Zhang Guorong, Chan Waihan, Yip Quan Man, Chan Baiqiang, and Jackie Chung. The actors included Chow Yun-fat, Chung Long, Hong Jinbao, Zhong Chuang, Zhang Manyu, Di Long, and Zhao Yaji, representing both ATV and TVB. Goodness, you've managed to invite all the famous stars from Hong Kong. This lineup could rival a spring festival gala. Bao Junyi Muset, though he kept his thoughts to himself, as such expenses were negligible to him. Excellent. Have we sent out invitations to the elders, Hong Kong Tycoons, and our partner companies? Yes, all invitations have been dispatched, particularly to those of higher status, which Jia Weizheng personally delivered, came the reply. Very well. Please inform all departments that they may bring their families, but we must keep the numbers in check. Bao Junyi asserted. We must ensure the safety of the annual meeting venue. Security inspections must be thorough. Wang Gang stepped forward. Boss, rest assured. I have brought along some mercenaries to assist in maintaining safety at the venue. In addition to Miraculous Security Company, which employs a substantial number of security personnel to maintain the safety of the entire stadium and its surroundings, I believe there should be little cause for concern. Bao Junyi spoke to Chiu Shuzhen, suggesting she deliver a token of appreciation to the police station, requesting an increase in police presence around the stadium on the day of the annual meeting, just to be safe. Wang Gang hesitated, saying, Boss, are you perhaps worrying too much? Most of our Miraculous security staff are retired military personnel, and I've also brought back a group of mercenaries from Africa. Bao Junyi understood Wang Gang's intentions and recognized the underestimation of their capabilities. After all, retired soldiers possess an unwavering confidence in their own abilities. However, Bao Junyi was acutely aware that since the end of the era of the four major detectives in Hong Kong over a decade ago, the intertwining of gangsters, international forces, and capitalists had become increasingly complex, particularly in the Kowloon walled city area. With the annual meeting gathering the true core of the Miraculous Group and the elite of Hong Kong, security could not be taken lightly. Bao Junyi stated solemnly, this annual meeting is far from superficial. My intention is to establish the standing of the Miraculous Group in Hong Kong and surrounding nations. I aim to showcase our brand to the public by generously distributing funds, thereby attracting highly educated and talented individuals. Jia Yu, filled with excitement, interjected, Bao Sheng. Are you suggesting? Chapter 75, Bao Junyi's Grand Strategy, creating a sensation in Hong Kong. Bao Junyi nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Next year, our group will accelerate its growth, necessitating even more talent, with the scale potentially doubling. Furthermore, I want to leave a lasting impression so that when people think of joining a company, the Miraculous Group is the first name that comes to mind. Wang Gang, with a naive nod, replied, Boss, I understand. Bao Junyi patted him on the shoulder. All right, you all go back to your tasks. This is of utmost importance for the Miraculous Group. Days later, the Miraculous Group was set to hold its annual meeting at the Hong Kong Stadium, inviting a plethora of popular singers, actors, and even the governor of Hong Kong, Sir Mark Young, and his wife, along with many wealthy individuals from the region. This news had stirred considerable excitement over the past few days, with discussions buzzing in every alley. Old Wang, are you back from shopping? Is your daughter returning today? Indeed, she has the night off, so I'm buying some good ingredients to cook for her. By the way, I remember she works at the Miraculous Factory? Yes, why do you ask? Old Wang, you're in for a treat. She should be bringing you to the Miraculous Group's annual meeting tomorrow. What annual meeting? I haven't heard anything about it. No way. You don't keep up with Hong Kong news? Boss Lee, please enlighten me. I'm not very literate and seldom pay attention. All right, let me fill you in on the details of the Miraculous Group's annual meeting tomorrow night. Li Youfu, the friendly owner of a local general store, continued. This time, the Miraculous Group's annual meeting has invited numerous celebrity singers and many of Hong Kong's wealthy elite. There are even rumors that substantial year-end bonuses will be distributed, with everyone receiving one, and there will be spontaneous lucky draws with Bao Junyi offering 10 million Hong Kong dollars for prizes. 1,000 participants per round, with a total of 20 rounds. This has all been confirmed. Wang Youfu was astonished. No way, is Bao Junyi really that extravagant? Old Wang, you don't understand. For someone like Bao Junyi, this amount is mere pocket change. Many envy those working at the Miraculous Group, and single men and women employed, they're highly sought after in the dating market. Wang Youfu responded with surprise. Is that true? If you don't believe me, just ask your daughter later. Dad, what are you all talking about? A voice suddenly came from behind. Wang Youfu turned around to find his daughter, Wang Rue, smiling. Rue, why are you off work so early today? Wang Rue, who had just graduated from university and was now a white-collar worker at the Miraculous Group, explained, tomorrow's company annual meeting allows us to take an early leave to spend time with family, and we'll be bringing our family to the annual meeting together to celebrate. Wang Youfu exclaimed joyfully, so it's true. Does that mean I can go too? Yes, Dad. When a year-end bonus comes through, we can finally move out of Kowloon Walled City and rent a proper place. Wang Rue said excitedly. Wang Youfu, taken aback, asked, really, daughter? Wang Rue nodded, her hands trembling with excitement. Dad, it's true. We can finally move out. Wang Youfu, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears, saying, our family has finally made it. We no longer have to stay in Kowloon Walled City. In the 1970s, Kowloon Walled City was a lawless area, a gathering place for refugees entering Hong Kong, often referred to as the slums of Hong Kong. Nearby, Bosley looked at Wang Youfu with envy, knowing that having such an outstanding daughter would undoubtedly lead to a better life. Let us go home. I'll make you something delicious. Wang Youfu happily led his daughter home. Such scenes unfolded across many places in Hong Kong, yet they shared a common thread. Those employed at the Miraculous Group. In the 1970s, most Chinese people in Hong Kong were at the lower rungs of society, with very few in the middle class, and the upper echelons were predominantly held by Caucasians. Bao Junyi's generous distribution of funds was not only assisting lower-income workers in improving their families' living conditions and housing situations, but also, indirectly, establishing the Miraculous Group as a deeply respected entity within the hearts of the people of Hong Kong and a coveted employer. The next day, in the afternoon at the Hong Kong Stadium, Miraculous Group employees began to arrive with their relatives, finding their designated spots according to company assignments. The stage was set up with the same specifications as a concert, and the lighting had already been arranged. The invited stars and actors had also arrived early to interact with the employees of the Miraculous Group, who were primarily from the white-collar class and boasted significantly higher incomes than those in other listed companies and factories, truly a high-quality fan base. As evening approached, Bao Junyi, accompanied by the senior executives of the Miraculous Group, arrived at the venue to find the employees and their families already assembled. Bao Junyi instructed Wang Gang beside him, ensure the security team maintains order. Any suspicious individuals should be detained and handed over to the police. We also have television media broadcasting live, so we must consider the public perception. Understood, boss. Security arrangements are already in place. Due to the peculiarities of traversing through different realms, many stars had arrived ahead of schedule. Bao Junyi noted the youthful charm of stars like Jackie Chung, Aaron Kwok, and others, realizing why they garnered so many fans. He also observed that actresses like Chung Chuang, Chung Manyu, Chan Weihan, and Yip Chingwen were in their 20s, exuding a youthful innocence and beauty far surpassing their later appearances. Bao Junyi greeted them, prompting several actresses to respond positively, including Chung Manyu, who discreetly drew circles in his palm during their handshake. Bao Junyi paused, smiling as he asked, Miss Chung, are you free tonight? I would like to invite you for a late-night snack, if your schedule permits. Chung Manyu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed on Bao Junyi's handsome face, her thoughts spiraling. She wondered if he truly meant to invite her for a late-night meal, and as her mind wandered deeper, her cheeks flushed, radiating warmth from her face to her neck. Noticing her reaction, Bao Junyi teasingly remarked, Miss Chung, you seem unwell. Your face is quite flushed. Is everything all right? And no, it's nothing. Chung Manyu stammered in a voice as soft as a whisper. Bao Junyi suppressed a chuckle and continued to tease. Oh really? Should I take you to see a doctor? I know one who's just in the back room. It would only take a quick injection. Zhang Manyu, Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, lowered her head, and replied, "No. I'm fine. Ha ha ha." At that moment, Bao Junyi could no longer contain himself and laughed heartily. "Miss Zhang, your evening gown today is simply exquisite. Do come visit the Miracle Building more often." Zhang Manyu, still blushing, nodded and said, "All right, I will when I have the time." After teasing for a while, Bao Junyi resumed his duties. Today he was the main attraction and had little time for flirtation. Zhang Manyu composed herself and quickly responded with indignation, "Humph. You little rascal, how dare you tease me?" Those around cast envious glances, gathering around Zhang Manyu, chattering about what she had discussed with Bao Junyi, wondering if they had known each other previously. Chapter 76. The Miracle Group Annual Meeting. Hong Kong Enterprises in a frenzy at that moment. Bao Junyi was receiving a succession of Hong Kong tycoons, including Dong Haoyun, Hua Yingdong, Li Jiaqing, Guo Dasheng, and a dozen others, culminating with the appearance of Governor Mac Lihos and his wife. Mac Lihos exclaimed in astonishment, "Young Bao, you certainly know how to impress. You've invited nearly all the prominent figures of Hong Kong today." Bao Junyi chuckled. It's all for the celebration. A grand occasion like this also demonstrates the governor's adept governance, does it not? Ha ha ha. Mac Lihos laughed heartily. "Young Bao, do not flatter me. The Miracle Group's success is all due to your own efforts." Indeed, now Ai's prowess has outstripped even us old tycoons, Dong Haoyun remarked, approaching from a distance. "Uncle Dong, come sit quickly." Dong Haoyun, beaming with surprise, said, "Ai, your current strength leaves us all astounded. We never expected you to expand the group to such a scale in such a short time. Truly, the younger generation is formidable." Bao Junyi smiled. "Uncle Dong, you flatter me. My achievements are built upon the foundations laid by your generation." As the group engaged in light conversation, the host walked from the back toward the stage. The scale of the event had surpassed that of the Spring Festival Gala, with over 30,000 attendees present. The host briefly outlined the evening's agenda, then turned to Bao Junyi. He rose from his seat, approached the stage, and took the microphone, announcing at the first annual meeting of the Miracle Group, "I have some joyous news to share." At this, the employees below gasped in astonishment. "Wow, there's even good news?" "Indeed, there hasn't been a whisper about it before." A woman nearby remarked, "I heard from my cousin that it seems to be about year-end bonuses." "Year-end bonuses?" The crowd expressed their disbelief. "Really? Did they mention how much?" The woman shook her head. "Not specifically, but it shouldn't be less." "That's fantastic. If we receive year-end bonuses, I could afford to buy a car." At this moment, the employees erupted into animated discussion. Bao Junyi, not wishing to keep them waiting, declared, "Firstly, every employee will receive a year-end bonus this year. Even the lowest paid janitor will receive 2 months' salary, with most receiving a bonus equivalent to 12 months' salary. For management, bonuses start at 200,000 Hong Kong dollars and can go as high as 20 million. Boom. The Miracle Group employees were left in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Oh my goodness." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Is this true? Even we janitors can receive 2 months' salary as a year-end bonus? Can we really expect such high bonuses?" At this moment, the employees erupted in excitement, filled with enthusiasm. However, nearby, Li Jiaqing, Guo Dasheng, and others looked on in shock. They had not anticipated Bao Junyi's audacity and such generosity. "What should we do? If we don't follow suit, we might lose our outstanding employees to that rascal Bao Junyi." At that moment, the expressions of the Hong Kong tycoons seated in the front row varied. Bao Junyi observed the astonishment and queries around him, gestured for silence, and assured, "Rest assured, what I just stated is indeed true. Furthermore, the specific details will be announced in the company bulletin after the event concludes." Boom! The entire audience of Miracle Group employees shouted in unison, "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." At this time, Hua Yingdong and Dong Haoyun exchanged glances, both recognizing the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Mac Lihos could barely contain his smile. Having such a company in Hong Kong was a significant highlight of his tenure. Bao Junyi continued, "Secondly, starting next year, the group plans to construct public housing, which will be provided free or at a low cost to employees of the Miracle Group. Additionally, the company cafeteria will start offering free meals, while high-end paid dining facilities will also be developed. Lastly, Bao Junyi announced plans for constructing housing, hospitals, schools, and more near the Miracle Industrial Park. The group will assist with major illnesses, as long as you are an employee of the Miracle Group and have been with us for a year or more. You will enjoy these benefits. His words detonated like a bomb, igniting the crowd, who cheered and expressed their gratitude. Young Bao, Li Jietian, Astunisha, Ramarka. Ai, what are you planning? Could it be? This ambition is too grand? The others chimed in, expressing concern about how competing enterprises would survive if their employees were drawn to Bao Junyi's offerings. Hua Yingdong reassured, young Bao, it won't require that many people. Old Hua, while it may not, the entire Hong Kong will be combed through by the Miracle Group. Most talents will be absorbed by them, Guodisheng lamented. Bao Yugong interjected, it's not as ambitious as you all think. Boss, your son isn't lacking in ambition. Rather, he possesses a grand vision. Look over there. Zheng Yu pointed towards the media reporters, saying several television stations cover Hong Kong, the mainland, and many Southeast Asian countries. Do you realize what that implies? Next year, your son may have even bolder moves in store. Li Jiaqing sighed, while we are still competing for territory in Hong Kong. The younger generation is already positioning themselves for a larger stage. If we wish to retain talent, we must enhance benefits and raise labor costs. Otherwise, we can only watch as AI picks through the remaining candidates. Bao Yugong fell silent, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. He had little knowledge of his son's plans, having rarely returned home since moving out of the Bao family estate. The leaders of Hong Kong's prominent families observed Bao Junyi on stage in silence, while other wealthy individuals engaged in hushed conversations. However, the employees of Miracle Group and the viewers from TVB, Lidi Television, and various mainland networks buzzed with excitement. Their first instinct was to pursue interviews with the Miracle Group, setting their career aspirations on joining. This was one of Bao Junyi's objectives, to enhance the Group's benefits and raise salaries and bonuses to attract more talent and establish Hong Kong as a stronghold, elevating the status of engineering and technical professionals. Otherwise, in the future, the number of such talents would dwindle, leading to severe industrial hollowing out as they flocked to finance and liberal arts instead. Once Bao Junyi concluded his speech, he stepped down, handing the stage over to various Hong Kong stars who ignited rounds of applause. As soon as he sat down, Dong Haoyan softly remarked, you've been rather reckless this time. Most of the companies and factories in Hong Kong will feel offended by your speech. Indeed, while you have some ideas, you should discuss them with your father or consult with your uncles. After all, the implications are vast. Bao Yugong expressed his concern. Old friend, there is no need for concern. Our Miracle Group has a limited need for personnel. After all, as a high-tech company, we primarily seek talent in the fields of science and engineering. Most of you here are engaged in real estate and finance, so our talent requirements do not conflict. Perhaps this aspect has not been fully considered. Bao Junyi's words momentarily left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. Li Jiaqing suddenly laughed. Indeed, we nearly overlooked this. The directions of our talent demands are indeed different. It would be absurd to expect a civil engineer to transition into auto repair. Oh dear, how could I have only thought about poaching talent? Thanks to Bao Junyi's insight, many present began to comprehend the situation, their attitudes and expressions significantly brightening, and the atmosphere improving. However, the elder Hua remained silent, perhaps the only one among the attendees who could see through his thoughts. As stars like Su Guanjia, Zhang Guorong, Zhong Chuang, and Zhang Manyu took the stage one after another, the atmosphere was continually invigorated, reaching new heights of excitement. As time passed, the annual meeting approached its conclusion. Miracle Group distributed over 300 million Hong Kong dollars in year-end bonuses, along with cars, houses, and cash gifts. That night, Miracle Group made its name known across Southeast Asia, Korea, Japan, and China, attracting a plethora of highly educated and exceptional talents, laying the foundation for the group's rise in the 1970s. This annual meeting would later be referred to as the Year of Miracle's Ascendancy, marking the beginning of a period of fervent growth. Chapter 77, Taekwondo Black Belt. Who would dare to marry? Days later, Bao Junyi returned to the Bao family's ancestral home to celebrate the new year with Bao Yugong and several sisters and brothers-in-law, a long-standing family tradition. Suddenly, the second sister remarked, you're so exceptional now. Friends who seek matches for me have already sent a drawer full of photos your way. Do you have a partner? If so, you should announce it. Indeed, the eldest sister lamented, my close friends and your brother-in-law have connections abroad, sending over photos of their daughters. Do you have someone you fancy? If you're shy about it, you can tell the third sister, and I can help you out, the second sister offered. Bao Junyi looked at his sisters in disbelief. Sisters, Do I seem like someone who is in a hurry to settle down? Not at all, they replied in unison. Then that settles it. Your brother is currently in a period of rapid career development. As for romance, it can wait. However, the third sister added softly, but I overheard our father mention Zheng Yutong's family, Zheng Lixia. The two elders want to set you up. Bao Junyi was taken aback. What? The Zheng family, Zheng Lixia, that tomboy? The third sister nodded. Yes, but when I saw her at home, she was quite well-mannered. Not at all like what you described. Bao Junyi felt a chill run down his spine and quickly said, Third sister, are you serious? Don't scare me. If this goes through, I might not survive the marriage. The third sister laughed. Just a few days ago, father returned from your annual meeting. Bao Junyi thought, if I end up with her, her ferocity would be enough to keep the ancestors' coffin sealed. Third sister, I just remembered. I haven't gone to pay New Year's respects to old Hu yet. The time is right. I must take my leave. With that, Bao Junyi hurriedly turned to escape, evading his sisters and father, who were always scheming against him. As he departed, laughter echoed behind him. Bao Junyi arrived with gifts to wish Hua Yingdong a happy new year. This had become a tradition in Hong Kong, where younger generations would pay respects to their elders annually. His convoy halted at the entrance of the Hua family estate, where bodyguards bearing lavish gifts discovered Hua Zhengyu already waiting at the door. Ayu, there is no need for such formality. Why are you waiting at the door? We are all very familiar with one another. It cannot be helped. My father insisted that even among acquaintances, one must maintain decorum. Very well, where's Uncle Hua now? He's in the back garden, enjoying some tea. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the pavilion where Hua Yingdong was seated. Bao Junyi Chifing Vit, Unso Huo. I has come to wish you a happy new year. I come sit. I just brewed some exquisite Wui Mountain Hong Pao. This was a gift from that esteemed elder, and it's from the mother tree. There is hardly any left. You had the fortune of enjoying it last time in the Grand Elder's office? Hua Yingdong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it was a lengthy discussion regarding the construction of a large steel plant and shareholder matters. It appears you have caught his eye. As long as you avoid any principled missteps, you should be able to navigate the inland waters with ease, Hua Yingdong remarked. Bao Junyi chuckled. I wouldn't say I caught his eye. I merely presented ideas that aligned well with the current environment. Hua Yingdong continued sipping his tea, not commenting further. Eventually, he said, this grand spectacle you orchestrated and the substantial dispersal of funds must be more than what was publicly stated during the annual meeting. Bao Junyi gave a wry smile. Uncle Hua, nothing escapes your notice. In truth, the remarks made during the meeting won't be believed by my contemporaries. Seasoned as they are, the reason for my silence in the face of rebuttal is simply your current momentum. I wish to avoid offending you. However, should you encounter a crisis, they will certainly seize the opportunity to undermine you. Uncle Hua, I understand your concerns, but the shortage of engineering talent in Hong Kong is alarming. Miracle Group, being a heavy industry enterprise, faces a significant gap in this regard. The real estate and finance industries here have led many aspiring engineers to choose other fields instead. In fact, due to the scarcity of heavy industrial enterprises in Hong Kong, many outstanding engineering talents have departed to seek their fortunes abroad. Hua Yingdong, upon hearing this, nodded in appreciation. However, you are too impatient, seeking immediate results. This process typically requires a decade or more to establish. Bao Junyi replied, currently, we have no choice but to hasten our progress. If we do not rise swiftly, post-Hong Kong's return to the mainland, many high-tech products will likely face export restrictions, similar to the situation in Russia. The disparity will only increase. I cannot afford to take my time. I must establish sufficient strength before the United States and its allies can react as we prepare for this grand contest. Bao Junyi asserted earnestly. Hua Yingdong sighed, i.e., you are one of the few in Hong Kong who is forward-thinking. Many of us older tycoons remain limited in our perspectives, still preoccupied with internal squabbles. You have already set your sights internationally, considering the global landscape for decades to come. Perhaps our industry's nature, with its extensive interactions with international enterprises, has given us a deeper understanding. Currently, many advanced devices and quality materials are restricted from export to the mainland. Thus, we must expedite our efforts to attract a large number of highly educated engineering talents through competitive salaries and benefits, thereby forming a talent pool for Miracle Group. This is why I have increased benefits, year-end bonuses, and other incentives. Bao Junyi's demeanor has undergone a remarkable transformation. He now exudes an unwavering self-confidence. At this moment, his aura has shifted, creating a magnetic presence around him, as if he possesses the power to conquer mountains and rivers. Hua Ingdong observes quietly from the side, taken aback by this change in temperament. It is reminiscent of the older generation, who spent decades navigating the merciless business world to cultivate their own gravitas. This metamorphosis requires time and accumulation, yet unexpectedly, at just 20 years of age, Ai has already achieved such growth, heralding boundless prospects ahead. Suddenly, Hua Ingdong feels a pang of doubt, contemplating whether his generation has become obsolete as the younger ones begin to surpass them. Bao Junyi interrupts Hua Ingdong's thoughts, saying, "Uncle Hua, I aim to guide the parents at our school to encourage their children to pursue degrees in science and engineering, as it is crucial for the school to understand that the employment rates in these fields are exceptionally high, and the salaries surpass those in real estate and finance." "Ah, you are indeed killing two birds with one stone," Hua Ingdong replies. "Unfortunately, due to insufficient foundation, we must resort to financial means." Bao Junyi chuckles heartily. The two engage in extensive discussions about Hong Kong, the mainland, and various other topics, continuing their conversation until the afternoon. As Bao Junyi departs, Hua Ingdong remarks, "You ought to learn from Ai and cultivate a closer relationship with him. His future accomplishments may lead him to the pinnacle of Hong Kong, or even to greater heights." Hua Jingyu, astonished, responds, "Father, do you think your assessment is overly generous?" "Ha! My evaluations are always modest." Hua Ingdong sighs in disappointment, gazing at his son. At this moment, Hua Jingyu stands in a daze, his mind buzzing. In the following days, Bao Junyi visits Dong Haoyun and his relatives. The new year passes amidst busy visits, and even an arranged matchmaking event among affluent families. Time slips away, and before he knows it, it is the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Bao Junyi arrives at the company and promptly organizes the management team to distribute the traditional opening day red envelopes to employees. Next, he addresses the arrangements for the upcoming Paris International Auto Show. This event will see participation from major global automobile brands, including Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Ford, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Ferrari, Lamborghini, and many others. Dozens of international car manufacturers will be present. This is our stage to gain international acclaim, and we must seize this opportunity to expand our global market. He declares, "Boss, rest assured, we have been preparing for this auto show for over half a year." Michael responds confidently, "Excellent. I have heard that Prince Sultan, the head of an investment fund from Abu Dhabi, will be introducing a batch of vehicles for national public use." "Boss, is that true? Where did you hear this news?" "If we can secure this deal, we could quickly establish a foothold in the Middle East and even open international markets at a rapid pace." Bao Junyi smiles. "The news came from our contacts in the United States, and I only learned of it yesterday." "That's wonderful. Our group has several models that would be suitable. We can certainly compete for the contract," Jia Yuezheng exclaims excitedly. "I suspect that other major brands have also caught wind of this news." "Old Jia, we need to devise a flawless proposal to address this. Please coordinate with the design and our D departments, hold a meeting, and present a few plans for my review." Jia Yuezheng replies, "Bao Sheng, you can count on me to have the proposal ready for you by tomorrow." "Great. Also notify HR to recruit experienced engineers, especially skilled welding masters, offering a monthly salary of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. The current batch of senior engineers from Germany will not suffice for our future demands. We need to recruit extensively." Bao Sheng, while we understand the necessity for experienced technicians, do we really need that many skilled welding engineers? Generally, new hires can be trained for welding within a few months without requiring advanced skills. Jia Yuezheng questions. "Haha, old Jia, you might not be aware that our new Songlong Qixiang series vehicles are constructed entirely of titanium alloy, and the welding process demands exceptionally high precision. Ordinary welding engineers simply cannot meet these standards. Every step of the welding process must be flawless. Otherwise, how can we justify pricing it at over $10 million? Jia Yuezheng expresses concern. "If the gap is this significant, it will be challenging for us in Hong Kong, especially since skilled welding technicians are already scarce, and we require such high-level expertise. If necessary, we can enlist headhunters to recruit top talent from major automotive companies worldwide," Jia Yuezheng suggests with a sly smile. "Bao Sheng, wouldn't that be problematic? We risk provoking a collective backlash." Bao Junyi retorts, "They have already conspired against us multiple times. What difference does it make if I recruit a few of their staff? I might even dig deeper. Michael wipes his forehead nervously and cautions, "Boss, let's exercise caution. Such remarks could lead to trouble." Cough, cough, just a joke. No need to take it seriously. We must all be careful to protect our positions. Bao Junyi laughs, looking at the executives around him. All right, Michael, old Jia, there's nothing to worry about. The priority now is to secure a prime location for the Paris International Auto Show, which will be announced in 3 days. Michael, you and old Jia should handle this. Don't hesitate to invest extra for a better spot, as the area cannot be too small. Michael replies, "Understood, boss. I will assist old Jia to ensure we secure a prime position. Be wary of European and American car manufacturers. They may employ underhanded tactics regarding exhibition placements." Jia Yuezheng warns seriously. "Bao Sheng, we will remain vigilant," they assure him. "Well, you may all return to your duties." Bao Junyi says as he observes the executives leaving one by one. Turning to Qiu Shuzhen, he inquires, "Where's the person that Wang Gang recommended?" "He is currently in the lounge awaiting your arrival. Please bring him to my office. I would like to have a word with him." "Certainly, Bao Sheng." 5 minutes later, Qiu Shuzhen introduces a burly middle-aged man, muscular and standing at 185 centimeters, with a noticeable scar on his face. However, his smile is somewhat naive, contrasting with his formidable appearance. Bao Junyi approaches him with a smile. "You must be Duanda, the one Wang Gang recommended. You trained in martial arts at Shaolin Temple as a child, later served in the military, but were discharged 3 years ago due to disciplinary issues?" "That's correct. I was quite mischievous as a child, so my mother sent me to Shaolin. After frequently getting into fights, my father enlisted me in the army, but I was discharged for disciplinary reasons and returned home to farm," he explains. "I heard that Wang Gang is doing quite well in Hong Kong and has aligned himself with a significant figure. His family has settled in Hong Kong, and we old comrades are envious. We all wish to find connections to develop here. Due to various circumstances, Wang Gang advised us to wait for opportunities. Unexpectedly, a month ago, I received a letter from him, so I bid farewell to my parents and family and came to Hong Kong." Bao Junyi finds his demeanor amusing, asking, "Aren't you worried that Wang Gang might deceive you and sell you out in Hong Kong?" "Not at all. Before coming, I inquired with both former comrades and those currently working in Hong Kong." Duanda responds confidently, "I didn't expect you to be quite astute, despite your bald head. You seem rather clever." "Hee hee, my father is a teacher, and I was often subjected to his teachings at home." "Ah, so you come from an intellectual family. That explains your seemingly naive exterior, coupled with an astute mind." Bao Junyi's curiosity deepens. "But why did you consider coming to Hong Kong? Your family seems well off. Why leave your home and children to struggle here? With your background, you could live comfortably." Duanda sighed, expressing that their family was comfortably provided for, yet there were no hopes for a better life. Thus, he yearned to venture out and forge a path that would grant his family and children a brighter future. Bao Junyi understood the current situation in the mainland, recognizing the scarcity of lucrative employment opportunities. Many families could meet their basic needs, but achieving a lifestyle akin to that of Hong Kong would take decades. "Very well. I have heard Wang Gang speak of you. You are indeed a filial son. I have also sent someone to investigate your family and your character. I hope you do not take offense, as my forthcoming arrangements are of utmost importance, warranting careful consideration." Duanda nodded in understanding, acknowledging the thorough considerations that big bosses like Bao Junyi had regarding such matters. Bao Junyi continued, "I can offer you a remuneration package similar to Wang Gang's, which includes a monthly salary of 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. What will be expected of me?" Wang Gang did not elaborate, "And I shall not engage in any activities that harm the mainland," Duanda replied. Bao Junyi laughed heartily, reassuring him, "You need not worry. I will not involve you in any socially detrimental activities. I require you to assemble a group to procure supplies in the mainland and engage in trade with the Bear Country, thereby exchanging goods and capital. This will serve as a test. If successful, I will establish substantial trade channels there, facilitating the acquisition of essential technological materials and other equipment that our company currently needs." Duanda responded earnestly, "Boss, I understand. You seek a trustworthy individual to aid in fostering trade between the two nations, acquiring necessary resources for the company. And this trial may present challenges, possibly even dangers, correct?" Bao Junyi smiled, remarking on Duanda's astuteness and clarity of thought. "Thank you. You are proving to be increasingly suited for this role. My gratitude extends to you, as I can offer you the same benefits as Wang Gang." Your whole family can relocate to Hong Kong, where I will provide housing, employment for your family members at the Miracle Company, and ensure your children attend the finest schools in Hong Kong, along with a monthly salary of 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Duanda exclaimed, "Thank you, boss." However, Chapter 79, Journey to Paris, Conflict at the International Auto Show. Bao Junyi cautioned, "However, there may be no return. I am unfamiliar with the circumstances over there, so you must tread carefully. Nonetheless, I can assure you that should any misfortune befall you, your family will receive a substantial compensation package, including the provision for your children's education until university, along with priority employment benefits for your family." Upon hearing the generous offer, Duanda eagerly declared, "Boss, I am willing to undertake this task." Bao Junyi chuckled, realizing that Duanda was indeed a clever individual, quite contrary to his outward appearance. This was a case of being deceived by appearances in business, yet he found Duanda to be a satisfactory candidate. They spent over 2 hours discussing the objectives of the mission to the Bear Country, gathering insights about current demands, and preparing statistical data. As Duanda departed, Bao Junyi smiled, feeling he had moved a step closer to executing his plans. Minutes later, Qiu Shuzhen returned to report, "Bao Sheng, Mr. Duanda has made arrangements. He will return with his family to Hong Kong and subsequently proceed to the Bear Country." "Excellent. Keep a close watch on developments and report anything of significance to me," Bao Junyi instructed. This operation in the Bear Country was also a preparatory step for its disintegration, allowing for the early establishment of personnel and relationships to enhance trade exchanges, ultimately acquiring urgently needed titanium or semi-finished titanium alloys, as well as weapons and advanced equipment. Currently, the Bear Country's foundation was quite robust, harboring many of the assets Bao Junyi desired, especially the Tu-160 strategic bomber, Tu-95 Bear strategic bomber, and 124 Russlin heavy transport aircraft, and IL-76 transport aircraft, all of which were vital national resources. Despite the Bear Country's sluggish economic growth and severe shortages in light industry leading to material scarcity and declining living standards, it was during these challenging times that Bao Junyi anticipated reaping the rewards, with the core focus remaining on talent and scientists. 3 days later, Bao Junyi and his team boarded a chartered flight from Hong Kong Kai Tak International Airport to Frankfurt, Paris. They had previously arranged for the air or sea transport of more than a dozen Miracle Group vehicles, now stored at the Paris International Auto Show warehouse. After a lengthy 20-hour flight, they arrived at Paris International Airport. Despite the exhaustion from the journey, they headed directly to the nearby Hilton 5-star hotel to rest before attending the auto show. The following day, upon arriving at the exhibition venue, they found the various brand booths bustling with activity, with personnel directing the setup as cars were gradually brought into the exhibition area. However, upon reaching their reserved booth, they discovered it occupied by Ford, with employees already arranging the space. Frowning, Bao Junyi turned to Jia Yuezheng and asked, "Old Jia, what is the meaning of this?" Jia Yuezheng scrutinized the booth number and confirmed, "Bao Sheng, this is indeed our reserved space. I am unsure why it has been taken over by Ford. I will inquire immediately." With a scowl, Bao Junyi retorted, "Make sure to find out exactly what is going on." Jia Yuezheng rushed out, returning 10 minutes later, Bao Sheng. They claim they received the booth number for this location, but have no further information. Fuming, Bao Junyi replied, "Is this what you guaranteed was sorted out?" Jia Yuezheng lowered his head. "I will find the show as organizer to clarify the situation." "No need. We shall go together. I intend to find out how our reserve booth was sold again." Following the guidance of the venue staff, they quickly arrived at the office of the Paris International Auto Show organizer. Jia Yuezheng explained the situation regarding their signed contract and the booth being occupied by Ford. The auto show organizer, Brandt, lounged in his chair, displaying an air of arrogance. "Oh, you mean that location? I decided to allocate it to Ford." "What of it?" Jia Yuezheng slammed his hand on the table, anger radiating from him. "We have already reserved it, paid, and signed a contract. How can it be sold to another company?" Brandt scoffed. "Your brand is virtually unknown. You think you can claim the prime location? You should take a good look in the mirror to see who you are." Bao Junyi, now amused by the absurdity, interjected, "So, you have indeed decided to sell our booth again to Ford? What if we do not accept this?" Brandt replied dismissively, "And if I have? The junior staff handling your booth have no comprehension of its significance. This is not merely a monetary issue, but one of company strength and brand recognition. Therefore, since I have hardly heard of your miracle auto. How could I possibly allocate such a prime spot to you? Jia Yuezhong, now furious, exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the prior signed contract holds no value?" Brandt, with unabashed disdain, retorted, "Contracts? Those are for companies of equal stature. As for you, the money you previously paid will be refunded. Or you can choose another location, but that money will not be returned." Jia Yuezhong, pointing at Brandt in outrage, stammered, You. Brandt coldly replied, "What of it? If you do not want it, I can simply refund your money." Brandt sold the Miracle Automotive exhibition space to Ford, driven by personal gain, and compounded by the fact that Miracle's recognition in Europe is indeed quite limited, with only a handful of flagship stores globally and no comprehensive expansion or distributor development. Thus, Brandt felt emboldened, as transactions at the auto show typically involve substantial sums, which also contribute to local taxation, benefiting the event organizers and their affiliates with commissions and bonuses, perks that are quite generous. Brandt was unfazed by the prospect of complaints reaching higher authorities. When it came to choosing between Ford and Miracle, even a fool would opt for Ford, leaving no one to side with Miracle. Bang! Upon hearing Brandt's remarks, Bao Junyi kicked the door open in a fit of rage and stormed out. "Kid, you dare kick my door? Next time, I'll make you regret it." As he exited the office, he could still hear Brandt's taunts, but he was intercepted by Jia Yuezhong. "Bao, this is not the time to be angry. This auto show is crucial for the group. We must endure any hardships now. Otherwise, missing this opportunity could mean waiting years for the next one." Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Bao Junyi replied, "Old Jia, please approach Brandt again and see if there are any larger exhibition spaces available. Otherwise, we won't have room for the vehicles we've transported this time. Do your utmost to secure a good spot. Spending extra money is acceptable." "Understood, Bao. I'll go right away." After Bao Junyi delegated the task to Jia Yuezhong, he returned to the Hilton Hotel, his countenance dark as he gazed down at the city of Paris from the floor-to-ceiling windows. This Paris auto show was significant for Bao, as was Ford Smith. If it weren't for his meddling, it would have been hard to believe. It seemed they had drawn their swords, and now it was his turn to wield his, testing whose blade was sharper. This time, he could finally confront them head-on and reveal whether the Miracle Group's sword had the necessary edge. It was time to showcase their prowess. At the Ford headquarters in Michigan, Smith was laughing as he listened to his secretary's report. "President Smith, Mr. Bao Junyi of the Miracle Group arrived in Paris early this morning and is staying at a nearby Hilton hotel. He visited the venue today and had a conflict with the organizers, ultimately leaving in anger." Smith chuckled. "That kid has finally met his match. Wasn't he rather arrogant when the Audi A5 was selling like hotcakes? Now, faced with the combined might of several major brands, he has no choice but to swallow his pride. What does it matter if finance has triumphed over the three major consortiums? This is the industry, the jewel of manufacturing. Thinking he can compete with our long-established car manufacturers in just a few years is a far-fetched notion." The secretary chimed in. "Our sources indicate he eventually relented and has been relegated to the farthest corner of the exhibition space." What can he do if he doesn't put up with it? If he doesn't endure, he won't even get a chance. In the European and American exhibition arenas, aside from a few inferior companies from the land of the cherry blossoms, no Asian brands dare to challenge us, especially not in our home turf. The secretary grinned. "President, your strategies are truly commendable. You've made them see their current predicament. The Miracle Group does possess some strength, particularly with their hybrid engine and all-wheel drive technology. It has certainly piqued the interest of us veteran manufacturers. Perhaps we should consider acquiring these technologies through purchase or other means. No, approaching them now would lead to severe repercussions. Have you noticed how the major car manufacturers have remained silent or refrained from making direct contact? Do you think our established brands are inactive?" The secretary, surprised, asked why. Smith replied with a smirk, "Don't be astonished. We are currently suppressing them, aiming to acquire the entire company at a low price, including their technological patents. Ultimately, while we may not monopolize the acquisition, we can still carve out a substantial share for ourselves." "President, your foresight is impressive. Let me give you a massage." "No need for massages. Come to my room tonight. I have several important documents for you to review. Dress nicely." "President, you're quite the rogue." As time passed, only a day remained until the auto show commenced. In the morning, leaders from various countries' major automotive companies arrived, including familiar faces like Daimler's Tomler and Bentley's Winterkus Miller, who were inspecting their respective exhibition areas and observing the preparations. Bao Junyi refrained from greeting them. as they were no longer on the same level. Any interaction would only serve to irritate them further. The Miracle Group's Audi and Miracle brands had transported over 10 vehicles for this exhibition, featuring a mix of 9 models. These included the Miracle brand SUV, Tank 300, and the Songlong Qishou by Zhe, along with 6 additional models, Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, Zhuke, Zhuwufeng, and Qilin, that remained incomplete due to technological or material limitations. Lastly, there was the previously launched high-end luxury vehicle, the Audi A5, which retained its design and name from the future. At the Miracle Group's exhibition site in Paris, all the displayed cars were draped in black cloth, adding an air of mystery for the upcoming exhibition. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Bao Junyi. Turning around, he was surprised to find Tomler from Mercedes-Benz approaching. Bao Junyi smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Mr. Tomler, it's been a while." "Indeed, Bao, it's been nearly 2 years. Your rapid development has made your peers quite envious." "Thank you for the compliment, Tomler. It's been almost 2 years since we acquired Audi. And you still look as distinguished as ever," Bao Junyi replied cheerfully. Bao Junyi regarded Tomler favorably. Had it not been for his efforts during the acquisition, Miracle Company might not have had the opportunity to acquire Audi. "Yes, since acquiring Audi, you've developed all-wheel drive technology and participated in international rally championships, even winning the championship. We, the established brands, are quite envious. I regretted selling Audi too early. It made me lose my appetite for days, and I still have dark circles under my eyes." Tomler lamented. Bao Junyi teased, "Really? I've heard Bao Junyi perceive Tomler as somewhat foolish. How could he arrive unaccompanied without a backup plan? Moreover, it was one thing to refuse, but to resort to insults and nearly resort to violence was absurd. If one were unaware of the situation, onlookers might assume it was extortion." Bao Junyi consoled him, stating that given his history of scandals, a few more wouldn't matter. One should never admit guilt. Tomler's lips twitched, taking a moment to respond. "Bao, I hadn't realized your words were so sharp. How did I miss that last time?" He added, "You're not here just for casual conversation, are you?" "No," Tomler replied. "I'm here to discuss something regarding the four-wheel drive technology developed by Audi. Our group is considering a purchase. Please provide a price." "Huh, do you really think I would sell?" Tomler replied. "Besides, am I in need of money?" He chuckled bitterly. "I knew it. They said it wouldn't work. The last financial battle on Wall Street seems to have been true. I've made billions. Those are mere rumors. I haven't profited much. The market is vast, with numerous international speculators and various funds on Wall Street," Bao Junyi remarked. "Is that so? Then regarding your acquisition of the Audi brand, could you consider granting us a low-cost license for Mercedes?" Bao Junyi smiled. "Old Tom, discussing money feels impolite. We are old friends, aren't we?" Chapter 81. Patents? "I'm not in need of money. Are you suggesting you'd grant us a license for free?" Tomler rolled his eyes, puzzled as to why the president of Mercedes would negotiate with him, seemingly oblivious to social niceties. "Old Tom, a license is merely a formality. Feel free to use it. What's yours is mine, and vice versa." Tomler, excited and grateful, exclaimed, "Thank you, Bao. I'll arrange for someone to come by tomorrow. You truly remember our friendship. What's yours is mine, and mine is yours," Bao Junyi, perplexed, inquired. "What's wrong, old Tom? Is something amiss?" "No. I've mentioned all this, but do you mean to exchange patents instead?" "Indeed. Do you expect to use it for free without offering me anything in return?" "Dream on." Tomler's face flushed with indignation. He took several deep breaths to regain his composure. "Bao, you've gone too far. I genuinely wish to purchase the four-wheel drive technology license. I can consider licensing, but I'm not in need of money. I trade it for equivalent or superior foundational patents," he continued. "I drove the Audi acquisition. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to acquire the brand. Can we negotiate different terms?" "Old Tom, I'll only accept a reciprocal patent exchange. Other conditions can be discussed later. Besides, since you sold the Audi brand, Mercedes has undergone structural adjustments, significantly improving efficiency, reducing debt, and skyrocketing profits, doubling our stock price. Hasn't it?" Realizing that purchasing or leveraging favors was futile, Tomler left in frustration. Bao Junyi understood the nature of these traditional car manufacturers. They desired benefits without the willingness to invest, tightly holding onto their patent barriers. Winterkiss, Miller, Smith, and other automotive brands observed Tomler's predicament, silently relieved that their competitor had not succeeded in securing the patent authorization first. The following day at the 23rd International Auto Show in Paris, local officials attended the opening ceremony. Representatives from Mercedes, BMW, Volkswagen, Ferrari, Bentley, Ford, and numerous other companies were present, with Bao Junyi seated prominently in the front row representing his brand. After an hour under the organization of the key leaders, the ceremony officially commenced. Attendees, including tourists, dignitaries, government officials, and car enthusiasts, entered the venue in an orderly fashion. Upon entering the exhibition hall, international automotive giants such as Mercedes, Bentley, Volkswagen, and Ford occupied prime positions, while other companies gradually moved inward. Miracle Automotive occupied the largest space at the far end. Bao Junyi stood at his exhibit, where the coverings were removed from all vehicles, revealing them in their full glory. The display area, redesigned with enhanced lighting as per Bao Junyi's request, illuminated the cars, with its Songlong Qishio adorned with gem decorations and sparkling diamonds radiating brilliance. As attendees discovered the Miracle Automotive booth, their astonishment was palpable, eyes gleaming with desire. However, upon viewing the performance specifications, gasps of amazement ensued, drawing even more attention, with individuals rushing to share the news with friends. Numerous media representatives were present, capturing footage of established brands and recording speeches, with Smith exerting considerable effort. Given Ford's current struggles, with shrinking market share and increasing debt, they urgently needed to boost sales to recover from their downturn. At that moment, while Smith was busy filming, a colleague urged him, "Jack, let us head over there. There's a car company showcasing many new models I've never seen before, and their design is simply perfect." "Really? What brand?" "It's called Miracle Automotive. Let us hurry before it gets crowded." The two hastily grabbed their equipment and made their way into the exhibition. Smith overheard their conversation, his mouth twitching in irritation as his speech faltered momentarily. This scene played out across various booths. Although the exhibition had commenced for 30 minutes, the unusual gathering of crowds toward one location was rare. Meanwhile, Bao Junyi was organizing staff to maintain order for the vehicle experience segment, ensuring visitors queued properly. Enthusiastic automotive enthusiasts were filming, while Bao Junyi provided insights and detailed each vehicle's parameters and performance features. Suddenly, a young BBC reporter excitedly inquired, "Sir, could you elaborate on the design process of your Songlong Qishio series? It's truly magnificent, and given its exorbitant price, could you explain the craftsmanship involved?" "Certainly. I have a projector ready to showcase our testing footage and highlights from global field tests," Bao Junyi responded, generating excitement among the attendees, with some rushing to spread the word, insisting they must not miss this opportunity. At that moment, Tomler was engaged in conversation with a procurement team from the Middle East, led by Prince Sultan, head of the Abu Dhabi Investment Fund. At the exhibition, each brand's transaction amounts needed to be reported and displayed on electronic screens. Currently, Volkswagen led with 230 million, followed by Mercedes at 188 million, Ford at 164 million, and BMW at 156 million, and so forth. Tomler was striving to negotiate a deal for public vehicles in chat with Prince Sultan. Securing this contract would propel his company ahead of all competitors at the venue. "Prince Sultan, we at Mercedes have already offered our best price, reducing each unit by 3,000. If we lower it further, we won't have any profit margin left. Mr. Tomler, I've previously engaged with Ford, BMW, and Volkswagen, but your prices remain too high. The performance comparisons are quite similar." So Tomler cursed under his breath at their underhanded tactics of secretly reducing prices, catching him off guard. "Prince Sultan, if your team increases the order quantity, we can suddenly..." A secretary approached Prince Sultan, whispering in his ear. The prince's eyes lit up in response. "Apologizing to Mr. Tomler," he said, "we still need to deliberate before reaching out to you." With that, he turned and followed his secretary and the staff into the exhibition hall. Tomler, his face darkened, nearly secured the agreement, if not for that secretary. Otherwise, the contract would have been signed. Frustration welled within him as he observed Prince Sultan proceeding further into the exhibition. Curiosity piqued. He wondered which enterprise it was. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and anxiety surged. Could it be? Chapter 82. The miraculous automobile's exaggerated specifications. Tomler instructed his secretary to ensure everything was in order before he too made his way inside, eager to confirm his suspicions. At that moment, Bao Junyi had already arranged for the staff to set up the projector, ready for presentation. Fortunately, the venue had been switched, otherwise there would have been no space to screen the presentation or accommodate such a large audience. Bao Junyi continued, "The Miracle Group boasts two automobile brands, miracle motors and Audi. Among them, the Audi A5 is well known, and many of you may have encountered it, so I shall not elaborate further. As for miracle motors, we currently offer two models. The Tank 300 SUV, equipped with a 2.0T turbocharged hybrid engine, utilizing full-time 4WD technology, making it ideal for off-road enthusiasts. Its maximum power reaches 220 horsepower, with a peak torque of 348 Nm, and it can navigate through water depths of up to 700 mm. It features a 6-speed manual transmission and is fitted with a 4-wheel drive system, complete with tank turn and crawl modes. The performance metrics include a departure angle of 31 degrees, approach angle of 30 degrees, and a breakover angle of 19.8 degrees, with a minimum ground clearance of 220 mm when fully loaded. The vehicle dimensions are 4,650 mm in length, 1,880 mm in width, and 1,863 mm in height, with a wheelbase of 2,710 mm, weighing 2,524 kilograms when fully loaded. The audience, having never encountered such detailed specifications, was awestruck. The international automobiles of the 1970s seldom approached this level of detail, typically reserved for state tenders or military orders. A BBC reporter, momentarily stunned, inquired, "Mr. Bao, are these data and test results genuinely accurate?" Bao Junyi smiled and gestured towards the projector, explaining, "We are now screening footage of the Tank 300 being tested in the Amazon rainforest and the deserts of the Middle East, including scenes from Ireland's frigid, sub-zero environments." The journalists, politicians, and attendees were left in disbelief, while Tomler, watching the footage, internally cursed, "Must it be this intense? How can we survive this?" Meanwhile, Prince Sirdan observed the desert testing clips, captivated by the Tank 300's remarkable performance, wishing to purchase one immediately. Bao Junyi's promotional creativity, reminiscent of a future era, was a devastating blow to the competition, leaving them utterly defenseless. He continued, "The Tank 300 is constructed from various innovative materials, featuring a body made of special steel capable of withstanding 5.56 mm and 7.62 mm caliber bullets, while the glass is bulletproof, and the chassis can resist conventional landmines. The interior boasts porcelain and carbon fiber accents, complemented by genuine bull leather design, both retro and elegant, infused with elements of ancient Chinese culture." The audience was enraptured by the astonishing specifications and the performance that surpassed even B-4 armored vehicles, along with the numerous new materials and designs. At that moment, Prince Sirdan recognized the SUV's suitability for the harsh desert conditions of the Middle East, particularly in regions dominated by sand dunes and rough terrain, where only a few major cities offered decent roads. Bao Junyi then arranged for live demonstrations of the Tank 300's capabilities, which elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. At that juncture, a BBC reporter hurriedly asked, "Mr. Bao, what is the price of the Tank 300 SUV?" The audience, a diverse assembly of eager onlookers, clamored for details. Bao Junyi, sensing the anticipation, replied with a smile, "The Tank 300 SUV comes in 3 variants. The base model priced at $660,000 USD, the mid-tier at $990,000 USD, and the top end at $1,280,000 USD. The crowd erupted in astonishment, expressing disbelief at the steep prices, which exceeded those of typical sports cars. Bao Junyi clarified, "The Tank 300's 3 variants can be customized according to the customer's preferences and requirements, including bulletproof options and interior decor adorned with various gemstones, Chinese jade, and diamond accents. Moreover, the Tank 300 is equipped with cutting-edge hybrid technology, allowing it to switch to electric mode and sustain normal operation for 15 minutes without fuel. Future enhancements will include larger battery modules for extended capacity. Our vehicle features a multitude of advanced technologies, including a body forged from special steel through complex processes, ensuring exceptional collision resistance, leaving only minor scratches or dents in the event of an impact." The competitors in attendance were left dumbfounded, astonished at the emergence of a genuinely electric and hybrid vehicle. Tomler, Winterkiss-Miller, Smith, and representatives from other major automobile corporations closely observed the proceedings, feeling as if the very foundations of the industry had been shaken. The 3 men exchanged glances, their expressions dark, silently acknowledging the urgent need to secure patent licenses at any cost to avoid being overshadowed by this formidable new contender. At this moment, Prince Sertan was poised to approach. Bao Junyi continued. The Tank 300 SUV is designed for those who cherish off-roading and travel, offering spaciousness and comfort. However, our flagship model is the Songlong 7 Constellations, named after mythical beasts from Chinese mythology. The 7 models are the Qinglong, Baihu, Xuanwu, Zhuke, Bei's Jutaling, and Qilin. With a flourish, the curtains concealing several vehicles were drawn back, revealing the Songlong 7 Constellations to the audience. Each vehicle's design was inspired by classic models from the past. Miracle Group has crafted 7 variants: Jutaling, Bentley Mulsanne, Bei's Rolls-Royce Phantom, Qilin, Mercedes, Zhuke, Bentley Mulsanne, Qinglong, Maybach S-Class, Xuanwu, Aston Martin Laguna Taraf, and Baihu, Genesis G90. Due to various technical constraints, only the Bei's model has been produced and showcased at this time. However, I assure you that each vehicle surpasses contemporary technology and design philosophies and will gradually be introduced to the market. The room fell into a hushed silence as the audience listened intently to Bao Junyi's presentation, their faces reflecting disbelief and awe, mouths agape in astonishment. The showcased vehicles, whether the Audi A5 or the Bei's, were light years ahead of their time, representing a paradigm shift in automotive design. The 1970s automotive design ethos, characterized by wedge shapes and aerodynamic focus, paled in comparison to the timeless elegance and aesthetic appeal of these future classics. Chapter 83. Prince Sertan of the Middle East. Bao Junyi surveyed the room, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, however, this model is infused with a plethora of ancient Eastern cultural elements. The interior and seating have been crafted by inheritors of intangible cultural heritage. His voice drew everyone's attention back to him. He gestured for the staff to continue showcasing the exterior and interior of the Bei's automobile, gradually revealing its features. Continuing, Bao Junyi explained, the production technique of the Songlong Qishio surpasses that of other vehicles, with over 90 crafted by hand, utilizing titanium alloy for the vehicle's body. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. My heavens, this is extraordinarily luxurious. Titanium alloy is currently priced at $12 per gram, and it's being used as the primary material for automobiles. What a waste. In the front row, journalists from various countries were already poised with their equipment, eager not to miss a single word. This was indeed monumental news. Ignoring the surrounding exclamations, Bao Junyi continued. The manufacturing process of the Songlong Qishio Bei's involves over 200 stamped titanium alloy panels and more than 300 specialized components, all meticulously welded by hand. Notably, the Songlong Qishio Bei's boasts the largest all-titanium alloy body in history, reducing the overall weight by 1,050 kilograms compared to similar models, showcasing the advantages of titanium, lighter yet sturdier. The engineers behind the Songlong Qishio Bei's are seasoned elites with over 2 decades of experience in the industry. Out of every 200 welding engineers, only 12 master the intricate welding techniques specific to the Songlong Qishio. The vehicle requires over 600 welding points, with each frame capable of bearing more than 5 tons of weight, bending no more than 2 degrees. At this moment, Tomler, Winterkus Miller, and Smith were astounded by the remarkable specifications, intricate processes, and exquisite craftsmanship. They pondered how the Miracle Group could possibly price such a vehicle when the production costs were already so exorbitant. Who would be willing to purchase it? Meanwhile, the automotive dealers in the audience were exhilarated. They were unconcerned about sales. After all, there were many wealthy individuals, but anticipated that only a few units would sell each year. However, they could certainly showcase them as flagship models. Observing the varied expressions on their faces, Bao Junyi chuckled and said, to complete the welding of the Songlong Qishio Bei's, we require 50 kilograms of welding wire, which represents the longest welding process in Bei's production. Furthermore, only 5 out of every 100 engineers possess the skill to carry out this task. Once the assembly is finalized and sent to the inspection workshop to ensure perfection, it will then proceed to the painting section, where there are 12,000 color options available for customization, though at a considerable cost. Additionally, the Songlong Qishio Bei's employs a novel ceramic baking technique for its paint, comprising 5 layers of coating. Under semi-automated machinery, these layers consist of an electrostatic layer, a base coat, a color coat, and 2 layers of transparent protective paint, all requiring 22 distinct procedures, followed by over 5 hours of polishing. At this juncture, An American ABC female journalist could no longer contain herself. Mr. Bao, your description of the intricate processes and exquisite craftsmanship. How long does it take to produce one vehicle? Bao Junyi regarded the journalist for a moment before responding. I do not appreciate interruptions during my speech. The ABC journalist, apologizing, said, Sorry, Mr. Bao, I simply cannot hold back. Well, since everyone is eager to know, I shall disclose it. 36 days. Upon hearing this, the audience was taken aback by the length of time required. In the 1970s, most automobiles were manufactured using mechanical assistance. The Ford factories in the United States had entirely mechanized their assembly lines, producing millions of vehicles each year, averaging a car rolling off the line in less than a minute. The Ssanglong Qishou Bays, however, took the opposite approach, with its lengthy production time and expensive titanium alloy as primary materials. What would the price point be? At that moment, Prince Sertan of Achet-Suertan was equally astonished by the production duration. While he was not concerned about the price, he was anxious to know how long it would take to receive the vehicle after ordering. The moment he laid eyes on the Ssanglong Qishou Bays, he was utterly captivated, internally exclaiming that he must acquire it, regardless of the cost. Bao Junyi continued, Each bay's automobile features 66 standard golden silk NAMA wooden components, with a single set requiring 30 days for fabrication. Finally, the porcelain-fired wooden components are assembled into the dashboard and central console. Each bay's interior requires 45 meters of genuine leather, equivalent to the hides of 12 bulls. This luxurious leather interior necessitates over 50 craftsmen and takes 22 days to complete. Ultimately, it must pass through 11 stations for assembly before the final installation. The core engine of the Ssanglong Qishou Bays consists of a unified 675-liter twin-turbocharged titanium alloy V12 engine, coupled with an 8-speed manual transmission, producing 433 horsepower with a 0 to 100 kilometers h acceleration time of 8 seconds. Additionally, it boasts B7 level ballistic protection, capable of withstanding 5.56 and 7.62 caliber rounds, as well as 50 caliber Browning machine gun ammunition and resistance to C4 explosives. Bao Junyi paused, slowly scanning the audience before proclaiming, This is the most luxurious, safest, and most stable vehicle in the world, an essential protective tool for the global elite. Everyone deserves to possess one. Cheers erupted from the visitors. My goodness, this is utterly extraordinary. It surpasses the official vehicles of various nations. The onlookers were astounded, questioning whether the Miracle Group could handle large-scale orders. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a figure adorned with a cloth on their head, dressed in white, wielding a golden scepter, flanked by bodyguards approaching Bao Junyi. It was none other than Prince Sertan, who had been listening intently from the back until he could no longer contain his curiosity after the presentation of the Ssanglong Qishou Bays. Bao Junyi had already noticed him and smiled as he greeted, Prince Sertan, greetings. I am Bao Junyi, the owner of the Miracle Group. Hi, Mr. Bao. I am quite interested in your automobiles. They're exceptionally suited for our Middle Eastern region, particularly the tank-like T300 SUV in a desert hue. If war were to break out, it could easily be outfitted with weaponry on the roof, serving as an armored vehicle. Ahem, I digress. Would it be possible to place a bulk order? Certainly. How many units does Prince Sertan wish to order? Chapter 84. Mitsubishi Group's Iwasaki Yasasuk. Prince Sertan, brimming with excitement, declared, Let us begin with an order of 150 million for the T300 SUV, encompassing low, medium, and high configurations, with a primary focus on armored protection. My apologies. I meant to say, on safety capabilities. With a knowing smile, Bao Junyi replied, Absolutely, no problem at all. Due to your specific requirements, we will need to initiate a new production run, which will take 3 months for delivery, with a 30 deposit required up front. That is agreeable. In addition to the T300, I would also like to procure a batch of Ssanglong Qishou Bays vehicles. However, feigning hesitation, Bao Junyi paused before stating, Prince Sertan, as you are aware, the production of the Ssanglong Qishou Bays is slow and the process is intricate, resulting in limited stock. Nevertheless, given your order volume meets our membership criteria, I can offer you 3 top-tier models and 10 standard versions. Prince Sertan chuckled and said, Certainly, I hope the shipment to Shapeport can be completed within 6 months. There's no issue. In front of the crowd at the Paris Auto Show, and under the arrangement of both parties' lawyers, they signed the contract. This time, The Miracle Group sold the Tank 300 SUV for $150 million, along with its Sanglong Qishou bays for $136.7 million, bringing the total contract amount to $286.7 million. At the Paris International Auto Show, the sales figures soared, surpassing competitors such as Volkswagen, Ford, Mercedes-Benz, and Bentley by tens of millions of dollars. In the distance, Daimler, Winter-Kissmiller, and Smith exchanged glances, their expressions revealing envy. Each of them understood that Bao Junyi was intent on disrupting the market, and after causing a stir, he aimed to escape unscathed. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. Tom, Miller, Smith, we must unite to resist. Otherwise, the Miracle Group will seize our share of the automotive market. The speaker was Iwasaki Misusuke, the current head of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Following World War II, Mitsubishi had diversified its production, and under the leadership of Iwasaki Yataro, it established its current position. Today, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries encompasses shipbuilding, machinery manufacturing, electronics, chemicals, military products, and shipping, with the automotive industry being one of its pillars. The three men turned at the sound to see Iwasaki standing behind them. Smith smiled and asked Mr. Iwasaki, "Do you have any good suggestions?" Daimler and Winter-Kissmiller remained silent, waiting for Iwasaki to elaborate. In truth, among the vehicles from the Miracle Group, the Sanglong Qishou posed the least threat. The real competitor was the Tank 300 model. The production of its Sanglong Qishou bays faced significant restrictions, involved cumbersome processes, and was entirely handcrafted. The three men pondered seriously, nodding in agreement without denial. Iwasaki continued, "However, the Tank 300 series can be mass-produced, and its price falls within the budget of most affluent consumers. We can join forces with other major brands like Volkswagen, BMW, and Ford to collectively prohibit seeking Miracle S authorization for four-wheel drive technology and hybrid system patents. Furthermore, we can collaborate to develop a similar model, launching a special steel SUV at a lower price than the Miracle Group, thereby squeezing their market share. We can also exert pressure on our respective governments to report Miracle Group as hybrid technology and four-wheel drive technology for potential patent barriers and monopolistic concerns." Smith's eyes lit up at this. The United States had already seen successful antitrust cases, such as the one against IT, which resulted in the company being divided into smaller entities after 8 years of litigation. Smith exclaimed, "This method could work. The success rate is high." As the first day of the Paris show concluded, the major international automotive giants convened to discuss strategies. Mitsubishi had been granted an exception to attend, as their automotive brand typically did not qualify for such high-level industry meetings. Ultimately, the discussions continued late into the night, leading to preliminary agreements. However, at dawn, Iwasaki Misusuke secretly visited the Hilton Hotel, where the Miracle Group was staying, to meet Bao Junyi. Yet, the attending giants were seasoned veterans, and only Ford S. Smith seemed gullible. The others were more than willing to play along with Iwasaki, eager to eliminate a competitor while calculating how to acquire the patent technology. "Hello, Bao. I am Iwasaki Misusuke from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries," Iwasaki stated. Bao replied, "Mr. Iwasaki, what brings you to see me at this late hour?" "Bao, you must know that your Miracle Automotive is on the verge of great trouble." Bao, puzzled, responded, "Well, our Miracle Automotive has always been in a precarious situation, hasn't it? This time, however, the automotive giants from Europe and America have united, using their connections to file antitrust claims against you regarding patent barriers." Bao's expression darkened. He was taken aback by their shamelessness. He had never anticipated such underhanded tactics would manifest in his own experience. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "Oh, Mr. Iwasaki, is this the sole reason for your visit?" "Not all. I have come to offer assistance in resolving your troubles." "Oh, do enlighten me." "It's simple. If you authorize Mitsubishi to utilize your four-wheel drive technology and hybrid system patents, the European and American automotive giants will be rendered powerless against you, and the antitrust claims will not hold. Moreover, we will pay an annual patent fee, and given that we are aiding you, how does $2 million per year sound?" Bao chuckled in disbelief. "Mr. Iwasaki, do you have any idea how much we invested in research and development? A full $300 million, not in yen, but in dollars. You think you can simply acquire authorization for $2 million a year? Have you not yet woken up?" Unfazed by Bao's scorn, Iwasaki continued, "Bao, we too face pressure from the automotive giants in Europe and America, Is this not a form of contribution? Who else would dare I? A male voice suddenly interrupted from the doorway. Iwasaki turned, surprised to find Tomler, the president of Mercedes-Benz, entering. What brings you here? He asked, astonished. I can have a chat with Bao. After all, our headquarters are in East Asia, Tomler replied. I'm curious. What brings you here at such a late hour? Naturally, just a chat. Tomler internally scoffed at his own words, doubting their sincerity. The two began to test each other's intentions while Bao observed, amused at their cunning. Let us not quarrel, gentlemen. I understand your motives, Bao said with a smile. As for you, Mr. Tomler, I invited him tonight. After all, he did assist us at the Audi factory in Germany, which is why I'm considering collaborating with him again. Mr. Iwasaki, what you proposed is simply unacceptable. You may listen to our terms. Iwasaki's face shifted through shades of disappointment before he finally conceded. Very well, I shall heed Bao's arrangement. Excellent. If you wish for the Miracle Group's four-wheel drive technology and hybrid system patents, we will only consider an exchange, not a sale. Iwasaki lamented. You know that Mitsubishi does not possess many patents in the automotive sector. Mr. Iwasaki, I have considered your position. You can offer Mitsubishi's shipbuilding technology and patents in exchange for authorization. That is impossible. Shipbuilding is one of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries' most valuable and core sectors, and we cannot part with it. Bao chuckled. Mr. Iwasaki, do not rush. In our discussions on exchanges and patent licensing, we do not require your most advanced technologies. Even outdated ones will suffice. Really? Which aspect of Mitsubishi shipbuilding interests you? Yes, I am particularly intrigued by the technologies related to the decommissioning of large oil tankers and container ships, replied Bao Junyi. Iwasaki Miyasuk, wearing a solemn expression, remarked, Large oil tankers are the core of Mitsubishi shipbuilding. This is non-negotiable. As for container vessels, Mitsubishi has only begun preliminary attempts at construction in recent years, primarily at a capacity of 130,000 tons. This area can be regarded as Bao Junyi interjected. I am solely interested in the technology and patent authorization for large oil tankers with a capacity of 30,000 tons and container ships with a capacity of 10,000 tons. In the 1970s, Mitsubishi's shipbuilding technology had already surpassed 200,000 tons for large oil tankers, with over a dozen very large crude carriers, VLCCs, produced. Container ships had only just begun to see production, currently limited to 340,000 tons. Given the burgeoning trend in the shipping industry, with containerized cargo increasing exponentially, Mitsubishi has also started to explore construction in this domain. Iwasaki Miyasuk's expression fluctuated as he absorbed Bao Junyi's requests. But upon hearing the focus on long obsolete technologies and patent authorization, his demeanor brightened. After a discussion lasting several minutes, Bao Junyi and Iwasaki Miyasuk finalized and signed the contract. In the end, only Mr. Thumler remained, silently observing the negotiations between Bao Junyi and Iwasaki Miyasuk. Mr. Thumler, I apologize for the wait, Bao Junyi said. Thumler smiled. No witties. When Mr. Bao seeks me out, it's always for something promising. A little wait is inconsequential. Indeed, I recently met with members of the Iwasaki family from Sakura Nation, as you likely heard. I am aware this may involve antitrust legislation in Europe and America. Thus, I am considering exchanging some foundational patents with Mercedes-Benz. I wonder if Mr. Thumler would be amenable to this? Thumler raised an eyebrow in surprise before responding with a smile. Since Mr. Bao has such intentions, I would certainly be willing. However, I have one condition. I hope you can discreetly disseminate this information. Of course, Bao Junyi replied with a grin. Mr. Thumler, if such advantageous opportunities arise again, I will prioritize Mercedes. Mr. Bao, that was not my intention, but if that is your wish, then I shall take care of it. The pair continued their conversation for another half hour, meticulously detailing the exchange parameters and addressing the foundational patent barriers that the Miracle Group currently lacked. The following day, numerous major automobile manufacturers, including Volkswagen, BMW, Bentley, and Ford, dispatched representatives to clandestinely meet with Bao Junyi, discussing the exchange of patent technologies. Over the course of the Paris Auto Show, they gradually acquired the majority of essential automotive production patents, along with several sports car technology patents. At this juncture, the majority of vehicles produced by the Miracle Group no longer incurred patent fees, with only a minimal portion remaining, which would eventually be fully integrated into the Miracle Group's patent library. Today marked the second day of the Paris International Auto Show. and a considerable influx of attendees filled the exhibition. The previous day, the Miracle Group's Audi series, Tank 300, and the Sanglong Qishou Bays, inspired by the Rolls-Royce Phantom, with a classical Chinese interior, albeit using titanium alloy due to the unavailability of special aluminum, collectively generated sales of $356 million, surpassing the sales of giants like Mercedes, BMW, and Volkswagen by over $160 million, leaving the second-place competitor trailing by $100 million. Apart from the large order of $286.7 million from Prince Tycoon, all other orders came from distributors and affluent clients. Iwasaki Miyazaki approached with a smile and exclaimed, "Bao-san, it seems you are once again the top seller at the auto show today." He gazed enviously at the throng surrounding the Miracle Group's booth, as well as the distributors who had hurried over upon receiving news. "Miyazaki-san, Mitsubishi's booth is also impressive. Your focus on economy and fuel efficiency has resonated well with customers in the current market," Bao Junyi acknowledged. "Where can we compare? For every car you sell, Mitsubishi needs to sell hundreds to match. It is simply not feasible," Iwasaki countered. Bao Junyi humbly responded, "Not at all. Mitsubishi's approach of being economical and fuel-efficient will undoubtedly hold its own in the future market, comparable to Miracle automobiles. The automotive landscape in Sakura Nation primarily emphasizes affordability and fuel efficiency, nearly breaking into the American market, only to be thwarted by government policies implementing higher tariffs to protect domestic manufacturers." Iwasaki Miyazaki was astonished that Bao Junyi understood their core positioning, which had only been determined 2 months prior. Curiously, he inquired, "Bao-san, how did you come to know our positioning? Your pricing is incredibly low. Materials are optimized to the extreme, and you emphasize fuel efficiency. It's not difficult to deduce. Moreover, our research center at the Miracle Group has a specialized team that analyzes the automotive market, so it is not surprising that we are aware." Iwasaki Miyazaki was taken aback to learn that the Miracle Group had established a dedicated automotive research department focusing on international manufacturers, investing significant resources into procurement and analysis. After a moment of contemplation, Iwasaki Miyazaki remarked, "Bao-san, you possess remarkable foresight." "Indeed," Bao Junyi replied, "with the patent technology authorization you have acquired, leveraging Mitsubishi Heavy Industries' technological foundation, it would take mere months to replicate. As for mass production, you could launch your new models within half a year. Mitsubishi is at a disadvantage. We started later and do not possess the robust foundation of the European and American automotive giants," Iwasaki noted. As Bao Junyi conversed with Iwasaki Miyazaki, attendees continued to stream into the exhibition. With the news from the previous day, a significant number of visitors gravitated toward the Miracle Group's booth. Iwasaki Miyazaki observed this with envy, wishing that such crowds would flock to Mitsubishi's booth instead. Chapter 86. Strategizing for the Sakura Nation market. As time progressed, the Miracle Group's daily sales at the Paris International Auto Show were recorded in the hundreds of millions. Although the orders were not as substantial as Prince Tycoon's from the first day and the following days, various distributors from around the globe signed procurement contracts with the Miracle Group, exploring reactions in their respective domestic markets. Over the course of the 7-day Paris International Auto Show, the Miracle Group signed contracts amounting to $268 billion, primarily for the Audi A5 and Tank 300 series. The Sanglong Qishou Bays, however, had limited inventory and long production timelines owing to the scarcity of titanium alloy materials, making it challenging to meet current market demands. Consequently, it was bundled with a membership model akin to luxury brands like LV. Most of the signed orders originated from distributors across 52 countries and regions, all eager to test the waters of their local markets. On the final day of the Paris Auto Show, as Bao Junyi was organizing his team, Qiu Shuzhen rushed in, exclaiming, "Bao Sheng, the show director brand has arrived, wishing to apologize in person and inviting you to deliver a closing speech." Bao Junyi scoffed. "Didn't they look down upon us previously? Now that our exhibition has gained fame, they come seeking forgiveness? Bao Sheng, I've heard it's due to higher orders. He has no choice but to come, or he might lose his job," Qiu Shuzhen replied. "Oof, I am not so magnanimous. If they have offended us, they must bear the consequences," Bao Junyi retorted. "What do you mean?" Qiu Shuzhen asked. "Just tell him we are unavailable. We have urgent matters to attend to and will be leaving Paris tonight." "Understood, Bao Sheng," Qiu Shuzhen replied with a smile. After the conclusion of the Paris International Auto Show, Bao Junyi instructed his team to dismantle the booth and prepare for their departure to Hong Kong. In the early hours, at Paris International Airport, Bao Junyi boarded a flight to Hong Kong's Kai Tak Airport. This journey marked a significant milestone for the Miracle Group, establishing their international renown, making it improbable for European and American giants to obstruct their progress any longer. In Central, at the Miracle Group headquarters, it had been a week since Bao Junyi and his team returned from the Paris International Auto Show. During this time, he had been engrossed in managing group affairs and overseeing Jiang Wenlong's research and development progress. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Bao Junyi, Pu Dao, inquired about the identity of the visitor, saying, "Please come in." Bao Sheng, there is trouble. The stock prices of Yi Hop Land and Hutchison Whampoa have fluctuated significantly, and our covert acquisitions have been discovered. The visitor was Yuan Tianfan, who had been overseeing the financial sector of the Miracle Group, particularly focusing on the two major British companies in the Hong Kong stock market. Bao Junyi smiled and remarked, "Tianfan, it was only a matter of time before we were found out. How much have we acquired over the past year?" Yuan Tianfan replied earnestly, "Through the cover of the financial and oil crises, we have acquired 42, 37, and 41, 68 of the shares. However, due to the recent stability in the stock market, we have had to proceed cautiously, making only small moves to accumulate shares. This has resulted in a low circulation of stocks, making it easier to be detected." Bao Junyi sighed, "There's little we can do. The number of stocks in circulation is limited, and professionals can easily identify irregularities from subtle signs. Given this, we might as well go public tomorrow." Bao Sheng, do you mean targeting both companies? "Yes, we shall declare war on both British firms directly." Yuan Tianfan expressed concern. "Bao Sheng, our group's funds are rather tight. I learned from old Jia that we currently have only $7 billion, out of which $8 billion must be paid to U.S. Steel, along with an additional $1 billion for the capital injection into two banks. This leaves us with only $900 million available." Bao Junyi pondered, realizing that while the group had substantial capital, most of it was tied up. It seemed they would need to secure a loan. However, given that the Miracle Group had already offended banks like HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Morgan, borrowing from them was out of the question. Suddenly, Bao Junyi recalled Mr. Iwasaki Yasuyuki from Mitsubishi, whom he had met at the Paris Auto Show. The Mitsubishi Group, which also owned a bank, had a branch in Hong Kong, making it possible for him to secure a loan from Mitsubishi Bank. Smiling, Bao Junyi assured Yuan Tianfan, "Do not worry about the funding. I will find a solution. You proceed with the original plan." "All right then, Bao Sheng, I will make the arrangements." After Yuan Tianfan departed, Bao Junyi retrieved a business card from his drawer, the one given to him by Iwasaki Yasuyuki at the auto show. He dialed the number, and after 3 rings, a middle-aged man's voice answered, "Hello? Mr. Iwasaki, this is Bao Junyi." Bao-san, what can I do for you?" "Bao Junyi Zipli, Mr. Iwasi. I have a business proposition and would like to know if the Mitsubishi Group is interested." Iwasaki expressed surprise. "Oh, Bao-san, the Mitsubishi Group is keen on making friends and helping them. What kind of business do you have in mind?" "Mr. Iwasaki, the Miracle Group wishes to secure a substantial loan from Mitsubishi Bank. The amount is rather significant. Would your bank be willing to lend this for a loan?" Bao Junyi interjected, "Mr. Iwasaki, I understand your concerns regarding pressure from HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Morgan. However, we require this funding for 6 months, and we are open to a higher interest rate. In the future, our two groups can collaborate extensively. After all, I envision investing in Japan in a few years." Iwasaki hesitated, aware that his decision could impact the Mitsubishi Group. Bao Junyi added, "Mr. Iwasaki, does Mitsubishi Group fear those 3 banks on the international stage?" He continued, "Furthermore, Mitsubishi's focus remains on East Asia. The Morgan Group cannot dominate alone, and Japanese conglomerates have banded together in the U.S. for mutual growth. How could we, the Mitsubishi Group, be intimidated by them? Then why the hesitation? I merely pondered why I should assist you in resisting the united front of 3 banks against your loan request. What benefit does the Mitsubishi Group gain? The interest alone is not enticing." Bao Junyi contemplated before responding. "Mr. Iwasaki, how do you perceive my character?" "Bao-san is forthright and a worthy partner. Then, I propose that I will invest no less than $5 billion in Japan in the 1980s, and all funding channels will be entrusted to Mitsubishi Bank. How's that sound? You mean to say that in a few years, You will significantly invest in Japan and funnel all financial transactions through Mitsubishi Bank? Indeed, and I will also seek a loan of at least $2 billion for investments in Japan. Moreover, Chapter 87. Declaring war on two British firms, I hold a strong belief in the potential of the Japanese market. However, due to the current instability of the Hong Kong market and difficulties in capital turnover, I have decided to postpone my entry for a few years. Iwasaki exclaimed with excitement. Bao-san, if you plan to enter the Japanese market in the future and entrust all your financial dealings to Mitsubishi Bank, we would be more than willing to assist you in overcoming this hurdle. However, we must detail the specific terms in a contract. Would you agree? Bao Junyi smirked internally, recognizing that the Japanese conglomerates were indeed profit-driven, even willing to undermine their own nation. In the 1980s, following the signing of the Plaza Accord with the U.S., the Japanese real estate and stock markets surged, with property prices soaring daily and stock prices reaching unprecedented heights. Within days, values doubled, creating an ever-expanding bubble. Eventually, when the U.S. raised interest rates, capital returned home, leading to a massive sell-off of stocks and a return to the U.S. market. This crisis caused the Japanese economy to regress by 2 decades, with real estate values in the capital and major cities plummeting by over 81, and the Tokyo index experiencing close to a 40 drop, nearing a halving of its value. Bao Junyi replied, "Of course, we can include everything in the contract. But regarding the interest for investing in Japan, rest assured, Bao-san, we can offer the lowest interest rate. But the investment amount must also be specified in the contract. Is that acceptable?" "No problem. May I inquire into which sector you plan to invest? Perhaps the automotive industry?" "Mr. Iwasaki, rest assured, my investment in Japan will not undermine Mitsubishi's interests. In fact, it could enhance Mitsubishi Group's market value. The major Japanese conglomerates are highly protective of their domestic interests while welcoming foreign capital, yet they often require internal endorsements for entry, making it challenging otherwise." "Iwasi Chuko, Bao-san, that is not my intention." "Ahem. May I ask how much funding you require for this loan?" "I need a loan of $5 billion this time, and I would like to use Miracle Game shares as collateral." "How does that sound?" "That is entirely feasible. However, it will take some time to mobilize the funds, approximately 23 days. Bao Junyi considered this and replied, "That is acceptable, but the funds must be in my account within 3 days." "Agreed. Then please send someone to Miracle Tower. I will arrange for a lawyer to finalize the contract." It seems Bao-san has grand plans. Should you require any assistance from the Mitsubishi Group, do not hesitate to ask. After all, we are friends. "Certainly, I will keep in touch." Bao Junyi smirked. The Japanese conglomerates were indeed voracious, and he hoped they would not find an opportunity to exploit him, for they could turn against even their own when it came to profit. After Bao Junyi resolved the financial issues, he leaned back in his executive chair, deep in contemplation. This move was indeed rather audacious, causing him to worry whether the domestic capital of the Eagle Nation might intervene. What if the local capital persuaded the cabinet to obstruct this acquisition? The following day, various newspapers such as the Oriental Daily, Singtao Daily, Tak Kung Pao, Ming Pao, and the Evening News reported that the Miracle Group had made a bid for the acquisition of Swire Properties and Hutchison Whampoa. Under the guidance of Yuan Tian Fan, Swire Properties and Hutchison Whampoa merged their first and second-tier market shares, announcing holdings of 42, 37, and 41, 68 respectively. They also declared an acquisition at a 20 premium, aiming to secure a 51 stake. The citizens of Xiangjiang were left in a state of disbelief, clutching newspapers with wide eyes and dilated pupils. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of Hutchison Whampoa located in Central, Chi Dazun was diligently sorting through company documents. Suddenly, his secretary burst into the office, breathlessly exclaiming, "President, it's bad news." We. Unable to articulate her thoughts, she handed the newspaper directly to Chi Dazun. Confused, Chi Dazun began to read, and after 2 minutes, his pupils constricted and veins bulged on his forehead. He roared, "This is absurd. Has Bao Junyi wronged me in any way? How dare he launch an acquisition bid against our group and acquire such a significant number of shares?" He cursed, "This is all that Kestrel from Swire Properties doing. What does that have to do with me? How dare he target me like this?" The secretary timidly interjected, "President, just now the finance department reported that the stock prices are continuously reaching new highs. They want to know, how much capital is currently in our group account? There remains 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. of which $600 million is allocated for R&D and personnel expenses across various subsidiaries. We cannot afford to be choosy right now. We must temporarily reallocate funds to help the group weather this crisis, he instructed. Understood, President. I will notify them immediately. Unlike in the previous lifetime, Hutchison Whampoa was not engaging in reckless expansion that led to liquidity issues, nor had they sold shares to HSBC, which ultimately benefited the Lee family. This time around, due to the Kowloon warehouse conflict, Chitazun had become more cautious, refraining from excessive debt accumulation and retaining most of the shares within his control, without selling them to HSBC. However, due to Chitazun's diversified endeavors and the oil crisis, many sectors were operating at a loss, resulting in limited capital within the Group S accounts. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Swire Group headquarters in Central, Kestrel was in a fit of rage, smashing office decorations and sending glass shattering to the ground. The secretary, trembling with trepidation, entered cautiously and hesitantly stated, President, the Miracle Group has secretly amassed 41.68 of the shares. Since Bao Junyi's previous actions against Kowloon Warehouse, we've been quietly repurchasing shares to guard against him, increasing our stake from 32.45 to 36.57. However, we still fall short by 4.13. Kestrel fumed. Those shareholders, who usually treat me with deference and generously distribute dividends each year, have secretly sold their shares to the Miracle Group without even informing me. His anger escalated as he wrecked everything in the room that he could, except for a delicate blue and white porcelain vase on the table, which he refrained from damaging, having spent $200,000 USD on it. After a moment's hesitation, the secretary spoke again. President, the stock market is about to open. We need to react quickly. Upon hearing this, Kestrel forced himself to regain composure and eventually asked, what is the current status of our group's finances? We currently possess $1.8 billion Hong Kong dollars in the group account, with a portion of the profits from subsidiaries due by year-end, some of which is earmarked for next year's R&D and other expenses. Let's not worry about next year for now. We must protect the property company. Otherwise, I will have no explanation to give to the local families in the Eagle Nation. Kestrel continued. Immediately contact HSBC and Standard Chartered's executives and arrange for them to meet with our representatives at the Peninsula Hotel. Also, summon the heads of our subsidiaries for an urgent meeting. We must gather sufficient funds to counter the Miracle Group. Otherwise, the property company is doomed. Understood, President. I will arrange it right away. Simultaneously, Swire Properties and Hutchison Whampoa publicly condemned the Miracle Group for its malicious acquisition attempt and announced a counteroffer to acquire shares at a 25 premium. The confrontation between the three major groups in Xinjiang captured the attention of international media and affluent individuals in the region. Major Southeast Asian and Western media outlets, including ABC, BBC, the East Economic Daily, and the Kimchi Nation Daily, reported extensively on the unfolding events. Even Bao Yugong, Bao Junyi's father, called for clarity on the situation, along with various wealthy individuals connected to Bao Junyi, such as Ing Dong, Dong Haoyun, and Guo Desheng, inquiring if assistance was required. At this moment, the entrance of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange was crowded with numerous citizens eagerly awaiting the doors to open for stock purchases. With Bao Junyi's bid for the two British firms and a 20 premium, stock prices were expected to soar, much like Kowloon Warehouse. In the Miracle Building's office in Central, Yuan Tianfan was briefing Bao Junyi on the strategies and plans for the acquisition battle. Bao Junyi nodded in satisfaction, saying, Tianfan, proceed as you see fit. Funds will be allocated generously. However, I have one condition. We must secure both British firms, as they are crucial for the Miracle Group's future positioning. We must acquire them at any cost. Yuan Tianfan replied earnestly, rest assured, Bao Sheng, we have ample resources. There will be no issues. Excellent. You may return to your tasks. Bao Junyi was particularly invested in Hutchison Whampoa, as it owned docks, ship repair facilities, extensive dockland, and import trade channels which could be expanded to produce large oil tankers and container ships using Mitsubishi's technology, given the existing skilled workforce. He envisioned transforming Xinjiang into a hub for a complete automotive supply chain and a thriving shipbuilding industry, capitalizing on its advantageous location and excellent port facilities, making it an indispensable maritime supply center in East Asia during the 1970s. As time passed, the clock struck 9:30, and the electronic screens of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange displayed the fluctuating prices of the two stocks: 36, 42, 48, 56, 63, 75, 86, 92. Within a mere 5 minutes, the stock prices doubled, with very few shares being sold, as a barrage of buy orders propelled the prices upward. At this moment, Kestrel was already anticipating the Miracle Group's hostile takeover of Swire properties and hoped for the intervention of local families in the Eagle Nation. Kestrel, how could you let it come to this? Now, we must utilize our connections, knowing that each use diminishes our influence. Grandfather, we have no choice. The Miracle Group has grown too rapidly over the past 2 years, and besides us, they have also made a bid for Hutchison Whampoa. You should collaborate with the Chi Dezun family to leverage our connections in the Eagle Nation. This could significantly reduce our costs. After a period of silent contemplation, the response came, "This is your last chance. If there is another opportunity, you may return to your family. I will arrange for someone else to take your place." Kestrel, with a grim expression, replied, "Grandfather, thank you. I will not bring shame to the family again. I will resolve this matter." Simultaneously, I hope the family can allocate a sum of funds to counter the Miracle Group and repurchase a portion of the shares to prevent a recurrence of this situation. Very well. This shall be my final assistance to you. I cannot justify further requests to the family. How much funding is required this time? After a moment of contemplation, Kesek replied, "Grandfather, we will need $1 billion US. The family is currently unable to muster such a significant amount of cash. Most of our liquidity was expended during the last gaming venture with the Miracle Group. The family's assets are predominantly in fixed assets or bonds and stocks. Alas, my utmost effort can only yield $500 million US. Any more would be impossible." Kesek expressed his helplessness. "Very well. I hope the family acts swiftly. Otherwise, it will be exceedingly difficult to safeguard the land company. Grandfather, I implore you. You are the successor I have the highest hopes for, destined to inherit my position in the Elder Council. However, I never anticipated such repeated failures and confrontations with the Miracle Group. I will exert my utmost effort to assist you this time, and it shall be the last. This time, I shall not let you down." Kesek was aware of Bao Junyi's financial strength. Thus, he immediately tapped into the family's connections for a full-scale effort, for otherwise, everything would truly be at an end. However, unbeknownst to Bao Junyi, while targeting the two British-funded groups in Hong Kong, established families on the domestic front were already uniting to retaliate against him through political maneuvers. At this moment, Bao Junyi was in the financial department of the Miracle Group building, observing stock traders operating by orders through IBM computers, as numbers on the electronic screen continuously surged and fluctuated. Bao Junyi could not help but inquire, "What is the current situation with the stock prices of the two British-funded groups?" "Not very favorable. We only managed to acquire a batch in the first half hour of the morning session. Now, we can only purchase a few scattered shares from both companies." Yuan Tianfan lamented. "Our internal trading traces indicate that the two groups are also making substantial purchases, competing for the same shares. We cannot delay any longer. If they become aware of our actions on the domestic front, it would spell trouble. Our funds are insufficient. We currently have $5 billion US, which we secured through loans from Mitsubishi Bank, making it easy for opponents to uncover. If they do, we will be left in a passive position. Bao, if we wish to see immediate results and a swift resolution, we must consider raising the premium." After a moment of reflection, Bao Junyi responded, "Let us raise the premium by 50 and observe the market's reaction." "Very well, that is all we can do for now. If we continue to delay, our funding gap will become conspicuous to our opponents, who will then mobilize additional resources against us, which would be disastrous. Indeed, expedite arrangements and liaise with the media outlets." In the afternoon, several renowned newspapers in Hong Kong, including the Oriental Daily, Sing Tao Daily, Ta Kung Pao, and Ming Pao, published articles announcing that the Miracle Group was offering a 50 premium to acquire shares of the British-funded groups, Jardine Matheson and Hutchison Whampoa. At this moment, Chi Dezun gazed at the newspaper handed to him by his secretary, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gripped the paper tightly, exuding intense fury. "This is unacceptable. That young scion from the Bao family is determined to engulf us, is he not?" Chapter 89. The probe of the Hong Kong governor's office with a fierce motion. He tore the newspaper to shreds and unleashed his frustration before addressing his secretary. "What has become of the appointment with Shunbai, the president? Shunbai has agreed to meet tonight, but..." Chi Dezun frowned, "But what?" Did I not send a Patek Philippe watch for the anniversary? Sir, it is not that he dislikes the gift, but he insists on meeting both with Jardine and Kesek together. He does not wish to meet them one by one. Oof. Truly insatiable. He is merely waiting for the right price. At this critical juncture, he is still thinking of waiting for a better offer. Does he not remember he is from the Eagle country? Does he not recall the glory of the great Eagle Empire? Sir, please lower your voice. There are ears in the walls, the secretary cautioned. Nonsense. What we have to fear. Is it not true? The position of British funds in Hong Kong is precarious. There are concerns about the mainland reclaiming Hong Kong, and many are contemplating returning to develop in the mainland. Yet, Hong Kong still belongs to us British. It has not fallen yet, and Shunbai is already leaning towards the Chinese funds to suppress us British funds? The secretary replied helplessly, those who recognize the times are wise. The trend is as such, and there is little we can do. Chi Dezun sighed in resignation. The rise of the Miracle Group may hasten the retreat of British funds from Hong Kong. Even if we weather this crisis, we shall still find ourselves in a precarious position. In Central, within the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, due to the Miracle Group's premium offer, citizens of Hong Kong flock to the stock exchange. Even the cleaning staff waive their savings, eager to purchase shares of the two British-funded groups. This led to a dwindling supply of shares from the two groups, as some holders clutched their shares, awaiting even higher prices to sell. In stark contrast to the bustling stock exchange, the Miracle Group appeared rather subdued. Just moments ago, the Hong Kong Tax Department and the regulatory body of the stock exchange had jointly dispatched enforcement personnel to investigate the Miracle Building regarding yesterday's actions in acquiring shares of the two British-funded groups and initiating a takeover offer. Leading the charge were Li Feng from the Tax Department and Liu Diren, head of the stock exchange, accompanied by around 20 enforcement officers. Their justification was based on allegations of manipulating stock prices and malicious acquisitions, initiating an investigative notice stamped by the governor's office. Bao Junyi sat in his office, chuckling coldly. Who are you representing? Mr. Bao, I fail to comprehend your meaning. We are the enforcement agencies of Hong Kong, tasked with maintaining stability in the region. Did Chi Dezun or the Kesek family offer you some inducement? How dare you personally intervene? Upon hearing indeed, if Master Shunbai can take action this time, the Kesek family shall not forget your kindness. Shunbai leisurely savored his tea, refraining from an immediate response. After a moment, he remarked, Gentlemen, we all belong to the British capital. Our stance will certainly lead us to assist. However, what benefit shall we derive from HSBC's aid? Master Shunbai, is not the Miracle Group our mutual adversary? Furthermore, at the behest of Bao Junyi, the Miracle Group has extensively canceled HSBC's payroll cards, resulting in substantial losses for your bank. With a smile, Shunbai replied, You raise valid points. Yet, in the face of interests, everything is negotiable, is it not? Internally, Kesek cursed, recognizing Shunbai as a cunning old fox who would not act without assurance of success. Master Shunbai, I have heard that HSBC is planning a global expansion into the United States. Shunbai's expression shifted instantly. He squinted at Kesek, undeterred by Shunbai's change in demeanor. Kesek continued, If that is the case, I could persuade my family to assist HSBC in entering the U.S. market. What say you? Shunbai pondered for a moment and glanced at Chi Dezun, awaiting his input. Chi Dezun, with a hint of resignation, stated, While our family lacks influence in the U.S., we can certainly offer support in Europe. Upon hearing their words, Shunbai chuckled warmly. There is no need for such formality. We are all part of the British capital camp, and HSBC will undoubtedly assist you. Since you have promised to support HSBC in the future, I shall take that to heart. HSBC will provide you with a loan of 2 billion Hong Kong dollars and another one for billion at favorable interest rates. Moreover, Governor McLehow expressed his support earlier today. Fake, both men thought, instantly desiring to tear him apart for the deception. Their expressions darkened, resembling those who had consumed something foul. Shunbai, oblivious to their discontent, continued to elaborate on the details for the next 30 minutes before they departed. As Shunbai watched them leave, a smile crept across his face. What should have been a loss turned into an unexpected advantage, as these two old foxes were evidently intimidated by Bao Junyi, leading them to offer concessions first. Meanwhile, at the Hong Kong Tax Department, officials from the Hong Kong Stock Exchange were investigating at the Miracle Group headquarters until the early hours. Oblivious to the fact that both department heads had been swayed by Bao Junyi to conduct only a cursory investigation, leaving his stock acquisitions unimpeded. Days later, the stock prices of Hutchison Whampoa and Jardine Matheson soared, unaffected by the Miracle Group's inquiries. Instead, the shares surged to unprecedented heights, quadrupling from 46 Hong Kong dollars to 175. Following Bao Junyi's previous 50 premium, the stock prices soared uncontrollably, reaching new peaks. In the trading room of the Miracle Group headquarters, Bao Junyi gazed at the electronic screen and inquired of Yuan Tianfan, "How many shares have we acquired now?" "Mr. Bao, our two groups have purchased 45, 77, and 46, 21, exhausting over $800 million. Furthermore, the share prices are now completely uncontrollable, being feverishly bought up by Hong Kong investors who believe in your success, akin to the last acquisition of Wharf Holdings. Bao Junyi Tuka Wili. We can only blame our previous style for being too conspicuous. Mr. Bao, your preference for privatization post-acquisition has become well known, even among the street sweepers of Hong Kong. Well, that is merely for ease of control. Mr. Bao, aside from our aggressive acquisitions, Jardine Matheson and Hutchison Whampoa are also raising their prices to acquire shares." With a resigned determination, Bao Junyi declared, "If they wish to follow suit, let us raise both stock prices to 240 Hong Kong dollars per share. We shall prioritize the acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa. It is an essential component of our future strategy. What of Jardine Matheson? We shall acquire them as well, but with less intensity, concentrating our funds on Hutchison Whampoa. Are you particularly interested in Hutchison Whampoa's docks, storage, and import trade channels?" Tianfan, your insight remains as sharp as ever. However, will elevating the prices to such heights not attract attention from the governor's office and domestic forces? There is no turning back now. If we aim to expand rapidly in Hong Kong, facing the local British capital forces is inevitable. Yuan Tianfan gazed resolutely at Bao Junyi, asserting, "Mr. Bao, our financial department will spare no effort. Let us declare war." In the afternoon, major newspapers in Hong Kong announced that the Miracle Group was once again acquiring shares of the two British firms at a premium, raising each share to 240 Hong Kong dollars. The news spread like wildfire, causing a seismic reaction across Hong Kong. When the stock market opened that afternoon, both stocks gapped up and soared. Meanwhile, in the governor's office, Governor McLeod was leisurely sipping coffee while reviewing reports from across Hong Kong. Suddenly, a rapid knocking interrupted him. "Bang, bang, bang." Frowning, McLeod said irritably, "Come in." What is the urgency? The secretary, sensing the governor's displeasure, hurriedly explained, "Governor, it is urgent. You instructed me to monitor the Miracle Group, and they have made another significant move." McLeod took a sip of coffee before responding. "What trick is the Miracle Group up to now?" "Governor, they have just announced a price increase for shares of both groups to 240 Hong Kong dollars each and have disseminated this information through the media." "Blasphemy. What? You say they just announced this?" "Yes, Governor. The Miracle Group has declared a doubling in share prices." "Fake. Orly Fong and Lu Diran doing. Were they not instructed to warn Bao Junyi?" The secretary meekly replied, "They visited last night, but since you were resting, I sent them back." "Did they mention anything?" "Yes. They reported that everything was normal with the Miracle Group and that the investigation results were on your desk." "Useless. They cannot even handle such a trivial matter and still aspire for promotion." 10 minutes later, after venting his frustration, McLeod calmed down and said, "Contact." Suddenly, the landline rang. McLeod gestured for the secretary to leave before answering. "Hi, McLeod. This is Cabinet Minister Jernit." "Hello, Minister Jernit. Is there any directive from the Cabinet regarding Hong Kong?" "The Prime Minister has decided, through the Queen's decree, to closely monitor the recent financial turmoil in Hong Kong, hoping to intervene in the market through political means. We must ensure that the rights of the Great Eagle Empire in Hong Kong remain intact and not infringe upon the interests of its citizens." McLeod's expression darkened as he retorted, "Minister Jernit, are you unaware that direct political intervention in the economy will only lead to chaos in the Hong Kong market and potentially drive foreign capital away from both Hong Kong and the mainland financial markets? We are aware of the severity, but the financial situation in Hong Kong has become too frenzied, with rampant price increases across the board and companies attempting hostile takeovers of listed companies belonging to the Great Eagle Empire. I have dispatched the tax department and the stock exchange heads to manage the situation. It has not yet escalated to the point of requiring political intervention." Jernit understood the implication and replied with a wry smile, "I must be frank. The Keswick and Chi families have persuaded the Prime Minister at a significant cost to secure the Queen's decree. Upon hearing this, MacLeod gasped, "Such a high price?" You may be unaware that the two prominent families are not faring well on the mainland of the Eagle Nation, as their political standing continues to decline, and their domestic revenues are diminishing. They are relying on funding from the groups in Hong Kong to bridge the gap. Should they lose their financial sources from Hong Kong, their family expenditures would become unmanageable. Thus, they are eager to use the dwindling connections they have left to safeguard their company in Hong Kong. MacLeod remained silent for a moment before responding. "Give me 3 days. I will personally look into it." "That won't suffice. The higher-ups demand a resolution today." Genoud hesitated before continuing. "Under these circumstances, I can grant you a maximum of 1 day to resolve this issue, thereby preserving your public image in the eyes of the citizens of Hong Kong. If it's unresolved, I will have no choice but to report to my superiors." MacLeod expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Throughout his over a decade-long tenure in Hong Kong, MacLeod had implemented sweeping reforms, established an anti-corruption bureau, enhanced civil service benefits, improved infrastructure, assisted struggling migrants, and led charitable initiatives. However, should MacLeod take action against Bao Junyi openly now, his years of upright and incorruptible reputation would collapse. This is because Bao Junyi has become an idol for the younger generation in Hong Kong, supported by the older generation of Chinese entrepreneurs. If he were to target Bao Junyi, it would expose numerous hidden conflicts, potentially leading to political and economic turmoil in Hong Kong. At this moment, the only recourse is to persuade Bao Junyi. Otherwise, it would be unwise to offend either side. "We often hear the Prime Minister and the Queen speak of you in the cabinet, and I merely wish for your hard-earned achievements over the years not to be jeopardized. I sincerely appreciate your concern." The following day, MacLeod, the governor, arranged through his secretary to meet Bao Junyi for morning tea at Government House. Bao Junyi had anticipated this meeting, but did not expect the mainland's financial consortium to react so swiftly. As dawn broke, the staff at Government House was already awaiting their arrival. Upon Bao Junyi's convoy's arrival, he was respectfully ushered inside. Upon entering, he found MacLeod engrossed in a newspaper, with a table laden with steaming refreshments, clearly having waited for some time. "Apologies, Mr. MacLeod, I was delayed on the road," Bao Junyi said apologetically. "No matter. I have just arrived at the dining table," MacLeod replied. Both men tacitly avoided discussing the acquisition, instead engaging in casual conversation for a good half-hour. Eventually, MacLeod, noticing Bao Junyi's lack of explanation regarding the situation, had no choice but to broach the topic. "Young Bao, your actions have stirred quite a response from the mainland's cabinet. Are you aware of the circumstances?" Feigning surprise, Bao Junyi replied, "Oh, I was unaware. Isn't this merely a standard business acquisition? How could it provoke the mainland's cabinet? The two groups you intend to acquire are established conglomerates within the Great Eagle Empire. While they are not as prosperous as they once were, the connections from their previous operations still remain intact. Thus a certain cost must be incurred." "Oh, Mr. MacLeod, are you implying that Hong Kong is no longer a fair and religious place? If that is the case, I could relocate the group out of Hong Kong to other regions, ensuring I do not complicate matters for you." MacLeod inwardly gusset Bao Junyi's audacity, perceiving it as a blatant threat. If Bao Junyi were to relocate his group, the ensuing ripple effect would destabilize Hong Kong's economy, potentially leading to a mass exodus of Chinese capital, resulting in widespread unemployment and a lack of international confidence in Hong Kong's market, triggering a series of repercussions. The Bao Junyi of now was no longer the respectful figure he had been years prior. He exuded an air of authority, like a fierce tiger poised to pounce. MacLeod sighed. "Young Bao, to be frank, my meeting with you is something I have fought for. I do not wish to see over a decade of reputation crumble overnight, which is why I sought to discuss with you this morning. What conditions would prompt you to concede?" The instigator of this situation is the Prime Minister of the mainland cabinet, who has been influenced by the Keswick and Chide families. Otherwise, I would not wish to trouble you, especially since your standing in Hong Kong continues to improve, benefiting us as well. Bao Junyi Zawen. Pondering for a moment before responding, "Mr. MacLeod, I am currently in an absolute position of advantage. For me to take a step back, I must see what price they are willing to pay. However, I cannot emerge empty-handed from this. Otherwise, how will the citizens of Hong Kong perceive you? Am I merely succumbing to threats? Well then, what are your demands? If the Keswick family can secure a military license issued by the Great Eagle Empire for me, I would be willing to forego the acquisition of the Jardine Group and sell it to them at the acquisition price. Mackley Howe exclaimed in astonishment, "That is impossible. There has never been a precedent for the Great Eagle Empire to issue military licenses to companies outside its mainland. Mr. Mackley Howe, you can relay my request to the Keswick family. After all, acquiring a military license within the mainland is not particularly difficult. If a deal is struck, the Keswick family would gain absolute control and could profit from the stock market. What's not to like?" Mackley Howe remained silent for a moment before stating, "I will communicate your demands to them. The specifics are for you to negotiate. As for the Jardine Group, what do you think?" "Mr. Mackley Howe, I must insist on the acquisition. Otherwise, I cannot provide an explanation to the shareholders in Hong Kong. Would you not agree? Is there truly no room for negotiation?" "None. This acquisition of Jardine Group is imperative, and I will spare no effort to secure it." The two spent over 2 hours over their morning tea, concluding with Bao Junyi departing Government House with a smile. Mackley Howe moved to the window, watching Bao Junyi's receding figure, contemplating an early retirement. After all, Hong Kong was at a critical juncture of transition, the most perilous phase, and he found himself yearning to return to the mainland to enjoy a quiet life. After leaving Government House, Bao Junyi headed to the headquarters of the Miracle Group located in Central. He proceeded directly to the finance department, where he observed traders busily engaged in their work, continuously operating through their computers while the manager issued commands. These were elite traders, recruited at high salaries from major investment banks on Wall Street. In addition to traders, the team comprised analysts, quantitative analysts, risk assessors, and others. From a distance, Bao Junyi could hear the group manager incessantly calling out bid instructions. Code 0089, Jardine Group at 248 Hong Kong dollars. 00 per share. Place a buy order for 50,000 shares to gauge market reaction. Code 0066, Hutchison Whampoa at 244 Hong Kong dollars. 44 per share. Place a buy order for 200,000 shares, sweeping away all available stock. Code 0089, Jardine Group at 248 Hong Kong dollars. 88 per share. Place a buy order for 120,000 shares. Market exploration concluded, sweeping. Seeing Bao Junyi arrive, Yuan Tian Fan hurried over. "Bao, you are here. Come take a look at how the primary and secondary markets are faring." "Bao, the primary market is nearly devoid of stocks, with any available shares priced exorbitantly. As for the secondary market, we currently hold over 180 seats at the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, with the group manager continuously issuing trading commands. We now possess 46, 87 and 46, 55 of the two major group shares. Excellent. Continue to intensify our efforts. We can cease purchasing Jardine Group shares and focus entirely on acquiring Hutchison Whampoa shares." "Bao, what about Jardine Group?" "Indeed, I reached out to the elder of the Keswick family via long-distance phone from Government House and have secured an agreement. However, we must remain vigilant and monitor their movements closely." "Understood." The acquisition in the stock market remains in a state of suspense, with investors still exhibiting fervent enthusiasm. In recent times, Bao Junyi has expressed concerns regarding the overheated stock market, urging the citizens of Xiangjiang to remain calm. He also suggested that the Miracle Group might halt its acquisition efforts. However, the stockholders in Xiangjiang dismissed his warnings, believing he was merely attempting to frighten them. 2 days later, Bao Junyi convened in the conference room of the Miracle Building with Simon Kessack, who is under the control of the Yiwa Group. Sir Henry Kessack, Simon's grandfather, is the patriarch of the Kessack family, while Simon is the public heir. "Bao Junyi Zimak, hello, Mr. Simon Kessack. It has been months since we last met, and you appear quite unwell. Perhaps you ought to exercise some restraint in certain matters, lest you face impotence in the future." Simon Kessack, upon hearing this, turned an alarming shade of red and green, his forehead bulging with veins, nearing the brink of an explosion. Chapter 92. What is being planned? A military license? Simon Kessack suppressed his inner fury, took a deep breath, and said, "Humph, I have brought what you desire. Let us expedite the process." Bao Junyi refrained from further mockery and nodded towards his secretary, Chiu Shuzhen. She summoned the legal team waiting outside, and both parties proceeded to the necessary transfer procedures, verifying shares and related matters. Simon Kessack darkly stated, "In this share transfer, the Kessack family cannot absorb everything, nor do we intend to privatize and delist. Therefore, A portion of his shares will be sold to HSBC and a few individuals on the list. No problem. How you divide your interests is of no concern to me. I only require the military license that belongs to me. Very well, let us draft the contract details. In a confidential environment within the Miracle Group's conference room, both teams spent 3 hours signing contracts and completing the transfer of authorization. In the afternoon, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange implemented a temporary suspension of trading for 2 British-funded groups due to the overheated market and internal share transfers. Boom, boom, boom. The stockholders of Xiangjiang were taken aback, utterly unprepared for the sudden trading halt, especially given the context of a share transfer. Investors who had purchased shares in the 2 British-funded groups were filled with trepidation. If one party were to acquire 51, the stock prices would plummet dramatically. Those who had bought at the previous high were now pale, their foreheads slick with cold sweat, and some had even collapsed, staring blankly into space. At that moment, Bao Junyi was in his office, contemplating the military license in his hands. He said to Jia Yuezheng, "With this, we can unleash our potential and make significant strides." Bao Sheng, are we genuinely entering the military industry? Indeed, this has long been the planned trajectory for our group's development. Moreover, what is currently the most lucrative market? Undoubtedly, it is munitions. Did you consider this step when you acquired Charles Aerospace Manufacturing Company? Ah, that was merely coincidental. My trip to Germany was primarily to procure advanced lithography machines and tooling to address our production shortcomings. I did not anticipate stumbling upon such a treasure. Now, Charles Aerospace Manufacturing Company, after over a year of development and expansion, boasts top-tier talent and equipment, having established the capability to produce military aircraft. But it lacks the military license that I possess. I had always thought that the enormous risk you took in acquiring Charles Aerospace was solely to enter the civil aviation sector. I never imagined you had military ambitions from the outset. In time, you will come to understand. Bao Junyi did not disclose his future plans to anyone. From the outset of his focus on heavy industry, he aimed for advanced manufacturing, and in the future, several major industries would also delve into military products. Without a doubt, the most profitable market in the future would be cutting-edge armaments, stealth fighters, stealth bombers, drone swarms, unmanned combat aerial vehicles, individual robots, mechanical dogs, and so forth. With a solid foundation, one could easily branch into these categories. If funds were lacking, one could emulate Boeing and Airbus, producing both civilian and military aircraft. If all else failed, one could carve out a substantial segment and go public in the United States to raise capital. After arranging matters with Jia Yuezheng and Yuan Tianfan, Bao Junyi proceeded to the Miracle Research and Development Center. In the afternoon, as trading closed, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange posted an announcement on the bulletin board regarding the temporary suspension of trading for Yi Wa Group and Hutchison Whampoa, following a management vote that confirmed Yi was acquisition of 51, thereby achieving absolute control. Boom! All investors who had purchased shares in these 2 companies were thrown into a frenzy, fearing that their stocks would plummet when trading resumed the following day. It's over. It's over. The stocks are bound to drop tomorrow. I just bought in the day before yesterday. Old Lou, what do you know? I bought in today at the peak. I wondered why the market was so volatile this afternoon. It turns out the main players and institutions were fleeing. At that moment, a woman in her 50s exclaimed in panic, "What should we do? This is my daughter's college fund. I hope to earn some living expenses for her through the stock market, and now I might lose the principal." Don't worry. We'll only know for sure when the market opens tomorrow. The outcome is not yet determined. Yes, tomorrow might see a rise. Exactly. Don't speak such ill-fated words. The market will surely rise tomorrow. Bao Sheng is known for his penchant for privatization. He will continue to acquire shares. Indeed, how can we forget Bao Sheng? These 2 British-funded groups will surely follow in the footsteps of Kowloon Warehouse. However, the stockholders of Xiangjiang remained oblivious. In the afternoon, the secret meeting between Bao Junyi and Simon Kasak had already reached major investment banks, funds, and institutions, sparking a frenzy of selling, leading many retail investors in Xiangjiang to buy at inflated prices. The stockholders were now divided into 2 factions, new investors and seasoned ones. The newcomers believed firmly in a continued rise, while the veterans bore expressions of despair, contemplating how to escape potential losses the following day. The next day, Xiangjiang awoke to overcast skies, mirroring the oppressive atmosphere of the stock market. It felt as though a mere spark could ignite a conflagration. At 9:30 in the morning, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange opened. Yi Wa Group's opening price was immediately met with 200 0.000 sell orders, which continued to accumulate, driving the stock price down. Within just 10 minutes, more than 1.5 million sell orders have been placed. Within the exchange, the atmosphere was one of lamentation. Some investors wept uncontrollably. Others collapsed on the floor, and some fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, Hutchison Whampoa also experienced declines amid the panic. However, with Bao Junyi and Chi Dezun strategically buying in, the decline was not as precipitous. By the time trading closed for lunch, Yua Group stock had fallen below 100 Hong Kong dollars per share, with over 3 million sell orders remaining. Hutchison Whampoa had dipped below 180 Hong Kong dollars per share, with only thousands of sell orders, not nearly as overwhelming as Yua's. The Hang Seng Index also plummeted, having dropped over 18, creating a climate of fear. Other East Asian stock markets, including Singapore, Thailand, and Malaysia, were also affected, with even the developed Japanese Nikkei index suffering a downturn. The entire East Asian market was engulfed in panic stemming from the Shanghai stock market, raising concerns of yet another impending financial crisis. At the headquarters of the Miracle Group, Bao Junyi's office door was suddenly flung open, and a panicked voice exclaimed, "Bao Sheng, it's terrible. There have been fatalities. What has happened?" Following the midday closure of the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, due to the drastic declines in stock prices, many investors have resorted to extreme measures. Some had borrowed money at high interest rates, using funds meant for their family's emergencies. There have been numerous cases of individuals unable to cope with the pressure jumping from the rooftops of the exchange. According to the latest statistics, within 1 hour in Shanghai, hundreds of jumping incidents had already been reported. Bao Junyi's face darkened, and he seethed. Have Simon Kesak and the others gone too far? Chapter 93. Panic triggered by frenzied selling. Where is there such a large-scale liquidation? Are they attempting to drive these retail investors to their doom? Bao Sheng. The governor's office has already intervened and launched an investigation, issuing a risk warning. Bao Junyi exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth? Is this some sort of joke?" Issuing a reminder at this juncture is merely adding fuel to the fire. Qiu Shuzhen, visibly anxious, responded, "What should we do then?" Inform Yuan Tianfan to cease all pretense and intensify the acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa. Simultaneously, secure a loan of 2 billion Hong Kong dollars from Hang Seng Bank and Bank of East Asia to fully invest in the blue-chip stocks of Hong Kong, along with purchasing shares in Jardine Matheson. Qiu Shuzhen expressed her concerns. "Bao Sheng, isn't this unwise? We have just signed a contract." Bao Junyi interviewed. "The contract does not stipulate that I cannot continue my purchases, does it? Moreover, Jardine Matheson possesses high-quality assets and substantial land holdings. Investing now poses no risk and could be considered a form of assistance to these Hong Kong investors." "Bao Sheng, you are truly a blessing to Hong Kong." Qiu Shuzhen's eyes sparkled. "Enough flattery. Go summon Yuan Tianfan," he instructed. As Bao Junyi observed Qiu Shuzhen's alluring figure depart, a wave of heat surged within him. 10 minutes later, Yuan Tianfan entered Bao Junyi's office. The Hong Kong stock market was in turmoil, and investors were beginning to panic as foreign capital retreated from the market, even inciting conflicts in Hong Kong. Yuan Tianfan stated gravely, "Bao Sheng, you are correct. The low interest rates in Hong Kong have led to capital outflow, resulting in a significant balance of payments deficit, with an ever-widening trade deficit and severe corporate inflation. These negative factors could potentially trigger a downturn in the Hong Kong stock market, possibly leading to a minor financial crisis. Thus, most blue-chip stocks in Hong Kong are currently undervalued, making it an opportune moment to acquire shares in Chung Kong Holdings, New World Development, Swire Group, Hong Kong Electric, and Hong Kong Chinese Gas." With a wry smile, Yuan Tianfan added, "Bao Sheng, following your strategy would require nearly 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. The Miracle Financial Division lacks sufficient funds. Most of our capital has already been invested in Hutchison Whampoa. The proceeds from the previous sale of shares to Cuthbert cannot satisfy such a large-scale acquisition." Bao Junyi reassured him, "Tianfan, I'm aware of this. I will reach out to Mitsubishi Bank again to secure an additional loan of $1 billion, which, combined with the prior one, $5 billion, brings our total borrowing from Mitsubishi Bank to $5 billion. Along with the funds from the sale to Cuthbert, that should suffice, wouldn't you agree?" At that moment, due to corporate inflation in Hong Kong, the expanding trade deficit, and the exit of foreign capital, the public's confidence in the Hong Kong dollar began to waver. The exchange rate had depreciated to 1.623, meaning $1 could be exchanged for 6.23 Hong Kong dollars. As time progressed, by 1983, the Hong Kong dollar crisis emerged, with the exchange rate plummeting to a historic low of 9.66 dollars di Hong Kong per USD. Yuan Tianfan contemplated for a moment before concluding, that should be enough. If necessary, we can drive the market and attract more capital. However, our primary goal is to stabilize the Hong Kong stock market and perhaps make a modest profit. Bao Sheng. I understand. The following day, the Hong Kong Stock Exchange opened. Suddenly, a surge of large buy orders appeared, causing the Hang Seng Index to rise by 4. Among the companies experiencing recovery were Hutchison Whampoa, New World Development, Swire Properties, and Hong Kong Electric, which had previously suffered from panic selling but were now exhibiting an upward trend. Moreover, Jardine Matheson, which had seen a severe downturn, was also experiencing a significant influx of buy orders, halting its decline and beginning to stabilize. At that moment, the anxious Hong Kong investors felt their worries ease, no longer needing to be on edge. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Jardine Group in Central, Cuthbertson was fuming. Have we discovered who's been buying our group's stock in large quantities? A Jardine executive lowered his head and replied, according to the investigation by the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, it appears that the Miracle Group's financial division is responsible for the purchases. What? That's absurd. Just 2 days after signing the contract, they are buying our group's stock again. Do they intend to acquire us? A secretary interjected. President, the Miracle Group sent a letter this morning expressing strong confidence in our group's future and their intention to acquire some shares. They also mentioned, at this point, Cuthbertson's forehead pulsed with veins as he shouted, what else? They mentioned that we should not appear too greedy, as this is Hong Kong, not the homeland of the Eagle Country. Crash. Bang. Cuthbert swept everything off his desk, shattering glass everywhere. No one dared to speak, and the Jardine executives all kept their heads down, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Get out. Cuthbertson suddenly recalled something and quickly added, wait. Notify the financial department to refrain from selling the previously purchased shares. Contact primary market institutions to see if they are willing to hold them long-term. Yes, President. As Cuthbert watched everyone leave, his expression remained grim. After acquiring a substantial number of shares in Jardine Matheson from Bao Junyi, he was unwilling to privatize and delist the company, leaving him with no choice but to liquidate through sales. A significant portion of the funds had been borrowed, leading to aggressive selling. However, he never anticipated Bao Junyi's relentless ambition. The contract did not prohibit him from making further purchases, leaving Cuthbert in search of institutional buyers. Although the price would undoubtedly be lower than in the stock market, he could select the institutions carefully to avoid a repeat of the previous situation. Days later, the Miracle Group announced the acquisition of 51 of Hutchison Whampoa's shares, achieving absolute control. Boom! Hong Kong was once again rocked by a seismic event, shocking the entire populace. At that moment, Bao Junyi's office phone rang incessantly with congratulatory calls. Yuan Tianfan stood by, awaiting the conclusion of Bao Junyi's conversations. However, to their astonishment, those calling Bao Junyi were each taken aback, realizing just how significant their boss's standing was in Hong Kong. At Hutchison Whampoa's headquarters, Cuthbertson was angrily questioning, Cuthbert, what is the meaning of this? Have you betrayed your ally by secretly reaching an agreement with the Miracle Group? Is this how the Cuthbert family conducts itself? Cuthbertson replied with a wry smile, there was no choice. Our family's capacity is limited. You're also a long-established family in the Eagle Country. Now that our family has fallen, we had to pay a price to secure Jardine Matheson by reaching an agreement with the Miracle Group. Even if you couldn't assist, you should have at least informed me. We signed a confidentiality agreement with the Miracle Group. Otherwise, I would have informed you, considering our shared British heritage. Cuthbert slumped helplessly in his chaotic office, sighing, it's all over. That young man Bao Junyi's ambition will not stop at Hutchison Whampoa. The next target will be your Jardine Group. Chapter 94. Stabilizing the market. Why are the executives so alarmed? Bao Junyi, through stock pledges, secured a loan of $2.5 billion from Mitsubishi Bank, exchanging it for over 14 billion Hong Kong dollars. Utilizing advanced trading strategies, he bolstered investor confidence in Hong Kong while stabilizing the outflow of funds. Under Yuan Tianfan's guidance, they continually purchased undervalued stocks from various companies, inciting panic among Hong Kong's listed firms. Both British and Chinese capital began to repurchase shares, fearing that control of their companies could slip away. Consequently, they reached out to seasoned Hong Kong tycoons like Ho Ing-tung and Dong Haoyun to inquire about the situation. Bao Junyi, seated in his office, chuckled. Have we perhaps stirred the pot a bit too much? Bao Sheng, that seems to be the case, came the reply. We have acquired shares in nearly all the core assets of Hong Kong, especially in Chung Kong Holdings, New World Development, Swire Group, Hong Kong Electric, and Hong Kong Chinese Gas, to the point where we are nearly shareholders. However, the funds from this loan are nearly exhausted. Bao Junyi was taken aback. So soon? Surely. It should last at least a week. Indeed, but consider how many stocks we have acquired this time. Although only a few companies hold close to a 5-share. The majority of publicly listed firms hover around 2 to 3. Hence, the swift pace of developments. Bao Junyi remarked with a frown. Doesn't the group currently bear a debt of $5 billion and 2 billion Hong Kong dollars? Indeed, came the response. However, based on the boss's previous analysis of the Hong Kong stock market, it is expected to rise within the next year, allowing us to potentially profit around 2 to 3 billion Hong Kong dollars when we sell then. Very well, if we must increase, let us allocate a portion of the $900 million in the Group S account for the privatization and delisting of Hutchison Whampoa. Understood, Mr. Bao. However, a storm brewed in the Hong Kong stock market within a fortnight, garnering extensive coverage from international media outlets. The Times of Eagle reported, Miracle Group's Bao Junyi takes action. Wharf Holdings and Hutchison Whampoa face a crucial challenge from Chinese capital, initiating a battle to redefine the business landscape. The ABC of America stated, Miracle Group makes a heavy strike as Chinese capital storms Wharf Holdings and Hutchison Whampoa. British giants encounter challenges. The Russian news reported, Bao Junyi leads Miracle Group into fierce combat with Wharf Holdings, strongly opening the curtain on the acquisition of Hutchison Whampoa. The Cherry Blossom Nation's Morning Daily added, Miracle Group. This business war captured the attention of news media across the globe, shaking some established financial conglomerates while signaling the rise of new factions. At this moment, within the grand conference room of Miracle Group, Bao Junyi convened the senior management to contemplate the future developments post-merger, the privatization of Hutchison Whampoa, and the specifics of division and merger with Carey Properties. Bao Junyi stated, in the future, Hutchison Whampoa and Carey Properties must operate with greater specificity, clearer divisions of labor, enhancing work efficiency and direction. Jia Yuezheng interjected, Carey Properties focuses on port and warehouse operations, also engaging in transportation, real estate, and retail sectors. Notably, it encompasses most of the ports and warehouses in Tsim Sha Tsui, the New Territories, and Hong Kong Island, alongside cargo handling, storage, and import-export transport in Hong Kong. Moreover, it operates the Star Ferry and the tram system, with the former being a vital transportation link between Hong Kong and the Kowloon Peninsula, while the latter is a significant component of Hong Kong's public land transportation, Bao Junyi added. Having privatized Carey Properties for over a year, the internal structure is stable enough to initiate a split and reorganization. Mr. Bao, that is entirely feasible. Currently, Carey Properties operations are complex, especially in real estate, with commercial buildings and hotel projects in Tsim Sha Tsui alone. Its numerous commercial buildings, including shops in the Maritime Building, also create conflicts with Hutchison Whampoa's retail sector, reported Chiu Shuzhen. She continued, according to investigations, Hutchison Whampoa, in the early 1960s, formed its core business by acquiring long-standing trading houses like Watson's, Dehui Baoxiong, and Taiwa, focusing primarily on import-export trade and wholesale retail. Additionally, statistics reveal that Hutchison Whampoa possesses vast undeveloped land at Whampoa Dock, along with substantial inexpensive land across Kowloon and Hong Kong Island, making it an invisible landlord in Hong Kong. Secretary Chiu's remarks are indeed accurate. Furthermore, Hutchison Whampoa's Whampoa Dock holds a significant position in Hong Kong's shipyard industry, having been quite large-scale since the early 20th century, capable of repairing and constructing 10,000-ton vessels. After acquiring Whampoa Dock in 1969, Hutchison Whampoa began developing the container transportation industry. In 1972, it even established International Container Terminal Limited in partnership with Quan Yic and later acquired the Quan Yic No. 2 Container Terminal, forming Hong Kong's largest container terminal group. Bao Junyi listened quietly, refraining from voicing his thoughts as he absorbed the myriad perspectives from the executives during the meeting, which extended over 4 hours. Ultimately, After comprehensive consideration, Bao Junyi resolved to proceed with a split management strategy. Based on your opinions, I have decided. Carry Properties will retain Hong Kong's transportation operations, including the Star Ferry and tram system, as well as the commercial buildings and hotel projects in Tsim Sha Tsui, while the land at Whampoa Dock will be allocated to Carry Properties for development. In the future, Carry Properties will primarily focus on commercial real estate development and transportation in Hong Kong. Jia Yuezheng hesitated. Mr. Bao, with this division, Carry Properties' future position and direction will primarily revolve around commercial real estate, supplemented by foundational transportation infrastructure. Might this pose a risk? Old Jia, there is no need for concern. Carry Properties has undergone over a year of stable development, with most management positions replaced, ensuring the company's progress remains unaffected. Very well, he conceded. Bao Junyi continued with a smile. As for Hutchison Whampoa, it will persist in deepening its focus on import-export trade and wholesale retail, expanding beyond Hong Kong, primarily into the mainland, Taiwan, Japan, and Southeast Asia. Moreover, the container transportation and terminal operations of Hutchison Whampoa will merge with Carry Properties terminal and storage facilities. After the merger and reorganization, Hutchison Whampoa will possess a complete import-export ecosystem, encompassing container transportation, storage, and terminals, Quan Yik No. 2 and No. 4 container terminals, at its core, forming a closed-loop system for cargo handling, storage, and transport. Yuan Tianfan exclaimed with delight, Mr. Bao, if the terminals, storage, and container transportation provide Miracle Group with a complete supply chain, we could significantly reduce costs across various stages in the retail sector, thereby squeezing out competitors and ultimately achieving industry monopoly. Furthermore, we could, Chapter 95, acquiring Hutchison Whampoa for other purposes? Bao Junyi interjected. This is precisely why I am intent on acquiring Hutchison Whampoa rather than Wharf Holdings. The synergy between the two firms is immense. Their integration could lead to industry domination. After all, Hutchison Whampoa was previously acquired by Li Ka-shing, who swiftly dismantled and restructured it, giving rise to one of Hong Kong's 4 prominent families and laying the groundwork for Li Ka-shing's ascent. Indeed, Hutchison Whampoa possesses vast, inexpensive land and the Watson's chain in Hong Kong, providing a steady cash flow, which enabled Chung Kong Holdings to acquire numerous low-cost assets during subsequent market downturns, thus continuously expanding. Jia Yuezheng remarked joyfully, does that not mean Miracle Group will have a long-term stable cash flow source in the future? Precisely. Retail is the most stable cash flow sector across all industries. Bao Junyi affirmed. He continued, I have another objective for acquiring Hutchison Whampoa. Mr. Bao, do you place significant value on Hutchison Whampoa's shipyard and vessel repair sectors? Old Jia, you know me too well. It's not just that. These two sectors are indeed at the core of Hutchison Whampoa. Mr. Bao, are you contemplating entering the shipbuilding industry? Correct. The idea sparked when I encountered Mitsubishi's Iwasaki Miyazuk at the Paris International Auto Show. Jia Yuezheng expressed confusion. But Hutchison Whampoa's shipbuilding technology is outdated and cannot effectively realize economic value? True, while it was quite substantial in the early 20th century, boasting the ability to repair and construct 10,000-ton vessels, it currently lags in production technology, limiting it to low-value ships and repairs. Old Jia, despite Hutchison Whampoa's current limitations in shipbuilding capacity, the foundational skills remain intact, alongside a wealth of skilled labor. What it lacks are merely technology and capital. Should Miracle Group aim for international trade in the future, shipyard production will be indispensable. Moreover, given Hong Kong's limited area and development constraints, it cannot sustain too many enterprises, thus necessitating Miracle Group's overseas expansion. The management team present fell into contemplative silence after Bao Junyi's recent remarks. Indeed, many had not contemplated the distant future, their thoughts still anchored in the familiar confines of Hong Kong. Yet, their own boss was envisioning a much broader horizon. Most of the management team, humbled by Bao Junyi's words, lowered their heads in shame. Ultimately, following the restructuring of Hutchison Whampoa, the core storage and transportation business focused on docks, warehousing, and container transport became the chessboard, with import and export retail serving as the chess pieces for vigorous development. Concurrently, a division was made to carve out the shipyard and ship repair sectors, leading to the establishment of miraculous heavy industries, with a clear direction towards shipbuilding and repair. The senior management meeting of the Miraculous Group lasted for more than half a day, successfully completing the two crucial segments that had been lacking, thereby laying a solid foundation for the impending explosive growth of the Miraculous Group in the coming years. The following day, the governor's office, in conjunction with the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, announced the stock market's shareholding mechanism bill, stating that significant shareholders must declare and announce any changes in their holdings to the stock exchange, leaving the various sectors of Hong Kong in shock. The bill aimed to restrict clandestine accumulation of shares and prevent hostile takeovers. However, the citizens of Hong Kong were acutely aware that this legislation was specifically targeted at Bao Junyi, prompted by two instances of covert share accumulation which led to a concentrated stake, causing the governor's office to fear a repeat occurrence, compelling them to draft the bill overnight and announce it the following day. At that moment, Bao Junyi was at the Peninsula Hotel, enjoying morning tea with members of the Automotive Supply Chain Alliance, including Hoing Tong, Dong Haoyun, and Li Jiaqing. Haozing Dong Zestet, i.e., your recent exploits have stirred quite a commotion. The government is so anxious they hastily introduced restrictions, fearing you might cause further trouble. It has even inspired us old fellows to consider a spirited challenge against the British capital. This remark elicited hearty laughter from the assembled Hong Kong tycoons. Bao Junyi, with a wry smile, replied, "I have no choice. My resources are limited, so I must resort to certain tactics to seize opportunities from the British capital." Limited resources? If that were the case, wouldn't we old fellows all be beggars? Li Jiaqing retorted with a hint of sarcasm. It's not what I can readily present at the moment. Only Miraculous Games is currently profitable. The rest rely on the group's subsidies to operate. The ever-cynical He Guang interjected. Bao, don't lament your poverty here. Surely, the sales from just a few models at the Paris Auto Show have surpassed $5 billion? Oh, Uncle He, I didn't realize you were keeping such close tabs on me. Bao Junyi replied with a stern expression. However, Uncle He, you should focus more on the enterprise. The Hong Kong Supply Chain Alliance is striving for development. I hope you won't hold us back in the future. You needn't worry about that. The sectors I oversee will undoubtedly keep pace. Dong Haoyun, unable to remain silent, spoke up. Let us discuss matters of substance. I.e., is there a significant undertaking behind this gathering? My intention in gathering everyone is to encourage a rapid expansion through mergers and acquisitions, Bao Junyi stated. Hoing Tung perked up. I.e., are you suggesting? Indeed, I share your thoughts. Given the scarcity of talent in Hong Kong's automotive sector, we are heavily reliant on imports for most of the relevant supply chain. We must resort to the international market to merge with or acquire firms to bring talent and technology back to Hong Kong. This will significantly shorten the time required to establish our D, and since these firms possess complete management systems and technical expertise, we can immediately commence production and generate profit post-acquisition. The gathered tycoons were momentarily taken aback by Bao Junyi's perspective. Their ingrained beliefs mirrored those of the older generation, who slowly built their enterprises from small beginnings, step by step, whereas Bao Junyi's approach seemed akin to that of a bandit, directly seizing the resources of others. This was a complete paradigm shift for them. After 2 hours of detailed explanation and case studies, they gradually began to comprehend. I.e., if we Hong Kong tycoons were to aggressively pursue acquisitions of automotive supply chain firms internationally, could it provoke a stock market backlash? There's a possibility. Thus, I have convened everyone to strategize a unified approach to minimize this risk. Zheng Yutong added anxiously, if we, the dozen or so tycoons from Hong Kong, target automotive supply chain enterprises, might it incite intervention from local governments? That is unlikely, as there are numerous links in the automotive supply chain, and the technological requirements are not overly demanding. As long as you avoid acquiring leading firms, the likelihood of intervention is quite low. Moreover, such enterprises are prevalent in various countries, especially in Europe and America, so you could diversify your efforts rather than concentrate on a single nation or region. I.e., we understand now. 30 minutes later, the meeting at the Peninsula Hotel concluded. The gathering of the Hong Kong Automotive Supply Chain Alliance sparked an acquisition initiative that ultimately transformed the international automotive industry landscape. A moment later commemorated as the year of the Hong Kong automotive industry. As Bao Junyi was leaving, he was hailed by Dong Haoyun. Chapter 96. The budding eco-chain of Miraculous Heavy Industries, i.e., I heard you intend to separate the shipyard and ship repair division from Hutchison Whampoa to establish Miraculous Heavy Industries? Yes, I am currently negotiating with the Chitazun family to acquire the remaining shares of Hutchison Whampoa, after which we can privatize and delist to implement my restructuring plan. I.e., I plan to entrust the maintenance of the Dong family's fleet to you. I am not comfortable handing it over to other companies. Bao Junyi understood this as Dong Haoyun's support, a gesture of goodwill. With the addition of Dong Haoyun's fleet alongside his own, the newly established Miraculous Heavy Industries could firmly establish itself in the industry. Bao Junyi expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Dong. I.e., you have done splendidly this time. You have truly brought honor to our Chinese capital. Keep up the great work. We are aging. The future belongs to your generation, so pursue your ambitions fearlessly. Dong Haoyun said with a loving gaze, if you encounter any difficulties and need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Bao Junyi felt deeply moved. Although Dong Haoyun was one of his father's few close friends, he genuinely wished him well. After bidding farewell to Dong Haoyun, Bao Junyi returned to the Bao family's ancestral home. His main objective was to discuss global shipping vessel maintenance and the future direction of global shipping with his father. Half an hour later, Bao Junyi's convoy arrived at the front of the Bao family's ancestral home in Deepwater Bay. The butler, Fu Bo, greeted him with a smile. Young master, you have returned. The last time I saw you was months ago. The old master has been mentioning you several times. I know you've been quite busy, but you have come back to visit him, haven't you? By the way, where's my father now? The old master is currently practicing Tai Chi in the garden to keep fit. All right, I will go find him. Fu Bo, you carry on with your duties. There is no need to mind me. 5 minutes later, Bao Junyi entered the garden and spotted a middle-aged man in a white robe, moving slowly through his Tai Chi forms. From a distance, he appeared quite adept, indicating his father had been diligently training over the past few months. Perhaps the time of Bao Yugong's passing in a previous life would be rewritten by his arrival. With a cheerful demeanor, Bao Junyi approached. Father, it seems you have become quite the Tai Chi master in my absence. Bao Yugong finished his movements, feigning annoyance. You little rascal. You finally remembered to come back and acknowledge your father. After months away, others might think I've driven you out to be independent, and some wealthy folks are even trying to emulate me. Bao Junyi quickly smiled apologetically. How could that be? I've been busy, but I made a special trip to see you. Bao Yugong coldly chuckled. Oh, really? Are you certain your visit was solely for me? Yes, but I do have a few other matters to attend to as well. I knew it. In this significant move, you did not inform your father. My old colleagues inquired, and I was at a loss for words, which led them to mock me. Bao Junyi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and explained. This operation was rather sudden. It was a last-minute decision to initiate the bidding. Well, I understand you, replied Bao Yugong. However, I would appreciate it if you could let your father know about major undertakings in the future. After all, I have some connections internationally. Moreover, our global shipping cannot thrive without a certain network of relationships. Bao Junyi was taken aback and responded, Father, I understand. Your visit cannot solely be for me. So speak freely. You truly are impressive, a living legend of Zhuge. Stop with the flattery. Let's get to the point, Bao Yugong said seriously. I have plans to split and reorganize the Kowloon warehouse and the Hutchison Whampoa after acquiring it. I intend to establish a new company named Miracle Heavy Industries, separating the docks and ship repair operations. I would like to discuss with you the possibility of transferring our low-tonnage ship manufacturing orders and maintenance contracts to Miracle Heavy Industries. This way, it would encompass a complete ecological chain: production, manufacturing, transportation, storage, and import-export, securing an unassailable position in Hong Kong. Bao Yugong was stunned by the latter part of this revelation. I support your plan to reorganize Kowloon Warehouse and Hutchison Whampoa, given the overlapping business sectors that require optimization. However, do you realize what it means to separate the docks and ship repair operations to form Miracle Heavy Industries? Yes, Father. It implies that Miracle Group will need to invest substantial capital for manufacturing and research and development, which could strain our financial chain and lead to liquidity issues. Incorrect. You're only considering one aspect. The more critical issue is that by entering the shipbuilding industry, you will inevitably encroach upon the interests of established giants, potentially offending them. They might unite with your adversaries to conspire against you. Such cases are numerous. It's precisely why century-old families are rare and why businesses tend to limit themselves to their core competencies. Harmony fosters prosperity. Bao Junyi was momentarily speechless and eventually admitted, "Father, I indeed did not consider the long-term implications. I can understand, as I too was once young and impetuous. You have already made many enemies internationally, particularly in Europe and America. If you venture into a new industry, it will not only exert financial pressure, but also invite concerted opposition from them. Therefore, you must deliberate carefully." Bao Junyi fell silent, deep in thought. Bao Yugong refrained from interrupting, quietly sipping his tea while awaiting his son's decision. 5 minutes later, Bao Junyi recalled the past of China, where he faced relentless opposition and was constantly thwarted at every turn. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. Although he was currently facing pressure from European and American financial groups and automotive giants, he recognized that he had to persevere. Compared to the semiconductor restrictions faced in his previous life, the current challenges seemed surmountable. External pressures might be significant, but if all else failed, he could return to Hong Kong to develop and then invest in the mainland. He could still rise, albeit at a slower pace. Having made up his mind, Bao Junyi looked firmly at Bao Yugong and declared, "Father, I have made my decision. Miracle Group must enter the market, as the local market in Hong Kong is limited, and we cannot escape the necessity of shipping. Furthermore, the maritime industry is set to flourish and demand will undoubtedly surge. I refuse to relinquish this market." Bao Yugong sighed. "I understand. I will do my utmost to facilitate your connections, as global shipping is quite familiar with major shipbuilding companies and has good relations with coastal politicians. As long as you avoid infringing upon their core interests in the short term, they will not take sides. This period should be one of low-key development." "Thank you, Father," Bao Junyi expressed gratefully. "You are my only son. If I do not assist you, who will?" As for the 97th chapter regarding the privatization and delisting of Hutchison Whampoa, concerning the ship repairs and manufacturing of small 10,000-ton vessels you mentioned, these can be entrusted to Miracle Heavy Industries. But do not publicize this to avoid drawing attention from competitors. "Understood. Thank you, Father." Bao Junyi and Bao Yugong discussed the developmental direction and future positioning of global shipping until noon, sharing a meal before parting ways. In the afternoon, at the top-floor office of Miracle Group Building, Jiayu reported, "Bao Sheng, the Kaidizu family has sent representatives to Hong Kong for negotiations. After 3 days of discussions, they have finally agreed to sell their shares in Hutchison Whampoa to us. However, they demand that we adhere to the original acquisition price. Otherwise, they are unwilling to sell their shares. They are delusional, expecting us to pay the pre-acquisition price. Inform them that if they do not agree, I will initiate a targeted share issuance, continuously diluting their holdings until they are compelled to sell." "Bao Sheng, this might not be. Rest assured, Lao Jia. We will secure absolute control of Hutchison Whampoa at 51. If their demands are reasonable, we will proceed. Otherwise, I will dilute their shares until they are left with nothing." "Understood. Tian Fan, how is your finance department faring?" "Bao Sheng, following your previous directive during our acquisition of most core enterprises in Hong Kong, it has caused considerable unrest among major shareholders, prompting them to invest real capital. Consequently, the Hong Kong stock market has experienced a significant V-shaped rebound. The shares we previously acquired have risen by over 35, with some even exceeding 60. Bao Junyi nodded in satisfaction. "What is our profit from this venture? Given that we purchased during a period of market panic, if we sell now, we could realize approximately 2.8 billion Hong Kong dollars in profit. If we wait, it could increase to around 3.9 billion Hong Kong dollars. Additionally, the Kaidizu family's shares in Hutchison Whampoa would require an estimated 460 to 600 million US dollars to acquire completely. What is the current balance in the group account?" Xiao Shuzhen replied, "The finance department has confirmed that we have 768 million US dollars in the group account. Furthermore, at the Paris International Auto Show, our sales reached 1.568 billion US dollars. After deducting the orders from Prince Shitusul, the majority of the revenue comes from channel distributors and wealthy clients. The 30 upfront payment of 474 million US dollars has already been deposited into a separate group account. In total, we currently possess 1.238 billion US dollars. Bao Junyi, note that, Lao Zi, keep a close watch on the automotive factory and ensure this batch of orders is completed promptly. The quality of the first batch must be impeccable. Bao Sheng, I will keep a vigilant eye on this. Tian Fan, I will reserve 600 million US dollars for you to expedite negotiations with the Kaidizu family. If they remain unwilling, then we will have to take the slow route of dilution. However, this will prolong our overall strategy. I will give my all to secure this. Additionally, the group will continue to recruit talent in the sciences, particularly in physics and mathematics. We also need to cultivate a loyal workforce, especially through our mainland talent development program. Each year, the group will allocate funds to support outstanding individuals from impoverished areas in the mainland, assessing them for internships upon graduation and nurturing them from the grassroots level. Secretary Qiu Shuzhen interjected, Bao Sheng, do you think it might be too early to initiate this training program? We could easily recruit from the market without expending resources and energy. He chuckled softly, acknowledging the significant talent gap within the group, primarily filled by foreign nationals. Should any political upheaval arise, it could result in a substantial outflow of talent, leading to stagnation or even regression for the organization. Hence, it is imperative to proactively cultivate a loyal workforce, ensuring a seamless transition of talent. Qiu Shuzhen nodded earnestly, indicating her understanding. At this moment, the core executives in attendance also concurred, recognizing that talent development is a long-term endeavor. After concluding discussions with the core executives, Bao Junyi proceeded to the laboratory. 2 weeks later, the Miracle Group successfully forged a partnership with the Kai-Dizan family, acquiring the remaining shares of the Hutchison Whampoa. Furthermore, the Miracle Group announced that Hutchison Whampoa had met the conditions for privatization and initiated the delisting process. Seated in his executive chair, Bao Junyi listened intently to Yuan Tianfan's report. With a smile, Bao Junyi remarked, Tianfan, well done. A slap followed by a sweet date. Whether they agree or not, they will have to comply. This success is largely attributable to you. Had it not been for your absolute control over Hutchison Whampoa, I would not have had the confidence to negotiate with the Kai-Dizan family. Moreover, this endeavor only consumed $468 million. Excellent work on your part. Old Jia, he continued. The restructuring of Hutchison Whampoa should proceed according to our previously agreed plan. We must complete the restructuring within 2 months, ensuring minimal disruption to the normal operations of both groups. Rest assured, Bao Junyi, in preparation for the restructuring, we will establish a dedicated department to ensure a seamless execution. Old Jia replied confidently. Splendid. Just ensure I do not receive any unwelcome news. Gu Suzen in Dazet, Bao Junyi. The final phase of equipment installation at the American Steel Company in Pengcheng has been completed and has successfully passed testing. We are currently coordinating with Guopeng, the head of Pengcheng Miracle Steel, along with relevant technical personnel to ensure operational proficiency. How is the recruitment process for the Pengcheng steel plant progressing? Bao Junyi Zetponde. Recruiting personnel from the mainland is manageable. However, there is a scarcity of highly educated individuals or skilled workers. We will need to cultivate talent from the ground up, which will require considerable time and effort. That is acceptable. The hard-working spirit of the mainland workforce should facilitate a swift adaptation, he continued. Please liaise with Guopeng at the Pengcheng Miracle Steel Plant and arrange for experienced workers to conduct evening training sessions with monthly assessments. Those who excel and meet practical evaluation standards should receive salary increases. Furthermore, we should establish a systematic approach, which can serve as a reference for future factory openings in the mainland. Understood, Bao Junyi, she affirmed. Gu Suzen Hestita, Bao Junyi. The American Steel Company has been pressing for the final payment. They have reached out 3 times this month. Let us postpone the final payment for now. Inquire if they are willing to sell the recently tested aluminum alloy production line equipment, along with the relevant synthetic technology. Should they agree to sell, instruct the finance department to allocate the previously reserved $8 billion to cover both this and the equipment purchase. If they refuse, we can delay further and investigate the equipment issues. Do you understand? Jia Yu teased, Bao Junyi, your maneuvering could leave Andrew Carnegie in a state of bewilderment. They all laughed, recalling how previously the American Steel Company had collaborated with HSBC, Standard Chartered Bank, and various smaller banks to pressure for loan repayments, a matter that Bao Junyi had kept in mind. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he returned to the matter at hand, asking, what is the current status of projects within the Miracle Group, and how do our annual finances look?